Traversing the Warring States period of Naruto, I assumed the identity of Senju Hiragi, confronting the youthful Hashirama and the cold-hearted Tobirama. In this era where even children face grim fates, my singular ninja way is clear: survive. While my peers toil diligently to master ninjutsu, I have unveiled the ultimate physical technique. The monkey steals the peach, successfully toppling the future second Hokage. I initially believed this was merely the beginning, until I awakened the power to devour bloodlines. Observing my clansmen and the Uchiha ninjas, an unexpected thought struck me. They all appeared quite delectable. This is the path of consumption, from Senju to Otsutsuki. Chapter 1. Did you win or not? Unfilial son, do you dare to run? Do you believe I won't thrash you? Old dang, I've already won. Why would you hit me? How dare you mention that? At the tender age of 5, Senju Hiragi felt the sting of a bamboo rod against his backside, letting out a pitiful wail as he made intimate contact with the ground. He felt a twinge of injustice, squeezing out a couple of tears, yearning for the paternal love he had lost. Senju Jinjutsu merely snorted, disregarding his son's plight. The bamboo rod was merely painful, posing no real harm to the wayward child. He had previously been quite pleased with his offspring, eager to learn and committed to training. Although his desire to purchase balloons to develop ninjutsu had raised some concerns about his priorities, overall, he was satisfied. Upon returning from the battlefield, Jinjutsu heard the news that his son had defeated Tobirama. Initially, he felt a swell of pride, believing his child had inherited his former prowess. However, as the reporting ninja's gaze grew increasingly peculiar, he pressed for details and learned the specifics. The confrontation between Tobirama and Hiragi had been evenly matched, with both depleting their chakra and resorting to physical combat. In a brief exchange, Hiragi unleashed 2 physical techniques. The monkey steals the peach and 1,000 years of pain. Tobirama, having never encountered such unconventional techniques, was momentarily taken aback, sustaining injuries that destabilized his mindset, ultimately leading to his defeat. Had he won? Undoubtedly. Yet Jinjutsu felt utterly humiliated. How would others perceive this? It was a reflection of his shortcomings as a father. Could it be that a 5-year-old child would stoop to such underhanded tactics? Unfilial son, get up and apologize to Tobirama. The victor should apologize to the vanquished. Old dang, I think you, swish swish. The bamboo rod struck the ground before Hiragi, leaving marks on the earth. Instantly, Hiragi sprang to his feet. Cough, cough. A true man knows when to bend and when to be firm. It is merely an apology. I shall go. Senju Jinjutsu nodded in satisfaction, leading his child to Tobirama's residence. Since Tobirama was still young, he resided with his brothers and their father, Senju Butsuma, the current clan leader. Naturally, as a peer of Tobirama, Jinjutsu held a significant status as well. He was Butsuma's brother and the second elder among the 3 prominent elders under the clan leader, unable to ascend to the position of the eldest elder due to adjustments made by the former clan leader to stabilize the power dynamics within the Senju clan. As a member of the clan leader's lineage, Senju Jinjutsu had also undertaken the task of renaming his child. For reasons unknown, a tradition within the Senju clan dictated that one must bear the character Myun in their name to be eligible for the clan leader's inheritance. Moreover, not all Senju ninjas possessed the right to a name. Only the 3 elders and the clan leader held such authority. Thus, while Senju Hiragi ought to have been called Senju Hiramine, Jinjutsu's decision to rename his child indicated his disinterest in the position of clan leader, leading to a relatively amicable relationship between the Jinjutsu and Butsuma families. Upon their arrival, Senju Butsuma greeted them with a smile rather than anger, inviting them to sit. Although Hiragi detested kneeling, he understood the need to comport himself properly in the presence of the clan leader. Under his father's watchful gaze, Hiragi proclaimed loudly, "Clan leader, I have come specifically to apologize to Tobirama." Senju Butsuma chuckled. "Why do you feel the need to apologize? Did you not win against Tobirama? Or did you cause him injury?" Before Hiragi could respond, Butsuma continued, "You are not at fault. In battle, even if you employed dishonorable tactics to achieve victory, a win is still a win. Winning means survival. Losing means death. To convey such sentiments to a 5-year-old was truly madness." Hiragi mused internally, yet outwardly he nodded in agreement. Senju Butsuma turned to his brother, speaking in a calm yet authoritative tone. "Jinjutsu, this child is quite remarkable. Since you lack the time to impart guidance, why not allow him to study alongside Tobirama?" After a moment of deliberation, Jinjutsu acquiesced, recognizing the opportunity to instill some virtues in his wayward son, preventing further peculiar incidents. Hiragi had no say in the matter. This decision was made without his input. After Jinjutsu and Hiragi departed, Butsuma entered another room, approaching Tobarama's bedside. "Did you hear what I just said?" "I did, father," Tobarama replied, his demeanor somewhat sullen but still respectful. "The words I shared were meant for him, but they apply to you as well, Tobarama. Life is singular. Once lost, it cannot be regained." "I understand, father." Though Hiragi may act oddly, he possesses qualities worth emulating. Starting tomorrow, he will learn from you, and you, in turn, shall learn from him. Tobarama furrowed his brow but eventually nodded in agreement. Senju Jinjutsu did not escort Hiragi back home. His status precluded such ease, and given the safety of the Senju clan's territory, he decided to let his son return alone. As Hiragi walked, he reminisced about Tobarama's astonished expression, thinking to himself, "Regardless of the circumstances, I have bested a master of forbidden techniques." Reflecting on his arrival in this world, he recalled being cradled by his father amidst a flurry of ninjutsu, realizing he had entered the realm of Naruto. He had initially believed that by leveraging his memories of the plot, he could develop cautiously, but to his surprise, his father bore the Senju name. This lineage was far less secure than that of the Uchiha. Within the known narrative, the Senju clan often faced decline or annihilation. Only upon seeing the silver-haired Senju Tobarama did he realize he had misjudged the situation. The good news was that the Senju clan remained formidable. The bad news was that he had landed in the Warring States period. What use was knowledge of the plot? The narrative had yet to unfold. The Senju clan was indeed powerful, destined to produce the sage of the six paths and the master of forbidden techniques, and they would later help establish Kanehagakure. However, during this tumultuous period, these two figures had yet to mature, and their brother would perish in a few years. Embracing the philosophy of self-reliance over dependence on others, Hiragi comprehended that only through diligent training could he ensure his survival. Upon entering his room, he discovered a scroll quietly resting upon the table. Senju Jinjutsu was quite busy. As the second elder, he had numerous responsibilities, so his expressions of care were straightforward, providing money for ninjutsu, permitting Hiragi to purchase whatever he desired. In all honesty, the funds Jinjutsu allocated to him exceeded the combined allowances of all his peers. Perhaps for a child, a life without a father's presence feels incomplete. Yet for a transmigrator, a father who is often absent yet provides monetary support and ninjutsu is a truly remarkable presence. Regrettably, training the Rasengan is utterly unrealistic, Hiragi lamented, for in this era of the Warring States, such useless items were unattainable. Moreover, Tobarama, the inventor of the Shadow Clone Jutsu, was still just a little boy like himself. In the future, it would be wise to keep a safe distance during any clashes of titans, and, in the meantime, establish a good rapport with Tobarama. Hiragi understood that in this world defined by bloodlines, the closer one was to their ancestors, the stronger they became. The Senjus would release, and the Uchiha Sharingan were manifestations of ancestral return. When Senju Hashirama manifested the wood golem and Uchiha Madara awakened Susanoo, they would surpass the capabilities of ordinary ninjas. Awakening the wood style seemed a distant dream for him. Presently, his chakra levels were comparable to those of his peer, Tobarama, yet his potential appeared to be even lower than that of this master of forbidden techniques, who had invented ninjutsu one after another, each tailored to confront the Uchiha clan. Were my external aids my golden fingers? I could use any assistance. With a hint of frustration, Shugo quietly commenced his studies and training for the day. Having returned just before nightfall, he intended to rest early, for he was to learn from Tobarama the following day, keeping his physical well-being in mind. Chapter 2. The Allure of My Kin. Droplets of blood incessantly fell upon Shugo, causing him to slightly open his eyes. He found himself in a crimson-hued space, where numerous glass orbs floated before him. Each orb depicted a different scene: towering trees, golden chains, Sharingan, Byakugan, a ground littered with bone spikes, Rinnegan, Rebirth Eye, and the ominous black. Truth-seeking orbs, my thoughts manifesting into dreams, he mused, a wry smile gracing his lips, as he suddenly felt a sharp pain emanating from the center of his palm, where a black branch began to sprout. Pain in a dream? Yet he sensed he was awakening as the blood-red space collapsed along with the glass orbs, and brilliant sunlight flooded the room. A sense of hunger surged from within, prompting Shugo to rise and prepare breakfast. However, the feeling of hunger did not dissipate with the food consumed. What is happening? Perplexed, Shugo pondered whether he might be afflicted by some ailment. Fortunately, the sensation was bearable. Let's head to Tobarama's place. Upon stepping outside, he discovered the enticing aroma wafting from his kin surrounding him. What's going on? Without further contemplation, he dashed towards Tobarama's residence. The silver-haired Tobarama, having recovered due to the robust physique of the Senju clan, though still in slight discomfort, regarded Shugo with a more favorable impression upon seeing him so early in the day. However, why was he drooling? Shugo wiped the corner of his mouth. The fragrance emanating from Tobarama was far stronger than that of the other clan members, and he could tell it was undoubtedly exquisite. He struggled to contain himself, viewing this as a test of his mental fortitude. The lesson for the two boys was to be conducted by an elite jonin named Senju Misei. The hierarchical structure of the Warring States period differed somewhat from the anime Shugo had watched, being more detailed in certain aspects. It was primarily divided into Genin, Chunin, Special Jonin, Jonin, Elite Jonin, Pinnacle Jonin, and Clan Leader level. In this narrative, chakra concentration does not equate to actual combat strength. All ninja ranks are based on chakra concentration levels. The Clan Leader level corresponds to the future Hokage level, but at this time, the concept of Hokage did not exist. The strongest in a clan was simply referred to as the clan leader. Achieving jonin status within a clan signified high-end combat prowess, and being an elite jonin further indicated one's expertise, making it possible for such a ninja to teach too. 5-year-old boys only in prestigious families with rich heritage. Tobarama, Shugo, at your age, the knowledge you're acquiring is quite sufficient, yet what you lack is psychological preparedness, Senju Misei stated gently. The Senju clan's ninjas generally possessed amiable temperaments, and even though Senju Misei was significantly more powerful than the two children, he exhibited a caring demeanor typical of an elder. Are you planning to take us to kill someone? Tobarama inferred Misei's intentions. Only through the baptism of blood can a blade be truly honed. Both boys possessed commendable talent, merely needing the trial of bloodshed. For prodigies, early exposure to such experiences was not detrimental. Senju Misei nodded, signaling them to follow. For the Senju clan, climbing trees and walking on water were skills imparted shortly after learning to harness chakra, and with Misei deliberately slowing his pace, the boys managed to keep up. They did not stray far from their clan's territory, arriving at an open area where two Senju ninjas awaited with two bound individuals sporting spiky hair. Senju Misei did not intend to take the children to the battlefield. The war front was perilous, with even corpses posing risks of resurrection, let alone other dangers. Though the two bound ninjas were captives, an air of defiance lingered in their eyes. That defiance, that gaze, along with the signature spiky hair, was unmistakably reminiscent of the Uchiha clan. Shugo surmised the identities of the two ninjas before him. Only the Uchiha clan possessed that overbearing pride. Senju Misei wasted no time and announced the task. Each of you must kill one of the ninjas before you. He then turned to the bound Uchiha and declared, if you defeat the ninja before you, I shall grant you your freedom. The first Uchiha scoffed. If the Senju clan truly wished for death, they could simply cast these two brats into the river instead of bringing them before me. The second Uchiha narrowed his eyes, but remained silent. Senju Misei disregarded their attitudes, instructing the two clan members to untie the captives. Once freed, the two Uchiha dashed forward. The first faced Tobarama, while the second confronted Shugo. They understood they could neither flee nor overpower the surrounding Senju ninjas, as they were acutely aware their still recovering bodies were no match for the shinobi. However, these two children were different. Their audacity to engage in murder at such a young age marked them as geniuses. The Warring States era was rife with prodigies, but should these two geniuses perish, it would be a valuable loss indeed. Shugo clashed with the second Uchiha, and after a brief exchange, the Uchiha realized he was at a disadvantage. Due to having taken a substance while captive, he soon found himself fatigued from a skirmish. With a swift kick, he pushed Shugo back, creating distance, and formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Water release, water chaos wave. A typical clash of elements ensued. However, The collision of fire and water merely produced mist that did little to obscure their vision. Shugo promptly threw 3 shuriken, each embedded with an explosive tag. Due to the children's limited training, the materials used in Shugo's explosive tags were only 1/3 of the normal amount. Nonetheless, the battle was inherently unfair. The adversaries were unarmed, thus it sufficed. With a resounding explosion, the Uchiha emerged, bloodied and battered. In his haste, he shielded himself with his arm and broke through. His once pitch-black pupils transformed into a vivid crimson, a single black tomo manifesting within. Single tomo Sharingan. Senju Misei's expression shifted subtly. These 2 Uchiha had not awakened their Sharingan, for had they valued their eyes, they would have long since destroyed them in despair. Yet, he refrained from intervening in the battle. The battlefield was a fickle entity, and both allies and foes could experience sudden breakthroughs. Shugo swallowed hard. The Uchiha now emanated an alluring aura previously absent. Little brat, allow me to show you the power of the Sharingan. The Uchiha exclaimed fiercely, hands trembling as he attempted to form seals due to the recent explosion's impact. Shugo did not hesitate. Possessing both lightning and water attributes allowed for a more versatile combat approach. As the Uchiha formed his seals, Shugo prepared his ninjutsu, releasing a surge of lightning from his palm. Lightning release. Electric shockwave. The Uchiha, with the insight granted by his eyes, realized how to evade, yet his injured body could not keep up, and he was struck by the lightning, sensations of tingling coursing through him. Then came the pain in his chest, followed by a spray of blood. The Uchiha looked down. Aside from the shuriken earlier, a black branch now pierced through his palm, with blood and chakra flowing through the branch into Shugo, as if by instinct. Shugo had initially intended to conclude the battle with water release. Water blade slash, but the branch in his hand disrupted his plans, alleviating the hunger that had plagued him since morning. The Uchiha's life force ebbed away. He collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, the confrontation between Tobirama and the first Uchiha was considerably simpler. Although the Senju clan lacks the Sharingan of the Uchiha, their chakra reserves are among the most abundant in the Warring States period, sufficient to enable Tobirama to unleash one jutsu after another. Water style, exploding water shockwave. Water style, water bullets. Water style, great ocean current. Character A felt quite exasperated. His chakra had barely recovered, and after a brief exchange, he was overwhelmed by a series of jutsu. Frustrated, he exclaimed, "You brat, weren't you here to train? What's the point of continuously using jutsu? Let's engage in a taijutsu match instead." Tobirama paid no heed to his opponent's words. The task assigned by Senju Musashi was to eliminate the individual before him, so he opted for the most prudent approach. As character A succumbed amidst a barrage of curses, Tobirama ceased his actions, catching sight of Shugo approaching character A and delivering a strike to his chest. "Tobirama, don't forget to deliver the final blow," Shugo said with a serious expression as the branch in his hand absorbed character A's blood. With this time, he would soon be able to manipulate the branch as if it were an extension of his own body. Tobirama shot him an exasperated glance. After such a relentless combo, his opponent was as good as dead. How could he not have killed the enemy? Chapter 2. The allure of my kin. Droplets of crimson liquid continuously fell upon Hiraku, who, upon slightly opening his eyes, found himself enveloped in a sanguine space. Before him stood a myriad of glass orbs. Each orb bore a distinct illustration. Towering trees, golden chains, the Sharingan, Byakugan, a ground strewn with bone spikes, the Rinnegan, the rebirth eye, and the ominous black Shinju. This must be a manifestation of my thoughts, Hiraku mused, a faint smile of resignation gracing his lips. Suddenly, a sharp pain emanated from the center of his palm as a black branch sprouted forth. Is it possible to feel pain even in dreams? Yet he sensed that awakening was imminent. The sanguine realm, along with the glass orbs, began to collapse, and radiant sunlight poured into the room. A gnawing hunger welled up from within, prompting Hiraku to rise and prepare breakfast. Yet the sensation of hunger persisted despite his efforts to satiate it. What could be the matter? Hiraku pondered, perplexed. Fortunately, the intensity of this hunger was bearable. Perhaps I should visit Tobirama. Once outside, Hiraku was greeted by the delightful aromas wafting from his kin. What is happening? He had no time to contemplate as he hurried towards Tobirama's residence. The silver-haired Tobirama. Thanks to the robust physique typical of the Senju clan, had already recuperated. Although he still felt some discomfort, it was trivial. Upon seeing Hiraku arrive so early, his impression of the boy shifted slightly. However, he couldn't help but wonder why Hiraku appeared to be salivating. Hiraku wiped his mouth. The fragrance emanating from Tobarama was far more enticing than that of the other clansmen. One need not even taste it to know it was exquisite. He struggled to contain himself, viewing it as a test of his mental fortitude. The duo's instructor, an elite jonin named Senju Masayoshi, explained that the distribution of ranks during the Warring States period differed somewhat from the anime Hiraku was familiar with, being more detailed in certain aspects. The primary ranks were Genin, Shunin, Special Jonin, Jonin, Elite Jonin, Peak Jonin, and Clan Leader. The Clan Leader rank essentially equated to the Kagaya level in later generations. However, the concept of a Kagaya did not exist at present. Within a clan, the strongest was simply referred to as the Clan Leader. Achieving the Jonin rank within a clan indicated a high level of combat prowess. And it was only a prestigious family with deep-rooted heritage that could afford to have such a formidable ninja instruct two 5-year-old boys. Tobarama, Hiraku, Senju Masayoshi began gently. At your age, you have already learned enough. What you lack is psychological resilience. The ninjas of the Senju clan generally possessed amiable temperaments, and despite Masayoshi's superior strength, he exuded a familial warmth toward the two youths. Are you planning to take us to kill someone? Tobarama surmised Masayoshi's intentions. Only through the baptism of blood can a blade be deemed worthy. The two of you possess considerable talent. It is not detrimental for prodigies to face such experiences early on. Masayoshi nodded, signaling them to follow, as climbing trees and traversing water were skills taught shortly after mastering chakra control. With Masayoshi deliberately slowing his pace, the boys kept up. They did not stray far from their clan territory, arriving at a clearing where two Senju ninjas awaited, having captured two spiky-haired men. Masayoshi did not intend to take the children to the battlefield, as it was fraught with danger. The risk of even corpses exploding was high, let alone other threats. Although the captured ninjas were bound, they still radiated an unmistakable air of pride. That pride, that look in their eyes, and their distinctive spiky hair were unmistakably reminiscent of the Uchiha clan. Masayoshi wasted little time and announced the task. Each of you must kill one of the ninjas before you. He then turned to the bound Uchiha, stating, if you defeat these two boys, I will set you free. One of the captives scoffed. If the Senju truly wished for death, they could simply toss these two brats into the river, not bring them before me. The other remained silent, narrowing his eyes. Masayoshi paid no heed to their mockery, instead instructing the two boys to untie the captives. Once freed, the two Uchiha surged forward. One faced Tobarama, while the other engaged Hiraku. They knew escape was futile, and they could not defeat the surrounding Senju ninjas. Their current state left them no match for these warriors. Yet these children, who dared to come forth with murderous intent, were undoubtedly prodigies. In a land where talent was plentiful, it would be worth it if they could send these two geniuses to their graves. As Hiraku confronted his opponent, the fight commenced. After a brief exchange, the Uchiha realized he was at a disadvantage, and due to having ingested a certain drug during captivity, fatigue quickly set in. He retreated with a kick, creating distance, and formed hand seals, fire release, great fireball technique, and water release, water surge. A typical clash of elements ensued, but the resulting mist from the collision was insufficient to obscure their vision. Hiraku swiftly threw 3 shuriken, each affixed with an explosive tag. Due to his limited training, the materials used for the explosive tags were only a third of what was typically needed for a child of his age. However, given the circumstances, it sufficed. With a resounding explosion, the Uchiha emerged, bloodied and disoriented. In a moment of desperation, he shielded himself with his arm and pushed through. His once dark pupils transformed into a crimson hue, a singular tomo appearing within. The single tomo Sharingan, Masayoshi observed, slightly taken aback. These Uchiha had not awakened their Sharingan, or else they would have long since destroyed their eyes in despair. Nevertheless, he did not intervene in the battle. The battlefield was unpredictable, and both allies and foes could experience sudden breakthroughs. Hiraku swallowed hard, sensing an alluring aura emanating from the Uchiha, one that had not been present before. Let me show you the power of the Sharingan, the Uchiha declared, his hands trembling as he attempted to form seals. Hiraku did not hesitate. Possessing both lightning and water attributes allowed him to adapt his combat style. As the Uchiha formed seals, Hiraku prepared his own jutsu, unleashing a bolt of lightning from his palm. The Uchiha, utilizing the insight granted by his eyes, understood how to evade the attack, but his injuries hindered his movements. And he was struck by the lightning, sending a jolt of sensation coursing through him. Almost immediately, a sharp pain blossomed in his chest, blood erupting forth. You. The Uchiha looked down, his grip on the shuriken tightening as a black branch pierced through his body, blood and chakra flowing through it, and into Hiraku, almost instinctively. Hiraku had intended to conclude the battle with a water release, water blade, but the branch in his hand disrupted his plans, alleviating the hunger that had plagued him since morning. As the life drained from the Uchiha, he collapsed. Meanwhile, Tobarama's battle with the other Uchiha was comparatively straightforward. Though the Senju clan lacked the Sharingan, their chakra reserves were among the most substantial in the warring states, enabling Tobarama to unleash one jutsu after another. Water release, exploding water shockwave, water release, water bullets, water release, ocean current. The Uchiha found himself at a disadvantage. His chakra reserves were still low, and after a few exchanges, he was overwhelmed by Tobarama's relentless techniques. Frustrated, he exclaimed, "You came here to train, didn't you? What else with all these ninjutsu? Let's settle this with a martial arts duel." Tobarama disregarded his opponent's taunts. The task given by Masayoshi was to eliminate the foe before him, and he opted for the most prudent approach. As the curses echoed around him, the supporting character A fell helplessly to the ground. Tobarama paused in his actions, his gaze catching sight of Hiragi as he approached supporting character A, delivering a blow to his chest. "Tobarama, do not forget to finish him off," Hiragi said gravely, his palm clutching a branch that absorbed the blood from supporting character A's body. After some time, he would be able to control this branch as if it were an extension of his own body. Tobarama shot him a glance. After such a series of attacks, the opponent was beyond saving. It was inconceivable that they would not eliminate their enemy. Chapter 3. The Pillar in the Aftermath of the Battle. Senju Masayuki evaluated the clash between the two, generally approving of Tobarama's combat style, while subtly pointing out Hiragi's shortcomings. You could have concluded the fight more safely with long-range ninjutsu. Yet you insisted on engaging in a taijutsu duel first. It was not that it was impossible. Rather, at Hiragi's age, his body had not fully developed. Even as a member of the Senju clan, an underdeveloped physique could lead to disadvantages in physical confrontations. Hiragi merely nodded, understanding that defeating the opponent with ninjutsu would be the most effective approach, yet the pangs of hunger drove him towards close combat. Having absorbed the blood of both individuals, he now felt invigorated. In comparison to the awakened Sharingan of supporting character B, supporting character A's essence was rather mediocre, akin to consuming compressed biscuits. The black branch extracted only the vital essence, not draining the host entirely, and also retained their remaining chakra. This foreign chakra did not burden Hiragi and could be manipulated at will, though it was a consumable resource that diminished with use and would dissipate without sealing techniques. At that moment, Tobarama tapped Hiragi on the shoulder and whispered, "What are you daydreaming about?" Hiragi snapped back to reality, noticing Senju Masayuki looking at him with a hint of exasperation. Caught in his reverie, Hiragi offered an awkward smile. Senju Masayuki said nothing further but instructed the two clansmen to handle the corpses, leading them back to the clan's territory and arriving at the Senju clan's mission hall. In the Warring States period, every clan had a designated place responsible for mission assignments. After all, warfare required funding, training necessitated resources, and daily life incurred expenses. Such wealth could not solely be self-generated. It required the clan's ninjas to earn from the outside. This was, in essence, another facet of the brutal conflicts during the Warring States. One side paid for protection, while the other funded assassination. Many ninjas from various clans did not perish in warfare, but rather during missions. The Senju clan held a commendable reputation during the Warring States. They were not only powerful, but also possessed a mild demeanor, frequently receiving requests for safeguarding their interests. In stark contrast, their arch-rival, the Uchiha clan, primarily engaged in assassination missions, making it evident that the two clans were perpetually at odds. As they walked, Senju Masayuki elaborated, missions here are categorized into 3 levels: white, black, and red, corresponding to Genin, Chunin, and Jonin, respectively. Your abilities have reached the Chunin level, allowing you to accept black-level missions. Regarding ninjutsu and taijutsu, one of you is the clan leader's son, and the other is the second elder's son. I cannot impart much knowledge. but I can assist you in other ways to become true ninjas." Hiragi and Tobarama nodded in understanding, aware that as second-generation heirs, their training resources were of the highest quality, leaving little room for concerns. "You both should return home to rest for now. Tomorrow morning, gather at the entrance of the Tobarama household. Do not be late." After selecting the missions, Senju Masayuki bid farewell and departed, allowing the two to return home to prepare. Given that both their residences were centrally located, their paths inevitably crossed. As they passed by Tobarama's house, Hiragi caught a glimpse of a reflective watermelon head and called out, "Big Pillar." The watermelon-headed youth paused, turning to see his brother's face adorned with a smile. Realizing something, he quickly approached Tobarama, inspecting him closely. "Tobarama, I heard you were injured. How are you? Is it serious?" Tobarama stepped back slightly. "Big brother, I am fine." "That's good." The watermelon-headed youth sighed in relief. Then turned to Hiragi. "And you are?" It was understandable that he did not recognize Hiragi. Typically, children from the Senju clan trained within their own homes and rarely ventured out, leading to significant changes. Moreover, they had only met twice, the last encounter occurring 2 years prior. "Pillar, I am Hiragi, the son of Senju Genkan. You don't remember me?" Hiragi said, feigning sadness as he wiped non-existent tears. "Oh, I'm sorry," the pillar quickly apologized. Tobarama covered his face, reminding, "Big brother, didn't you notice he was pretending?" Upon hearing this, a cloud of gloom descended upon the pillar's head as he sat down, hugging his knees and lamenting, "Indeed, I am not a good older brother. I couldn't even see through that." "Not at all. You are a good older brother. It's just that we haven't seen each other in a long time," Hiragi replied, surprised that the future god of ninjas could be so easily silenced by a few words, feeling a twinge of guilt. Yet, the pillar immediately perked up, grinning. "Hee, you were fooled too, right? Was this the cunning trait of the god of ninjas?" "Big pillar, what were you doing the last time I came here?" In response to Hiragi's inquiry, the pillar's face flushed slightly, hesitating to answer. After a moment of reflection, Tobarama, deeming it not much of a secret, answered on his behalf. "Big brother went to arrange a marriage with the Uzumaki clan." "Marriage? With Uzumaki Mido?" Hiragi blinked, recalling from the anime that he knew of the pillar's wife, but had not anticipated a betrothal with Mido. The Uzumaki clan had always been distant relatives of the Senju clan, and the pillar was regarded as a potential heir, so the union was not surprising. However, marriages for the sake of bloodline inheritance were relatively few. The pillar had intended to invite Hiragi inside for a meal, but the latter remembered the possibility of encountering the clan leader, Senju Butsuma, and politely declined. To be honest, enduring the wrath of the old man with the three-headed staff while seeing Butsuma's face was hardly a pleasant prospect, as he could very well assign yet another task. Upon returning home, Hiragi opened the door to find a miniature set of green armor and a long blade waiting for him. Did they know I was leaving the clan to undertake a mission? Trying on the armor, he found it fit perfectly, as if custom-made. The blade was approximately 1.2 meters long, towering over Hiragi himself, making it somewhat cumbersome for a child to wield effectively. However, it was evidently prepared for future use. Likely a trophy his father had acquired and gifted to him. Hiragi sheathed the sword and first refined his chakra, subsequently infusing the newly refined chakra into a chakra attribute paper. The paper exhibited 3 distinct reactions. One area became damp, another wrinkled, and a third ignited into flames. Indeed, after absorbing the blood of the 2 Uchiha clan members, he had acquired not only water and lightning chakra attributes, but also fire. During his earlier travels, he had sensed a slight enhancement in his chakra control, and now seemed the perfect time to attempt single-handed hand seals. Long ago, Hiragi had attempted this, but failed due to inadequate control. Now, with his newfound improvement, it was time to give it another go. "I envy the big pillar's ability to summon anything with a clap of his hands. I cannot achieve that, so I must focus on mastering hand seals first," Hiragi pondered. As he began practicing the basic body replacement technique, which, compared to other offensive ninjutsu, offered greater practicality, especially with its potential for surprise. Chapter 4. Eradicating Evil is also proclaiming love. The next morning, Hiragi yawned as he arrived at the designated location. Tobarama had been waiting, clad in armor identical to Hiragi's. Upon seeing Hiragi approach, he promptly handed over a piece of black paper. Mission: eliminate the Inyan Godwind. Deadline: within 3 months. Target information: the Inyan Godwind is a chunin from the Inyan clan who, 3 days prior, lost control during a mission and killed a comrade. The target is adept in wind release and possesses 3 summoning beasts, a giant dog, a centipede, and a black toad. The most recent appearance was reported in the northeastern region of the Land of Fire, associated with the Ghost Fire clan. The bounty for this task is 30,000 ryo, and it is advised that either a jonin or 2 special jonin undertake the mission. The Inyan clan is somewhat familiar to Shogo. It is said to be a family that primarily collaborates with summoning beasts. Rumors suggest that their summoning techniques involve the manipulation of souls, allowing them to perform seals with only 1 or 2 hand signs, and in some cases, without any hand signs at all. In ancient times, they referred to these summoning beasts as shikigami, but this terminology has since become standardized. Unlike the Inuzuka clan, which raises ninja dogs from a young age, the Inyan clan selects summoning beasts of considerable strength and engages in a form of transaction to establish cooperation. They were once a prominent family but suffered a devastating loss of many clan members for unknown reasons, leading to their decline. However, due to the presence of powerful clan leaders, their overall strength remains somewhere between that of a major clan and a medium clan. This mission was to be undertaken by the 2 of us, as our teacher typically refrains from intervening. Tobarama spoke as he tossed a bundle into Shogo's arms. "What is this?" Shogo inquired, examining the contents. "Extra ninja tools. Take it. Don't hold us back," Tobarama replied curtly before departing without looking back. Shogo blinked, glancing at the bundle in his hands, and chuckled softly as he followed suit. After all, who would refuse additional ninja tools? It was evident that Tobarama had shared some of his own supplies with him. The reason for this was straightforward. Shogo was a few months younger than Tobarama, making him the latter's junior, though he only ever referred to him by name. The 2 maintained a steady pace to conserve unnecessary energy, as this was their first journey away from home, and they were somewhat captivated by the surrounding scenery. Upon reaching the Ghost Fire clan, they observed a gathering of people. "It seems someone is competing with us for the task," Shogo whispered, to which Tobarama nodded in agreement. The Ghost Fire clan is a small family, and their strongest combatants are typically at the jonin level. They quickly assemble in the face of danger. Noticing the absence of battle signs nearby, it was likely that they were also searching for someone, much like the 2 of them. The clan leader of the Ghost Fire clan glanced at the 2 children who had just arrived, and upon seeing the branch-like emblem on their armor, his face broke into a smile. "Honored Senju ninjas, how may we assist you?" The clan emblem served its purpose by indicating their identity. A mere elite jonin from the Senju clan could easily obliterate such a small family. Therefore, despite being a jonin himself, the clan leader treated the 2 children with utmost respect. Tobarama wasted no time and asked, "In which direction did the Inyan Godwind flee?" The clan leader immediately pointed in a direction, as if he had anticipated the question. "Who was it that just passed by asking for directions?" Shogo inquired, but the clan leader's expression grew troubled. "Esteemed ones, we of the Ghost Fire clan are but a small family. We cannot afford to offend others. I would advise against pursuing that question. How many were there? What was their strength?" Shogo rephrased his queries, yet the clan leader remained tight-lipped. "Do they appear to be skilled in ninjutsu or taijutsu?" Shogo persisted, refusing to give up. The clan leader sighed. "Please, do not press me further. I will not speak on this matter." Seeing the clan leader's demeanor, Shogo felt a surge of frustration. It was not his intention to make things difficult, but to proceed without confirming the identity of unknown adversaries posed a danger to both him and Tobarama. Narrowing his eyes, he spoke coldly. "It appears that the Ghost Fire clan intends to proceed in silence." "What do you mean by that?" The clan leader furrowed his brow. Shogo pointed at the clan leader and then towards the direction where the Inyan God Wind had departed, coldly stating, "The meaning is clear. The Ghost Fire clan seeks to collaborate with the Uchiha clan to deceive and harm the Senju clan. Your intentions are nefarious." At this, Tobarama beside him was momentarily taken aback, his expression strange. The clan leader reacted vehemently, raising his voice. "What nonsense are you spouting? How could our Ghost Fire clan ever ally with the Uchiha clan?" Shogo scoffed. "Very well. How will you prove that you have not collaborated with the Uchiha clan?" With that declaration, the clan leader's mind raced, but he quickly became perplexed. He had never collaborated with the Uchiha clan. How could he prove a lack of an alliance? Proving a non-existent matter was a task even the Sage of Six Paths could not accomplish. "Wait, I need to prove that I have not allied with the Uchiha. Not that I have," he thought, contemplating for a long moment before finally gritting his teeth and saying, "Is this what they call the Senju of love? To bully a small clan like ours? Are you not afraid of being ridiculed by others? Such a tone. Do you think this is a romantic tale? Shogo raised an eyebrow, his expression serious. To dare ally with the inherently wicked Uchiha clan, you have already fallen into the abyss. The eradication of evil is precisely how we of the Senju clan propagate love. Is that not true? It is indeed true. If the Senju clan only spoke of love, how could they have battled the Uchiha for so long? In the Warring States period, strength was the ultimate truth, regardless of whether one was virtuous or had committed transgressions. The clan leader instinctively clenched his fists, but ultimately refrained from striking, as the remnants of rationality reminded him that two mere children could not boldly undertake a task without the support of hidden ninjas. After an internal struggle, the clan leader finally spoke, for individuals just passed by, all from the Huga clan. 3 of them are chunin, about your age, and the other is stronger than I. Likely an elite jonin. Don't rush, Tobarama. Use a jutsu, Shogo interjected upon hearing the clan leader's revelation, signaling for Tobarama. The Senju clan lacks the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, making it impossible to directly verify the accuracy of the information. However, throughout the ages, some techniques have been developed to ascertain whether a ninja speaks the truth. Tobarama did not hesitate. He conjured a water sphere, indicating for the clan leader to place his hand upon it. If the sphere were to burst, it would signify a lie, whereas its integrity would affirm the truth. The clan leader grimly repeated his account, including the direction in which he had indicated the Inyan god wind had fled. When the water sphere remained intact, the two departed. The clan leader let out a long sigh, momentarily feeling aged beyond his years. As they left the territory of the Ghost Fire clan, Tobarama glanced at Shogo, silently reflecting. So this is what my father taught me to learn. Initially, he had felt somewhat estranged by Shogo's underhanded tactics, but after their recent exchange, he understood the merit in such approaches. The inherently wicked Uchiha, for some reason, Tobarama felt an inexplicable affinity towards that phrase, as though it were meant to be his own. Chapter 5. Deceit in the Forest. 3 youths clad in white armor with pure white eyes were sprinting forward. One of them, with veins bulging at his temples, exclaimed, "Young Master Ryuri, someone approaches. It is a ninja from the Senju clan." "Oh, how many?" "2. But they appear younger than you, young master. Shall we eliminate them?" "No need. Halt and wait for them." The 3 youths came to a stop, and a sinister smile crept across Ryuri's lips as he produced an amulet to hang around his neck, gazing intently towards the rear. This amulet, crafted from a rare stone, could retain an image infused with chakra for a period of time. Unlike Ryuri, the other 2 youths wore forehead protectors etched with a fan-shaped design, embellished with elongated sides and flames at the center, seemingly concealing something. The trio of white-eyed youths did not have to wait long before Tobarama and Shogo appeared before them, and a subtle tension hung in the air as both sides withdrew their kunai. Ruri Hyuga stepped forward with a smile and said, "Gentlemen, we harbor no ill will. The Hyuga clan and the Senju clan have had no grievances of late. Why not collaborate instead?" The Warring States period was never characterized by sudden goodwill. The Hyuga clan would not assist the two without cause. In fact, should they choose to help, they would abandon the task altogether, embellishing the narrative to assert that the Senju clan lacked the capability to complete the mission without the Hyuga clan's aid. This tactic aimed to undermine the Senju clan's prestige and diminish their commission numbers. Although such methods might appear unsavory, they proved effective, as evidenced by the historical grievances faced by the Hitaki clan at the hands of the Hyuga clan, which tarnished their reputation for an extended period. Tobarama, maintaining a calm demeanor, retorted, "Does the Hyuga clan lack the strength to complete tasks on their own? Do you require assistance from the Senju clan?" The expressions of the 3 individuals shifted slightly. The deeply ingrained clan-centric mindset of the Hyuga clan left them feeling slighted and somewhat irate. Hiruga's voice chimed in. "A main house and 2 branches. Are you a princess or a young master, accompanied by 2 bodyguards? Your life must be quite precious." In the Warring States era, the branch members of the Hyuga clan typically concealed the cursed seals on their foreheads, making them easily distinguishable. Hiruga's comments provoked displeasure among the 2 branch ninjas. Hyuga Hikari interjected, "We merely assist the young master. He alone could easily defeat both of us." Hiruga smirked. "Oh, so you 2 are essentially useless then?" The implication resonated with a tone reminiscent of the Uchiha clan. Ruri Hyuga seethed internally, her eyes twitching as she glared at Hiruga, stating, "Let us part ways and rely on our own abilities." Engaging in conflict now would only benefit another party if we encounter our target later. Hiruga twirled a kunai in his hand and exchanged glances with Tobarama, declaring, I believe that battling the Huga clan holds more significance than pursuing a mere spirit of yin and yang. Tobarama nodded in understanding and said, 2 against 1, then. Before the words faded, both kunai struck the ground, creating a soft sound as they simultaneously formed hand seals. Water release. Exploding water shockwave, twice. The 3 Huga ninjas, initially wary of the kunai, were taken aback when their opponents unleashed ninjutsu, revealing the kunai as mere distractions. Hiruga, being inherently unreasonable, acted impulsively, while Tobarama mirrored his thought process to formulate the most probable course of action. The 2 branch ninjas were overwhelmed by the torrent of water, and without the protection of their armor, they would have likely faced severe consequences. Ruri Huga, reacting more swiftly than her 2 companions, spun into a pale blue half-sphere to shield herself from the oncoming water. 8 trigrams. Return. This was the technique the Huga clan touted as their ultimate defense. Tobarama observed this maneuver with a hint of curiosity. Absolute defense. Upon hearing this term, Hiruga couldn't help but chuckle, pondering how such notions had persisted. Perhaps due to a scarcity of defensive ninjutsu during the Warring States period. If the Huga clan truly possessed absolute defense, there would be no casualties. They could simply rotate in circles indefinitely. It wasn't that this technique lacked strength. Any ninjutsu that gained notoriety was undoubtedly formidable, yet it did not embody the concept of absolute to the fullest extent. After concluding the return technique, Ruri was forced back by 2 kunai, casting a glance at her unconscious clan members and muttering a curse under her breath. They should have had an elite jonin accompanying them. But it seemed he was likely detained by the opposing elite jonin. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ruri hurled a smoke bomb to the ground. Run. Ruri was confident that under normal circumstances, facing 2 opponents would not pose a challenge. However, the Senju clan was renowned for their abundant chakra, making long-range attrition a daunting prospect. For 2 individuals of their age, expending chakra on a B-rank water release technique without breaking a sweat was no small feat. In the Warring States era, fleeing from an opponent was far from shameful. Tobarama, I leave this to you. I shall go for the finishing blow. Hiruga exclaimed before sprinting toward the 2 unconscious branch ninjas, drawn by the allure of a feast. Tobarama, harboring a flicker of doubt, questioned the complexity of the situation when a simpler method of using explosive tags would suffice. Yet, he was not one to dither, and he promptly pursued. Water release, exploding water shockwave. The residual water from the ninjutsu they had just unleashed surged forward under Tobarama's control, heading toward Ruri Huga. She turned to counter with an 8 trigrams empty palm to disperse the water, then, gritting her teeth, utilized the body flicker technique to appear before Tobarama, concentrating her chakra to strike at his forehead. 8 trigrams, breaking air strike. The body flicker technique placed a considerable burden on them at their tender age. Yet the desire to survive outweighed the strain. Thus, even as children, they were taught some less than savory ninjutsu. Tobarama's eyes glimmered with a sharp light, and as he was struck, he transformed into a wooden dummy adorned with an explosive tag. A trap. He anticipated my counterattack. Ruri Huga planned to leap out of the explosion's radius. But water barriers rose around her, obstructing her escape route. With a resounding explosion, the water barrier shattered, revealing the pale blue sphere within. Ruri, having dispelled her return technique, gasped for breath, her fingers singed. The explosive tag had not been wholly deflected, and within the confined space, the return technique had been compromised. Observing through her Byakugan, she hurled 3 kunai, each bearing explosive tags, toward a nearby tree, which erupted in a burst of flames, revealing a flying wooden dummy behind it. Another substitution technique. Ruri, incensed, spat blood. It seemed that every action she took was anticipated by her adversary. From behind another tree, Tobarama emerged, coldly stating, "Your chakra must be running low." After 2 returns, 1 body flicker, 1 empty palm, and 1 breaking air strike, Ruri had expended the majority of her chakra, and the injury to her fingers only compounded her difficulties. As the veins around her eyes returned to normal, she raised her hands and smiled, saying, "I surrender. Will you accept?" Tobarama narrowed his eyes, about to respond when a thunderous voice rang out from above. "Tobarama, get out of the way." Upon hearing this, Tobarama executed a water body flicker to evade, and in the next instant, a gust of wind struck the ground where he had just stood, creating a shallow crater. The figure of Senju Masayoshi descended from the sky, his eyes blazing with anger as he glared at Hyuga Hikari. Your Hyuga clan has truly become increasingly shameless. Hyuga Hikari's left arm bled profusely, the result of a reckless attempt to attack Tobarama, which had been thwarted by Senju Masayoshi's ninjutsu. This is the fate of the branch family, existing solely to protect the main house, Hyuga Hikari responded calmly. Senju Masayoshi, his gaze imbued with killing intent toward the two, recognized that he and Hyuga Hikari were evenly matched in strength. Given the time it would take for his injuries to heal, capturing them would be a straightforward task. However, the reality was far more complex. In a bid to protect Ruri Hyuga, Hyuga Hikari would recklessly charge at Tobarama and Hiruga, even at the cost of his own life. To sacrifice the future of a talented individual for the sake of an injured elite jonin seemed hardly justifiable. Likewise, Hyuga Hikari's foremost priority was the preservation of both his and Ruri's lives. None desired to meet their end unless absolutely necessary. You may leave, Senju Masayoshi stated coldly, prompting Hyuga Hikari and Ruri to slowly retreat until they vanished. Chapter 6. Half awakened, half insane. After delivering the finishing blow, Hiruga received orders from Senju Masayoshi to retreat, thus refraining from further confrontation. Although the two branch ninjas bore the cursed seal of the caged bird, their bloodline remained intact. After absorbing the black branches, Hiruga found himself back in the blood-colored space of his dreams. Before him, numerous glass orbs, each inscribed with the Sharingan, shattered silently, allowing a chilling chakra to flow within him and finally converge in his eyes. In an instant, the world seemed to sharpen, and he felt an uncanny control over his own body and ninjutsu. Looking down at a puddle of water on the ground, he beheld the reflection of a pair of crimson single-tomo Sharingan, vividly apparent. Previously, Shogo absorbed 2 members of the Uchiha clan, resulting in his current bloodline ratio with the Uchiha being 11. The awakening of the Sharingan truly lies within Shogo himself. He hails from the Senju clan, with his ancestors tracing back to Ashura and further up to the Sage of Six Paths, also known as Kagaya Otsutsuki. Both the Sharingan and Byakugan are fundamentally manifestations of the Sage's eyes, representing the power of In release. Given that his bloodline leans more towards Kagaya's lineage, it is only natural that the Sharingan manifested when sufficient In release power was present. Shogo briefly felt the power of his eyes before promptly shutting them. Currently situated in the Warring States period, the Senju and Uchiha clans harbor an indelible enmity. The manifestation of such eyes upon himself would undoubtedly invite endless troubles. In essence, he lamented his own weakness. Were he at the level of a clan leader, he could wield whatever power he desired without fear. Shogo sighed inwardly, waiting silently in place. After a while, Senju Masayoshi arrived with Tobarama, and the three regrouped to rest and replenish their chakra before continuing their mission. The Yin-Yang Wind gradually regained consciousness. Glancing down at the black toad beneath him, he sighed softly. "Thank you, my friend. Take a moment to rest." The black toad paused. Although it was not particularly large at 5 meters tall, it could still comfortably carry a person. The Yin-Yang Wind observed the long strands of red, black, and white emanating from his wrist, each color representing the current state of his summoned beasts. Among the 3 colors, the white strand was exceptionally short and dim, on the brink of vanishing. Through a unique summoning contract, the Yin-Yang clan could summon all their beasts at once. But the death of each beast would permanently consume a portion of their chakra. The Yin-Yang Wind's expression darkened as he recalled past events. During a previous mission, he encountered a troublesome ninja, which led him to resolve to train and contract a 4th summoned beast. At that moment, he sensed a massive cat demon, entirely engulfed in blue flames and possessing 2 tails. The instant their chakra intertwined, he was utterly overwhelmed. The contract was declared a failure, leaving his soul in turmoil. Alongside the once mighty hound, now on the brink of death, under that immense chakra, he spiraled into madness. If I could harness its power, he mused, I, Yin-Yang Wind, would surely achieve greatness in due time. He was reluctant to surrender. The long-desired strength lay within his grasp, yet he could not attain it. He needed to journey to the land of water to find the awakening grass, for only then could he restore his ability to train. Although he was currently lucid, it would not be long before he would lose consciousness again, descending into madness. Ribbit, did you say someone is coming? The Yin-Yang Wind's eyes shifted, and he swiftly formed hand seals, sharing vision with the Black Toad. Ever since awakening for the first time with blood on his hands, he knew he was being hunted by his clan. Even two little brats dare to chase me? Old friend, unleash the poison. The yin-yang wind patted the Black Toad's head and then formed hand seals. The Black Toad expelled a stream of black venom, combining with the wind chakra to create a dark vortex that surged toward the rear. In the distance, the Senju duo, having just discovered the toad's tracks, saw the black vortex approaching. Recognizing the danger, Shogo quickly swallowed a pill, muttering, "They only bully us because of our youth. When we grow a bit older, this paltry poison won't frighten us." Ninja possess a certain resistance to toxins, and the Senju clan, with their sage lineage, are particularly resilient. Tobirama also consumed a pill, advising, "Be cautious, the opponent seems a bit unhinged. The power of their wind release will be significantly diminished from this distance." It was evident that they were wary of being discovered while unleashing their ninjutsu from afar. Despite their conversation, the two acted swiftly, utilizing water barrier to defend. Seeing that his ninjutsu had little effect, the yin-yang wind resorted to summoning techniques. After a puff of smoke, a 15-meter-long red centipede emerged, promptly burrowing into the earth. The Senju duo felt the ground tremble slightly as a massive centipede head broke through the surface, snapping at them. Reacting quickly, they stepped onto the centipede's head, forming hand seals and drawing kunai, which were engulfed in water to form sharp blades, stabbing down towards the centipede's hardened shell. Upon landing, they inspected the centipede's back, finding almost no trace left behind. The centipede, having failed its initial attack, once again retreated underground, seeking another opportunity. The ground trembled faintly as the centipede moved beneath, biding its time to prolong the confrontation and allow the yin-yang wind to escape. The previous attempt with water release yielded little effect, Tobirama whispered. Given the current method of attack, it must be a summoning beast adept in earth release. Shogo nodded in agreement. This creature is quite cautious. We must lure it out. Unfortunately, neither of us possesses earth attributes. Otherwise, this would be much simpler. Tobirama, eyeing the direction the yin-yang wind had departed, resolved, "I will act as bait. You can eliminate it with lightning release." With that, he dashed towards the path the yin-yang wind had taken, triggering the centipede's priority to attack. The commotion around them gradually followed Tobirama's lead, and as he neared a short distance, the centipede burst forth from the ground to strike at him. The instant its fangs made contact, the living human transformed into a mere stump. Lightning release, thunder spear. A bolt of lightning struck the centipede, unleashing a violent eruption of chakra that sent its remnants crashing to the ground. An A-rank lightning release. Did Uncle Jenkin teach you that? Tobirama expressed a hint of surprise. Shogo rolled his eyes, thinking, what are you pretending for? Surely, a clan leader's son would possess an A-rank jutsu up his sleeve. Meanwhile, the fleeing yin-yang wind sensed the centipede's retreat with a tinge of sorrow. Were it not for his own issues, he could have effectively faced most enemies using the hound to hold them off, while the centipede launched surprise attacks, and the black toad provided ranged poison support. Yet now, due to his troubled soul, he could only hinder their efforts. Chapter 7. Izanagi Technique. Stay alert. The yin-yang wind bit his tongue, a sharp pain flooding his mind. Realizing that soon he might revert to a state of foolishness, two kunai laden with explosive tags flew from behind him. The black toad, sensing danger, halted. The sound of an explosion erupted ahead as two figures leapt from behind him. Must you go to such lengths? I could simply pay for my own life. The yin-yang wind cast a stern glance at the two youths flanking him. Shogo glanced at the yin-yang wind, retorting, "Do you think I am unaware? You feign conversation while secretly gathering chakra to strike. You little brat." The yin-yang wind's eyes turned icy, surprised that his thoughts had been so easily unveiled. Almost simultaneously, attacks of lightning and water surged from either side, and the moment the yin-yang wind was struck, he transformed into a wooden stump. The practicality of the substitution technique was evident, and neither Shogo nor Tobirama knew where the other had vanished to, but they could first deal with the toad before them. The black toad shrieked in pain as it was bombarded by a barrage of ninjutsu, but showed no inclination to retaliate. It turned out it was hiding within its own mouth. Shogo formed hand seals, unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck the black toad's mouth. However, the toad simply dissipated into smoke, causing the attack to miss and scatter the lightning across the ground. The yin-yang wind emerged from the smoke, his skin darkened and marred with numerous dark brown welts. Wind release, gale palm. The yin-yang wind unleashed a gust toward Shogo, his skin secreting venom that tainted the wind with darkness. This appearance, had he acquired some abilities from his summoned beast? A hint of contemplation flickered in Shogo's eyes as he formed hand seals, exhaling a stream of water that coalesced into a dragon form. The water release, water dragon bullet technique, as recorded by the Senju clan, requires merely 6 hand seals, unlike the later version that demands a staggering 44. In the heat of battle, lingering to form seals would certainly render one vulnerable to enemy attacks from other jutsu. The water dragon bullet shattered the dark gust of wind, and in an instant, the yin-yang god wind leaped, skillfully evading the attack's range while drawing nearer to Shogo's position. The ninja arts of Canine Fang and Canine Claw transformed the yin-yang god wind, as white fur emerged, morphing hands into beastly claws, with a slight parting of the lips revealing sharp teeth, rendering him a monstrous figure. Though the yin-yang god wind was merely a chunin, lacking the chakra and jutsu prowess of the Senju duo, he had resorted to forbidden techniques. The yin-yang clan's forbidden art, known as shikigami, allowed the use of contracted summoning beasts' abilities, layering them upon oneself without conflict. This technique had solidified their standing during the Warring States period and permitted the yin-yang god wind to maintain his sanity amidst chaos. However, this technique consumed not only chakra but also one's vitality, diminishing with each use throughout a lifetime, especially as the number of summoned beasts increased, hastening the depletion. As the yin-yang god wind drew ever closer, Shogo concluded the water dragon bullet and summoned his katana from a scroll. The blade clashed against the beastly claws, producing a resounding metallic ring, followed by a cacophony of sounds as the claws relentlessly swung, forcing Shogo to retreat, blood beginning to seep from his palms. Tobirama observed silently as the yin-yang god wind's hair visibly turned white, and Shogo, initially pressed back, began to halt. "How have you honed your taijutsu, you rascal?" The yin-yang god wind marveled as, despite his augmented strength from the shikigami technique, he found himself stalemated. Shogo remained silent. Any distraction now could cost him dearly. Although the yin-yang god wind's enhanced strength and speed were commendable, Shogo had been trained since childhood by Senju Hashirama, inadvertently absorbing techniques to mitigate force. His sharp eyesight had also been cultivated. Had he been continuously pressured by the yin-yang god wind, he would have been thoroughly overwhelmed. After a moment of observation, Tobirama released a stream of water, repelling the yin-yang god wind, and approached Shogo, asking, "How are you faring?" Shogo, slightly panting, replied, "It's not too severe. The opponent is merely a 10-second man. His strength wanes every 10 seconds. If you don't assist, I could still manage to push him back in a few minutes." Tobirama fixed his gaze ahead and replied, "This technique is likely draining his vitality. Its duration will not last long. We merely need to outlast him. I will handle the rest." Shogo did not decline. He had no personal gain in claiming the kill, and having observed Tobirama for some time, a balance was in order. Have you switched places?" The yin-yang god wind spat blood and chuckled, feeling his strength wane and the disorientation that had previously vanished return. The white markings on his hands faded, and his claws and teeth reverted to their original forms as his chakra plummeted. "Is this fate?" Shogo mused, feeling the effects of the switch manifesting immediately upon Tobirama's arrival. Tobirama, unaffected by the opponent's plight, initiated a water release, exploding water shockwave to alter the terrain. The yin-yang god wind gritted his teeth and summoned a black toad to leap him away. With the water release, double water dragon bullet, 2 water dragons coalesced on either side, hurtling toward the yin-yang god wind. This distinction between Tobirama and Shogo was evident. Tobirama's affinity lay solely with water, and his training predominantly focused on water release techniques, resulting in superior mastery. For instance, he could now unleash 3 water dragon bullets in one breath, a feat that had become second nature to him, while Shogo could manage only 2 under optimal conditions. The water dragons collided, encircling the black toad and the yin-yang god wind, the torrents tearing at their skin. The yin-yang god wind struggled to consolidate his hands, but to no avail. His fingers began to warp, blood flowing freely. As his chakra continued to deplete, the shikigami technique began to fade. No, the yin-yang god wind desperately resisted, only to witness the last vestiges of black vanish from his hands. The black toad, having borne the brunt of the battle for some time, could no longer endure. As its life force dwindled, so did the last of the yin-yang god wind's protections, extinguishing his breath entirely. Will you land the finishing blow? Tobarama inquired. Frankly, Shugo found the Yin-Yang God Wind's jutsu intriguing, yet he held no appetite for his bloodline. In missions, most ninjas opted to sever the target's head to signify task completion, thus expediting the reward collection process. After some contemplation, Shugo decided to maintain his persona as the finisher and drew his katana. Tobarama, could you wash away the blood? Aren't you skilled in water release? Perhaps you could seal it in a scroll. Chapter 8. Uzumaki Ryan. As nightfall approached following the completion of their mission and after the two recent battles against the Yin-Yang, Senju Masayoshi found a suitable place to rest for the night before returning to the clan grounds. The next day, he took the scroll to claim their reward, informing both Tobarama and Shugo that they would undertake another mission in 3 days. Regarding the bounty, Senju Masayoshi claimed 70%, with the remainder to be shared equally between Tobarama and Shugo. However, both young masters were not in dire need of funds, showing little concern for this portion. And after applying some medicine at the pharmacy, they returned home. Upon entering his house, Shugo sensed something amiss. It's too clean. How can it be cleaner than when I left? His father had never been one to tidy up. It was always Shugo who took it upon himself to clean. Senju Hashirama emerged from a room, noticing Shugo standing there in a daze, and promptly shoved him toward the bathroom, leaving a set of clothes outside the door. Hurry and clean up. You are to meet someone important later. Consider yourself fortunate. Someone important? Shugo was bewildered but complied, shutting the door to bathe obediently. According to his recollections, although his father often pushed him, his words were invariably meaningful. Once Shugo donned his attire and exited the bathroom, he found two figures standing at the door, a man and a woman, both with striking red hair. The man, slightly older, bore a kind expression, and Shugo could faintly sense the immense chakra and vitality within him. He was conversing with Senju Hashirama, a broad smile upon his face. The woman appeared to be of similar age to Shugo, with delicate features, bright eyes, and skin as smooth as cream. Though young, she already exuded an aura of gentleness and grace. The unique red hair of the Uzumaki clan unmistakably revealed their identities. But why were they here? Shugo paused, then noticed the girl looking at him. Senju Shugo? That's me, and you are? I am Uzumaki Ryan. I look forward to our future together. Future? Look after? Shugo's expression turned peculiar as he began to piece together the implications. Indeed, in the next moment, Senju Hashirama commenced the introductions. This is the second elder of the Uzumaki clan. You shall address him as grandfather, and Ryan will be your future wife. Just in time for your return, take Ryan out for a stroll. Sometimes training requires a touch of relaxation. With the elder's directive, Shugo had no choice but to acquiesce, and the girl obediently followed behind him. Familiar with the Senju clan grounds, Shugo noticed Ryan's curiosity as she explored her surroundings. Uzumaki Ryan, is this your first outing? Just call me Ryan. Yes, it is indeed my first time out. How did you know? Because I was much like you on my first outing, filled with curiosity about the new sights around me. Hirugo casually picked up a wooden rabbit carving from a roadside stall, paid for it, and presented it to Ryan. Thank you. How did you know I would like this? You barely glanced at the other items, yet you lingered on this one for a full 2 seconds. The girl's expression was conflicted. Grandfather, doesn't he allow me to accept things from others? Hearing this, the boy displayed a hint of playful amusement. Am I not considered others? Ryan's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly accepted the wooden sculpture. After a moment, she whispered, You're quite different from my cousin-in-law. Keido-jan? Yes, in what way am I different? I said you mustn't get angry. Well, cousin-in-law is quite nice, just a bit dull. You, on the other hand, are quite charming, albeit a bit mischievous. Hirugo chuckled softly. The assessment was rather fitting. However, Keido-jan's dullness stemmed from merely not having encountered Madara, whose innate arrogance was only subdued by the formidable Keido-jan, even to the extent that a kunai could slay the god of ninjas. You seem quite happy, Ryan remarked, puzzled. I was reminded of some amusing matters. Come, let me treat you to something delicious. Children ought to embrace their youth. We're of similar age. Aren't you a child as well? I merely appear youthful outwardly. My inner self has matured beyond that of most. At that moment, within the residence of the Senju clan, Tobarama was tirelessly sifting through documents. The water release has a broad range, yet its single target damage is minimal. If I face an earth-type opponent, it will undoubtedly be ineffective. He sighed, securing the scrolls, his eyes revealing determination. If the clan's ninjutsu is lacking, I shall develop my own. If others can innovate techniques, so can I. As he spoke, he opened another blank scroll to begin writing. Outside the room, a boy with hair split between black and white looked anxiously toward the interior. Is my brother all right? He locked himself in his room as soon as he returned. It's fine, Ban. Tobarama knows what he is doing. Behind him stood a boy with brown hair, who bore a notable cross-shaped scar on the right side of his face, a remnant from a training accident at the age of 3, which caused their father, Butsuma, to be less harsh with his fourth son. Senju Butsuma entered the room, glancing at his 2 sons, Hashirama and Tobarama, and asked, "Have you trained today?" "We have, father," they replied in unison. Butsuma nodded, not dwelling on them, and proceeded to his own quarters. He might take a keen interest in his second son, Tobarama, but his concern for the third and fourth sons was far less pronounced. While Hashirama possessed higher talent than the average clan member, he still lagged behind Tobarama, and Butsuma perceived a certain timidity in Ban. Naturally, it was improbable to continuously produce children like Hashirama and Tobarama. Senju Butsuma understood that the best scenario for the continuation of clan governance would involve his eldest son, Hashirama, inheriting the clan leader position, with Tobarama assisting, and then Hirugo taking on the role of elder. The previous clan leader had attempted to divide the Senju's power, yet he and his brother, Hoka, proved formidable against the elder and the third elder. Although there were obstacles, the brothers largely determined the clan's direction. This trend would persist in the next generation, as the talents exhibited by Hashirama, Tobarama, and Hirugo would eventually alter the power dynamics within the Senju clan. Old fool, no matter how you divide it. The truth remains unchanged. The Senju clan will ultimately be governed by our lineage, Butsuma scoffed internally. Just yesterday, he had successfully persuaded the second elder of the Uzumaki clan, originally intended to ally with the Senju, to instead align with Hoka's family. The primary reason was that Hashirama had just formed an alliance with the Uzumaki elder, thus creating an imbalance of power. A shadow appeared beside Butsuma, offering a scroll. They were the clan's covert ninjas, responsible for transmitting information and ensuring the leader's safety. Butsuma accepted the scroll and muttered, "The Uchiha clan has dispatched a team to annihilate the Fujiwara clan." The Fujiwara clan was merely a minor family, ordinarily. The Uchiha would not bother attacking them, much akin to the Ghostfire clan, whose existence was solely due to nearby families' indifference and lack of profit from conflict. What is the reason? It seems the Fujiwara have unearthed chakra metal, and the third elder has already sent someone. Did he go himself? No. Fool. If it truly is chakra metal, how could Taijima possibly send just a small team? It's been too long since he last saw the battlefield. He's become muddled. Notify Hoka. Have him head there and prepare to bring down the third elder. Chapter 9. I will make you remember my name. Chakra metal is a rare material capable of conducting chakra, thereby enhancing weapon potency, and can be utilized to craft weapons for ninjutsu. Hoka quickly received news from the covert ninjas, recognizing the significance of the situation. After ensuring the second elder of the Uzumaki clan and his future daughter-in-law were settled, he took Hirugo and set off. No way. The clan leader wouldn't allow a mere chunin like me to accompany you for support, especially since I just returned, Hirugo protested. You are blissfully unaware of your fortune, Hirugo. A small, high-quality team is perfect for gaining combat experience. If it weren't for Tobarama developing ninjutsu, I would have wanted to bring him along too. Back in my day, I was on edge for 3 days and nights without rest. When I awoke, I was straight into battle. What do you have to complain about? Upon returning, Tobarama seemed intent on immersing himself in ninjutsu development. Hirugo felt the weight of expectation. Although their strengths were comparable, they were not equal to the awakened power, and he would undoubtedly be overshadowed by the formidable abilities of the future master of forbidden techniques. Senju Hoka observed Hirugo's expression, nodding in satisfaction. The Uzumaki clan can only be relied upon when you are strong. Our alliance is more about their sealing techniques than their individuals. Do not lose sight of that. Understood. Hirugo replied. I may not be able to look after you later. Be cautious. Hoka fell silent, adjusting his focus as an aura of lethal intent began to envelop the surroundings, only to vanish moments later. A sharp energy emanated from his being, starkly contrasting his usual demeanor. Hirugo grit his teeth, suppressing the urge to activate his Sharingan instinctively to counter this murderous aura. Was this the chasm that separated the strong from the gifted? Merely a presence carried the risk of death. Senju Hoka did not overly shield his child. Only through experiencing the trials of bloodshed could a true blade be forged. Upon reaching the Fujiwara Mountains, Night had already fallen. Uchiha Ken, do you not have any shame? You, a clan leader, resorting to a sneak attack. At the cave's entrance, Senju Kazumi coughed up a mouthful of blood. He was a pinnacle jonin of the clan. Yet he had been ambushed by a clan leader-level ninja. Surviving was a testament to his resilience. The world of Hokage differs from that of cultivation. A gap of just one rank could result in outright domination. Elite jonin could trade blows with pinnacle jonin, and pinnacle jonin could hold their own against clan leaders. Uchiha Ken smirked coldly, disdain evident in his three-tomo Sharingan. Blame your own foolishness for believing the information we leaked was intentional. With a flick of his sword, Kazumi's head fell to the ground. With Kazumi's demise, the Senju ninjas engaged in battle felt a tremor of dread. Their own ranks were not particularly strong. Comprising 1 elite jonin, 2 jonin, 3 special jonin, and 4 chunin. The opposition fielded a similar lineup, even including a child among their chunin. The true disparity lay in the high-tier combat strength. One was a clan leader, while the other was a pinnacle jonin. And the fact that the clan leader had launched a surprise attack on the pinnacle jonin decisively tipped the scales of battle. In the eyes of Uchiha Jien, the three-tomo spun as he surveyed the Senju ninjas, and in the next moment, he charged forward. The elite Senju jonin, engaged in combat, felt a chill at his neck, followed by a torrent of blood as his head rolled away, lifeless. Uchiha Jien coldly commanded, "Hasten the battles, and to prevent the Senju clan from reacting." The Uchiha elite jonin complied immediately, for they revered power and held the strong in high esteem. Just as despair engulfed the Senju clan, a water sphere suddenly materialized, capturing everyone's attention, and hurtled towards the youngest member of the Uchiha team, separating 2 battling chunin. Shinbu emerged from the water sphere, slightly dizzy, astonished that his father had used him as a weapon to divert attention. As his mind cleared, he gazed at the figure before him and exclaimed, "Erjuzi?" The youth before him brandished a katana and replied coldly, "Erjuzi? You've mistaken me. I am Izuna. Uchiha Izuna. Only a mere boy for support." A Senju chunin could not help but voice, but in the next second, he turned to see 2 figures crossing in the sky, unleashing a powerful chakra. Shinbu knelt to the ground, steadied himself, and declared, "You go assist the others. I shall deal with him. By what right? The one who comes to aid is my father. Are you dissatisfied?" The Senju chunin's defiance faded in an instant, replaced by a resigned smile as he hurried away. Izuna glanced at the departing Senju and asked, "You have some spirit. What is your name?" Shinbu chuckled lightly. "I am Senju Tobarama. This battle will etch this name into your memory." "Apologies, but I have no interest in the names of the deceased," Izuna retorted, charging forward with his blade. Shinbu swiftly hurled a clump of earth infused with his water chakra. Blindness technique. Izuna reacted swiftly, slicing twice to sever the earth. Yet in the darkness of night, and without his Sharingan activated, he overlooked certain details. The earth, now tainted with water chakra, transformed into mud and seeped into Izuna's eyes under the instigator's control. "Brat, Senju Tobarama, I will kill you." Shinbu smiled. "I told you, you will remember this name." With that, he unleashed a series of taijutsu attacks. Uchiha Izuna, after a brief moment of panic, gradually regained his composure. Though he was being struck, he began to retaliate in kind. Truly, one who would eventually battle Tobarama displayed commendable resolve. Alas, Tobarama too had fallen to my ninjutsu, and you, Izuna, shall be no exception. Meanwhile, the Uchiha elite jonin, intending to assist with the water sphere, found himself rooted in place by a sudden aura of death. Uchiha Jien looked up to see a katana descending upon him. Fortunately, his reflexes were sharp. The three-tomo's insight revealed the impending strike, and he managed to block it. Recognizing his attacker, Senju Hiruzen, "You old fool, I did not expect it to be you." Senju Hiruzen replied indifferently. The two were merely 3 years apart. Rivals who had risen from chunin to clan leaders. Fire release, great fireball technique. Uchiha Jien, aware of the disparity in power, utilized the body flicker technique to evade, forming hand seals and unleashing a fireball that illuminated the night like a small sun. Water release, water wall. Senju Hiruzen calmly formed seals, and countless water columns surged from the ground, rising one after another, effectively blocking the fireball above. In the mist created from the clash of water and fire, the two engaged once more, their strikes sending sparks flying, which extinguished in the fog. The surrounding ninjas instinctively distanced themselves. A battle between clan leaders could spell doom for them all, With only elite jonin possessing the qualifications to intervene, those below would face certain death. Even the Uchiha elite jonin hesitated to intervene, acutely aware of the vast gulf between them. He understood that in ninjutsu, the two were indistinguishable, and in taijutsu, he was outclassed. As he observed, the three tomo in his eyes spun, and he made a decision to retreat to the cave. Having already clashed with the Senju clan, the Fujiwara clan within the cave remained unaddressed. The Fujiwara clan had 2 jonin, but upon confronting the elite Uchiha jonin, one fell under genjutsu while the other was swiftly dispatched with a single slash to the throat. "Take me to the chakra metal," came the mechanical response of the Fujiwara jonin as he ran towards a specific location. This success will surely bring great rewards from the clan leader. The Uchiha elite jonin smiled. What did it matter if they encountered the Senju's obstruction? What could clan leaders do? In the end, he would complete his mission. With such merit, acquiring a weapon forged from chakra metal upon his return should pose no problem. Chapter 10. Izanagi. The Fujiwara clan had already gathered the chakra metal and stored it in a scroll. Upon obtaining the scroll, the Uchiha elite jonin promptly killed the leading jonin and was about to leave when a man rushed before him, kneeling on both knees, saying, "My lord, I am Fujiwara Koji, here to deliver news. Please take me with you. I vow unwavering loyalty to the Uchiha clan." Fujiwara Koji's words ignited fury among the Fujiwara clan. They had long speculated how their small family attracted the Uchiha clan. It turned out there was a traitor among them. Fujiwara Koji, as the clan leader's child. How could you commit such an act? Are you even human? Your father and uncle have been slain by this very man. And you wag your tail like a dog. Damn. Is this your ninja way? You are unworthy of being a ninja, let alone bearing the Fujiwara name. With brothers like you, I find it disgraceful. I have no child like you. Koji's expression darkened in the face of their abuse, and he roared. By what right do you judge me? My father wished my elder brother to be clan leader and to give him everything. What about me? I am left with nothing. Yet I must cheerfully assist him in managing the clan, giving him time to indulge with women, while the discovery of chakra metal is solely my hard work day in and day out, just because he was born a year before me. All good fortune must be bestowed upon him. Handing everything to that waste has kept our clan stagnant. The more Koji spoke, the more agitated he became. But he soon calmed, a glint of murder flashing in his eyes as he declared, "Since all of you are so deluded, I shall carve my own path." The Uchiha elite jonin watched with amusement. Koji? What a coincidence. We share the same name. Fujiwara Koji flattered. It is an honor for a lowly man. Very well. Come with me. However, you must eliminate all these people in the meantime. My lord, I have long been prepared. I have placed explosive tags around. It can destroy the cave and eliminate these people. Uchiha Koji smiled slightly. Excellent. Follow me diligently. Ninjutsu, wealth, and women will all be yours. On the other side, Shinbu relentlessly pummeling Izuna into a state resembling a pig's head. Although Izuna had opened his eyes, his prior injuries hindered his movements, leaving him to take the blows passively. Izuna's katana had long since been knocked away, leaving him to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Both their armors bore damage, a result of ninjutsu clashes and external interference. The battlefield was anything but a simple one-on-one. The chaos of ninjutsu, flying shuriken and kunai, and the occasional explosive tag made it a tumultuous scene. It was precisely due to this chaos that Shinbu had not subdued Izuna. As the son of the Uchiha clan leader and Madara's brother, despite being dispatched on a mission, he would receive some protection from others. Various attacks frequently interrupted Shinbu's offense. Izuna, too, was struggling. A whirlwind of emotions surged within him: frustration at being unable to fully showcase his strength, anger at Tobarama's ambush, and resentment at being shielded by his fellow clan members on his first mission. These emotions boiled within him, reaching a peak of explosive intensity. The scarlet eyes appeared before Izuna, dissipating much of the youthfulness that lingered in the boy. Was it truly so effortless for the Uchiha clan to unleash their potential? Hirugo couldn't help but scoff, recalling the first Uchiha he had slain, who was at least a decade older than him. Even on the brink of death, that warrior managed to activate his Sharingan. Yet Izuna, merely caught off guard by Hirugo's mediocre technique, activated his Sharingan after a brief struggle, purely a stroke of luck. Alas, there was still Sarada, who would awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan out of love. Compared to her, Izuna was hardly noteworthy. Senju Tobarama, you shall be the first to perish beneath these eyes, Izuna declared, feeling a surge of confidence from the power of his eyes. Hirugo smirked. He too had experienced the awakening of his own eyes, a rush of power that, unlike Izuna's, did not lead to such hubris. Very well. Let me temper your arrogance. The two clashed once more. Under the influence of his single Tomo Sharingan, Izuna could now perceive Hirugo's movements clearly. The once formidable techniques now appearing to unfold in slow motion. How lamentable it was to be cursed with a fate devoid of the Sharingan, Izuna thought to himself. Launching a punch aimed directly at Hirugo's eyes, seeking vengeance to repay his injuries, to strip away his life. However, during this exchange, Hirugo was enveloped in a crackling aura of lightning, his speed soaring as he delivered a punch that struck Izuna squarely on the forehead. The activation of lightning release cell activation had commenced, a method that stimulated the cells within the body using lightning chakra, enhancing a ninja's speed and physical prowess. Yet, due to Hirugo's tender age of 5, this technique was seldom employed. It would only become a reliable buff once one reached 11 or 12 years of age. The single Tomo Sharingan enabled Izuna to see the incoming fist, but he could not match the suddenly augmented speed of Hirugo. After being struck, a wave of dizziness washed over him. Before he could regain his footing, a powerful uppercut from Hirugo caught him under the chin, propelling him upward for several inches before he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The activation of lightning release cell activation came to an end. Hirugo exhaled, producing a kunai as he gazed at Uchiha Izuna, muttering softly, "There are certain matters I wish to ascertain, whether you pivotal figures can be slain." This action prompted the scattered members of the Uchiha squad, as if receiving an order, to charge at Hirugo. The Senju ninja reacted instantly to intervene. Yet one Uchiha Jonin managed to break through. With a kunai imbued with water blades, he plunged it forcefully into Izuna's chest. Fire release, great fireball technique. The Uchiha Jonin exhaled, unleashing a fireball that enveloped both Hirugo and Izuna. To obliterate the evidence, Hirugo frowned. The kunai had pierced through Izuna's heart, and he could hardly believe that Izuna would survive this onslaught. With the addition of fire, Izuna was undoubtedly doomed. The Jonin displayed no emotion, silently forming hand seals. He was a man in his 30s, a rarity in an era where the average lifespan barely reached 30. Why did such a long-lived ninja possess only Jonin-level strength? Hirugo's eyes widened in confusion, then narrowed in realization. He observed, through the Jonin's 3 Tomo Sharingan, the lifeless form of Izuna appearing in his arms. The Uchiha clan's forbidden technique, Izanagi, a jutsu that alters fate at the cost of a single 3 Tomo Sharingan, designed to prolong the lives of others. The Uchiha clan was indeed generous. You are mistaken. The clan leader does not have the authority to compel a clan member to willingly sacrifice a 3 Tomo Sharingan. This is solely my decision, the Uchiha Jonin calmly stated, binding Izuna behind him. I was once an unremarkable ninja, but an accident granted me the Sharingan, costing me my comrades. I grew fearful of death, and the clan leader abandoned me to my fate until Izuna's emergence rekindled my courage. I resent my former cowardice. Rather than allow a person like me to survive, it is better to ensure Izuna's safety. Without warning, the Uchiha Jonin unleashed a jutsu, the fire release, Ashen Haze. Although this technique inflicted minimal damage, its high proficiency allowed for its casting without hand seals. The preceding dialogue had merely been a ruse to distract the young boy before him, as a cold flash emerged from the smoke, striking Hirugo. The Jonin expressed his surprise. When did he form hand seals? With his Chunin level, he shouldn't possess the capability to release jutsu without hand seals. Beneath the blade, Hirugo had transformed into a mere wooden stake amidst the white smoke. In combat, idle chatter is mere subterfuge. If the old man weren't capable of forming hand seals with one hand, who would pay heed to your prattling? I would have fled long ago. Hirugo internally scoffed as he distanced himself, uncertain of the Jonin's intentions, whether to eliminate him or flee with Izuna. He could only hope his father would swiftly conclude the battle. In his contemplation, he spotted 2 figures lurking stealthily together. How had Uchiha and Fujiwara come to be entwined? An insider from the Fujiwara clan? Hirugo surmised. Apart from this explanation, he could fathom no reason for their alliance. If only I were older, I could activate my Sharingan and masquerade as a member of the Uchiha clan to deceive them. Hirugo glanced at his small frame, sighing. A 5-year-old child appearing in the midst of a battle was all too conspicuous. The only possible disguise was Izuna, yet he was not familiar with him, and the presence of the Sharingan made it nearly impossible. The Uchiha had acquired chakra metal. Why had they not signaled a retreat? Hirugo understood that the current objective of the battle was no longer to prevent the acquisition of chakra metal, but to eliminate the opponent and seize it for themselves. Logically, the Uchiha should have retreated after obtaining the chakra metal, avoiding a confrontation with the Senju unless some compelling reason hindered them from signaling for extraction. Hirugo believed the most pressing issue lay with the two clan leaders, whose presence could dictate the outcome of the battle. Should they choose to retreat, Uchiha would withdraw with their engaged members, disregarding the isolated Uchiha. Although the Senju clan lacked the Sharingan, they possessed commendable sensory abilities, and after a clash with Uchiha, even with equal chakra depletion, they would still have enough to eliminate the solitary Uchiha. Thus, I need not impede their departure. Rather, I must create a diversion to simulate a retreat signal for the Uchiha clan. Hirugo shifted his focus to the cave and began his endeavor. Explosive tags remained explosive tags, and a series of them within the cave sent shivers down Hirugo's spine, with a group of captured Fujiwara clan members bound by chakra threads at the end. Wah. The Fujiwara clan members, upon seeing someone approach, attempted to speak but could produce no sound, evidently having suffered damage to their vocal cords. The threads contained chakra, connecting to the explosive tags. Once the chakra dissipated, they would detonate. Hirugo surveyed the situation and quickly made for the exit. Instead of calling for help, he distanced himself to a safe distance and tossed a kunai affixed with a series of explosive tags into the cave. The benefits of rescuing them were outweighed by the risks they presented. These individuals were beyond salvation, so it was better to let them serve a final purpose. Uchiha Hiroji, just as Hirugo anticipated, aimed to distance himself from the battle before detonating the mountain. However, he was taken aback by a sudden, thunderous explosion behind him. His expression shifted dramatically as he brutally kicked the Fujiwara Hiroji beside him, exclaiming, "Didn't you say these explosive tags were procured at great expense? Why did they suddenly detonate?" Fujiwara Hiroji wore a look of indignation. "My lord, these are our clan's finest explosive tags. Lowly clans remain lowly clans." Uchiha Hiroji had no time for further discourse, his chakra surging once more as he increased his speed. In the midst of battle, Uchiha Jin could not help but display a hint of joy upon hearing a particular voice, promptly commanding the Uchiha clan to retreat. Senju Zoankian chose not to pursue further, but instead approached Shinwu's side. Their clash had merely been a warm-up, an impressive display that, while seemingly fierce, had caused little harm to either party. "Are you not going to investigate the chakra metal?" Shinwu queried, noticing his father's relaxed demeanor, a look of confusion crossing his face. "You are still young. Sometimes, it is wise not to fixate on immediate gains. The clan leader's command is to provide support. It would be advantageous for us not to return with the chakra metal." This time, the target was not the Uchiha, but rather the misjudgment made by our third elder. Zoankian communicated this through a chakra-imbued voice to Shinwu. "Is it truly better not to bring it back?" Shinwu pondered, his expression shifting to one of understanding. If his father were to return with the chakra metal, then the third elder's blunder would have a tangible consequence and a relative punishment. However, by not bringing it back, the chakra metal could be recorded as one wished, leaving the third elder's fate to Zoankian's discretion. This was also why the elder Bujin chose to send Zoankian instead of the more amicable elder. While the chakra metal is indeed valuable, our fire country lacks skilled blacksmiths. We must travel to the iron country for forging. The Uchiha clan has been embroiled in conflict for years, and financial resources are always in demand. The expense of forging weapons is not something we can readily afford. It may be necessary to sell a portion if you desire it. You could commission other clans to procure it, Zoankian continued, imparting wisdom to his child. At that moment, several Senju ninjas approached to express their gratitude, with the leading jonin saying, "Thank you, Lord Zoankian. Had it not been for your intervention, we might have faced dire losses." Zoankian nodded, inquiring, "What was the casualty report?" "One peak jonin, one elite jonin, and 2 jonin have perished, along with 1 special jonin," came the somber reply. "They were all clan members. Let us bring them home." The Senju jonin nodded in agreement. "Collecting the bodies?" "Blood." Shinwa's eyes filled with sorrow. "It is tragic that our clan's ninjas have perished, victims of greed." Without understanding the reasons behind their demise, he wiped away non-existent tears and retrieved a scroll, approaching the body of Senju Fuka. The remaining Senju ninjas felt a stir in their hearts, having been summoned by the third elder, only to nearly face annihilation at the hands of the Uchiha. Even now, the fear lingered. Everyone, life is singular. Do not throw it away in vain. Zuanqian spoke calmly, his voice imbued with rich chakra, solidifying their resolve. Second elder, may we serve under you? A Senjuchunin promptly inquired. Zuanqian smiled gently. We are all of one clan. There is no distinction of service here, as that would only lead to division. If you wish to, you are welcome to join. The remaining ninjas knelt in allegiance, albeit few in number. Yet kinship within the clan would ensure that Zuanqian's influence would undoubtedly grow. In the meantime, Shinwu arranged all the bodies. Unlike the Uchiha and Hyuga shadow techniques, the Senju clan's lineage bore a unique ability, which, upon consumption, led to a gradual and stable transformation of one's physical constitution. By the time Zuanqian returned to the clan grounds the following noon, Shinwu had a restful sleep after a brief cleansing. On the third day, news arrived of the third elder's impending abdication, coinciding with his attempts to sell possessions, including his residence. Simultaneously, Shinwu noticed numerous visitors at his home, eager to pledge their allegiance to his father. Many were former adherents of the third elder, swayed by the survival of yesterday's ninjas to seek a new leader. Naturally, a portion gravitated towards the elder, loyal to the third elder regardless of his past misdeeds. Senju Jinyang dispatched a messenger to convey that the clan had assigned him a task, necessitating his absence for some time, during which two individuals were to train independently. This afforded Shinwu the opportunity to adhere to custom, as Elder Vortex and Vortex Lean were to reside in the Senju clan grounds for 3 months, providing ample time for Shinwu to learn sealing techniques. Elder Vortex did not impose upon Shinwu and taught him an A-rank sealing technique, Thunder Seal. This technique essentially seals one's lightning attribute chakra within another, yielding a paralyzing effect, particularly advantageous for ninjas with abundant chakra, and is not overly complex. With his foundation in single-handed seals and strong chakra control, Shinwu mastered this technique in half a day's time, though his hair did exhibit a slight frizz. Chapter 12. The master of forbidden techniques begins to unleash his powers. Shinwu's days became increasingly fulfilling, as alongside daily training in ninjutsu, he undertook the task of organizing intelligence. In any era, intelligence work holds paramount importance, often granting one's clan a significant advantage. Yet, Shinwu's current task was to organize rather than investigate. The information was chaotic, ranging from grand conflicts between clans to trivial matters within the clan grounds. As Shinwu meticulously reviewed the intelligence, he gradually discerned the strengths of various clans within the Fire Country. The Senju and Uchiha stood as formidable leaders, firmly positioned in the first tier with their clan leaders, Elder and Second Elder, all being powerhouses. Following them were the Hyuga and Kagaya clans, whose formidable bloodlines, while not on par with the former two, placed them securely in the second tier, each boasting a clan leader of great strength. The clans of Hitaki, Sarutobi, Vortex, and Fuma occupied the third tier, each with 1 to 2 clan leaders, influenced by clan size. Hitaki excelled in swordsmanship, Sarutobi in diverse ninjutsu, Vortex in intricate sealing techniques, and Fuma in the unique application of various weaponry. The 5 clans of Yamanaka, Nara, Inazuka, Akimichi, and Aburame, utilizing their respective secret arts, ranked in the 4th tier, with only 1 clan leader per clan. However, Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi had historically collaborated, bridging the gap between the 2nd and 3rd tiers. The position of the Kagaya clan within the Fire Country is not difficult to comprehend. Most of Otsutsuki Kagaya's abilities reside within the Fire Country, making it unreasonable for a mere bone lineage to exist solely in the Water Country. However, the Kagaya clan's reputation in the Fire Country is even less favorable than that of the Uchiha clan. While the Uchiha clan is fierce yet possesses reason, the Kagaya clan is genuinely savage, engaging in battle with a reckless fervor, their contracts solely revolving around murder. It is said that there were instances when someone hired Kagaya ninjas for protection, only for them to not only eliminate the assassins, but also to kill the employer, subsequently accusing the employer of insufficient payment. Given such a disposition, it is conceivable that they became obstacles to the construction of Konoha, ultimately expelled from the Fire Country by Hashirama and Madara. Regaining his focus, Shinwu organized the materials and entrusted them to a nearby Umbu, whose duty was to safeguard the intelligence. Perusing this information necessitated a relatively confined space, and apart from Shinwu and the Umbu, no others were permitted to be present. Once organized, it was to be swiftly delivered to the appropriate locations. Stretching, Shinwu opened the door and stepped outside, having not seen Tobarama for some time. Curious about his recent endeavors. Upon exiting his home, he spotted a young boy squatting beneath the large tree in front of his house. Their eyes met, and Shinwu rubbed his forehead, asking, "Senju Linjian, what brings you to my tree?" Senju Linjian, the grandson of the third elder, was 2 years older than Shinwu. Their only prior interaction being a brief play session 2 years prior. Linjian stood, approached Shinwu, his eyes reddened, and exclaimed, "What are you doing at your home? Are you unaware of your father's actions? Our branch has never provoked yours, yet you seize any minor fault, ruthlessly forcing us to liquidate our assets. Is it merely because your father is a clan leader while my grandfather is just a peak jonin?" Hiragi gazed calmly at the person before him, silently wiping his face. "Is this why you are crouched here?" Senju Linjian's eyes widened as he reached out to grasp Hiragi's collar, only to be easily seized by the latter's grip around his neck. "Your movements are too slow. When was your last training session?" "A few months ago," Hiragi replied indifferently, releasing his hold just as Linjian began to suffocate. Taking a few steps back, Linjian gasped for air, his voice weakened. "Do you not feel a shred of guilt towards us?" Hiragi rolled his eyes. "Your grandfather caused the death of a peak jonin. Would you not feel guilt?" Linjian lowered his head slightly, his face flushing. "Moreover, your grandfather has caused the demise of more than one peak jonin. Can you not discern why they did not shout and scream like you do? It is because they are ninjas, prepared for sacrifice." Linjian, struck by these words, staggered backward and collapsed to the ground. "You have a good grandfather, but ultimately, everyone ages and dies. In the end, you can only rely on yourself." After a pause, Hiragi helped Linjian to his feet and brushed the dust off his clothes. "I hope you can mature a bit more in the future." With that, Hiragi walked away slowly. Linjian watched the youth's retreating figure with a complex expression. Though he was older, he felt that Hiragi understood far more than he did. The concept of training had not crossed his mind for a long time. After the death of his biological parents, his grandfather's protective words made him feel that, even without training, he would be fine. Yet Hiragi was right. His grandfather would eventually grow old and pass away. What would he have then? Nothing at all. Without his grandfather, he would simply be an ordinary chunin. Linjian silently vowed, "Senju Hiragi, I will prove to you that I can become an exceptional ninja." In another room, Banjin pointed out, "Hiragi, my brother is in the room, but he generally doesn't come out. He is still inside. It seems the ninjutsu hasn't been developed yet." As Hiragi intended to return, Toijin suddenly opened the door and swiftly pulled Hiragi back into the room. Inside lay a multitude of scattered scrolls, including not only water release techniques, but also various other elemental ninjutsu. "What are you developing? Why so many ninjutsu?" Hiragi casually picked up a fire release scroll to examine it. "I've already developed the ninjutsu, but along the way, I discovered something else." "What did you find?" "I reviewed all the water release techniques and found them unhelpful for developing new techniques. However, while researching wind release, I found inspiration. One must not confine their thoughts to a single realm. So, out of curiosity, I began to search for the remnants of the Senju past, ultimately discovering this." Toijin produced a scroll and handed it to Hiragi. The ink on the scroll was evidently new, suggesting an intention to preserve the original's integrity. 3 characters circled by Toijin read, "Yin-Yang Release." We all know that the Nara clan's secret techniques belong to Yin Release, while the Akimichi clan's expansion techniques belong to Yang Release. Yet, Yin-Yang Release has never been mentioned. I have a feeling that it could be integrated into the Shadow Clone technique to develop a new ninjutsu. However, regrettably, not only is there a lack of information on Yin-Yang Release, but also the materials on Yin and Yang Release are scarce. Does your family possess similar scrolls? Hiragi shook his head. "I believe you are thinking too narrowly." "Oh." Toijin listened attentively. "Since it is clear where the materials are located. Once you become formidable in the future, simply ask them for it. Secret techniques can pertain to life and death. And what I seek is not only the techniques, but also the accompanying documentation. They would never willingly provide that." Toijin shook his head, deeming it improbable. Once the Great Pillar achieves success with the 6 paths, what is impossible? Just push through the warring states. A mere secret technique would be easily obtained. Hiragi shook his head, dismissing the thought. "Show me the new ninjutsu you developed. Do you wish to learn? Call me Big Brother." "Big Brother?" Toijin paused, surprised by Hiragi's straightforwardness. Hiragi smiled. "Learning brings me joy. If you have more ninjutsu, I shall call you big brother indefinitely. Toijin covered his face, feeling that emulating Hiragi was somewhat challenging. Chapter 13. A brother's love for his sibling. Did Hiragi really just go in like that? When Toijin stayed in the room, even the eldest brother couldn't enter. Hiragi's ability to be pulled inside indicated that they were likely of similar age and shared common interests. That was friendship. Yet, should we not consider ourselves brothers rather than mere friends? You are still young, so you do not understand. Family can also embody friendship. What is so remarkable about being just a year older than me? Isn't Toijin only a year older than me? Why do you admire him so? It's different. You are a child, while big brother is a dashing ninja. Ban Jian and Hua Jian exchanged whispers, quickly covering their mouths upon seeing their two older brothers exit the room. Compared to the elder brother Hashirama, the younger brother Tobarama possessed a greater air of authority, making them feel somewhat guilty discussing others behind their backs. What are you two doing? Tobarama eyed them curiously. Based on my experience, you must be discussing something related to Tobarama, Hiragi remarked with a sly smile. It's not about big brother. I was merely discussing some training issues with Ban Jian. Hua Jian quickly replied. What issues? I can help you solve them, Tobarama remarked flatly. Hua Jian and Ban Jian exchanged glances, silently communicating. We'll have to rely on our brotherly bond at this moment. Ban Jian, don't lag behind. You're the one who shouldn't fall behind. Hua Jian. The two spoke in unison. How to rapidly execute the substitution jutsu. How to make the shadow clone technique appear more realistic. After a brief silence, Tobarama responded calmly. One is a matter of proficiency, while the other pertains to chakra control. It appears you both have been slacking in your training lately. When I return, I will use ninjutsu to spur you on. Hua Jian and Ban Jian exchanged glances with distressed expressions directed at Hiragi, hoping for a change in the future. Hiragi nodded, saying, Tobarama, you are mistaken. A glimmer of hope shone in the eyes of the two young senju. At such a critical moment, it was still the brothers outside who proved useful. Let us each take one. It will yield better results and expedite teaching. Initially thinking it was reinforcements, they were disheartened to find it was the enemy, tears of sorrow welling in their eyes. Tobarama and Hiragi arrived at the training ground, which was merely a vast open space surrounded by trees, with a lake in the center for water training. The new technique was named Water Release, Water Severing Wave, requiring the hand seals of rat, rooster, and snake. The focus of this technique lay in chakra control. Otherwise, it could lead to failure or insufficient power, risking self-harm. As Tobarama spoke, he formed the hand seals, ultimately bringing his hands together, releasing a stream of water that sliced through a section of trees like a blade. Due to its recent development and the fact that the user was still the young Tobarama, the technique lacked the power to sever the roots of the divine tree as the future second Hokage would. However, it was more than sufficient for those below the clan leader level. Especially as both were currently chunin, it compensated for the water release as shortcomings in single-target lethality. Tobarama tossed a scroll into Hiragi's hands. This is my experience in practicing this ninjutsu. If you truly cannot learn it, refer to it. Thank you, Hiragi replied, slightly annoyed. Suddenly, Tobarama distanced himself and formed an opposing seal. What is this? I haven't practiced in a while. I'll teach you ninjutsu, and you'll serve as my target. Hiragi nodded. Learning a ninjutsu while sparring with someone was hardly a challenge, so he also formed an opposing seal. The two eyed each other until a drop of water slid from the recently sliced tree, and at the moment it touched the ground, both surged forward. Their arms collided, and the chakra within them erupted outward, generating a gust of wind. Tobarama, somewhat astonished, observed that in this clash, Hiragi not only exceeded him in power but also in chakra volume, a stark contrast to their similar levels just over 10 days prior. Hiragi smiled slightly, thinking to himself, you have your intellect, and I possess my advantages. The benefits of having absorbed the bloodlines of my clan began to manifest over these past few days. Perhaps due to the influence of the Senju bloodline, which is renowned for its prowess, Shugo not only awakened earth release chakra, but also wind release. Thus, the 5 elemental chakras, water, lightning, fire, earth, and wind, converged, alongside the Sharingan representing Yin and his own sage body embodying Yang. With this accumulation, Shugo's chakra surged significantly, and within a week, he could transcend from a chunin to a special jonin. In the spirit of preserving their connection, Tobarama refrained from creating distance. Instead, he employed a different set of taijutsu to counter Shugo, quickly disengaging after each encounter to deny Shugo the opportunity to to unleash his power. As Shugo became increasingly adept, he remarked, Uchiha-style fluid techniques. After engaging with the Senju for an indeterminate duration, he had gleaned some insights from his opponent. However, most would refrain from learning such techniques, as both clans' martial arts had been refined through the crucible of battle, tailored for their respective families. Learning from another clan yielded minimal practical benefits. For instance, when Tobirama executed Uchiha fluid techniques, he initially gained the upper hand, but was soon exploited by Shugo, who found a flaw and sent him sprawling with a swift kick, followed closely by 3 shuriken. Clang, clang, clang. Following the sound of impact, Tobirama landed, holding a shuriken. Isn't it customary for you to throw explosive tags? Why have you forsaken them this time? I didn't bring training tags. The ones for war are better suited for the Uchiha. Shall we continue? No need. Our ninjutsu sparring is far too time-consuming. Is that sufficient? Just a bit of movement to keep the body from rusting. Tobirama stowed away the shuriken, a flicker of concern appearing in his eyes. What troubles you? I am pondering how Wakana and Banjo will fare on the battlefield. Their naivety may render them ill-suited for such a harsh environment. My father would never permit his children to remain sheltered within the clan grounds. Shugo fell silent, acutely aware of the grim fates that awaited the two. Wakana, ultimately lost without a trace, and Banjo, though physically intact, succumbed to despair before his demise. As the clan leader, Tobirama's authority and dignity would not allow his children to languish safely at home. Thus, he compelled them to engage in combat, leading to their tragic ends, which had sparked a fierce dispute with the young Hashirama. Tobirama sighed. Shugo, we are fortunate. Not only do we possess talent, but we also have the right temperament. The Warring States period is a cradle for geniuses, yet few ascend to true strength. Beyond innate talent, it is our disposition that sets us apart. Those who adapt to the battlefield find opportunities to survive and ultimately thrive. Shugo considered this and replied, I believe teaching them mere ninjutsu is of little utility. Instead, I should impart some of Shugo's mindset. Are you certain it will be effective? Ninjutsu is ninjutsu, regardless of who teaches it. I shall first instill in them the dangers of the battlefield. If they remember, even their simplicity will foster caution. That makes sense. How about this? You teach them mindset, and I will teach them ninjutsu. Very well. Tobirama pondered before asking, have you studied sealing techniques? Shugo raised an eyebrow. I wish to learn. Call for Sanji. Chapter 14. The experience of Senju Shinyo. Tobirama ultimately refrained from uttering the name, as aside from his pride. It felt odd for him to refer to his younger brother as Sanji, a notion ingrained in him since childhood. Nevertheless, Shugo proceeded to teach him a swift sealing technique, which required lightning nature chakra. Even if he taught Tobirama, he would be unable to utilize it. The thought of being unable to apply something taught to him left Shugo feeling somewhat embarrassed. Of course, if Tobirama were to truly call him Sanji, he would simply have to accept the awkwardness. As they made their way back, the brief battle had drawn the attention of several young onlookers. Among peers, both possessed a degree of renown. However, one was devoted to the study of ninjutsu, while the other contemplated ways to grow stronger, leading them to disregard the crowd. The two young Senju, meanwhile, remained obediently at home, fearful of being perceived as fleeing and incurring their elder brother's wrath. Tobirama retrieved a wooden frame and board from a room, which when combined formed a writing surface. The board was crafted smoothly, and when exposed to water, it revealed black markings. Writing employed water chakra concentrated at the fingertip. Upon completion, the chakra dispersed, enabling reuse. You begin, Tobirama gestured before taking a seat on a stool. Shugo wasted no time, clearing his throat as he stated, the ninjutsu and taijutsu we learn in the clan are skills meant for direct combat. However, in the future, during missions or battles, we must also be aware of other factors aside from direct confrontation. First, do not pay heed to others' idle chatter. They may seek to lower your guard before striking. Thus, regardless of the circumstance, one must defeat the opponent swiftly. Second, when confronting someone stronger, it is wise to feign submission until they relax their vigilance before counterattacking. Against an equal, do not succumb to fear, for fear increases your chances of demise. Lastly, when facing a weaker opponent who can escape, remember not to pursue. Wakana interjected, shouldn't we chase down those who are weaker? That leads us to the third point. At your current level as Chunin, in a year or two, you will merely become Chunin. There are numerous instances in missions where Chunin have been slain by Chunin, not to mention the presence of traps. Traps? Enemy intelligence cannot be underestimated. As the clan leader's sons, whether capturing, killing, or luring others to rescue, your effectiveness surpasses that of other clan members. Your value is significantly higher. The two young Senju fell into silence, having never considered themselves distinct from their kin. Shugo turned to Wakana. Aside from throwing explosive tags directly, they can also be buried in the ground to detonate when stepped on. This is especially crucial for you to remember. Shugo mentioned this because he recalled the future Senju Shoju, who perished by stepping on an explosive tag trap. Linking this to the anime where Wakana's body was never found evoked a sense of foreboding regarding their potential fates. The atmosphere grew heavy. Discussions of life and death felt premature. Tobarama's gaze flickered as he stood, patting Shugo's shoulder. "All right, I'll take it from here." Shugo glanced at the two youngsters, realizing they were still children, and murmured, "Have I perhaps been too severe?" Tobarama shook his head. "You are only a year or two older than them. An appropriate pressure can catalyze personal growth. You must be weary. Rest early." Shugo nodded, pushing open the door to leave. Night had fallen, bringing a refreshing chill. A dark-clad ninja emerged from the shadows, presenting a scroll to Shugo. "Is this tomorrow's assignment?" The shadowy figure rasped. "It pertains to Senju Shinyo." "What has transpired?" "During a mission, he encountered a colossal cat, and his fate remains uncertain." "A colossal cat?" It was a gigantic feline wreathed in blue flames, adorned with black markings. According to fellow clan members, Senju Shinyo led the others away to safeguard them. Shugo furrowed his brow. How many tails did it have? Reports indicate 2. Meanwhile, within a cave in the Land of Fire, Senju Shinyo gradually regained consciousness, beholding a great feline visage before him. "Ah, you awaken, human of the Senju clan." The cat's eyes opened, its demeanor surprisingly gentle. "Why do you not kill me?" Senju Shinyo queried, perplexed. He had been on a mission, unaware that he was simultaneously contending with the sole clan leader of the Inyang clan, Inyang Qingming. They had been repelled by a myriad of summoned beasts, yet fortunately, Inyang Qingming had spared their lives, allowing them to escape. However, soon after, they encountered the massive cat and instinctively feared it was Inyang Qingming returning to silence them. He skillfully employed a ninjutsu to capture the giant cat's attention, subsequently leading it away. As he recalled, he was ultimately struck down to the ground, losing consciousness, and thereafter, his memory faded. During the Warring States period, there were indeed mentions of tailed beasts. However, at that time, there were no Jinchuriki. Many clans, lured by the power of the tailed beasts, had perished due to their inability to control them. Thus, despite their immense power, people remained uninterested. Additionally, tailed beasts were generally docile, rarely appearing before humans, and over time, such information was relegated to obscurity. The words of Senju Masayoshi left the two tails feeling somewhat exasperated. It was one of the more amiable tailed beasts. Otherwise, it would have long since struck down its opponent. "Why do I refrain from killing you?" "Simply because I dread the ensuing trouble. The Senju clan and the Uchiha clan are the most troublesome. Your Senju clan is somewhat more tolerable. If I were to eliminate this young man, the Senju clan would undoubtedly lament about love and camaraderie while hurling ninjutsu at their own heads." Senju Masayoshi stood up. Realizing not only was there no pain, but all the injuries sustained during the earlier battle had healed completely. Understanding his predicament, he immediately bowed in apology. "I apologize for my earlier transgressions. How should I address you?" The two tails nodded in satisfaction, grateful for the chakra it had used to aid in the healing. "Do not inquire about my name. You have wounded me, yet I have saved you. Do you not owe me a favor?" Senju Masayoshi comprehended the underlying implication. They had only just met, and the other party had already rendered assistance, clearly with ulterior motives. "Please, do speak." The two tails displayed a hint of weariness. Recently, it had been frequently disturbed by ninjas, and it seemed that the individual summoning beasts was also seeking it out. This series of events led it to believe there might be an issue with its chosen location. "Assist me in finding a relatively quiet place, preferably one with little to no human presence." "Understood." Senju Masayoshi reflected and agreed. This task was not too difficult considering the intelligence of the Senju clan. Upon his agreement, the two tails lightly tapped Senju Masayoshi with its paw, a surge of red chakra flowing into him. "This is my chakra. Once you find the place, you may notify me directly. However, should you reveal my whereabouts, it could cost you your life." "Understood." A cold sweat trickled down Senju Masayoshi's forehead. He had not anticipated that a mere cat possessed such capabilities. "You need not fear. My chakra is not easily obtained by the common folk. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude one final time, Senju Masayoshi departed from the cave. It appeared he would not be returning to the clan grounds anytime soon. However, preserving his life was not a loss, considering he had previously resigned himself to death. Surviving that encounter had begun to loosen the bottleneck of the peak Jonin level within him. Chapter 15. The resurgence of war. The tale of Senju Masayoshi swiftly spread throughout the Senju clan, and all believed his chances of survival were slim. According to the accounts of survivors, an injured elite Jonin could not possibly endure against such a fearsome summoning beast. Several days later, with Senju Masayoshi yet to return to the clan grounds, Butsuma publicly declared him deceased in battle and personally conducted his funeral, posthumously granting him the title of honorary elder. Days later, the Senju clan denounced the Inyan clan, proclaiming their intent to seek vengeance. Upon receiving the news, the Inyan clan promptly clarified. Their clan leader had long been absent from the clan grounds, and they sought only to maintain their current state. Harboring no intentions of conflict with the Senju, the Inyan clan adopted a notably humble stance. However, Butsuma was unwilling to listen, initiating hostilities instead. It is known that in the warring states, the most effective means of acquiring resources was not through production, but through warfare, defeating and demoralizing others. Then brazenly seizing their possessions was the survival strategy of the era. The quest for revenge for Senju Masayoshi was merely a pretext. The ultimate goal remained one of profit. Shortly after the Senju's declaration, the Wind Demon and Kakashi seized the opportunity to collaborate and pilfer a shipment of chakra metal bound for the Land of Iron from the Uchiha clan. Upon receiving the news, Uchiha Taijima erupted in fury, vowing to make them pay. The Uchiha were well aware of the Senju's covert assistance in this matter. However, as long-standing adversaries, they found it challenging to retaliate, opting instead to vent their frustrations on other clans. The battlefronts between the Senju and Uchiha were soon ignited. Yet, due to the decline of the Inyan clan and the disappearance of their leader, the Senju clan swept through with overwhelming force. However, at the last moment, it was unclear what the Inyan clan had sacrificed to summon the Inuzuka and Yamanaka clans for assistance. These two clans stood between the Senju and the Uchiha, and despite the Senju clan's formidable strength, they had the Uchiha as a barrier, rendering them fearless. Although combined, the strength of the Inuzuka and Yamanaka did not match the Senju's. The dynamics of war could not allow for the deployment of all forces at once. And other clans might not remain idle. The Uchiha to the north, the Kagaya to the east, and the Huga to the west were all threats to be wary of. The Vortex clan to the south typically remained uninvolved. It was precisely due to the balance of power among the larger clans that there existed space for the smaller clans to thrive. Within the Senju clan grounds, Tobarama pointed to a map and asked, "What is your perspective on the battlefield?" Shinju responded with resignation, "What else can be said? We face it head on, right? Where's the Great Pillar? He has gone to the battlefield with our father." Shinju paused, slightly taken aback. "Isn't the Great Pillar only 8 years old?" Tobarama closed his eyes in exasperation. "My elder brother recently awakened would release. Our father wishes for him to mature rapidly. It's utterly deranged. Senju Butsuma, do you truly not regard your own son as human, or is my father merely more humane?" "Young Master Shinju, Lord Jenkin has a mission for you." A shadowy ninja suddenly appeared, tossing a scroll to Shinju. "Forget I said anything." Shinju glanced at the shadowy ninja, noticing something amiss. It was glaringly obvious. A typical shadowy ninja would first address young Master Tobarama before handing over the scroll, as Tobarama's status was higher. However, it was not outside the realm of possibility that Butsuma wished to test for any disloyalty in order to ascertain his father's intentions. Shinju opened the scroll, discovering it did not instruct him to proceed to the battlefield, but rather to intercept a reconnaissance team led by a Jonin. Their objective was to assess the remaining strength of the Senju clan in order to determine subsequent strategic maneuvers. "Is this merely a means of boosting my experience?" Shinju muttered, passing the scroll to Tobarama while reaching for his armor. Since the Senju had already detected the presence of the reconnaissance team, a mere Jonin leading them could undoubtedly be handled. Not to mention, the shadowy ninja by his side was capable of resolving the issue. Clearly, they wanted to gauge his capabilities, especially since he had recently achieved a breakthrough. For the Senju clan, it was not particularly challenging for a specially designated Jonin to eliminate an enemy Jonin. "Let us proceed," Tobarama stated, already donning his armor. "There's no rush. I'll fetch 2 rabbits first. I must say, These creatures are remarkably resilient. Shinju darted off to retrieve 2 unconscious rabbits, faintly visible through the light. Their mouths emitting chakra threads. These threads? They direct their movement. But aren't these 2 unconscious? It's nothing to worry about. I haven't used a large dose. They'll wake up shortly. In the forest, a group of 7 individuals and 3 dogs advanced slowly, their expressions varying from contemptuous to solemn and filled with concern. 3 distinct clan emblems appeared among them, an unusual sight in the warring states. On the left side of the team, Inuzuka Akane chuckled lightly. Is the defensive capacity of the Senju clan so lax? We've infiltrated with ease. I believe we can expedite our pace and return sooner. Do not underestimate them. The Senju are not so foolish, Yamanaka Kaze replied sternly. I see your Yamanaka clan is indeed fearful of the Senju, Inuzuka Akane retorted. I am the captain of this mission. Do not presume you can lead. If you disagree, seek out your clan leader. Inuzuka Akane scoffed, wrinkling her nose. I can smell 2 individuals ahead. It's quite foul. Do they think such a stench can threaten my nose? The group of 7 and 3 dogs halted suddenly, silently gazing ahead as 2 brownish-yellow rabbits came bounding towards them, trailing a pungent odor. In the midst of a poorly conceived plan, Inuzuka Kurenai disdainfully remarked, catching a glimpse of fine threads emerging from the rabbit's mouth in the sunlight. Chakra threads? The bodies of the 2 rabbits erupted violently, instantly disrupting the formation of the 7 ninjas and 3 dogs. Explosive tags concealed within their bellies. Where is the love of the Senju clan? Water release, triple water dragon bullet, lightning release, electric wave, ninjutsu, triple lightning water dragon bullet, 3 water dragons, enveloped in electricity, howled forth. With the secret technique, insect shield, and the ninjutsu, twin wolf fong, they attempted to defend against the onslaught. The noxious aftermath of the explosion left all 7 ninjas and 3 dogs feeling somewhat uneasy. Reacting quickly, they employed various ninjutsu defenses or fused with their nearby ninja hounds, transforming into a singular beast. The Oil Woman clan members supported one another, as did the Inuzuka clan, managing to withstand the barrage of lightning water dragons. However, one unfortunate member of the Inyang clan found himself in dire straits. In his haste, he failed to execute his forbidden technique and resorted to an earthen barrier, which was swiftly breached, leading to his demise. Tobarama and Hiragi observed the remaining ninjas. The Oil Woman clan comprised 1 jonin and 2 special jonin, while the Inuzuka clan consisted of 3 special jonin. Tobarama approached the trio from the Inuzuka clan. Even against 3 opponents, he felt he had a chance, provided he seized the opportunity. Hiragi stepped before the 3 members of the Oil Woman clan, forming hand seals as he inquired, "Do you possess the insect known as Spring and Autumn?" The peculiar name piqued curiosity. The 3 members of the Oil Woman clan exchanged no further words, each releasing a swarm of insects that soared toward Hiragi. Lightning release, thunder gun, lightning flickered, and the insects within the body of the Oil Woman clan's Taki transformed into a shield, mitigating the damage. How sensitive they are, Hiragi thought, and what of this? He extended his hands toward the other 2 black branches shooting forth from his palms at lightning speed. Upon breaking through to the special jonin level, he fully digested the remaining power within him, enabling him to shoot forth these black branches. Now, Hiragi had acquired a modicum of wood release power. Although he could only manifest branches, he was content, for hurling wood in battle proved useful. The black branches pierced the chests of the 2 Oil Woman ninjas, directly puncturing the insect shield that had protected them. With an unmarked hand seal, the branches instantaneously branched out, causing both bodies to collapse. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Taki of the Oil Woman clan watched Hiragi's hands warily. Having never encountered Hashirama, he was unfamiliar with wood release. Would you care to guess? A branch slipped from Hiragi's palm, which he grasped firmly. Its hardness was sufficient for a weapon. Chapter 16. The Enhancement of Abilities. Possessing such abilities at your age is truly remarkable. However, it is unfortunate you cannot foresee the future, Taki of the Oil Woman clan coldly remarked. His hands coming together as a fiery red swarm of insects materialized in the center, which he then ingested. Secret technique. Explosive fire. Crimson flames erupted from his mouth, accompanied by a cacophony of explosions. Fire release. From perception, it appeared as though the crushed remains of the insects were expelled alongside chakra. Hiragi leaped back to evade, casting the branch he held into the flames. While wood typically ignites in fire, this branch darted through the flames unscathed. Taki of the Oil Woman clan displayed a hint of trepidation, tilting his head slightly as the black branch flew from the flames and struck the ground. Just as he began to relax, the tip of the branch unexpectedly elongated, piercing his right shoulder and branching out. Taki of the Oil Woman clan exhibited no blood. His body transformed into a swarm of insects, executing an insect substitution. Hiragi furrowed his brow as the figure of Taki vanished, casually unleashing a lightning ninjutsu to eradicate the insects. From the recent battle, Hiragi realized that the Oil Woman clan was consistent with what he had learned in his past life. Their ninjutsu largely relied on the insects within their bodies, requiring fewer hand seals than typical ninjutsu. Although his branches had swiftly dispatched 2 Oil Woman ninjas, it had alerted the others to this tactic, prompting the use of a substitution beforehand. As Hiragi searched, he approached the now cold body of the Oil Woman ninja. After a moment's contemplation, he reached out to touch the branch. Within seconds, the residual chakra from the 2 bodies was drawn into Hiragi, simultaneously introducing various unfamiliar ninjutsu into his mind. Secret technique. Insect ball. Secret technique. Insect shield. To his surprise, the branches he had discarded retained their original functions, a delightful revelation. Hiragi, intrigued, formed several seals. But as the insects emerged from the corpses, they were promptly obliterated by a bolt of lightning. A flicker of delight crossed his eyes before he shouted. Ambushing and launching surprise attacks is hardly a commendable habit. Water release. Water wave. An immense torrent surged from Hiragi's mouth, relentlessly reshaping the surrounding terrain. Taki of the Oil Woman clan leaped from the deluge, hurling 3 shuriken. The shuriken grew larger in midair, surpassing the height of their wielder. Hiragi unleashed a lightning bolt. Perceiving these shuriken to be animated, formed from swarms of insects. The clash of lightning and shuriken resonated with a sharp sound, pink smoke enveloping the air. Hiragi's eyes narrowed, and another branch appeared in his hand, vanishing the next moment. Water instantaneous technique. Taki felt a sudden, searing pain from behind as a wooden branch pierced through his body, emerging from his left chest. It is over, Hiragi declared, the branches in his hand branching out. They showed little interest in the target's blood, but voraciously consumed his chakra. Taki of the Oil Woman clan coughed blood, yet a smile crept onto his face as he remarked, "What a pity. You should have aimed directly for my brain. For my heart resides on the right." A small, black insect flew from his body, vanishing into the shadows. Secret technique. 100 poisons insect. This was not a true 100 poisons, but rather a blend of various toxins, yielding multiple effects due to differing proportions. This insect, carefully cultivated by Taki of the Oil Woman clan, was not only swift but also possessed a degree of chakra disruption, with its inherent toxins equivalent to A-rank ninjutsu. In such close proximity, combined with the victorious elation that rendered him complacent, Taki confidently believed this technique would surely succeed. Thank you for the reminder. Next time I shall aim directly for the head, Hiragi replied nonchalantly, as the chakra he had just absorbed surged within him. The 100 poisons insect, already nearly upon him, hesitated upon sensing that familiar chakra. You, Taki of the Oil Woman clan began to speak, only to be struck by a sudden, excruciating pain in his skull. Just as he had predicted, Hiragi's other branch aimed directly at his brain. The tiny head of the 100 poisons insect was incapable of processing anything. Witnessing one of its own fall, it instinctively sought to enter Hiragi's body, but was mercilessly electrocuted and crushed beneath a branch. Hiragi, unlike the genuine Oil Woman clan, would not permit himself to be parasitized by such a creature. The potential side effects were uncertain, and if the rest of the Oil Woman clan discovered it, he could very well face some sinister ninjutsu. Following this skirmish, Hiragi recognized a notable enhancement in his absorption abilities. Firstly, and most evidently, he could now launch branches that retained their functionality, requiring only a simple touch to activate, considerably more convenient. Secondly, absorbing chakra enabled him to acquire some of the ninjutsu previously employed by his opponents. While the 5 elemental release techniques posed no problem, techniques like those of the Oil Woman clan necessitated their chakra for execution. Their insects would not recognize him otherwise. Similarly, he could not utilize bloodline limit ninjutsu unless he could control the opponent's body. Casting a glance at Taki's body, Hiragi mused on his remarkable fortune. Encountering someone with a heart on the right side was indeed serendipitous. In the future, When ambushing enemies, I shall first strike at their heart, then at their head. I cannot fathom how they would survive. When Hiragi approached Tobarama, he found only a two-headed wolf remaining. The heads of the other two ninjas and two dogs had likely been cleaved off by Tobarama's water-severing wave. What brings you here? Inuzuka Kurenai inquired. Catching the scent of Hiragi, Hiruga smiled faintly and said, "It's quite simple. The three members of the Oil Woman clan have perished, so I came here to take a look." Inuzuka Akane furrowed his brow. Although he possessed a certain arrogance, he was not foolish. A jonin and two special jonin had been dispatched by a mere youth, revealing his formidable prowess. Moreover, the white-haired boy before him was equally challenging. That water blade could obliterate his two-headed wolf form in an instant. The key was that this insufferable white-haired boy had recognized this weakness, forcing him to retreat whenever he gained an advantage by feigning a water attack. Perhaps we should capture him. It has been rather dull lately. An interrogation could provide some entertainment, Hiruga suggested to Tobarama. Tobarama nodded thoughtfully, gazing ahead. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Inuzuka Akane's mind, and he chuckled. "Stop pretending. You both are nearing your limits, aren't you? One may not have fallen yet, but as a chunin, how much chakra do you truly possess? And even if you did manage to slay a jonin and two special jonin, your chakra reserves must be dwindling." Hiruga was momentarily taken aback by this statement, remarking, "Could it be that merging with a dog has dulled your intellect? Surely, you do not believe that the Senju's chakra surpasses yours by a mere fraction." "Silence. Tetsamaru is my friend. You shall not insult him." Inuzuka Akane retorted angrily, transforming into a massive whirlwind that charged at them. "Are we to trade blows? Too bad you are not the protagonist. You cannot keep spinning out new tricks." Hiruga found a certain familiarity in this, recalling that apart from Naruto's Rasengan, Inuzuka Kiba had always relied on his own techniques. One must understand that any ninjutsu that can be sustained over time must possess its merits. Much like Naruto's Rasengan and Shadow Clone technique, or Sasuke's Chidori and Water Release, Great Waterfall technique. Tobarama, undeterred, unleashed a torrent of water that collided directly with the whirlwind. "I shall not be so easily obstructed." Inuzuka Akane's voice echoed from within the whirlwind, accompanied by a roar in response, as the combined force of man and dog pressed forward. However, Tobarama, being merely a chunin, could not match the chakra concentration of the special jonin Inuzuka Kiba, thus rendering his ninjutsu less effective in direct confrontation. Yet, this was all within the realm of expectation. As the whirlwind approached Tobarama, a multitude of water streams erupted from the ground, propelling it skyward. Water Release, Water Pillar Technique. Upon completing this jutsu, Tobarama extended a hand towards the water column. Water Release, Water Prison Technique. A spherical water prison ensnared the two-headed wolf, as long as Tobarama maintained his grip and continued to channel chakra. Inuzuka Akane would find it exceedingly difficult to escape. Hiruga patiently awaited the moment when the wolf's attacks grew feeble, and as the man and dog disengaged from their fusion. Tobarama dispelled the water prison, sealing them with the Thunderbolt seal before escorting them back to their clan's territory. Chapter 17. Reformation. After confining the man and dog to the dungeon, the Senju duo retrieved a tome titled Universal Interrogation Techniques of the Senju clan to study. As their knowledge in this area was rather limited, Hiruga, upon reading, wore an expression of utter astonishment. He had expected sophisticated interrogation techniques, only to discover that the methods were shockingly simple and crude, resembling nothing more than a hastily written guide. The book outlined two types of Senju interrogation methods. One involved the use of a whip to shatter the darkness within the enemy's heart, thereby reforming them to extract information, akin to torture in the previous life. The other method suggested leveraging familial bonds to evoke sympathy from the target. Frankly speaking, this could be likened to holding relatives hostage to extract information. What nonsense is this? I would have been better off not reading it, Hiruga scoffed, dismissing the book with a curl of his lip. He was certain this tome was merely a ruse intended for children. He refused to believe that the esteemed Senju clan lacked specialized interrogation techniques. Tobarama cast a cursory glance at the book and sighed. "Tobarama, why the sigh?" Hiruga inquired. "I suddenly feel as though I have become dull, having believed your words and perused this book. Perhaps we have spent too much time together lately. Do not speak nonsense. Being with me should have stimulated your intellect," Hiruga retorted lightly. "The book may be useless, but I possess my own methods that far exceed the worth of this wretched volume." "You have your own methods?" Tobarama regarded him with skepticism. Without elaboration, Hiruga strode over to the cell containing the man and dog. Inuzuka Akane, sensing an approaching presence, opened his eyes, coldly glaring at the two. Having just been administered drugs. His voice was weak as he uttered, "Just kill me. I will not divulge a single thing about the Inuzuka clan." Hiruga shook his head, replying, "What nonsense are you spouting? We are the Senju of love. How could we simply kill? Not only will I spare your life, but I shall also inform you of the method by which you will be dealt." Inuzuka Akane let out a cold laugh. "Love? The ones who use rabbits as explosives call themselves love? What a farce." He closed his eyes, refusing to look at the youth before him. "First, there is your Tetsamaru, your dear brother. Given this situation, he has yet to become a father, but worry not, I will take care of that. I plan to arrange for him to mate with other smaller clans during my leisure. I have researched that offspring between ninja dogs and ordinary dogs are likely to be ninja dogs themselves. I believe that, given the quality of the Inuzuka clan, they would be more than willing to invest in nurturing a batch of ninja dog progeny." Upon hearing this, Inuzuka Akane's eyes reddened as he grasped the iron bars of the cage. Do not go too far. How can Tetsamaru's noble lineage be so casually sullied? Especially by ordinary dogs. Even if they did produce ninja dogs, they would be of inferior quality. True, the resulting ninja dogs would not compare to Tetsamaru, but even inferior ones are still ninja dogs. Having some is better than none, wouldn't you agree? Do not worry. I have a second plan that will satisfy your desire to protect your lineage. Ninja dogs, in essence, are still dogs. If they live inappropriately, they can easily contract diseases, which is what you refer to as the degradation of lineage. Hence, I believe it would be prudent to simply remove the means of transmitting the bloodline. Removing the means of transmitting the bloodline? Inuzuka Akane felt a chill run through him. You would dare to commit such a heinous act against Tetsamaru? Is this what your Senju clan calls love? Hiruga chuckled lightly. How could it be? You will also have to undergo what I have proposed. Love is about equality. What? You know those smaller clans are truly eager to advance. They have inquired about our offering of Inuzuka clan ninja dogs, and whether it would be possible for you to visit them for a few days. I think it sounds quite promising. It might even provide an opportunity for the Inuzuka clan to expand. Tobarama silently noted Hiruga's words, fully aware that his brother had fabricated this entire scheme. Since the battle concluded, the two had merely sat together reading, with no time spent researching other materials. However, this notion was unique in the Warring States period, as clans held a particular pride in their bloodlines, known as clan honor, and rarely did they entertain thoughts of mingling with other clans' bloodlines. Yet, encountering Hiruga, who had little regard for clan honor, he naturally seized the opportunity. And coupled with his innate aura that did not seem virtuous, the other party truly believed him. Inuzuka Akane, pointing at Hiruga, found himself at a loss for words and ultimately spat blood, fainting in the process. Feigning death? Hiruga raised an eyebrow and signaled to the two Senju Chunin guards, intending to escort Tetsamaru out. Inuzuka Akane's eyes suddenly snapped open, his voice trembling as he said, "I will not betray my clan. But I can tell you about the Oil Woman clan." Hiruga instructed the Senju Chunin to halt, nodding. "Very well, tell me. Why did the Oil Woman clan support the Inyang clan?" The Inyang clan provided the Oil Woman clan with insects that had long vanished from history. A rare opportunity for the Oil Woman clan to enhance their own strength. Next question. Does the Oil Woman clan still have reconnaissance teams? To my knowledge, no. The Oil Woman clan is merely exploiting the Inyang clan. As long as the latter does not produce new insects, they will withdraw and no longer inquire. Then why not seize it directly? Hasn't the Inyang clan already fallen from grace? And is not Inyang Qingming absent from the family? Such items are concealed within the summoning beasts of the Inyang clan. If they were not inclined to trade, the Oil Woman clan would not be able to find them. Hirugo nodded. Let us conclude our discussion for today. Should any developments arise, I shall seek you out again, Toby. I will initially decline. You need not worry. The two turned away from the dungeon, and Toby remarked, "It appears that this war is ultimately a contest of the Inyang clan's foundational strength. The Inuzuka clan situation is quite similar to that of the Aburame clan. Once their resources are depleted, we shall undoubtedly secure victory over the Inyang clan." Hirugo agreed. The downfall of the Inyang clan is inevitable. What remains uncertain is whether they will face total annihilation. Annihilation can be deemed the most advantageous outcome in a battle, effectively erasing the clan's name and plundering its remaining legacy, rendering it a mere footnote in history. My father, under the pretext of avenging our kin, is inclined towards the possibility of their extinction. The Senju clan has, in its storied past, not been devoid of instances where they have obliterated other clans, albeit often under the banner of righteousness and love. The outcome of this war is merely a matter of time for a swift resolution. We require either the return of Inyoung Saimai to their clan grounds or the appearance of Master Shinyu. Do you truly believe the master is still alive? Well, yesterday I encountered an individual with their heart positioned on the right side. I believe the world is vast and filled with wonders. As long as one has not witnessed a corpse, one cannot declare a person deceased. As he spoke, Hirugo glanced at Toby. Moreover, even if one were to perish, they could still be summoned back. The technique of impure world reincarnation is notoriously underhanded. Toby sensed the oddity in Hirugo's gaze and silently took 2 steps back. Why are you retreating? I read a book that narrated the tale of a man and another man. I have a fiancé, Hirugo interjected. That man has one as well. Get lost. Chapter 18. The ambitions of Inyoung Saimai to prevent Toby from transforming from a master of forbidden techniques into a master of forbidden texts. Hirugo took it upon himself to scour his room, obliterating that book with a blast of lightning release. Toby, taken aback by Hirugo's vehement reaction, found himself at a loss for words. This is for your physical and mental well-being. Diligently studying ninjutsu is the true path, Hirugo reassured him, patting Toby on the shoulder as he made his way home. Upon entering the main door, an umbu silently appeared behind Hirugo, presenting a scroll containing the latest battlefield intelligence. Hirugo, unfazed, tucked the scroll into his robe, and the umbu departed swiftly after delivering the information. Such battle reports would soon circulate throughout the clan, albeit only after undergoing a filtration process, with only favorable news disseminated within the clan's domain. Due to prior intelligence organization and the fact that his father held a high-ranking position within the clan, Hirugo possessed the privilege of early access to this information. I'm back. Let's have dinner, Elder Uzumaki announced, though he gazed at the food before him with a hint of perplexity. Hirugo's expression shifted as he surveyed his dinner. A bubbling concoction emanating a dark vapor. Ahem, it was made by Ryan. Though it looks peculiar, the taste should be acceptable, Elder Uzumaki coughed lightly. Hirugo took a sip, finding it slightly sweet and warming as it slid down his throat. How does it taste? I have more here, Ryan chimed in, emerging with a wooden tub. It's not bad, just a bit odd in appearance, Hirugo replied, initially suspecting it to be poison due to the black vapor, but pleasantly surprised by its palatable flavor. Elder Uzumaki nodded, explaining, this is a medicinal food. Ryan added a tad too much of one ingredient, rendering it visually strange, yet it is highly beneficial for the body. However, you are still young and should not consume too much. Considering the Uzumaki and Senju clans are distant relatives, you should limit yourself to 2 bowls at most, as excess consumption may lead to nosebleeds. Hirugo inquired, what about ordinary individuals? Typically, an adult ninja can manage 1 bowl. Those with bloodline limits vary. I see. I find this medicinal food intriguing. May I learn the recipe? Elder Uzumaki chuckled. I cannot teach you. Hirugo blinked, realizing this implied that Ryan could instruct him. Noticing Hirugo's gaze, Ryan contemplated. I can teach you, but you must exchange something in return. Agreed. What do you desire? Accompany me for an outing. It has been ages since you paid me any attention. All right. Upon hearing this, Ryan swiftly pinned the recipe for the medicinal food, highlighting the excessive ingredients at Hirugo's request. After expressing his gratitude, Hirugo retreated to his room to seek out relevant materials. What is he really after? It seems his interest extends beyond the medicinal food. Ryan pondered aloud. Elder Uzumaki recalled the smile that had graced Hirugo's face when discussing the effects, expressing a hint of concern. I do not know, but I hope it is not a matter of ill intent. Unbeknownst to Elder Uzumaki, the simple recipe he casually shared would undergo numerous modifications at Hirugo's hands, ultimately transforming into an essential tool for the Senju clan's interrogations, continuing to be utilized long after the establishment of Konoha. In the future, it would be referred to as the honest soup, accompanied by the ominous warning, do not look, do not listen, do not consume. Meanwhile, Senju Shinyu, after a thorough search, pinpointed a location known as the Forest of Death. The Forest of Death, vast and sparsely populated, harbored either colossal beasts or venomous serpents and rodents, making it an ideal refuge. Upon informing the Two-Tails chakra of his findings, he learned that it was entangled by another, rendering it unable to extricate itself for the time being, posing potential danger. From the description provided, Shinyu deduced that the entity entangling the two tails was Yin-Yang Saimai. Is Saimai's target one of my predecessors? Shinyu mused, estimating the two-tail strength to be on par with that of a clan leader. This indicated that the ongoing battle was one between two leaders, a conflict so intense that even an elite Jonin could easily perish. Yet, should he refrain from intervening? The residual chakra within him would only inflict severe injuries, but not take his life. Shinyu faced a dilemma. His prior sacrifices to protect his kin were made without hesitation, for they were his brothers, friends, and family. But now, was it worth sacrificing his life for a colossal feline? Kid, I do not require your assistance. We-tailed beasts do not need human strength, the two tails stated calmly, sensing Shinyu's inner turmoil. It held no expectations for the boy's aid. It merely desired him to choose a place to dwell, as a means of repaying the favor of saving its life. Shinyu did not hear the beast's words. Instead, he exhaled deeply, muttering to himself, if the clan leader were to learn of this, he would likely accuse me of not valuing life. If Elder 2 were to find out, he would call me foolish. But what choice do I have? It saved my life, and I cannot simply abandon it in its moment of peril, even if it is a beast of war. With a sudden surge, the aura of an elite Jonin skyrocketed. Years of accumulation and an inner breakthrough allowing him to breach the pinnacle of Jonin status. Under any other circumstances, he would have reveled in this achievement, yet now, even attaining the peak of Jonin merely augmented his chances of survival. He was still not in the same league as a clan leader. Yin-Yang Saimai, composed, commanded his summoned beasts to assault the two tails. He had a total of 12 summoned beasts, 10 of which were cultivated by previous clan leaders of the Yin-Yang clan, and the last 2 were his own creations. Each possessed the strength to contend with elite Jonin, should they employ the Izanagi Technique, their combined might. While not reaching the level of clan leaders, would still surpass that of peak Jonin. In essence, he represented the very foundation of the Yin-Yang clan. Should he depart, the clan would be reduced to a mere average family. Human, what is your intent? The two tails roared, aware that while the summoned beasts were formidable, the real threat lay in the distant humans. Yin-Yang Saimai chuckled lightly. What am I doing? Naturally, I intend to claim you as a summoned beast. According to ancient texts, there are 9 beasts like you. If I can gather them all, the resurgence of the Yin-Yang clan is but a matter of time. He chuckled, believing he could defeat me. Even if we were to forge a pact, I would not lend you my assistance. Yin-Yang Qingming shook his head, stating, our Yin-Yang clan initially sought to eliminate the necessity of recognition to wield the powers of the summoned beasts, which resulted in considerable loss of life. It is peculiar, he mused, that a certain dark figure, through his counsel, has contributed to the decline of our clan. Yet, as a consequence, we have gained an acute sensitivity to the summoned beasts, possessing the ability to commune with others through the essence of their souls. Yin-Yang Qingming smiled. Although I may not fully dominate you, a mere instant stick's duration will suffice. The two tails let out a cold laugh. What a pity, your technique proves ineffective against me. Once I reclaim you, I will make my own decisions. Yin-Yang Qingming's demeanor soured as he formed hand seals. The summoned beasts began to undergo transformations. Some sprouted wings. Others grew in size, while some vanished entirely. Chapter 19. The first instance of tailed beast transformation. Blue flames danced chaotically across the battlefield as the massive form of the two tails exhibited a speed previously unseen, maneuvering through the encirclement of 12 summoned beasts. Its colossal blue flame claws swept towards the human before it with the ferocity of a tempest. As the claws descended, they stirred up dust, revealing 12 talismans inscribed with white characters, arranged in a circular formation, with the center marking Yin-Yang Qingming's prior position. Crafty human, the two tails remarked coldly, your initial strategy of concealing your strength for a decisive strike is fundamentally sound. However, the Yin-Yang clan was once a formidable lineage. Having weathered numerous wars, any weaknesses have long been identified by foes, and we possess ample means of self-preservation against such tactics. The technique, Yin-Yang chains, was activated as the patterns on the talismans triggered, unleashing black and white chains that swiftly ensnared the two tails. While the black chains pierced the bodies of the 12 summoned beasts, the beasts screamed in agony, their massive forms swaying, yet they valiantly resisted the urge to flee. The binding effect of the chains heightened amidst their cries, causing the talismans to ignite. The black and white chains fused seamlessly, yet their colors remained distinct. The two tails felt a wave of weakness wash over its body as chakra flowed through the chains to the opposing side. Although this did not affect its core chakra, it would gradually recover. However, being pushed to this extent ignited genuine fury within it. Blue and purple-black chakra coalesced in its maw, combining in a ratio of 28:1 to form a colossal sphere, which it then hurled forth. The tailed beast ball, a technique with various methods of release, could be swallowed and expelled, formed into a giant projectile, or manifested in a miniature version while being expelled. Regardless of the form, this technique represented the apex of the tailed beast's arsenal, its power beyond dispute. The yin-yang chains could only withstand the onslaught for a fleeting moment before shattering. Recognizing the imminent danger, Yin-yang Qingming hastily dispelled the summoning. Yet 3 of the summoned beasts were caught unawares, succumbing to the explosive impact. The two tails, panting heavily, refrained from pursuing and began to recuperate its chakra. It was not the 9 tails, and thus its chakra was not boundless. Moreover, Yin-yang Qingming's ninjutsu was not without effect. The 12 chains had already consumed a considerable portion of its chakra, and with the subsequent tailed beast ball, its reserves were dwindling. Yin-yang Qingming's expression darkened. Ancient texts had chronicled this technique, but lacked detailed explanation. The battlefield's rigid impressions lingered in his mind. The execution of powerful ninjutsu invariably accompanied significant disturbances. He had not anticipated such a formidable technique could be unleashed so effortlessly. Talismans continued to materialize around him. For the true ninjutsu of the Yin-yang clan was executed in conjunction with a specific type of chakra-infused talisman. However, the trees capable of producing such talismans were scarce. If all the clan's ninjas utilized them, they would soon be depleted. Thus, only the clan leader possessed the knowledge and ability to wield this technique. The ninjutsu, Wind Day Prayer, was unleashed without hand seals, as talismans tore through the air, generating a powerful whirlwind that ensnared the two tails. Yin-yang Qingming rapidly formed hand seals, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet, and the talismans began to freeze into shards of ice. Just as the two tails shattered the whirlwind, Yin-yang Qingming's right index and middle fingers converged, pointing towards it. A beam of blue-white light shot forth from his fingertips, though appearing weak upon striking the two tails. It rapidly expanded and solidified. "It is over," Yin-yang Qingming exhaled, hastening towards his goal, intending to claim his prize. However, the ground beneath the two tails suddenly rose. Earth release. Yin-yang Qingming's aura surged outward as Senju Masayu's uncontrolled chakra erupted, exposing his location. Glancing at the clan emblem on his armor, Yin-yang Qingming recalled a message from a clan member. "Are you the Senju Masayu I killed?" Indeed, Senju Masayu produced a kunai, unwilling to display even a hint of relaxation. In contrast, Yin-yang Qingming, having just emerged from a fierce battle, maintained a calm demeanor. "Your aura suggests you've only recently broken through to the peak of the elite ninja level. If you accompany me back, I will overlook your earlier transgressions." Senju Masayu remained silent, hurling the kunai, now imbued with a layer of water blade, towards him. Yin-yang Qingming evaded, but spikes erupted from the ground beneath him. Frustrated by the earlier encounter with the two tails, and now provoked by this weaker opponent, his remaining patience evaporated. With a murderous glint in his eyes, Yin-yang Qingming declared, "You have exhausted your chances." Before his words faded, he vanished in an instant. Body flicker technique. Senju Masayu executed his own body flicker technique nearly simultaneously. Yet as the clan leader, Yin-yang Qingming's speed surpassed his. Upon Senju Masayu's reappearance, Yin-yang Qingming utilized the technique once more, appearing before him with a colossal horn of lightning pressing down upon him. Senju Masayu's armor shattered instantly, blood trickling from his mouth as he was pinned to the ground. Yin-yang Qingming remarked, "You arrived too hastily. Your chakra remains at the elite ninja level, not yet transformed into corresponding strength. Otherwise, you would not have fallen with a single blow. You risked yourself merely to thwart me? Does a mere beast warrant such devotion from a ninja of your esteemed clan?" Senju Masayu gritted his teeth. "It saved my life. What a ridiculous repayment. Rest assured, it will serve a purpose. I will merely render you incapable of being a ninja." Yin-yang Qingming's gaze turned frosty as he prepared to sever Senju Masayu's hands. At that moment, a surge of red chakra erupted from within Senju Masayu, forming a tail that lashed out at Yin-yang Qingming. After being thrown back, Yin-yang Qingming regarded Senju Masayu with caution. This unique phenomenon left him momentarily baffled. unfamiliar even in the era of warring states. The only certainty was that this chakra was far from human, emanating an unsettling aura. Standing tall, Senju Miseo felt his body steadily recuperating, the prior injuries mending rapidly. Boy, you best hurry. The chakra within you is dwindling. The voice of the two tails echoed in his ear. Senju Miseo glanced towards the frozen form of the two tails atop the stone pillar, leaping towards his target. Forming hand seals to unleash a fireball. Fire release, great fireball technique. Originating from the Uchiha clan's signature ninjutsu. This technique had been documented by the Senju clan throughout history and was the sole fire release technique possessed by Senju Miseo. Fire release was the most effective means of melting ice. Even if Senju Miseo's own ninjutsu were formidable, he could not resolve the current predicament. Yin-Yang Qingming formed hand seals, causing the stone pillars to shatter, rendering the fireball ineffective. His gaze remained fixed upon Senju Miseo, gradually warming with intrigue, quite fascinating. I yearned to study this further. The red chakra emanating from Senju Miseo exhibited remarkable restorative and protective qualities, attributes sorely lacking in the Yin-Yang clan. Moreover, judging by Senju Miseo's aura, his strength had been significantly augmented. The two tails sensed the disparity between the two individuals, realizing that its presence would not bridge the gap. With a heavy sigh, it murmured, "Kid, you should leave quickly. With your strength, you cannot defeat this elder." "I will definitely save you," Tsunade solemnly declared. "Just run. My true self has a way to escape. Do I truly need to deceive you?" Tsunade's words left the other half convinced, prompting an immediate retreat. Running away? Yin-Yang Qingming hesitated for a moment before deciding against pursuit, opting instead to deal with the frozen two tails. As he turned, he noticed the resolute determination reflected in its beastly eyes. In the next moment, a surge of blue flames shot skyward. Days later, Yin-Yang Qingming unexpectedly appeared in the territory of the Yin-Yang clan, declaring allegiance to the Uchiha clan. No one fathomed what had transpired, only that he exhibited profound animosity towards the Senju. The Uchiha dispatched aid to the Yin-Yang clan, leading to another battle against the Senju. Midway through, the Yin-Yang clan retreated from their homeland. Observing their escape, the Senju swiftly occupied the Yin-Yang clan's territory, though they reaped little benefit. Consequently, they turned their attention to the oil-wielding and Inuzuka clans, defeating and imprisoning them before demanding reparations for their war losses. Nurturing a jonin, let alone an elite jonin, is no simple task. Even chunin and genin possess their own strength, capable of exchanging wealth for lives, which the two clans did not refuse. Once the price was negotiated, the transaction commenced without delay. It was a time of rest. The Yin-Yang clan had just arrived at Uchiha territory and required accommodation, leaving them momentarily preoccupied. After the completion of the transaction, the Senju returned to their respective clans, having shed their necessary defensive ninjas. It was then that they heard a chorus of anguished cries. They proceeded towards the source of the sound, discovering a large vat bubbling ominously, exuding a strange aroma. Such treatment of prisoners was strictly forbidden within the Senju territory, prompting the elder to dispatch someone to analyze the mysterious liquid while simultaneously apprehending Shugo, who was feeding the concoction. In truth, Tsunade and many high-ranking officials had already surmised the culprit, for only Shugo and Tobarama possessed the required strength, energy, and intellect within the entire Senju clan. Tobarama's character would never permit such actions, leaving only Shugo as the likely perpetrator. The properties of the soup were swiftly analyzed, apart from its peculiar appearance and taste. It contained no toxins and even possessed some restorative qualities. Thus, the soup, while unappealing in appearance, was beneficial in essence. Tsunade convened with the high-ranking officials, not to punish Shugo for this trivial matter, but rather because they deemed it a waste to confine such an exceptional talent within their clan. Both Tobarama and Shugo exhibited wisdom far beyond their peers. I propose that they adapt to the battlefield in advance. The Hinata clan to the west and the Kagaya clan to the east have been quiet of late, making them ideal for training. Elder Senju Maiken expressed his opinion. Tsunade's gaze turned frosty. The Senju clan does not need to send children to the battlefield. But what of Hashirama? He was merely 8 when you brought him to the battlefield. Hashirama is different. He awakened would release, and according to clan rules, he is the future clan leader. However, Shugo has also awakened would release. Tsunade, devoid of surprise, responded calmly, "Indeed, Unju is truly one of your kin." Senju Maiken narrowed his eyes. You are aware that Shugo has awakened would release. I am not, but Jinjin does, came the reply. All eyes turned towards Jinjin, who spoke matter-of-factly. When Jinrai took the two children for trials, the blood of the deceased Uchiha ninjas was partially missing. More astonishingly, the Uchiha ninja who awakened a single Sharingan had only a black pupil. A Sharingan can be preserved using a special nutrient solution as long as the body maintains its temperature. This is knowledge derived from the Senju clan's experience. Beyond a certain unknown ability, a 5-year-old child could not accomplish this. So you used a child to lure me out? If you had no ulterior motives? Shugo would not be bait. Senju Mayakin scoffed. Your brothers are truly ruthless. I concede, according to clan rules. Elders must step back from the clan leader's authority and must atone for their mistakes. In that case, I will take Tobarama to the east to guard against the Kagaya clan. Surely, you do not suspect me of wanting to harm my own kin? Tsunade shook his head. Naturally not, but since Shugo has awakened would release, he is better suited for the Kagaya's side. Jinjin, do you think the same? Senju Mayakin smiled silently. Senju Jinjin closed his eyes momentarily. Yes, but the Uzumaki clan has not yet departed. We cannot afford to be negligent. No problem. Once the Uzumaki clan leaves, I will take him away. The meeting is adjourned. Jinjin, stay behind, Tsunade instructed, turning to his younger brother. Jinjin regarded his elder brother calmly. Clan leader, what are your instructions? Tsunade spoke earnestly. Jinjin, I do not intend to sacrifice Shugo, especially since Tobarama is also my child. Jinjin replied nonchalantly. The strength of the Hinata and Kagaya clans is comparable, but in terms of battlefield danger, we both know they cannot be compared. He is only 5 years old. Tsunade gritted his teeth, but he has awakened would release. His potential is undoubtedly greater than Tobarama's. Without experiencing trials, how can he develop his bloodline limit? Brother. His name does not confer the qualifications to inherit the clan leader position. Jinjin, this is merely Mayakin's strategy, deliberately steering the conversation towards the clan leader. Can you not see that? I know, and I can see through it, but he is my only child. If he dies, I do not know what I would do. The power of the Senju clan has now fallen into our hands, and from now on, you are the elder. Who dares to touch Shugo? If he dies, nothing remains. What use is power then? Gungin's voice turned cold. This is the only time I will say this. If Shugo dies, regardless of who strikes, this debt will fall upon you. I have already made enough concessions over the years. Jinjin. Tsunade attempted to speak again, but the individual before him had already departed. 3 shadows materialized behind Tsunade. Clan leader, what shall we do now? What else can we do? The mission is cancelled. Umbu 2, Umbu 3, you may withdraw. Umbu 1. You shall accompany Umbu 7 to protect Shugo. But Umbu 7 is not. He is still my Umbu. I have every right to command him, Umbu 1 replied. Bowing his head, Tsunade, feeling fatigued, settled cross-legged and murmured, Senju Shugo, may you harbor no ulterior motives. Shugo's status was unique, even in confinement. He was merely placed in a spacious room. To his surprise, the first person to visit him was the elder who had been his father's adversary. Senju Mayakin spoke gently. Poor child, even with extraordinary talent, you remain but a pawn in the game of power. Elder, what do you mean by that? In approximately 2 months, you will accompany me to the battlefield. Shugo was momentarily taken aback, pointing at himself. The battlefield? Me? A 5-year-old child? This is the clan leader's order. And I do not wish to deceive you. The Umbu that has been following you these days are my trainees. I alerted the clan leader to your would release. And in his determination to ensure his son's smooth succession, he wishes to send you to your demise, a notion your father has acquiesced to. Awakening a bloodline limit equates to death? According to clan rules, awakening would release is immediately regarded as the next clan leader, yet there are 2 candidates in your generation, and there can only be 1 clan leader. The optimal solution is to eliminate one, be it you or Hashirama. Senju Mayakin bore a somewhat sinister smile. So, you understand my intention, young one. Ultimately, there is only one Tsunade, and as long as I assist your father, 2 against 1, that position. Before he could finish, Senju Jinjin's voice resonated from the entrance. Elder, are you instructing my child? Not at all, merely engaging in idle chatter. Senju Mayakin cast a lingering glance at Shugo before turning to depart. Once the unrelated parties had vanished, Shugo turned to Jinjin and asked, is what he said true? Yes. Am I truly going to the battlefield? Indeed, and you will also be accompanying him to the eastern battlefield. How can that be? I apologize. Gungan's gaze dimmed. From between the lips of Xianjian emerged two words that abruptly halted Shugo's speech. In his memories, this father was not a figure of imposing authority. Yet, for this matter, he found himself exhaling deeply. It's nothing. It's not as if I would truly perish. The way you're speaking makes it sound as if my life is in danger. It's merely a battlefield, a cradle for geniuses. Who knows, I might return transformed. Chapter 21. The seeds that changed the world. Xianjian refrained from speaking further and instead reached out to gently ruffle Shugo's hair. Come, let us return home. The duo departed without hindrance, as the Senju ninjas assigned to guard Shugo had already distanced themselves. The elder, and now the second elder, despite their years on the battlefield, recognized the extraordinary lineage of the children of their clan. Upon their return, Xianjian briefly explained the situation to the second elder of the Uzumaki clan. The elder regarded Shugo with a heavy sigh, indicating that during the next 2 months, he could impart some genuine knowledge. As for Ryan, the three men tacitly agreed to withhold information from her. Although she too was 5 years old and possessed ninja talents, in the eyes of Xianjian and the second elder, she was still psychologically too immature. Given that Shugo and Ryan were both merely children who had known each other for a short time, it was perhaps fortunate that their emotional ties were not deeply entrenched should any misfortune arise. That evening, Xianjian took Shugo outside the clan's territory. Your ninjutsu and taijutsu are already quite proficient for your age. For now, I can only teach you other skills. Xianjian bit his thumb, pressing it down, as black lines swiftly spread. Summoning technique. 5-headed gate of hell. 5 tightly shut gates emerged from the earth, although they differed somewhat in appearance and color. Each gate bore a gaping maw, revealing a monstrous visage. Shugo scrutinized the gates. This ninjutsu was not foreign to him, having been employed by characters such as Zoken, Orochimaru, and Senju Hashirama in various anime. However, while the former two had summoned a maximum of 3 gates, Hashirama had managed 5 with a single hand. Yet, this did not imply that Xuanjian's prowess equaled that of the future Hashirama, as the latter's 5 gates were the limit of this technique. This technique is known as the Gate of Hell. As your chakra's potency and volume increase, the number of gates you can summon will also rise, providing commendable defense. Xianjian summoned back the 5 massive gates. However, this technique has its drawbacks. Drawbacks? Shugo inquired with curiosity. Xianjian patiently explained. Each gate is forged from a mixture of chakra-infused metal and other materials. While they can be repaired with chakra after sustaining damage, they cannot be used again for at least 3 days. Furthermore, the cost is exorbitant. Currently, only 4 individuals in our clan possess this ninjutsu, and there are only 4 sets of the Gate of Hell in existence. Lastly, the potency of the gates relies on your own chakra. The stronger the chakra, the more formidable the defense. So, are you planning to pass these 5 gates to me? I had set aside a set for you as a birthday gift, intending to present it to you in a few years. I didn't expect you to need it so soon. He unfurled a scroll, revealing 5 gates intricately drawn in black ink, interconnected by a circular rune above them. Drop your blood within the circle. Shugo bit his thumb and pressed his blood into the circle. The color of the 5 gates transformed from black to crimson, radiating a brilliant glow. Xuanjian's eyes narrowed slightly. When he had contracted the Gate of Hell, he had bled profusely, yet Shugo required merely a gentle press. Was this the energy awakened by would release? The Gate of Hell was not restricted to a single user. However, with only 5 gates available, if one person utilized them, others could not. I understand. Shugo nodded in agreement. From now on, feel free to voice your desires directly to me. Once you head to the battlefield, it won't be so easy. Xianjian paused before continuing with a serious tone. If you find it unbearable, you can always return. At worst, you may lose the chance to ascend to the highest echelons. A matter of life and death is far more significant than power, accolades, or the opinions of others. Shugo waved his hand dismissively. Father, have faith in your child. I will certainly return alive. By the way, how long must I stay there? Surely, I can't be expected to remain forever. Approximately 3 years. Shugo frowned slightly. Is the Senju clan particularly sensitive to the number 3? The second elder of the Uzumaki clan has been with us for 3 months, and I am to be on the battlefield for 3 years. Xianjian, initially disinterested in these matters, recalled that he would not see Shugo for some time and reluctantly spoke, according to ancient texts. The significance of 3 was deliberately solidified by our ancestors in response to the awe that young children held towards the 3 great ocular techniques. Our ancestors were truly trivial, Shugo remarked. Before he could utter much more, Xianjian guided him back home. The difficulty of mastering the gate of hell was not exceedingly high, and given Shugo's aptitude, he would soon grasp it. The physical development of a child remained paramount. Upon reaching the entrance, both father and son simultaneously spotted a watermelon-headed boy crouched with his head bowed at the door. Hashirama's face was bruised and swollen, clearly having been beaten. In the entire clan, only his father, Butsama, would dare to strike him so. Hashirama lifted his gaze slightly towards them. Uncle Xianjian, you two should converse. There's likely more to discuss. Once you finish, rest early. Staying up late isn't good for children. Xuanjian's tone remained gentle, despite his dissatisfaction with his elder brother. He would not take out that anger on a child. Once inside, Hashirama spoke in a low voice. I'm sorry, I've caused you trouble. Shugo, feeling a bit helpless, replied, Today, my father just apologized to me, and now you apologize? What is the point? If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have to go to the battlefield. You could remain within the clan and peacefully become the next clan leader. It's nothing. You're going to the battlefield too, and I have no interest in being the clan leader. I don't want to be busy all day. It's different, Shugo. Hashirama's eyes closed momentarily in sadness, but his tone grew fierce. This isn't training. It's a group of adults forcing a child into the battlefield to meet death. All that talk of the love of Senju and fighting for love is merely a facade. Shugo was momentarily taken aback. It was well known that Hashirama was kind-hearted, strong, and capable of becoming a clan leader in the Warring States period. He was not as simplistic as depicted in the anime. However, now he found himself in a clan that was compelling his brother toward the battlefield. The shock of this was far greater than a brother being killed by a Uchiha ninja. For the latter, one could blame the brutality of war. But who could be blamed for the former? His father? Or an uncle? No, this cannot continue. If Hashirama loses hope and descends into darkness, who knows what might ensue? Shugo thought to himself, gripping Hashirama's shoulders and declaring loudly, Hashirama, look at me. If this world only allows children to perish on the battlefield and shatters families, then let us change it. Let us put an end to this turmoil and create a home, protecting those we cherish. Change the world. Hashirama was stirred by Shugo's words, a glimmer of light igniting in his eyes. His younger brother's aspirations mirrored his own dreams. Yet a wave of confusion washed over him. Can I truly accomplish that? Change this chaotic world? Shugo replied earnestly. The success of an endeavor is not determined by how confident you are, but by your willingness to act. If you fail, it matters not. As long as you give it your all, you still have your brothers, your future children, and cherished friends. As long as they can carry this will forward, success will eventually come. Hashirama's initially uncertain gaze gradually solidified with resolve. Shugo, you're right. No matter what, I must try. For those I wish to protect. Even if I fail, it's worth it. I will carry this will until our dreams are realized. Then let us start with our clan. Become the leader of the Senju clan, change our family, and then the world. Chapter 22. On the brink of battle since that fateful night. Hashirama has devoted himself fervently to his training, continuously unlocking the potential of his bloodline limit, and his strength has been surging upwards. Do not inquire how Hiragi knows this. He is presently striving to suppress his hunger. Having ascended to a special Jonin level, he has managed to control the insatiable craving within his veins. However, he finds it increasingly difficult to resist the persistent summons from Hashirama, who approaches him daily as if it were a mundane task to train together. Tobarama's culinary skills are already exceptional, and with Hashirama awakening the wood release, he endures the mental strain of this daily torment. One day, during a solitary moment, Hiragi discovered that his single Tomo Sharingan had evolved into a double Tomo. He refrained from requesting Hashirama's blood, realizing through several instances of consumption that his ability lay in devouring bloodlines and the original chakra. For others, consuming their bloodlines may suffice. Yet, Hashirama is different. He is the reincarnation of Azura, the second son of the Sage of Six Paths, and carries with him the Sage's legacy. Hiragi believes that consuming his bloodline could lead to one of three outcomes. 1. The bloodline is too potent to be ingested. 2. He consumes it and detonates on the spot. Or 3. He manages to digest it, but likely attracts the attention of the Sage of Six Paths additionally. There is the ever-watchful Kagaya, who, driven by a desperate desire to rescue her mother, has been observing the reincarnations of Indra and Azura, seeking opportunities. Should anything happen to Azura's reincarnation, It is uncertain what actions she might take. Why are you in such a daze? Is my strength so insignificant that it fails to pique your interest? Hashirama exclaimed loudly, throwing a punch toward his opponent's face. Hiragi snapped back to reality, swiftly grasping Hashirama's wrist and throwing him behind him. Hashirama felt a sudden jolt of pain in his back, while the three elders below breathed a sigh of relief. He was puzzled by his grandson's change. Ever since returning from his encounter with Hiragi, he had been diligently training, devoid of his former self. Upon hearing of his impending journey to the battlefield, he felt compelled to participate, resulting in this sparring match. Your current strength requires considerable refinement. Training is not something that can be accomplished simply by a moment of enlightenment, Hiragi remarked, clapping his hands. Understood, Hashirama replied softly, limping away. The onlookers gradually dispersed, leaving only Tobarama and the three elders behind. One of the elders reached for a scroll, only to have his hand grasped by Tobarama. What is your intention, elder? Tobarama inquired, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Once, they had been allies, both guilty of transgressions. One had distanced himself from the center of power, while the other remained the second elder. Your return requires the approval of the clan leader. At this juncture, only Hashirama and Hiragi possessed that potential. At such a time, it would be prudent to refrain from engaging in transactions, Tobarama admonished. The elder flushed with indignation. I merely offered appropriate support. Gentlemen, might we discuss this in my presence? Hiragi interjected, observing the two former dignitaries now revolving around a mere child, reflecting how power corrupts. Tobarama released his grip on the scroll. Hiragi, as an elder, I wish to impart some wisdom. Please, elder, the former chief elder urged. Some matters cannot be pursued merely by your desire, nor can they be avoided by your disinterest. Like myself, your position wields authority akin to that of the clan leader. Yet a single misstep can return you to square one. Your subordinates require incentives to remain loyal, and your allies need benefits to ensure lasting collaboration. The clans of the Fire Country, in truth, manage their affairs in remarkably similar ways. Hiragi chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. Once we enter the era of elevated power, you will come to understand that the so-called benefits hold no weight in the face of true strength. After securing the scroll, the elder departed, and Hiragi accompanied Tobarama to an open area outside the clan grounds. There, Hashirama, Tobarama, Buddha, the second elder of the Uzumaki clan, Ryan, Jinkan, and several unfamiliar clan members awaited. As the 2-month period drew to a close, Tobarama and Hiragi prepared to head to the battlefield. While the two from the Uzumaki clan were also due to return, Ryan tossed a bracelet carved in the shape of a whirlpool toward Hiragi. What is this? It is a talisman for safety. May all go well with you, Ryan replied, pausing before adding, I find you quite interesting. Do not perish. For I am not accustomed to others in your stead. Understood, Hiragi replied, tucking the bracelet away. The second elder of the Uzumaki clan nodded to the Senju members, signaling his farewell before departing with his granddaughter. The affairs of the Senju clan were their own, and although the Uzumaki were distant relatives, it was best to maintain discretion. Buddha was the first to speak. Umbu 2 and Umbu 6. You are responsible for protecting Tobarama, but do not engage unless absolutely necessary. Umbu 1 and Umbu 7. Your duty is to protect Hiragi under the same conditions. 4 voices echoed in unison, as the Umbu operatives, each of peak Jonin caliber, prepared for the task. Buddha commanded a total of 7 Umbu, and dispatching 4 was indeed a significant commitment. Tobarama spoke up, deploying 4 Umbu seems excessive. Instead, let us assign 3 to Tobarama, while I shall remain by Hiragi's side, ensuring his safety. Buddha retorted coldly, I am the clan leader. Former elder, please mind your words. Once this endeavor concludes, should you fail to achieve any notable accomplishments, you may find yourself demoted to the third elder. Tobarama chuckled quietly, realizing that in the past, he would have dared to berate Buddha, but now, given his own precarious position, the authority of the clan leader could easily crush him. Indeed, one wonders when I, as the new Grand Elder, shall ascend to my rightful place, Jinkan remarked flatly. Upon hearing this, Buddha frowned. Within the clan, the leader possesses the authority to manage all affairs, while the 3 senior elders hold varying degrees of power. The third elder is inclined toward governance, the second toward intelligence, while the Grand Elder focuses on military preparedness, equipment, provisions, and personnel allocation. Entrusting Jinkan with military operations while Tobarama heads to the battlefield implies that within 3 years, he could effectively hold dual authority, and upon his return, Tobarama's status as second elder would require Gunkan's acknowledgement to retain. There is no rush when the time comes. We shall hold a ceremony upon Hiragi's return, Jinkan remarked, casting a glance at Buddha before approaching Hiragi and presenting a scroll. Study diligently, it will prove beneficial. Hiragi opened the scroll briefly before snapping it shut. It contained information regarding the Kagaya clan and the surrounding Senju members, along with Gunkan's insightful suggestions. Truly invaluable intelligence. Since your brother has bestowed a fine gift, I too shall reciprocate, Buddha smiled, beckoning Tobarama closer. Tobarama silently approached, and a katana, nearly as tall as he, materialized in Buddha's hands. I already possess a weapon, Tobarama stated, preferring shurikens and kunai over such an unwieldy blade. Buddha swiftly unsheathed the sword. A faint blue chakra swirling along its blade, forged from chakra-infused metal. This katana not only could counter certain jutsu, but could also be combined with others to create new techniques. Tobarama accepted the katana, but did not return to camp immediately. Instead, he handed a kunai to Hiragi. What is this? Hiragi inquired, examining the weapon for any distinguishing features, yet finding none. Aware that Tobarama could not possibly have crafted a flying thunder god technique at this moment. It is a kunai made from chakra-infused metal. I intended to keep it for myself, but with this sword, it is of little use, Tobarama remarked, a hint of pride in his tone. Such arrogance, Hiragi muttered softly. Retrieving a scroll. Take this. It contains some of my nascent jutsu concepts for you to ponder during your leisure. Tobarama flipped through a couple of pages, revealing a flicker of interest as he nodded. These ideas are quite promising. I shall give them a try. The two exchanged a moment of silence. Having known each other for 3 years and spent 2 years in close company, the sudden prospect of parting for 3 years stirred a sense of reluctance within them. Hashirama approached the two, embracing his younger brothers. Ensure your safe return. Absolutely, they echoed in unison. Chapter 23. We are all alike after bidding farewell to the clan members. Tobarama led the group onward, taking the opportunity to explain to those who had not yet engaged in battles against the Kagaya clan. The Kagaya clan possesses a unique bloodline limit known as the Shikatsumiyaku. While not every clan member is able to awaken it, the number of those who can is roughly comparable to the Uchiha clan's ability to manifest the Two-Tomo Sharingan. This ability grants them control over their bones, which are resilient enough to withstand sharp blades, making them formidable in combat. It is advisable to avoid close-quarter battles with them, as their bone spikes can emerge unpredictably, particularly during mid-range encounters where they can launch bones from their fingertips. Shinju raised a question. According to clan records, I recall that the Kagaya clan seems to have some shortcomings. Indeed, it appears that gaining knowledge within the clan is beneficial, especially compared to those who are merely frivolous. Senju Myokin continued. Indeed, the offensive power of the Kagaya clan's Shikatsumiyaku is impressive, but after prolonged combat, they develop ailments. The more battles they engage in, the more pronounced these ailments become. The specific remedies for these conditions remain unknown, likely held by the 3 elders and the clan leader. We only possess intelligence regarding their dealings with the clan of the Land of Water, the details of which are unclear. Senju could not help but inquire, Elder, why do they persist in harassing us? Wouldn't it be better for us to coexist peacefully? Myokin silently noted Hayu's appearance and replied, once the Kagaya clan awakens their bloodline limit, very few can restrain themselves from utilizing this power. For them, the best way to unleash their abilities is through slaughter on the battlefield. Not everyone has the abundant resources of the Senju clan. Their nature is aggressive, and they lack proficiency in earth and water techniques, resulting in limited agricultural yield on their lands. Any slight deficiency prompts them to target neighboring clans, truly akin to a band of thieves. Hayu, who had just posed the question, could not help but express his disdain, drawing the attention of those around him. Did I say something wrong? Silence fell, as raiding other clans' resources was a common occurrence during the Warring States period. When one can gain what others have painstakingly acquired with minimal effort, few would choose to toil in the fields. As the situation remained relatively stable, the group made their way to the eastern battlefield on the 5th day. Towering city walls came into view, serving both as protection and a testament to the clan's strength. Senju Myokin's subordinates, responsible for the eastern front, arrived to greet them and collect supplies. However, upon seeing Shinju, Myokin's expression turned peculiar, as the clan had been driven to the point of sending children to the battlefield. Nevertheless, as a subordinate, Myokin first sought to understand the situation from Senju Myokin, and upon confirming it was not as he feared, he sighed in relief. Senju Myokin, having been adopted by Senju Myokin, did not intend to inherit the cultural legacy of his adoptive father, but sought to grow closer to him, hence the name change. After a brief exchange, Myokin approached Shinju. You are the son of Lord Genkan, which technically makes you a young master of the clan. However, on the battlefield, such status holds no weight. You are merely a ninja. Shinju nodded. In battle, we are all equal. Excellent. I now question your abilities and require proof. Zosho, you shall test him. Senju Zosho. A special jonin, despite being unable to advance to the rank of jonin due to a severe injury, had a commendable record of defeating 3 Kagaya jonin. Zosho stepped forward from the crowd, addressing Shinju. Make your move. If you cannot surpass me, you should return to the clan. As soon as he finished speaking, Shinju felt a chilling aura approaching him, emanating from Zosho's chakra and the murderous intent he had accumulated from his previous battles. Is this intimidation? Shinju felt slightly uncomfortable. While this murderous aura is effective against those who have not experienced it, it pales in comparison to Genkan's presence. Since the opponent had made the first move, Shinju retaliated by throwing 3 shurikens aimed at Zosho's head. Not bad, Zosho remarked, effortlessly deflecting the projectiles with his own shuriken, before forming hand seals that summoned a water dragon to charge at Shinju. In response, a water dragon materialized beside Shinju, and their duel of ninjutsu allowed for an assessment of their respective powers within a remarkably brief period. The 2 dragons clashed evenly, ultimately dissolving into streams of water upon hitting the ground. A special jonin? At such a young age? Zosho's expression turned bitter upon witnessing the outcome. However, as the confrontation drew to a close, he charged at Shinju, wielding his shuriken. In the warring states, combat leaned heavily towards physical prowess, with ninjutsu serving as a secondary tool. After all, even the most abundant chakra can be depleted during moments of exhaustion. Physical skills combined with a modicum of chakra can provide a chance for survival. Zosho had already determined that the first 2 tests were manageable, but he remained skeptical about the physical prowess of a 5-year-old child. To his surprise, however, the shuriken in his hand was knocked from his grasp by the boy's strength, clearly exceeding what one would expect from someone of his age. Then, a branch emerged from the boy's hand, its tip nearly piercing Zosho's throat. Shinju narrowed his eyes and thrust the branch forward, causing Zosho to transform into a piece of wood. In this day and age, failing to employ a substitution technique would render one a mere extra. Would release? Are you Senju Hashirama? No, Lord Myokin clearly stated you are the son of Lord Genkan. Zosho's true form emerged from the earth, astonished. Had he not sensed the threat, he might have lost. Another realization struck him regarding Shinju's would-release technique. Senju Myokin intervened, grasping Shinju's hand and declaring loudly, he is Shinju, the son of Lord Genkan, the second ninja to awaken would-release since Hashirama, and one of the future heirs to the clan leader. He has come to the eastern battlefield for training, as bestowed by the clan leader. Upon hearing this, Shinju sighed softly, understanding that Myokin was enhancing his reputation, raising his profile. Had he not been merely 5 years old, he might have already been adorned with the clan leader's robes, with others heralding his ascent. Thus, he would become a puppet of Senju Myokin, managing the Senju clan on his behalf. Indeed, from Myokin's words, many turned their gazes toward Shinju, some sensing an opportunity to rise through the ranks. Shinju's expression grew serious as he withdrew his hand, addressing the assembly. Everyone here is a member of the Senju clan and a ninja of the battlefield. We are no different. The methods you employ to vanquish foes, I too will use. Do not regard my status. There is only one life on the battlefield, and we are all equal. Beyond that, other identities are of little consequence. Senju Myokin laughed heartily, young and accomplished, yet humble and courteous. Shinju, you shall become an exceptional ninja. Shinju replied calmly. So have I passed? Myokin reined in his smile. Naturally. Then what is my task? To repair the walls, utilizing the ancient texts to harness would-release with water and earth chakra. Is that acceptable? Of course, but I would appreciate someone to guide me. Myokin instructed Zosho to lead the way, then approached Myokin and whispered, Father seems reluctant to accept our goodwill. Fear not. On the eastern battlefield, we have a substantial presence. Whether he accepts or not, I have ways to ensure he becomes our ally. Chapter 24. The ninja with a troubled mind returns. Repairing the walls is not merely a matter of constructing with chakra. It requires infusing a specific ratio of water and earth chakra into a white mixed clay. Structures built solely from chakra dissipate upon the host suffering severe injury or losing consciousness, rendering them ineffective as defenses. In contrast, the white clay, when infused with the appropriately proportioned water and earth chakra, exhibits excellent extensibility and, upon cooling, becomes remarkably sturdy. The diligent Senju ninja responsible for repairs recounted a fragment of history. According to the elders, there once existed a small clan that harbored a peculiar fondness for this clay, consuming it to harness energy, which enabled them to perform a type of explosive ninjutsu. Unfortunately, they were discovered by the Uchiha clan, who not only seized all their clay but also sought to reclaim the clan itself. However, at that moment, our Senju engaged directly with the Uchiha, providing the small clan an opportunity to flee. Hiraku felt a flicker of curiosity. Where did they escape to? Who knows? They likely ventured beyond the land of fire. If the Uchiha captured them again, they would undoubtedly intimidate other weaker clans. The Senju ninja's voice grew softer, his gaze drifting outside. A glint of anger flashing in his eyes. Those insane ninjas are back again. Hiraku sensed 6 surges of slightly turbulent chakra, noting that clans with Kekkai Genkai possessed distinct characteristics. For instance, the Uchiha's chakra was predominantly cold, whereas the Senju's was generally warm. Had the Kagaya clan launched an assault? No, they had just attacked a few days prior. Among these individuals, there should be one who recently awakened the Shikatsumiyaku, intending to use the blood of their foes to test their own strength. Indeed, they were unhinged. In a brief exchange, dozens of sharp bone projectiles were unleashed, prompting the Senju ninja responsible for the repairs to seek shelter. As the wave of attacks subsided, the Senju ninja prepared to retaliate with ninjutsu. In an instant, water surged across the battlefield. However, mere water ninjutsu proved insufficient to inflict tangible harm on an awakened wielder of the Shikatsumiyaku. Consequently, the confrontation devolved into a clash of blade and bone. The bone swords, as formidable as steel, rendered the wielder of the Shikatsumiyaku unnecessary for using ninja tools. Hiraku maneuvered through the crowd, occasionally casting a few ninjutsu to assist. Given his diminutive stature at 5 years old, he found direct assaults somewhat challenging. Thus he fought in the most suitable manner. He suddenly noticed Senju Zoku engaged in combat with a Kagaya Jonin, already wounded and bleeding, prompting him to unleash a bolt of lightning for support. "Stand aside, this is my fight with him." Senju Zoku acknowledged Hiraku's assistance, but released a murderous intent that left the latter bewildered. Kagaya Tenni, quick to react, although affected by Hiraku's ninjutsu, remained largely unharmed due to his physical prowess. "See? This is the power of our Kagaya clan's bloodline limit. Such feeble attacks can hardly threaten me. Silence. I will surely slay you." Zoku retorted coldly, swinging his sword. Kagaya Tenni parried the attack with his bone sword, sneering, "That strike you landed on me was quite painful. Wasn't he it? They say you were once a genius. What good is rigorous training in taijutsu?" I said, "Be quiet." Water release, water blade slash. Chaotic flow blade technique. Zoku's blade was enveloped in water, each swing creating a torrent of waves. He applied force and suppression. Kagaya Tenni's smile gradually faded as he sensed pressure emanating from Zoku's technique. Hiraku observed silently. The Senju outnumbered their adversaries, thus his involvement was minimal. The cessation of training was akin to killing one's parents. It was no wonder Kagaya Tenni could provoke such agitation in the typically placid Senju. Any ninja would find such a situation intolerable. He had seen the chaotic flow blade technique in his clan's grounds. Its purpose was to enhance the power of the water blade slash, yet its difficulty lay in the need for time to refine it, ranging from 3 to 10 years. The ultimate goal was to seamlessly integrate water chakra into the swordsmanship without impeding ninjutsu. For Hiraku and Tobarama, ninjas who thrived on control, this technique felt awkward. Many advanced ninjutsu focused on enhancing control. The dance of the early fern commenced as dense bone spikes erupted from the ground, numerous, yet generally only about 1.2 meters tall. Kagaya Tenni did not intend to use this technique to kill. Rather, he aimed to disrupt the rhythm of the attack. Zoku, however, remained unfazed, nimbly stepping atop the bone spikes, pressing forward amidst the bloodshed. Kagaya Tenni drew forth a spine. Under the influence of the Shikatsumiyaku, he remained unscathed. wielding the spine as his preferred weapon. Iron wire flower dance. The spine segmented, transforming into a bone whip that lashed out toward Zoku's blade. The waves of water continuously resisted but ultimately did not deflect. The sword became ensnared in bone. Zoku's assault abruptly halted as the bone spikes surged upward, breaking through his feet. Kagaya Tenni coughed violently, blood spilling, while his other hand became enveloped in bone, resembling a drill from a rear view. It appeared as a white bone flower poised to pierce Zoku's face. Water release, water severing wave. A stream of water emerged, aimed at the bone whip. Kagaya Tenni scoffed, dismissing the notion that such feeble water ninjutsu could sever his solid bones. Unless one were to enhance their blade with water release, akin to Zoku, there was little hope. Yet then, a look of horror crossed his features as his once mighty bones were severed by the seemingly delicate stream of water, freed from the restraints of the bone whip. Zoku swiftly swung toward Kagaya Tenni's neck. He chose not to defend, but to attack at this critical moment, aware that as time passed, their disparity would widen due to their respective training. If an opportunity arose, it had to be a decisive strike for a chance at victory. A frenzied glint flashed in Kagaya Tenni's eyes, and he too chose not to retreat, directing the massive drill toward Zoku's head. 3 seconds later, Zoku's lifeless body crumpled to the ground, while Kagaya Tenni released the Shikatsumiyaku, clutching his neck with great effort. It was not that Zoku's strike was slow, rather. At the last moment, Kagaya Tenni had condensed a small piece of bone to block the blow. Had he not done so, it would have resulted in mutual destruction. Yet, in the end, Kagaya Tenni emerged victorious, albeit at a grim cost against a particularly formidable jonin, rendering the outcome scarcely different from defeat. A branch shot forth swiftly, striking Kagaya Tenni at the nape of his neck, splitting apart violently. The excruciating pain jolted Kagaya Tenni back to reality, pulling him from the brink of death as he recalled another enemy, even if it was merely a child. Hiraku, respecting Zoku's decision, had only aided at the last moment. However, as an adversary, he would not permit Kagaya Tenni to return to his clan to recuperate for another battle. Kagaya Tenni laboriously raised a hand, only to let it fall feebly. The branch not only siphoned his blood but also drained his chakra. Without the former, he could barely maintain control of his bones. But without chakra, the Shikatsumiyaku could only sustain his life. Hiraku marveled at Kagaya Tenni's vitality. As a jonin, had he not been aided by the oil woman jonin's insect substitution, this branch would have sufficed to send him to his demise. Yet, Kagaya Tenni still clung to life, albeit precariously, far surpassing the average jonin. Hiraku swiftly severed his head, encountering the branch embedded in his neck, pain coursing through his bones. Fleeting yet intense. Chapter 25. Still too kind as a principled Senju ninja, Hiraku collected Zoku's remains, harnessing the residual power of his bloodline. In this era, the ability to retain a nearly intact corpse after death was a form of fortune. Some, like Zoku, had their heads shattered beyond recognition. After consuming twice, his hunger only intensified, akin to a switch for gluttony being flipped. A glimmer flickered in Hiraku's eyes as black saplings began to sprout beneath his feet. The blood-red space seemingly did not respond to his wood release, suggesting that his actual power was insufficient to meet the demands. The sage body advocates for steady progress and gradual accumulation, unlike the Sharingan, which can unleash explosive power in moments of excitement. Tenni is actually dead. Such a waste of his Shikatsumiyaku. Kagaya Hakurai cursed. As the leader, his prowess was commendable, allowing him to observe the battlefield amidst the chaos. As Senju Xiangyang tightened his grip on the katana, he spoke coldly. Individuals like you, whose hearts spiral into chaos and slaughter upon gaining power, could never comprehend Zhuo Cheng's resolve. The achievements he has obtained today are the fruits of diligent training, step by step. It's laughable. Your jealousy towards our strength is evident. If it weren't for that boy, victory would undoubtedly have belonged to Tianni. Is this truly honorable? Have the brains of your Kagaya clan been sold to the land of water? Scoundrel! At that moment, amidst their fierce battle, a diminutive figure rushed forward. Senju Xiangyang admonished. You are an elite jonin. Your technique is insufficient to defeat him. I shall provide support, so I implore you, senior, to eliminate the opponent. Higuchi calmly replied. I have noted quite a few would-release secret techniques during my previous studies with Hashirama. Suddenly, black, vine-like saplings erupted from beneath Kagaya Shirai's feet, swiftly growing and ensnaring him. Dancing pine, Kagaya Shirai scoffed, as bone spikes protruded from his body, shattering the wood into splinters. The disparity in chakra concentration was evident. Senju Xiangyang, intrigued by the wood release, sensed that Kagaya Shirai's chakra was depleting more rapidly than usual, with some of it embedded within the shattered wood. A technique capable of absorbing the opponent's chakra. This was the bloodline limit of the Senju clan. How fortuitous. Against other ninjas, this issue would have been immediately apparent. However, in facing Kagaya, Senju Xiangyang wore a cold smile. He understood that mercy towards the enemy is cruelty towards oneself. With this principle firmly grasped, he rushed forward to engage in combat. Higuchi continued to employ wood binding and insertion techniques to disrupt. As the battle progressed, Kagaya Shirai began to sense something amiss. Why was his chakra depleting so swiftly? This phenomenon had never occurred in past battles. Though not foolish, he had been influenced by his upbringing and bloodline, leading him to overlook this detail. Higuchi unleashed successive techniques. The wood binding was merely a simplified version of the wood release's eternal binding, designed to affect rather than kill, thus casually released for distraction. He could feel the opponent's bloodline and chakra being absorbed at a slow pace. While less efficient than branches, this method was more discreet, avoiding a life-and-death struggle. Flowing dance, Kagaya Shirai charged at Senju Xiangyang, leaping into the air, his body moving with the grace of a fish, spikes emerging from him. Earth release, earth flow river. Earth release, earth flow wall. The ground beneath Senju Xiangyang transformed into mud, and a wall of earth rose behind him, clearly intended for Higuchi's use. As Kagaya Shirai navigated through the mud, his speed was severely hampered, allowing Senju Xiangyang to intercept him. Get away. Kagaya Shirai contemplated fleeing, but his outward bravado faltered as his body trembled, pain coursing through him. His illness had flared up. Although the Kagaya clan's medicine could suppress the effects, it was merely a temporary fix. Such medicine was exceedingly precious and not easily acquired after a single battle. Higuchi's wood release could absorb the essence from his bloodline, inadvertently heightening the likelihood of an outbreak. Otherwise, given Kagaya Shirai's control over his body, he would not have made such an error. Senju Xiangyang, having spent years on the eastern battlefield, was the first to notice the anomaly. His katana struck repeatedly, contrasting with Zhuo Cheng's chaotic swordplay. This more aggressive approach was characteristic of Senju. Kagaya Shirai retreated rapidly, lacking the resolve to fight to the death, unlike the tenacious Kwanmaru from the future. The eruption of his illness shattered the balance of the battle. His bones retracted into his body, leaving him with only 2 bone blades. Retreat, Kagaya Shirai shouted, executing the dance of the fern. Though it was the same technique, under the chakra of an elite jonin, the bone spikes soared to 5 meters high, robust and interwoven to form a wall of bones. Originally, there were 6 members of the Kagaya clan. Now only 3 remained, while the Senju held a numerical advantage, having lost one and severely injured another. Shall we pursue? Higuchi inquired. With the 3 injured Kagaya ninjas fleeing, the chances of eliminating them were high. Senju Xiangyang shook his head, his gaze fixed on Higuchi. There is no need. Kagaya Shirai has fallen ill. Given his constitution, he won't be able to engage in high-intensity battles for 2 months. It's not worth the risk to chase after 2 Kagaya ninjas. With patience, the Kagaya clan will inevitably falter. However, we cannot wait forever. The remaining matters are for you, the younger generation. Higuchi nodded, aware that dealing with a group weakened by illness would lead to victory in due time. Esteemed seniors, your battle was arduous. Allow me to handle the aftermath of the battlefield. It is somewhat inappropriate for a child to engage in such labor, replied Senju Xiangyang. Senior, once we step onto the battlefield, we must contribute, whether for ourselves or for our fathers. We owe it to them, Higuchi asserted. Senju Xiangyang nodded appreciatively, permitting Higuchi to handle the disposal of the ninja corpses. The disposal of bodies involved 2 methods, cremation or burial. The Senju clan excelled in earth release. Thus they opted for burial. It was not out of kindness towards enemies, but rather a necessity, as decaying corpses could lead to plagues. This was particularly true for members of the Kagaya clan, whose bones were perpetually exposed to the air and reabsorbed into their bodies, making them susceptible to illness. Higuchi mused that perhaps the Senju were too kind. They could simply package the bodies and discard them toward the Kagaya side. After all, with their mastery of earth release and water release, they could easily alter the terrain, making it increasingly difficult for the Kagaya to reclaim them. Eventually, the illness would compound upon them, hastening the downfall of the Kagaya clan. Of course, such thoughts were merely hypothetical. Voicing them would undoubtedly lead to a lecture about desecrating the dead. Moreover, the Senju clan was a prominent family, and such actions would tarnish their reputation. Higuchi recalled the tactics of using excrement on the battlefield. Were he to resort to such an act, it would be akin to betrayal of his kin. In Higuchi's estimation, the Senju's bottom line was limited to backstabbing allies, and even then, only in scenarios where they were allied but refrained from direct assistance. After secretly absorbing the 3 Kagaya ninjas, they were buried in a designated area prepared by the Senju, while the Senju continued to mend the city walls. Chapter 26. The Rare Medical Ninja. Upon completing their tasks, Senju Xiangyang guided Higuchi to familiarize him with the layout of their encampment for future living arrangements. What is the purpose of this wooden house? The other clan members resided in structures made of clay, fused to be as sturdy as the city walls. Yet this wooden house stood apart. She has a different status. A different status? Is she Senju Mingjin? No. If the clan were aware, she would have faced punishment and been stripped of her status as an elder. She is a medical ninja. A medical ninja? In the Warring States period, medical capabilities were underdeveloped. While the status of medical ninjas is indeed elevated, it does not surpass that of clan elders. If that were the case, the 3 great elders would all be replaced by medical ninjas. Have you heard of the 3 Holy Lands? Higuchi raised an eyebrow. In ancient texts, there are records of Miyaboku Mountain, Shikatsu Forest, and Ryuchi Cave, collectively known as the 3 Holy Lands. Could this individual be, indeed? She was chosen by Shikatsu Forest and can summon slugs to assist in healing. Because of this, as long as our clan members return, they are largely unharmed. Higuchi's eyes gleamed with understanding. So she remains here because the role of a medical ninja on the battlefield surpasses that of an elder, whereas remaining within the clan confines her to being an ordinary medical ninja. Senju Xiangyang hastily covered Higuchi's mouth, conveying through chakra, "Do not speak carelessly, child. Women hold grudges." Woman? The door of the wooden house creaked open, revealing the head of a white slug peeking out. Through the narrow gap, a curvaceous figure was faintly visible. She spoke in a calm voice, "So it is merely a child. I shall let it slide this time. However, Xiangyang, speak ill of others from a distance next time. I can still hear you at this range." "Lady Ling, I was wrong." Senju Xiangyang immediately bowed in apology, clutching Higuchi under his arm, preparing to flee. With his keen perception, Hiragi could discern that the strength of this female ninja was comparable to that of Koyo. Yet, rarity elevates value. And this holds true for individuals as well. Elite jonin like Koyo are numerous within the Senju clan, but a ninja like Senju Rei is a singular entity. Naturally, their statuses differ, and given the frequent injuries sustained on the battlefield, medical ninjas are held in even higher regard. Senju Rei opened the door, her expression filled with curiosity as she regarded the two. "Wait, how is it that there is a child here? Isn't the battlefield relatively stable?" Koyo's movements halted abruptly, and after a moment of silence, he replied, "He has awakened wood release and is one of the prospective heirs to the clan." Rei's face softened with understanding, tinged with a hint of pity as she looked at Hiragi. In a world like this, even a child so young cannot escape scrutiny. Poor child. I hope we do not cross paths again. With that, she closed the door, dismissing them entirely. The absence of a doctor indicated a positive sign, suggesting there were no injuries requiring attention. After leading Hiragi a short distance, Koyo reassured him, "Do not take it to heart. Although Lady Rei possesses a rather peculiar demeanor, she will assist you with any injuries you sustain. I understand. Those with great abilities often have eccentric personalities. I know a man who is exceptionally powerful, yet constantly warns about the dangers of foxes. His brother, on the other hand, feigns aloofness but is filled with compassion." Koyo did not grasp the implications of Hiragi's words, but nonetheless acknowledged his wide circle of friends. After all, having more allies than enemies is preferable. When it came time to choose a place to reside, Hiragi effortlessly constructed a wooden house, a feat easily accomplished amid chaos. Senju Myokin, upon discovering Hiragi's creation, made no objections but instead requested one for himself, threatening to dismantle Hiragi's if he did not comply, allowing him to keep his eyes half closed to the situation. Upon hearing this news, Hiragi could not help but curse vehemently. Had it not been for the absence of his kin nearby, he would not tolerate such threats. If they were in the clan's territory, General Hyokin would have dealt with him swiftly. With no other choice, he begrudgingly constructed another dwelling for Myokin. Myokin chuckled upon learning of Hiragi's actions. "Indeed, you are still a child." The wooden house provided warmth in winter and coolness in summer, and due to its nature, could be easily disassembled, making it a rare living space. Myokin was also intrigued by the potential of the clan's bloodline limit. Previously, Hiragi had demonstrated that wood release could vanquish elite jonin like Kagaya, impacting their strength. The Kagaya clan's physique was inherently superior to that of other ninjas of the same level, suggesting that they could rise to a higher tier. Such power at a young age, shortly after awakening a bloodline limit, was indeed remarkable. It was as the ancient texts had foretold, although awakening such power is arduous. Once achieved, it is formidable beyond measure. Myokin reflected, understanding why the awakening of wood release could lead one to become the next clan leader. It is not merely the awakening of wood release that qualifies one for leadership. Rather, possessing wood release is a requisite for the role. This would be a power capable of transforming the clan. Myokin believed in the potential of the bloodline limit and the talents of the young Hiragi and Hashirama. In 3 years, he intended to make Hiragi his own. The nature of children is such that they are easily influenced. Myokin considered his years of experience. Transforming a 5-year-old child over 3 years should not prove too challenging. After all, the conflicts among the elders stemmed from their own interests, leading the younger generation to be at odds. This could be resolved by sacrificing a portion of their interests to consolidate the clan members. While assisting Hiragi in becoming the clan leader, the control of the clan would not rest solely with him. Otherwise, the position of the 3 elders would be rendered unnecessary. As long as he succeeded, even if Hiragi proved formidable, the true power over the Senju clan would remain with him, unless Hiragi intended to neglect the clan entirely. Unbeknownst to Myokin, Hiragi's soul did not originate from this land. As long as he possessed strength, he would directly convey to the clan members that superiority is justice, and strength is the ultimate truth. At this moment, Hiragi was skillfully maneuvering small twigs through the rings of shuriken. After awakening his power, the process became one of practice and contemplation. Just as in his prior training of ninjutsu, mastery and coordination were paramount. Transitioning from water release and lightning release to wood release required some adjustment. He first established his limits, given his chakra capacity. He could only manifest a singular forest of birth, a scaled-down version, not the overwhelming tree world birth. Considering his current situation, his lineage was roughly akin to that of Yamato. Yet due to his capacity to absorb bloodlines, his lethality would be somewhat enhanced, coupled with an increase in sage chakra. Hiragi pondered. He now resembled a fortified version of Yamato, uncertain if his bloodline would autonomously elevate. Without having compared himself to Hashirama, he was also unaware of the distinctions between this black wood release and ordinary wood release. He felt a flicker of curiosity towards Tobirama, who would undoubtedly be intrigued by such differences. With a sigh, Hiragi concluded that such research was best left to professionals. Chapter 27. The Duality of Existence. That night, the resting Senju ninjas were abruptly awakened by the sound of explosions. The seasoned ninjas instinctively rose, grumbling as they rushed into action. In contrast, the newly arrived ninjas followed the commotion with puzzled expressions. Amidst them, Hiragi made his way to the city wall, observing figures clad in black racing towards them. Before the Senju ninjas could mount an attack, these figures detonated the explosive tags affixed to their bodies. The explosions echoed one after another, mingled with the sound of rushing water. At some point, Senju Myokin appeared beside Hiragi, calmly observing the scene. Such is the arrogance of the Kagaya clan. I suspect that this information was not shared with you by Hyokin. No matter how well intelligence is gathered, it requires verification on site. Myokin's father managed the front lines against the Uchiha, seldom venturing here, leading to potential gaps in knowledge. Hiragi summoned a wooden platform beneath his feet. Gazing down at the chaos below, what is the meaning of this? Are they truly willing to sacrifice themselves to damage the walls? Would it not be more effective to simply toss explosive tags? Myokin replied quietly, Hiragi, you must understand that these vassal families are accepted by the great clans solely for their value, and the only value these individuals possess is their humanity. They do not require rigorous training in weaponry, nor do they need chakra. By sacrificing a portion of their kin, they earn the Kagaya clan's protection. Ironically, their utility serves only to disturb our rest rather than undermine the walls. Is this an exchange? Hiragi observed the self-destructive ninjas, his emotions swirling within the clan. I understood the devaluation of life, but witnessing it firsthand reveals how naive my thoughts were. Myokin sighed. If your enemies are composed of such individuals, how would you respond? If they do not even value their own lives, what can be salvaged? I would guide them on their journey, hoping for a better existence in their next life. Though the Senju clan is a large family known for treating smaller clans with respect, not every clan can become a vassal of the Senju, as limited strength cannot protect everyone. Myokin found satisfaction in Hiragi's response. Well said. Now, return and rest. You must adapt to the battlefield. This is not your clan's territory. And there is no safe haven. Your enemies will attack in shameless ways, and your task is to endure. Before he could finish his thought, he noticed that the young boy had already vanished. Upon the mention of rest, Hiragi was already on his way back. Rather than lamenting the fates of others, he preferred to focus on resting and growing, preparing for the challenges ahead. In this merciless world, only by strengthening oneself can one hope to effect change. Lying in bed, listening to the intermittent sounds of explosions, Hiragi gradually drifted into slumber, whether due to fatigue or not. He felt his soul gently rising, detached from his body, soaring ever upward. As his body regained control, Hiragi gazed around in bewilderment. Where was he? The soil nearby was stained crimson, as if he were amidst a battlefield. A gentle rain fell from the sky, washing over the fragmented corpses, while an array of weapons lay scattered about. As he continued onward, Hiragi halted, his pupils narrowing as he beheld another version of himself. Bloodied hands, a face streaked with either rain or tears. He trembled as he knelt before a corpse, his Sharingan swirling with 3 tomo, ultimately transforming into a dark, 9-pointed star formation. A raspy voice escaped his lips, an arcane power surging forth. Hachi Ishikan. Hachi Ishikan. Hiragi yearned to comprehend the unfolding event, only to be struck by a sharp pain in his eyes, followed by a sensation of falling. The scenery around him vanished in the blink of an eye, and when he regained his senses, he found himself seated on a wooden bed, a soft glow illuminating the sky and bringing a semblance of warmth. The stinging in his eyes had subsided, leaving a slight swelling, and Hiragi dared not dismiss the experience within the blood-red realm. Dreams were no longer mere dreams. He quickly formed a series of hand seals, summoning a mirror of water. Through this reflective surface, he observed a layer of ethereal 9-pointed stars overlaying his dark pupils. This pattern gradually morphed into a black veil, obscuring his gaze. Hiragi redirected his chakra to activate his Sharingan, discovering that the black veil concealed the original 2 tomo. His ocular power remained unaffected, the abilities beneath the 2 tomo intact, merely masked by the appearance of the black eyes. Rubbing his eyes, Hiragi pondered, perhaps I should venture out and test this. If all is well, I may utilize my Sharingan in the future. This pair of eyes had long been a source of anxiety for Hiragi, having awakened yet remaining unusable, fearing that complications might arise due to his rivalry with the Uchiha clan. Yet now, in the eyes of his family's ninjas, he appeared to have awakened with release. A true member of the Senju clan. At this moment, revealing the Sharingan seemed less perilous, and Hiragi contemplated awakening it unexpectedly on the battlefield to fulfill his training needs. However, if given a choice, he preferred to conceal the Sharingan from his kin, as this would simplify matters. Whom should he approach? Hiragi contemplated and decided to seek out Senju Tobarama, a figure of clan leadership. If he could not discern the truth, at least it would ensure some level of safety. Given past events, it was clear that Tobarama would be eager to bond with him. Children are often naive, prone to temper, yet they possess the advantages of their age, allowing them to disregard appearances. Thus, Hiragi, who had scolded Senju Tobarama the previous day, leisurely made his way to his chamber to seek guidance. Tobarama, unfazed, had served as the elder for many years. It was improbable he would hold a grudge against a child, especially over a trivial matter of training experience. After some time together, Tobarama expressed no unusual sentiments, even praising the quality of Hiragi's gaze, likening it to being observed by the Uchiha Sharingan. Evidently, the black veil conjured by the 9-pointed star adeptly concealed the transformation of his eyes, yet the lingering power still drew attention. This ocular strength was not infinite. It continued to deplete, albeit maintaining the appearance of the veil required comparatively less energy, at least for the time being. In the ensuing days, the attacks from the Kagaya clan were sporadic yet persistent, and the reasons given by captured ninjas were bizarre: fighting when the weather was pleasant, or when it was poor to enable ambushes, or seizing supplies to weaken the Senju, or raiding for resources when none were available. The rationale was as strange as it was varied, leading Hiragi to seriously suspect that the Kagaya clan was composed of muscle-bound individuals, for they seemed to relish conflict. As if a day without battle left them restless. Amidst this high-intensity combat, Hiragi's experience steadily grew, and the synergy of his Sharingan with his sage body resulted in a further enhancement of his power after a brief period of adjustment. He gradually gained recognition on the battlefield, and the other Senju ninjas began to drop the term genius, viewing him simply as a ninja. Chapter 28. Too much given. As the battle raged fiercely, the Kagaya clan organized a team to the seaside. This time, it should go smoothly. I've heard that old Tobarama has returned. What is there to fear? If the Senju truly approach, will the nearby clans remain silent? Don't overthink it. Transporting goods by ship consumes vast quantities of storage scrolls. With that time, the Senju could have already relocated a batch of supplies. True enough, the Kagaya ninjas busied themselves loading equipment onto the ship. While all ninjas could traverse water, it still consumed chakra, and there were also sea beasts lurking beneath the waves. As a prominent clan, their storage scrolls were not lacking, but scarce. During trade with the land of water, these scrolls were often coveted. Thus they resorted to the most primitive means of transportation, ships. Tasked with ensuring safety was Kagaya Shiretsu, a seasoned pinnacle jonin, ranking just below the three elders. The vessel could accommodate 24 individuals, comprising 8 Kagaya ninjas, while the remaining 16 were 10 men and 6 women, universal laborers drawn from subordinate clans responsible for rowing, cooking, and occasionally discussing the meaning of life with the Kagaya ninjas. Shiretsu was well acquainted with the route, able to ascertain their approximate position solely by speed, without the need for specific items. Due to the nature of their trade, the selected Kagaya members were of a generally amiable disposition, though excluding Shiretsu. The rest were somewhat out of place within their clan. Lord Shiretsu, you seem a bit tense, Kagaya Manrin remarked, approaching with a jar of sake. A bit of tension during a mission is beneficial. It keeps one feeling youthful, Shiretsu replied, accepting the sake, knowing that in moderation, it could effectively stave off fatigue. What of the others? They're in the women's quarters. You differ greatly from the other clan members. Even with your awakened bloodline, your character remains unchanged. Kagaya Manrin lowered his head slightly, a look of dejection crossing his face. Lord, I am aware that I am a coward. I often lack the courage displayed by other clan members on the battlefield, to the point of being timid. Perhaps your nature is the true awakening. Although our Kagaya clan possesses formidable power, we struggle to control it. The thrill of slaughter often occupies the heart, leading to unnecessary sacrifices. Lord, if the clan leader were to learn of this, he would be displeased. Manrin, the leader isn't as deranged as you might think. After reaching the pinnacle of Jonin, one learns to temper their emotions. Yet, compared to a few individuals, the collective character of the populace more significantly shapes the way of life within the clan. There have been leaders who attempted to instigate change, but most clan members could not conquer their inner selves. Kagaya Shiretsu patiently narrated, as a thick fog began to envelop them, obscuring their view ahead. Fog? No, I can sense chakra. It's the hidden mist technique of the land of water. Quickly, alert those fools to prepare. Kagaya Manrin dashed toward the ship's interior, glancing back just as a colossal wave surged forth, revealing a grinning face. Dance of the waters. Kagaya Shiretsu felt an immense pressure. A bone shield expanded before him, shielding the front of the ship. In the next instant, the wave crashed violently, shattering the bone shield, and water surged through the ruptured gaps, penetrating the vessel. The ship began to tremble, the wood splintering, and the Kagaya ninjas, caught off guard, and some even without time to don their garments, utilized their bones as makeshift patches to temporarily stabilize the ship. Kagaya Shiretsu panted lightly. Having just faced that attack, he understood that the opponent's strength surpassed his own, clearly a leader-level powerhouse. Not bad. A mass of water transformed into a humanoid figure standing atop the surface, tauntingly commenting. The art of hydration, the Akatsuki clan. Kagaya Shiretsu suppressed the violent thoughts within and spoke in a deep voice. It seems our Kagaya clan has had no friction with the Akatsuki clan. Akatsuki Shingetsu chuckled. Indeed. We have not. However, Senju's generosity was overwhelming. I simply could not resist taking action. Do you have any idea how much effort I expended to ascertain your routes? With a flick of his fingers, Kagaya Shiretsu shot several bone shards that pierced through Akatsuki Shingetsu's body, yet the azure waters did not turn crimson. Only a faint splash broke the surface. Let me inform you, I am a sensory ninja. Akatsuki Shingetsu's smile faded as the surrounding waters surged like towering walls, crashing down upon the central vessel. The ship could no longer maintain its balance and finally capsized, the currents transforming into a whirlpool that gradually swallowed and crushed it. Precious supplies sinking into the depths. Kagaya Shiretsu stood upon the water's surface, his expression grim, drawing forth a bone blade, ready to fight to the death. Yet, Akatsuki Shingetsu simply dissolved into water and plunged into the sea. His task was merely to disrupt the Kagaya clan's transaction, not to slay these Kagaya ninjas. Engaging in combat with such a creature composed entirely of hard bones would be time-consuming and unnecessary. Kagaya Shiretsu felt powerless as the owner of the corpse bone pulse. He was not proficient in other ninjutsu and could not inflict harm upon Akatsuki Shingetsu. The remaining Kagaya ninjas gathered, while the affiliated clan members, either trapped in the ship's lower deck or lacking in strength, had already sunk with it. Master, what should we do? Should we retrieve the items? Kagaya Koshi panicked, only to be punched into the water by the ill-tempered Shiretsu. Fool, can you swim? Even if you retrieved all these items, could you carry them back? Use your brain and think carefully, or I will sever that thing below you. Kagaya Shiretsu scolded angrily. The loss of this batch of items was minor, but delaying the clan was significant. Without medication to suppress their next battle, who knows how many would perish due to illness? If Senju learned of this and retaliated, the clan would be eager to fight with all their might, waiting for the medicine to arrive for suppression. Koshi, you must report back to the clan immediately. It must be swift. Kagaya Manrin gritted his teeth and finally dashed away. Once he had gone far, a Kagaya ninja asked, "What about us?" Kagaya Shiretsu gazed at the floating planks on the water, coldly replying, "What do you think we can do? Rather than face punishment from the clan, we might as well go to the land of water and let them know the consequences of opposing the Kagaya clan." But how can Manrin return? Do you think the crime of losing this batch of supplies is trivial? Upon returning, the clan leader would be eager to have you killed. If it weren't for the Kagaya clan, I wouldn't want him to return. We might as well perish together. Several Kagaya ninjas exchanged glances and slowly nodded. Kagaya Shiretsu narrowed his eyes. First, we need to construct a boat. No matter what, we must reach the land of water. Indeed, Kagaya Shiretsu harbored some selfish motives. Sending Manrin back would surely burden him with this crime, but he would likely survive. All it took was to change his name to escape the sins attached to it. The Kagaya ninjas quickly crafted a small vessel from bone patches. Fortunately, the original materials used for the ship were of good quality, and even a rudimentary assembly could support the weight of all 7 of them. Chapter 29, Black and White Hair. Upon receiving Akatsuki Shingetsu's message, Senju Akira immediately issued the order to counterattack. All Senju clan members were invigorated. Having endured a period of oppression, they fought with fervor, driven by the strategies of their leaders. The Kagaya clan surged forth, this battle differing from previous skirmishes. Clan emblems adorned both sides of the battlefield, and nearly 2/3 of the elite Jonin to Genin participated in the fray. In the blood-soaked battlefield, a notably short figure emerged, black trees extending to absorb the blood from the ground. Senju Hiromo. He over there. Deal with him. Kagaya ninjas shouted upon discovering the boy's presence. Having identified the repulsive bloodline limit over the past few days, Hiromu's wood release was not yet at the level of rapid regeneration or indestructibility, but during the battle, he would occasionally siphon chakra and disrupt combat with errant branches, creating significant annoyance. Moreover, this situation targeted only the Kagaya side. The trees under Hiromu's control would not attack Senju clan members. 3 Jonin approached, and a flash of crimson crossed Hiromu's eyes as he moved. First stepping back to evade the downward slash of the first, then jumping off a bone blade to kick the second in the face. Finally transforming his right hand into a wooden fist to knock the third to the ground, ensnared by vines. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly as if previously rehearsed. Without a moment's pause, "That insufferable brat!" exclaimed the first Kagaya attacker, realizing too late as branches pierced his eyes. This was Hiromu's quickest method of dispatching Kagaya clan members. Their bodies were encased in bone, making it difficult to identify weaknesses, with the eyes being the only significant target. After being pierced by the wooden branch, the victim was swiftly killed by the insertion technique. Though the process was somewhat gruesome, there was no alternative on the battlefield. The Kagaya ninja, who had just been kicked, snapped back to reality only to feel a sharp pain in his neck. the same fate befalling the Kagaya ninja bound to the ground. Water release, water severing wave. This technique proved exceptionally useful. Even amidst the prevalence of wood release, this water technique remained. Do not be so arrogant. Kagaya Shirari appeared in an instant, slashing with his blade just as Hiromu dealt with the three. Facing this sudden attack, Hiromu had no time to form seals. Wood splinters flew, and armor shattered. Hiromu spat blood but steadied himself, relying on the dual protection of his wooden armor and ninja armor to withstand significant damage. Truly shameless, Hiromu coldly remarked, wiping the blood from his lips. Killing you will suffice. Dance of the flowing blade. Kagaya Shirari said no more. Half of the bone spikes that emerged from his body aimed directly at Hiromu and shot forth in one breath. Wood clone. Wood release. Forest birth. Faced with such a barrage of bone blades, Hiromu first replaced himself with a tree in the battlefield and, once the distance was sufficient, used forest birth to shield himself. Kagaya Shirari's eyes widened. He had not anticipated that the substitution technique could be employed in such a manner. Amidst the dense trees, the attack was completely thwarted. And taking advantage of the cover, Hiromu fled from Kagaya Shirari to another location. What possessed me to engage with this fellow? Achieving special Jonin at 5 years old is already my limit. There is no life or death breakthrough to be had in this fight. And the blood spilled on the ground awaits my collection, rendering this one insignificant. However, Kagaya Shirari had no intention of letting Hiromu escape. He activated the body flicker technique and rushed forward, chakra surging as his spine bone, sword gripped tightly, pulling with force. Kagaya Shirari, I swear I will not let you off so easily, Hiromu shouted, biting his finger and pressing it to the ground. Summoning technique, Rashomon. A sealed gate rose from the earth, followed by the sound of metal clashing. Kagaya Shirari exerted all his strength, leaping over Rashomon from the side. Eyes filled with murderous intent. Boy, you may have a sharp tongue, but I see you're too scared to move. Accept your fate. Wood release, wood spiral barrier. From both sides of Hiromu, trees grew towards the center, forming a protective shield. Wood, great wood, great wood. Kagaya Shirari unleashed a torrent of chakra, delivering multiple strikes against the wood, as white bone blossoms unfolded, ultimately aiming for Hiromu's neck. At that moment, the earth beneath him suddenly softened, and the originally strong and powerful strike faltered, shifting its trajectory from the neck to the chest. Hiromu's already damaged armor was rendered useless as he spat blood, stumbling back against the ruined wooden barrier. Mud. Kagaya Shirari glanced at the ground beneath him. The once stable terrain had transformed into mud. This kid was waiting for this. How foolish. Wait. Kagaya Shirari's gaze narrowed. Something black stirred beneath the soil, a vine laced with explosive tags, now stealthily coiling around his right leg. Originally, Kagaya's white blade could have evaded instantly, but hindered by the earth, he inadvertently struck Hiragi, who was already in his sights, leading to a moment of carelessness. In the next instant, a brilliant white light emanated from his right leg, accompanied by a deafening explosion. Hiragi was sent flying, his body drenched in blood. Kagaya's agonized scream followed. Although his formidable physical constitution derived from the bone pulse prevented immediate death from the explosion, his right leg, where the blast had concentrated, was obliterated, along with the masculine attributes it bore. The intensity of this pain, both mental and physical, was excruciating. Hiragi gasped lightly. With a thought, a vine sprouted from the earth, absorbing blood and chakra from the battlefield, channeling it through the earlier vine into his body to enhance his strength while simultaneously healing him. Unbeknownst to him, his originally black hair began to visibly turn white, not in the pallor of old age, but in a bright, pristine hue. Feeling nearly ready, he was soon confronted by an E and Chi, two dark ninjas. The former aimed to deliver a finishing blow to Kagaya's white blade, while the latter carried Hiragi away from the battlefield. With frustration, Hiragi thought back to the earlier pursuit when no one had appeared to assist him, only to find them now engaged in their own agendas. And Chi swiftly transported Hiragi to the wooden hut of Senju Rei, who immediately summoned a slug for healing. The slimy creature crawled over him. While it seemed acceptable in anime, the actual contact was somewhat off-putting. "Yes, fine, and in a better state than most of you," the slug replied softly. "There's nothing to worry about. After awakening would release, my recovery abilities are strong, just a bit gruesome to look at." Hiragi scratched the back of his head. And Chi paused, transforming into a mirror to reveal the boy's head of white hair. Hiragi glanced, slightly surprised, and quickly added, "There's nothing peculiar about it." Tobarama also had white hair, and there's also the Uchiha with half black and half white. This might just be due to the awakening of my bloodline limit. However, why didn't you two come out to protect me? The clan leader ordered you to safeguard me while I was being chased by an elite jonin. And you were asleep? And she replied flatly, "I did not hear your cries for help, and sensing your movements, I believed it was a test of your own skills. I apologize." Hiragi's mouth twitched upon realizing that his intense focus on the battle had led his protectors to think it unnecessary to intervene. Regardless, be more cautious next time. Accumulating injuries is ultimately detrimental. Senju Rei sighed in relief. Understood, Hiragi nodded, secretly absorbing the wood's pain to reclaim his blood, though it yielded little effect. It seemed he could not consume himself and regenerate like Otsutsuki Urashiki. Chapter 30. Loyalty. After confirming everything was in order, and Chi vanished once more. They bore the identity of bodyguards, but primarily served to assist Senju Akira in stabilizing the battlefield. Hiragi then washed up, donned new armor, and returned to the battlefield, moving with greater caution after his recent experiences. To annihilate Kagaya's white blade, the explosive tags he had used were nearly depleted. Strategic resources seldom favored an overabundance. And the more he used, the less he had. Given his provocative abilities, encountering another elite jonin would likely necessitate calling for his bodyguards. The battle raged on for 7 days and nights, with Senju ninjas taking turns to rest while unleashing their pent-up rage. The clash between Sage Body and Bone Pulse left only blood and corpses in its wake. Hiragi benefited immensely from the turmoil, although his personal strength did not increase. The quality of his wood release improved steadily, and his physique grew stronger. His role on the battlefield began to rise as well, saving numerous weaker clansmen with his dark trees. On the 8th day, Kagaya's offensive suddenly weakened, thoroughly suppressed by the Senju. The previously frenzied Kagaya appeared doused with cold water. In response to the urgent situation, Kagaya's clan leader, Kagaya Taketorai, emerged onto the battlefield. An Enshi engaged him briefly before Senju Akira arrived. The clash between these clan leaders carved out a distinct zone of battle. Following that encounter, Kagaya's ninjas nearly retreated to their clan territory, leaving only a few from allied clans to serve as cannon fodder against the Senju advance. The Kagaya clan began deploying the subordinate Hachiya clan, victory now within reach. Senju Shanyang approached Hiragi, noting the shift in the battlefield dynamics as the Senju ninjas felt increasingly at ease, their numbers dwindling from 2/3 to 1/3, exhibiting a composed demeanor. "Shanyang, there is no need to relay this information to me separately," Hiragi stated calmly as he sprinkled blood from his blade onto the ground, gritting his teeth. Senju Shanyang spoke, "Young Master Hiragi, to be candid, I wish to serve you." Currently, the clan was divided into 2 factions, one led by the clan leader's eldest son, Senju Hashirama, and the other supported by the second and elder elders backing Hiragi. The inevitable shifts in power offered advantages to those who acted first. Compared to the unclear Hashirama, this brave, resilient, and formidable youth on the battlefield was far more worthy of allegiance. "Very well," Hiragi replied as he dispatched another ninja with a swift strike, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. Upon hearing this, Senju Shanyang unleashed a surge of chakra, stepping forward to act as a vanguard for Hiragi, demonstrating his resolve. The situation among the subordinate clans had subtly shifted, yet after much slaughter, it became evident that no unique jutsu was present. Time passed, and a voice amplified by chakra resounded across the battlefield. "We, the Hachiya clan, surrender and wish to become vassals of the Senju clan," Hachiya Taifu proclaimed loudly. If this continued, their clan would be annihilated before the Kagaya could even recover, rendering loyalty moot. The Hachiya clan, a moderately sized family, possessed certain assets unlike smaller clans, believing that by demonstrating loyalty, they could find acceptance within the Senju. Senju Akira observed the unfolding scene with indifference and instructed, "Hiragi, go and receive the clan banner." In such a disparity of strength, it was customary for the defeated to kneel and present their clan flag bearing their emblem as a sign of submission. Typically, this task would fall to Senju Akira or Senju Akira, but now, to grant the youth a chance to bolster his prestige, Akira willingly relinquished this opportunity. Upon hearing this, Hiragi dashed forward, drawing the gaze of numerous Senju ninjas. Under the radiant light, the blood on the young armor shimmered, yet his demeanor remained serene. reflecting a maturity far beyond his years, surrounded by the protective black vines that resembled sentinels. As he approached Hachiya Taifu, the latter hesitated briefly before realizing the gravity of the moment and promptly knelt, offering the flag adorned with their clan emblem with both hands. "This is the future of the Senju clan," a Senju Chunin could not help but exclaim. In any other circumstance, such words would have been unthinkable for a Chunin to utter, as it was not a matter for one of their rank to discuss. However, in this moment, they paid little heed, simply observing the youth accept the banner. Within the Kagaya territory, Kagaya Taketorai received news of the Hachiya clan's surrender. He scoffed at the letter in his hand, crumpling it in anger. This defeat would not bring the Kagaya clan to the brink of annihilation. It would merely result in the loss of some territory, with the Hachiya serving as scapegoats. It was essential to note that the Kagaya clan was currently contending with two major clans, the Senju and the Uchiha. While the geographical advantage lay with the Senju, caution against the Uchiha could not be overlooked. These sworn adversaries had clashed for years. While cooperation was impossible, both sides were keenly aware of each other's intelligence, as their interests often aligned closely, resembling collaboration in certain aspects. Especially after the Inyan clan joined the Uchiha, their strength has significantly increased. Should the Senju truly engage in a life-and-death battle with Kagaya, the Uchiha would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Do not misunderstand. This is not to alleviate the pressure on the Senju, but rather to leverage their power for personal gain. Conversely, the outcome would be the same if the roles were reversed. "Manrin, what are your thoughts?" Kagaya Taketorai inquired, gazing at the frail man before him. "Clan leader, without the suppression of medicine, it is exceedingly difficult for us to compete with the patience of the Senju. Engaging in a true battle would only result in the needless loss of our kin," Kagaya Manrin replied weakly. The elder, Kagaya Mantaku, closed his eyes and remarked, "It is challenging to gather resources. Although we still have some medicine in the warehouse, we cannot afford to overlook future dangers for the sake of temporary benefits." His strength was sufficient to quell the turmoil within, allowing for rational contemplation and the pursuit of the most advantageous decision in the current circumstances. Kagaya Manrin coughed lightly, spitting a trace of blood, and said, "The Kirigakure clan has reached an unknown agreement with the Senju. We cannot predict when they will strike again. Are you suggesting we first secure the medicine before addressing other foes?" "Indeed," Kagaya Taketorai pondered. "Our collaboration with the Yuki clan of the Land of Water has always been fruitful. The losses on both sides are unwelcome, and we can take advantage of this situation. Mantaku, prepare yourself. In a few days, accompany Manrin to the Land of Water. But, clan leader, what about the Senju? Let them have some land. Consider it a means of clearing a portion of our subordinate families." "Understood." Kagaya Mantaku assisted Manrin in seeking treatment. After the two departed, Kagaya Taketorai unfurled a scroll inscribed with several names: Uchiha Taijima, Senju Butsuma, Huga Tenjin. As the scroll extended, 4 new names emerged: Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Izuna, Senju Hashirama, Senju Hiragi. The Uchiha clan still possessed 2 prodigious youths capable of awakening the Sharingan, while the Senju held 2 with bloodline limits. Kagaya Taketorai felt a twinge of envy towards the geniuses of these 2 clans and subsequently inscribed a name: Kagaya Manrin. "I hope you can catch up, Manrin," he sighed. The tumultuous energy of the Shikatsumiyaku was not easily quelled, yet if accomplished, the potential to reach a certain realm would be within reach. This was a vision once dreamt by their ancestors, a gray bone spike that would ensure death for man and beast alike. Despite his skepticism regarding such rumored powers, the emergence of 2 would release users among the Senju instilled a glimmer of hope within him. Chapter 31. The post-war procession with the Hayakuyo clan's surrender. Other beleaguered subordinate families sought to follow suit. However, Kagaya Taketorai returned to the battlefield to eliminate a small clan leader who wished to surrender, stabilizing the morale of his people. Following this brief interlude, Kagaya Taketorai engaged in battle with Senju Mayukin once more, albeit with considerably less commotion. Upon concluding their duel, both parties retreated. Shortly thereafter, Kagaya Taketorai, promising a year of non-aggression from the Kagaya clan toward the Senju, along with a substantial supply of resources, brought the conflict to a close. Warfare was merely a means to procure benefits, a reality that would persist even amidst future village skirmishes. Hiragi subsequently settled down, being assigned to handle the Hayakuyo clan, whose territory bordered that of the Kagaya clan, surrounded by numerous smaller families. It was impossible to resettle them in their original lands. And upon their surrender, they could not directly enter the city walls due to a lack of trust. Thus, Hiragi found a patch of land near the walls to accommodate them, constructing several large wooden huts for their temporary shelter. Upon returning to his quarters, Hiragi was approached by Senju Asahi, who hurriedly whispered, "Young Master Hiragi, this is a token of appreciation from the Hyakkuyo clan leader." Opening a storage scroll, a chest of coins emerged. Hiragi raised an eyebrow. During the Warring States period, coins were cast in copper, and although a system resembling banknotes existed, it was typically confined to family circulation. For instance, exchanging a chest of copper coins for banknotes within the Senju clan would be futile in the Sarutobi clan, necessitating a return to convert them back. An amusing quirk arose. While exchanging coins for notes was free, converting notes back to coins without the family crest often incurred a fee. Hiragi scrutinized the chest of coins before closing it and stating, "You have made a mistake. Quickly deliver this to Elder Mayukin." "But young master, this is a gift from the Hyakkuyo clan leader to you. Why should it go to Elder Mayukin?" Senju Asahi calmly inquired. Hiragi cast a sidelong glance and replied sternly, "This victory was due to Elder Mayukin. In essence, my role in our victory was minimal. The Hyakkuyo clan's gift is not for a mere child like me, but for the Senju clan as a whole. I cannot accept it." With a sigh, he admitted to himself that he had a fondness for money, and he believed that even if he accepted it, Senju Mayukin would not question it. However, it felt inappropriate for a newcomer to the battlefield, fresh off a victory and just beginning to gain some reputation, to accept such spoils. At 5 years old, indulging in greed was unseemly. He would eventually come to regret it, so it was better to refuse the gift altogether. Senju Asahi smiled and nodded, understanding the principle behind Hiragi's refusal. He was merely testing the young man's character, hoping to gauge his potential for growth. Just as Senju Asahi planned to secure the item in a storage scroll for delivery to Mayukin, Hiragi interjected. "What is it, young Master Hiragi? Return to the Hyakkuyo clan and do not use a storage scroll. Have 4 of our clansmen carry this chest directly to Elder Mayukin at a leisurely pace." "Understood." Senju Asahi complied without further comment. Hiragi lightly tapped the wooden table, wondering why they should hide their gifts. It was not a matter of shame. And sending 4 people to carry it for the sake of the young clan's dignity was quite considerate. Having descended from the battlefield, Hiragi initially intended to visit Senju Rei to seek recognition for learning sage techniques. The sage mode was invaluable both now and in the future. However, the slug had crawled around him and declared his spirit unfit for training. If I cannot train, so be it. I do not care. I refuse to believe that all 3 great sage locations would turn me away." With his thoughts redirected, he retrieved the materials provided by Mayukin and began correlating them with intelligence from the Eastern Front. Now that the Kagaya clan had temporarily ceased hostilities, he could investigate nearby clans while also seeking out the 3 great sage locations. Senju's policy was one of compassion, thus, he did not impose undue hardship on these smaller families. As long as they did not act against the Senju would treat them with similar leniency. The situation was rather chaotic. Some families excelled in agriculture, others in intelligence gathering, while some were skilled artists. But the artists had departed to other nations. While the intelligence provided by Mayukin was generally sound and considerably more detailed than that from the Eastern Front, there remained some discrepancies. "All right, let us go investigate." Hiragi organized the materials and stepped outside. Once beyond the battlefield's confines, he employed a transformation technique to observe the surrounding neutral clans. The first he encountered was the Yang clan, primarily comprised of information brokers who collected various intelligence. However, due to their small size, their information was often delayed, though correspondingly, their prices were low. After a cursory glance, Hiragi recognized most of the headlines from his time with the Senju, with only a handful being trivial matters. After perusing the offerings, he found himself uninterested in the intelligence and instead purchased a wind shuriken. This weapon was significantly larger than standard shuriken, its 4 blades spreading out like a pinwheel. He had seen such items in his clan's territory before, but at that time, he preferred more nimble tools. Now that he had obtained sage power, the difference in handling between this and an ordinary shuriken felt negligible. Higashi was contemplating his departure when he sensed that someone was watching him. Consequently, he altered his course and headed to another location. Upon exiting the territory of the Nightshade clan, 2 ninjas emerged from the trees before him. "Brother, we are in dire need of money. We kindly ask for your assistance in lending us some, spoke Hashikage with a slight smile, as a surge of purple chakra suddenly manifested behind him, forming an unstable chakra shape. Oh, if my memory serves me right, this technique seems to belong to the Hashikage clan of the Land of Bears, Higashi remarked. His interest peaked as a glimmer sparkled in his eyes. Before the establishment of Konohagakure, certain ninja villages remained unnamed, yet some clans persisted. The Hashikage clan derived its name from a star that fell from the heavens onto their ancestral land, developing a unique ninjutsu called Peacock Mystique, characterized by the emission of purple chakra that transformed into various forms. Since you are aware of our prowess, hand over the money, and we shall not trouble you, Hashikage declared loudly, only to find that black trees had appeared beneath their feet, steadily absorbing their chakra. Peacock Mystique Beast. Hashikage intended to summon a beast form, but was met with immediate dissolution. Blackwood, you are the white-haired demon of the Senju. Hashikage gasped, looking down at the wood beneath him in disbelief. The nomenclature does not seem to align with Kagaya's conventions. You two are fortunate. I am genuinely interested in studying your ninjutsu, Higashi expressed, revealing a hint of a smile as he rubbed his hands together. There is no need for anxiety or fear. Take a deep breath. Dizziness is natural, and pain is fleeting. For reasons unknown, a chill ran down the spines of the two ninjas, a wave of trepidation washing over them. Chapter 32. The Divine Fruit. The two Hashikage ninjas had each lost a piece of flesh and were discarded to the side. The speed of Higashi's strike was so swift that they had no time to react, but the ensuing agony caused them to break into a cold sweat. He placed the two pieces of flesh into bottles filled with nutrient liquid, labeling them before calling out to the air, "Come forth." The figure of Anchi appeared nearby. The two shadow ninjas were still on guard. Without the use of space-time ninjutsu, it was challenging for Higashi to shake off the two. He tossed the bottles to Anchi, instructing, "Deliver this to Tobarama in my name." Anchi nodded after a glance and vanished instantly, leaving the task of delivering the two pieces of flesh to the hawk. If it were something of great importance, it would be personally escorted by a ninja. As for what to do with the two youths, that was not his concern. Higashi touched the trees that absorbed the chakra of the two, and through wood release, he retained their ninjutsu within his mind. For a ninja possessing wood release, the Peacock Mystique and similar techniques were mostly unnecessary, yet there was one aspect that could temporarily compensate for his shortcomings, the ability to fly. As he was not yet capable of summoning a wood dragon, such an ability was required as a substitute. This technique essentially allows one to manifest birds through chakra, thereby acquiring their abilities. However, since the chakra of the Hashikage clan had mutated, it would require modification before he could utilize it with his normal chakra. After a few minutes of concentration, a bird shape emerged from the chakra behind him, its wings flapping as it lifted off the ground. The two ninjas, who were currently bandaging their wounds, were left dumbfounded, realizing that the ninjutsu they had painstakingly trained in was effortlessly acquired by this individual in a matter of moments. Upon descending back to the ground after a trial, Higashi thought there were no issues with the technique, yet it could still be refined. He turned to the two and asked, "What brings you from the Land of Bears to this place? Are you on a mission?" Hashikage wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, replying, "We came to scavenge, but we have decided to return now." To scavenge meant to loot the belongings of fallen ninjas, collecting their tools and wealth to gain profit, a means of reaping the spoils of war. A single kunai, as long as it was not damaged, would circulate through many hands once discovered. However, the Senju and Kagaya's battlefield was perceptive to ninjas, and these two were merely chunin, at best scavenging for small family treasures. Higashi nodded, "Understandable. What about the robbery? The items wouldn't fit, so we intended to purchase a ninja tool pouch." "So you have accomplices?" Hashikage immediately retorted, "Impossible. It is just the two of us this time." Higashi pointed at them. "You intend to buy a pouch for the sake of carrying items. Yet both of you are out here. This means the items must either be hidden or closely guarded. This area is the territory of the Nightshade clan, who specialize in intelligence. Hiding them carries a significant risk of discovery." Hashikage and Hashin glanced at each other, their expressions betraying a sense of resignation. They understood that once they spoke, without any value left to them, they would be summarily executed. "Brave, but I have my means," Higashi said, clapping his hands and producing a storage scroll from his robes. After a puff of smoke, a jar of liquor appeared. As he opened it, a peculiar odor infiltrated the surroundings. "What is this?" Merely a concoction I have been experimenting with, though it is quite unpalatable and odorous, Higashi replied with a grin. This is Ali. Translated, it means history. I find it hard to believe you want to speak. You truly are a demon, one of them muttered in dread. How verbose. Higashi retorted as he gulped down the contents, causing the two ninjas to instantly feel the urge to expel it. However, they found that the liquid was solidifying rapidly in their mouths, rendering them unable to vomit despite their dry heaves. In that moment, they desperately wished they could use water release instead of peacock mystique. This is your last chance. If you do not speak, Higashi threatened. Hashin's complexion paled as he replied, we have two accomplices. Our main objective was to steal the divine fruit of the Kori clan to bring back to our own clan. And we have succeeded. Higashi contemplated briefly, realizing he had no recollection of this fruit, and thus inquired, the divine fruit? What is that? Seeing his companion divulging their secret, Hashikage quickly spoke up. It is a fruit that takes a century to ripen, granting ordinary individuals without talent the potential to become ninjas. Upon hearing this, Higashi's first reaction was that it was indeed a marvelous item. However, his second thought was that it held little use for him, and even less for the Senju. The probability of ninja talent within the Senju was already considerable, and those remaining could manage logistical duties. Furthermore, a century to bear fruit was far too slow. One could cultivate several ninjas in that time instead of nurturing a tree. Lead me there, he commanded, and the two sighed, guiding him ahead. The two guardians of the divine fruit, one a Chunin and the other a special Jonin, upon seeing an unfamiliar face in addition to the two, immediately understood the gravity of the situation and launched an attack on Higashi. Their peacock mystique transformed into beast forms, closing in to attack simultaneously. However, from beneath their feet, two sharp wooden spikes suddenly erupted, sending them crashing backward into unconsciousness. Two razor-sharp branches then flew towards their heads. Higashi clenched his fist, having just exited the battlefield. His combat instincts were still sharp, a habitual action formed from a tendency to strike down adversaries on the battlefield by targeting their heads. For the Kagaya clan, failing to finish off an opponent was unsettling, yet not everyone possessed the Kagaya's unique constitution. As the wooden spikes made contact, the protective chakra emitted by the peacock mystique had already been largely absorbed, and upon a decisive hit, the two lost their combat effectiveness. As for the specifics of the situation, due to his instinctive reaction to eliminate them, Higashi was unaware of the details. Well, this is not entirely a misfortune. Higashi composed himself and glanced at the two still in shock beside him. Aren't you going to search? Hashikage and Hashin snapped back to reality and promptly exclaimed, oh. When they were subdued earlier, they had not felt much due to Higashi's sudden ambush catching them off guard. As a result, they still harbored a sliver of hope, wishing that the four of them could join forces to deal with Higashi. Such thoughts lacked rationality and were merely a desperate flicker of hope. However, what the two did not anticipate was that he swiftly eliminated both of their kin, thereby demonstrating that his prowess far surpassed theirs. In the face of such circumstances, compliance was the only avenue for survival. Before long, 4 fruits, wrapped in cloth, materialized before Shogo. Just 4? He inquired. My lord. The fragrant fruit clan harvested a total of 7 fruits, and acquiring 4 was our utmost effort, Xing Zhuoguang replied with a bitter smile. Shogo glanced around and nodded, taking 3 of the fruits and stating, leave the remaining 1 for you to report back. The two were immediately filled with joy. Although the count diminished from 4 to 1, they had secured something, and the fact that he intended to spare them drastically altered their impression of him. However, you must fulfill one task. Before our next meeting, ensure you mark the location of the stars for me. They nodded repeatedly, realizing that refusal would likely lead to their demise, while acquiescence might yield a chance for survival, perhaps even a better one. And he observed quietly, deeming there was no violation of the Thousand Hands clan's principles, and thus refrained from interference. The attack by the Star clan against Shogo and his subsequent victory was unremarkable, and allowing them to act as informants was even less problematic, as the Thousand Hands clan had historically engaged in similar tactics, albeit under the guise of reform. Chapter 33. Support. The 2 ninjas of the Star clan hastily carried away the fruits, fearing that the one who had dined on their dark cuisine might reconsider. Shogo pondered the possibility of developing a curse seal for controlling individuals. Threatening them was too time-consuming, and a curse seal would be a more efficient and reliable means. He stored the 3 fruits in a scroll, intending to sell them to ordinary folk for some profit. Typically, clans composed of commoners in the warring states were quite affluent. They thrived in commerce and were the primary issuers of commissioned tasks, with some clans potentially evolving into future feudal lords. Over time, these commoners established a kind of equilibrium with the ninjas and generally refrained from attacking them. The eastern battlefield was the domain of Senju Akira, and it was impossible to operate under his radar. Furthermore, ordinary storage scrolls lacked preservation capabilities, so Shogo presented the divine fruits directly to Senju Akira for sale. Senju Akira, engrossed in studying a map, quickly recognized the fruits Shogo had produced. After a brief deliberation, the two ultimately agreed to a 50-50 split. A gesture of goodwill from Senju Akira. Otherwise, a particularly elite shinobi would have simply kept the offering for himself. Once private matters concluded, Senju Akira handed Shogo a scroll, stating, due to the pressure from the Uchiha following the Inyan clan's alliance with them, both the Hitaki and Kazama clans are under considerable strain. Upon learning that our conflict with Kagaya has subsided, the clan leader dispatched the latest orders for us to harass the Uchiha's eastern positions to alleviate their pressure. Shogo opened the scroll and, after a few glances, grimaced. They truly offer no respite. Senju Akira chuckled. The battlefield is inherently relentless, mere moments after a victory. We must rush to another front. But I recall that apart from the northern battlefield where we directly engage the Uchiha, the remaining positions are interspersed with smaller clans. Are we to simply stroll in? Shogo countered. Do you believe that while we battled Kagaya, the Uchiha were idle? Shogo understood and scrutinized the map before him. These smaller clans indeed possess courage to confront a major clan directly. Senju Akira shook his head, gesturing at the map. They dare not. But due to their positioning between us, Kagaya, and the Uchiha, even if the Uchiha are stronger, they cannot eradicate them in one fell swoop. Before your arrival, they had frequently commissioned us to engage with Kagaya. Over time, this has culminated in a formidable force they term the Eastern Alliance, composed of 5 medium clans and 10 smaller ones, led by Shueiyun Mayan of the Shueiyun clan. Shueiyun Mayan? Quite the audacious name, Shogo mused. Grasping the overarching strategy, supporting the Eastern Alliance to apply pressure on the Uchiha. This approach would not necessitate a large-scale deployment from the Senju, while also conveying a friendly stance towards the Hitaki and Kazama clans. This operation need not involve the entire force. You may remain at the Eastern Front or accompany our contingent. Indeed, the Uchiha will inevitably be confronted. It is prudent to engage them sooner rather than later. Very well. I shall lead the team tomorrow. Prepare yourself today. Senju Akira's gaze shifted, contemplating that had Shogo chosen not to engage, he would have dispatched Senju Akira to lead the mission himself. The Hitaki and Kazama clans had aided the Senju. However, the Uzumaki were still distant relatives and would remain uninvolved during times of crisis. Within the Eastern Alliance, Shueiyun Mayan, upon receiving the letter from the Senju, finally allowed a hint of a smile to grace his previously somber expression. Father, what is it? Inquired a curious 12-year-old girl named Shueiyun Ling-ai, an exceptionally talented kunoichi already possessing the strength of an elite shinobi. In an era dominated by male clan leaders, barring unforeseen circumstances, she was destined to become the clan's next leader after Shueiyun Mayan's demise. The Senju have agreed to intervene. With their assistance, we may once again push the Uchiha back. Shueiyun Mayan stated gently. The girl sighed. Father, such a powerful clan as the Uchiha has already cost us numerous lives in the Eastern Front. Why must we persist in opposing them? Ling-ai, that reflects your limited perspective. In this world, power speaks volumes. If we do not contend with them, we are merely awaiting our fate of being assimilated. As long as we unify the strength of our clan with others, there may yet be a chance for us to rise as a major clan, allowing you to ascend without needing to curry favor with Kagaya or the Senju. Shueiyun Mayan harbored his own ambitions. In this chaotic era, only by establishing themselves as a major clan could they secure a place in the world. Becoming a major clan required not only leaders of formidable strength, but also a significant number of overall shinobi. Despite the intimidating facade of an alliance of 15 clans, the reality was that the 5 medium clans harbored ulterior motives, and their power was far from unified, while the smaller clans, though somewhat better, still had their own agendas. Common interests might bind them together, but would also drive them apart. Only under the pressure of the Uchiha could they be compelled to unite. Shueiyun Mayan's position as leader stemmed not from his ability to overpower others, but from his mastery of water techniques, which countered fire techniques, nothing more. Ling Ai felt it futile to argue further. In this merciless world, such was the reality. The following day, under Shueiyun Mian's arrangements, they warmly welcomed the ninjas from the Senju clan. Leading the group was Senju Akira, an old acquaintance. Shueiyun Mian displayed immense hospitality. But soon his attention was captured by a young boy beside Senju Akira, with pure white hair and seemingly no more than 5 or 6 years of age. The boy stood next to Senju Akira. Shueiyun Mian deduced the boy's identity and mused silently. I did not expect the white-haired demon spoken of by the Bei clan to be such a young child. Sensing the gaze upon him, the boy slightly lifted his head, and for a brief moment, their eyes met. Clan leader Shueiyun, I trust you do not have any peculiar interests in me, given your prolonged stare? Shueiyun Mian felt as though he were under the scrutiny of the Sharingan, jolting back to reality and offering an apologetic smile. My apologies. Compared to the geniuses of the Senju clan, our own talents appear rather ordinary. Allow me to escort you to your accommodations. Kong Li Qian suddenly interjected. My lord, you must have a strategy in mind for dealing with the Uchiha. Allow me to handle these minor matters. The Kong Li clan was one of the 5 medium clans, proficient in earth techniques, and their shinobi were generally stronger than the average ninja, excelling in physical combat. Shueiyun's expression darkened momentarily, aware that the earth release countered water release. Nonetheless, out of respect for Xiongli Qianjuan's considerable strength, he conceded. Then I shall trouble Elder Xiongli. Xiongli Qianju nodded and led the Senju ninja, lowering his voice to Senju Mingjian. Our Xiongli clan holds the Senju clan in high regard, and our location is not far from your territory. Might we be allowed to join your ranks? Senju Mingjian replied in a hushed tone. We have recently accepted the Hakuya clan and have no such intentions at the moment. Seeing this, Xiongli Qianjun fell silent and departed after guiding them to their quarters. Senju Mingjian communicated with Hiraku using chakra. The Xiongli clan has not shown interest in the Senju previously, but now they are making overtures. In such situations, do not agree hastily. Are we testing their sincerity? They carry the name of the Eastern Alliance. It would not bode well for us to interfere. Although the Xiongli clan is relatively close, we cannot afford to absorb the entire Eastern Alliance, nor allow them to act under our banner. I understand. Chapter 34. Illusions. After concluding the welcoming ceremony for the Senju, the head of the Fujino clan quietly returned to his clan's territory. Upon entering a secret chamber, he knelt before a shadowy figure. My lord, the Senju clan has arrived. A man clad in black emerged from the shadows, his crimson, 3-tomo Sharingan emanating an eerie glow. What a disappointment, Kagaya, he remarked. His name was Uchiha Niji, a peak jonin renowned for his mastery of illusions and disguise. His illusions did not solely rely on visual cues. He could ensnare others with movements as well. Controlling a peak jonin with the power of the 3-tomo was no simple feat. It took him half a year of battles to gradually weaken the opponent's resistance through illusion, culminating in successfully controlling his mind days prior. The Fujino clan revered strength above all, and with the clan leader's authoritative voice, controlling him equated to controlling the entire clan. According to their plan, they could employ this clan as an insider, using intelligence to undermine the Eastern Alliance, thus allowing the Uchiha to completely absorb this power. The sudden appearance of the Senju clan complicated matters. No one in the Eastern Alliance would investigate the Fujino clan leader's circumstances, as their sensory ninjas were already on the front lines, and they lacked any bloodline limits for sensory abilities, making it seem nearly foolproof. Yet, the Senju's sensory ninjas would not overlook such anomalies. If they detected anything unusual about the Fujino clan leader, suspicion would inevitably arise. To avert unforeseen consequences, they had to act first. After pondering, Uchiha Niji's blood-red eyes glinted with a chilling malice. What time will your guards be on duty today? The Fujino clan leader, momentarily dazed, responded, midnight. Uchiha Niji narrowed his eyes. A splendid time. Prepare yourself, we shall act tonight. The Fujino clan leader nodded, his blank expression returning to normal only after leaving the room. Meanwhile, the Senju ninjas settled into their quarters, with over 10 ninjas surrounding the area to provide care. They were visited sequentially by the 3 intermediate clans, Xiongli, Fujino, and Shueiyun, as Senju Mingjian made his presence felt. Hiraku found himself encircled by the young clan leaders of the 3 intermediate clans, Shueiyun Rei, Jifeng Xiang, and Tiehua Tongming. 1 girl and 2 boys, an ensemble fitting for the common composition in the world of shinobi, and all three were 12 years old, sharing a decent rapport. During their conversation, Hiraku maintained a facade of dignity befitting a prominent clan member. Before long, they were seated around a wooden table, addressing one another by name. Are the Senju clan members already heading to the battlefield at such a young age? Jifeng Xiang inquired, his perception of great clans bordering on the monstrous. With the Uchiha's red eyes and Kagaya's pale bones seeming inhuman. Not typically, but those with mature minds adapt to the battlefield earlier, Hiraku replied, shaking his head. Xiang, you fool, why ask such questions? Can't you think for yourself? Tiahua Tongming interjected, covering his face in exasperation. Jifeng Xiang's expression stiffened. You idiot. Who are you calling a fool? I was merely concerned about Hiraku's youth. He then cast a discreet glance at Shueiyun Rei, relieved to see her unperturbed expression. Tiahua Tongming merely huffed, choosing not to argue further. He pulled a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, placing it on the table. The kunai was a deep blue-black, adorned with a totem of a hammer on its ring. Hiraku, it's a pleasure to meet you. This is my gift. While it may not compare to the kunai of the Kazekage clan, it surpasses standard mass-produced ones. Hiraku took it, feeling its weight. It was slightly heavier than an ordinary kunai and exhibited a faint water attribute response. Although it fell short of chakra metal, it would perform better than an ordinary kunai when using water release. Tiahua Tongming smiled. Should you ever need more? Our Tiahua clan is willing to forge kunai and shuriken for the Senju at just 1/3 of the cost, with the remaining payment to be determined by your clan. Hiraku's expression shifted slightly. This offer was indeed quite generous. Paying 1/3 up front for a batch of weapons, with the timeline set by his side, would serve as substantial logistical support in times of war. However, this was evidently not a decision made solely by Tiahua Tongming, but rather a proposal from his father. After a moment's thought, Hiraku pushed the kunai back. I apologize, but I cannot make such decisions. Tiahua Tongming's expression faltered. According to his father's instructions, the maximum discount was 1/3, yet this young boy had outright rejected it without any negotiation. Ha ha ha. Tongming, you aren't as clever as you think. How could a clan as prominent as the Senju lack basic kunai? Jifeng Xiang laughed, pulling out several herbs from his bag, only to be interrupted. Taking a deep breath, Hiraku coldly stated, Gentlemen, if you wish to continue conversing with the mindset imparted by your elders, you might as well return and train in ninjutsu. With that, a surge of chakra erupted from him, overwhelming both Jifeng Xiang and Tiahua Tongming, who, despite similar chakra densities, were vastly outmatched in total energy. Shueiyun Rei felt an immense pressure. She instinctively wanted to resist, but sensed something locking onto her brow, knowing that if she moved, it would strike true. This overwhelming presence was fleeting, dissipating quickly within the confines of the small room, undetectable to those lacking sufficient sensory abilities. Jifeng Xiang gasped for breath, hastily retracting the herbs. Tiahua Tongming's expression darkened. He understood the disparity between clans and had seen the battlefield. Despite being labeled a genius since childhood, he felt utterly crushed after a brief encounter. Shueiyun Rei's complexion paled, adding a touch of fragility to her delicate features. Hiraku spoke in a flat tone. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave. For matters of collaboration, consult the elders. It is inappropriate to bully a 5-year-old child who knows nothing. Jifeng Xiang and Tiahua Tongming forced smiles as they exited hastily. Shueiyun Rei bit her lip. I apologize. My legs feel weak, and I cannot move. Hiraku stood up and walked towards the door. It's all right. You can sit here for as long as you wish. With that, he paid no heed to the astonished girl and stepped outside. Senju Mingjian was bidding farewell to the clan leaders of Jifeng and Tiahua. The two clan leaders exchanged a resigned glance at their children before hastily departing. Shueiyun Mayan smiled at Hiraku. If you wish to purchase anything, you may speak with Rei. She can bring anything available here. Hiraku chuckled lightly. The leader has a fine strategy, but I am still too young to indulge in luxuries. From their brief interaction, it was evident that Jifeng Xiang and Tiahua Tongming had some interest in Shueiyun Rei, thus giving Hiraku a significant leverage over the two clans. Shueiyun Mayan took a sip of tea without responding. Lord Mingjian, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Qinsho Mingjian slightly nodded, and Shueiyun Mayan led his daughter out of the room, departing from the area. Once the two had left, Shugo inquired, now, among the 5 major middle clans, only the Fujino clan has yet to arrive. Is the Fujino clan particularly aloof? Qinsho Mingjian ruffled the boy's hair and replied, The Fujino clan has been quite warm towards us in the past. Their absence this time might be due to unforeseen circumstances. However, your mindset is correct, even among allies. One must remain vigilant in another's territory. Shueyan Mayan's daughter is exceptional, and in this day and age, female ninjas like her are particularly noteworthy. Sometimes, they can be more formidable than their male counterparts. Shugo questioned what? Did the elders suffer a setback in this regard before? A flicker of complexity crossed Qianshou Mingjian's eyes as he sighed softly. Young one, do not let your curiosity overwhelm you. Chapter 35. Night Raid 1. Shugo was dismissed. Since his arrival at the eastern battlefield, he had been treated like a treasure, yet now he longed for solitude to reflect on the past. The Qianshou clan prepared their own meals, a mutual caution that had been established. After allocating rooms and arranging shifts for guards, it was already afternoon, and everyone seized the opportunity to rest. Shugo's quarters were nearest to Qianshou Mingjian, accompanied by Qianshou Xiangyang and others for protection, while two concealed dark ninjas remained hidden outside. Regardless of the genius's valiant efforts on the battlefield, his lack of experience could not be obscured. As night quietly descended, the Fujino ninjas began their watch. Their first task being to neutralize the copper bells that alerted them to danger. These bells, controlled by chakra lines, numbered 8, corresponding to the 8 directions, and were buried underground by the Iron Fire clan, connecting to the front line. Any disturbance could be relayed by the frontline ninjas through chakra infusion, causing the bells to jingle. The Fujino ninjas displayed complex expressions. Years of cooperation had fostered some emotional ties with the other clan's ninjas, yet under the clan leader's orders, retreat was not an option. The remaining chakra lines began to shake, yet they bore no significance. The intelligence conveyed by the frontline ninjas at the cost of their lives had become a jest. The Fujino clan leader arrived at the northwest guard post and began forming hand seals, causing a faint golden barrier that had previously been blank to open a breach. This barrier, constructed at great expense by the Uzumaki clan, could not be moved once built, as it was merely commissioned. Soon, shadows appeared before them. The crimson glow could not be concealed even in the night, and a faint scent of oil wafted through the air. The leading ninja surveyed the surroundings and cast a scornful glance at the Fujino clan leader, saying, "Do what you must." The Uchiha clan will not go back on their word. With that, the group dispersed, urgency driving them to execute their mission swiftly. The Fujino clan leader's gaze shifted slightly as he turned to his clansmen, stating, "Tonight will determine the future of the Fujino clan. Only by proving our loyalty can we secure the Uchiha clan's protection and survive in these chaotic times." The Fujino ninjas suppressed their emotions. First and foremost, they were members of the clan, followed by comrades in battle. Now, they could only obey their leader's orders, brandishing their weapons against those around them. The Uchiha ninjas moved with remarkable speed, executing assassinations. Patrolling ninjas fell before the Genjutsu before they could react. As the stench of blood thickened, some were roused from their stupor, only to be met with a barrage of ninjutsu fueled by oil. Damn it! Where are the sentinels? Shueyan Mayan burst from his chamber, spotting the Uchiha emblem, cursing as he initiated water release. However, the ninjutsu mixed with oil was beyond what water release could extinguish. Shueyan clan leader, how fares your side? The Fujino clan leader, wielding a katana, rushed over anxiously. What is going on, Fujino clan leader? You were responsible for the guard at this hour. How did the Uchiha clan infiltrate silently? How could the Uzumaki clan's barrier be breached? Shueyan Mayan tested the technique, realizing the barrier remained intact, and instinctively crossed his arms to mitigate damage, blocking a strike. The Fujino clan leader silently sheathed his sword, revealing a sly smile. Shueyan clan leader, your reflexes are commendable. What benefit is there in betraying the alliance? Shueyan Mayan retorted while secretly gathering chakra. Compared to a powerful clan like the Uchiha, our resistance is merely a futile endeavor. Rather than allowing our clansmen to perish, why not simply become one of them? The Fujino clan leader spoke calmly. The Uchiha had not forced control over him, but rather guided his thoughts, making him believe these were his own conclusions. Water release, cloud wave flow. Shueyan Mayan swiftly formed seals, unleashing a torrent of water in a fan-shaped area, generally sufficient to obscure the opponent's vision and facilitate an escape. Yet the flames surrounding him had diminished the technique's efficacy. Water release required an appropriate environment to unleash its full potential. The Fujino clan leader cleaved through the water flow with a single stroke and then unleashed a lightning strike. Shueiyun Mayan was forced back several steps, contemplating countermeasures. The current environment placed his ninjutsu at a disadvantage, as the enviable chakra reserves of the Chinsho clan were not something everyone possessed. Most of the other 3 clan leaders had likely been ensnared by the Uchiha ninjas. The scene had devolved into chaos, rendering it impossible to concentrate their strength effectively. As he pondered, a mocking voice echoed in his ear. "What are you contemplating?" Shueiyun Mayan attempted to move, but found himself immobilized. "Jinjutsu. How is this possible? This fellow's jinjutsu cannot be this potent." Under the moonlight, a pair of crimson eyes suddenly emerged from the shadow of the Fujino clan leader. Uchiha Hong slowly stepped forward, mocking. Inferior clans remain inferior, unprepared before these eyes. Only death awaits. Shueiyun Mayan gritted his teeth. Ordinary battles involved mutual cooperation to guard against the Sharingan's jinjutsu, but now he was alone, isolated and defenseless. In a one-on-one confrontation, fleeing from the Uchiha was a common saying in the warring states, though not absolute. It was often effective. The Fujino clan leader approached with his blade. In these final moments of life, Shueiyun Mayan felt a flicker of gratitude that he had quarreled with his daughter earlier, causing her to develop some spirit and distance herself from his residence, thus evading immediate discovery by the enemy. The Chinsho clan's position had been assigned somewhat remotely, and due to their acknowledgement of their adversary, the Uchiha ninjas did not rashly approach. Their primary task was to deal with these inferior ninjas, postponing the challenge posed by the resilient Chinsho clan. As the flames illuminated the scene, when the Chinsho clan sought to assist, the Fujino ninjas obstructed their path once more. Esteemed Chinsho ninjas, this incident was merely a fire caused by the failure of the Iron Fire clan leader's forging. The Eastern Alliance can resolve it without issue. Please rest assured, Fujino Yuichi stated calmly, his emotions well concealed as a direct subordinate of the Fujino clan leader. What are you so anxious about? Chinsho Mingjian remarked casually, prompting Fujino Yuichi to attack. Behind him, Fujino ninjas hurled shuriken and kunai from their tool pouches. Water release, 7-tiered water dragon bullet. The Chinsho ninjas positioned behind Mingjian had readied their ninjutsu. In an instant, 7 water dragons surged forth, not only sweeping away the incoming projectiles, but also claiming several lives. The control over chakra in the 7-tiered water dragon is quite impressive. Shugo noted the appearance. Activating would release, diamond would summoning. Wooden stakes erupted from the earth, each possessing the hardness of steel, striking precisely at the Fujino ninjas under sensory guidance. Chinsho ninjas rapidly formed seals, unleashing a barrage of water release techniques. Water release, water surge wave, water release, water burst impact, water release, water pillar, water release, water dragon bullet. The overwhelming chakra was unrelenting. Fujino Yuichi could no longer distinguish whether the moisture on his face was sweat or water as he exerted himself to counter, with his fellow clan ninjas echoing his efforts. They felt a pressure utterly distinct from that experienced in battle against the Uchiha ninjas. The Senju lacked the elusive shuriken and the unpredictable jinjutsu, relying solely on their enigmatic chakra and expansive ninjutsu. This sensation was one of helplessness, as if one was acutely aware of their adversary's intentions, yet utterly powerless to thwart them. In the face of such circumstances, only the Uchiha clan's superior fire techniques and the prowess exhibited through the Sharingan could possibly contend. Following a barrage of ninjutsu, the Fujiwara ninjas were immediately scattered, while some Senju remained to deliver finishing blows, with the others heading into the inferno. Was there a mixture of oil in this atmosphere? Senju Ryun surveyed his surroundings and began to weave hand signs. Earth release, sand cover. A gap appeared above the sea of flames, through which vast quantities of earth and sand cascaded down like a torrent, allowing the raging fire to be subdued under the weight of the dirt. The Senju ninjas sprang into action, vigilantly extinguishing the flames, when suddenly a blood-soaked Mizukage appeared before them, gasping for breath. Hurry, Fujiwara clan leader has betrayed us. They are the ones who led the Uchiha here. The Fujiwara clan leader appeared at a distance, bloodied blade in hand, declaring fiercely, Senju ninjas, this is no affair of yours. Standing beside Shugo, Senju Akatsuki itched for action, despite merely being an elite jounin, a rank below his opponent. Yet, with his sage powers combined with Mizukage's abilities, dispatching the Fujiwara clan leader should prove effortless. Shugo furrowed his brow, reaching out to restrain Senju Akatsuki. Since the appearance of Mizukage, The activated double tomo had felt somewhat uncomfortable. It would be prudent to probe the situation first. Mizukage, have you given any thought to the elder's previous proposal? Mizukage paused momentarily before responding. Of course, as long as the Senju assist us in overcoming this crisis, everything can be negotiated. Oh, but there is truly no transaction here. Numerous trees surged upward, advancing toward the two. Wood release, forest emergence. Chapter 36, Night Raid, 2, Fire release, great fire extinguishing. Mizukage tore away the facade, revealing his true form, his three tomo swirling as flames erupted from his mouth, igniting the trees. Shugo frowned. The disparity in chakra potency was glaringly evident after this brief clash. The opponent's strength clearly several tiers above his own. Although the wood release would not be consumed instantly, its original power was diminished, losing its resilience. Uchiha Q distanced himself, slowly circling the newly ignited trees. I kindly inform you of some news. Senju Akatsuki and those two shadow ninjas have been held up. They will not come to your aid. Shadows converged around Uchiha Q, outnumbering the Senju. In an instant, fire and water clashed once more. Senju Akatsuki tightened his grip on his kunai, positioning himself before Shugo to carve a path for those behind to retreat. Akatsuki, do as you see fit. Do not concern yourself with me, Shugo uttered, aware that their physical disparities hindered effective cooperation, and a ninja with evident weaknesses could easily become a target. While having protection was advantageous, being overly concentrated during an ambush could prove detrimental. Turning to observe Shugo's serious demeanor, Senju Akatsuki cast aside his doubts and engaged the nearest enemy. Shugo produced a kunai gifted by Tobarama, which, under the conductive properties of chakra metal, was instantly enveloped in a blade-like stream of water. Boy, you are slightly better than those cowardly low clans, but this is where it ends. Uchiha Kumo, seizing the opportunity as the elite Jounin departed, struck with a flaming blade. Fire release, fire slash. Shugo's gaze shifted, and with a single hand, he redirected the water blade to intercept the assault. Uchiha Kumo was momentarily taken aback. The boy's reflexes and strength were indeed commendable. Water release, water wave. With a swift hand sign, Shugo unleashed a water blade while defending with his kunai. Kumo's eyes, filled with swirling tomo, reflected a powerful will as he initiated movement. The water blade sliced through the air, severing a bloodied arm that fell to the ground. Kumo, drenched in cold sweat, realized he had nearly perished at the hands of a mere child. You let your guard down, Kumo. No wonder you cannot advance to elite Jounin. Your double tomo is simply insufficient. Uchiha Q approached Kumo, casting a glance at the battle-hardened boy, offering him a modicum of attention. This lad has awakened the bloodline limit of the Senju clan, and he can even perform hand signs with one hand. One-handed hand signs. This boy possesses such skills. Enough. Kumo, step aside. He is mine now. I suggest you use fire release to tend to your wounds, lest you succumb to blood loss. Uchiha Q dismissed his clan member, focusing intently on Shugo. Fear not. You shall not perish until you divulge all that you know. Shugo instinctively lowered his head, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his face. This individual felt markedly different from the previous Uchiha. Although he appeared ordinary, the aura he exuded was perilously potent. The scenery shifted, the night giving way to dawn, the once burning flames extinguished, revealing an expanse of open ground. A throng of familiar figures emerged: Senju Akatsuki, Senju Meikan, shadow ninjas, Tobarama, Hashirama, and Girin. Each wielded kunai, their eyes glinting with malice as they approached. Tobarama unleashed a water blade, severing Shugo's arm. His gaze filled with venom. The inherently wicked Uchiha clan has dared to masquerade as Senju. We are no brothers. Shugo retreated repeatedly, silence enveloping him as he regarded his wound, only to find his feet ensnared by creeping vines that crushed him under their relentless growth. Hashirama's expression was peculiar. Do not blame me. If I kill you, I shall become the junior clan leader. Shugo struggled to rise, feeling his head grow heavy. His face pressed against the ground. Girin instantly appeared beside Shugo, stepping on his head, coldly declaring, I have no child like you. Rather than allow you to exist in this world, I would prefer to end you myself. A gleaming white blade poised menacingly at his neck, promising instant death upon contact. Shugo's gaze locked onto their faces, rage igniting within him, as his double tomo spun furiously. You wretched illusions, how can you dare imitate true beings? Their emotions, their identities cannot be confined to mere shells. In the external world, Shugo stood motionless, seemingly devoid of consciousness. To think evading these eyes would render me immune to my genjutsu. How foolish, Uchiha chuckled, reveling in the satisfaction of dispatching his opponent with a mere illusion. A pleasure incomparable to fire release. Now, divulge everything you know, including your identity. Shugo remained dazed, as if he had not comprehended the command. Uchiha frowned. Could it be that the boy had hearing issues? How naive to believe that damaging his ears would shield him from my orders, with mere eye contact. I can seize control of his mind. What can he do? Uchiha drew closer, gripping Shugo's hair and pulling upward, only to be met with sharp black eyes. Kunai clashed, one becoming wood while the other narrowly evaded. How did you break the genjutsu? Uchiha queried, confusion evident in his eyes. Although he had not employed his most potent genjutsu against an elite jounin, his experience suggested that subduing an opponent of this caliber should be effortless. Unless he, too, possessed a three-tomo. As that thought crossed his mind, it vanished just as swiftly. How could a Senju clan member possibly possess the Sharingan? Shugo lifted his gaze, his dark pupils reflecting a surge of fury, transforming into a spectral nine-pointed star pattern that enveloped the newly awakened three-tomo. The ethereal design began to solidify, the unprocessed bloodline power from the earlier battlefield surging into his eyes as fuel, like an extraction of latent potential. Your eyes, Uchiha's expression shifted. The obsidian nine-pointed star captivating him, its allure surpassing even his own obsession with his eyes. Such beauty. This pair of eyes is not merely an object of this moment. It is a manifestation of the enhanced ocular prowess, the name of which eludes me, and I find myself unable to exert complete control, relying solely on instinct to wield its power. A single tear of blood cascades from Shine's right eye, blurring his vision as an unknown ocular technique is unleashed. A strange sensation envelopes Uchiha Niji, and in the next instant, his body begins to transform. His shoulders ignite in flames, while his feet crumble into dust. Niji feels a profound weakness as chakra surges towards his wounds, yet it fails to suppress the transformation, instead accelerating it. Without hesitation, the bizarre phenomenon extinguishes his will to fight. He employs the body flicker technique continuously, retreating further, but with each use of the ninjutsu, the reaction intensifies. Only when he completely escapes Shine's gaze does the transformation cease. However, his shoulders are incinerated, taking his arms with them, while his feet dissolve into nothingness, leaving him prostrate. To become a mere shell of a man is unacceptable. There exists but one method to alter his fate, Izanagi. A single tomo loses its brilliance as his severed arm regenerates. Yet his shoulders continue to burn. Niji swiftly wields a kunai, slicing into his shoulder, severing flesh that falls to the ground, leaving a gory wound behind, while his dust-like feet, nourished by chakra, cease further disintegration. What is the true nature of these eyes? Chapter 37, Night Raid 3. The three-tomo Sharingan is a vital strategic asset, possessed by a select few powerful Uchiha clan members, yet its wielders often meet with death. Upon the demise of a clan member, their eyes are reclaimed and exchanged for military merit. When one eye loses its light, Niji does not hesitate to extract it, replacing it with another from his scroll. Although medical ninjas were scarce during the Warring States period, the Uchiha clan's extensive history has yielded a specialized ocular transplant technique, albeit one requiring about a week for full adaptation. I find myself envious of the eyes of others. Niji's heart is a tumultuous sea. As a ninja of the Uchiha clan, he is captivated by the eyes of a Senju, the enigmatic ocular technique, the intricate patterns. He can even faintly sense the immense power within. How magnificent! This boy fails to comprehend the true essence of this power. It should rightfully belong to me. It is mine. The yearning for power overwhelms him, yet he refrains from recklessly returning, for that strange yet familiar ocular prowess is perilous. He must prepare. Shine gasps for breath, having attempted to utilize the technique of his left eye during Niji's retreat. In contrast to the right eye, which rendered his vision indistinct after a single use, the left eye's abilities are gentler. However, this gentleness now becomes a liability, as the power of his bloodline ceases to deplete and chakra begins to evaporate. The left eye possesses a capacity akin to analysis, enhancing the brain's faculties, allowing him to perceive the target's condition, weaknesses, the intricate composition of ninjutsu, and calculate subsequent actions. By analyzing Niji's state through his left eye, Cheyenne gains a rough understanding of the right eye's capabilities, which can thoroughly transform the properties of the observed. Just moments ago, he converted a portion of Niji into flames and dust, the elements that can be transmuted, aside from the 5 basic nature transformations, include yet undeveloped attributes such as light, metal, and space. This transformation is contingent upon one's familiarity with the elements and the target's environment. The Uchiha clan predominantly possesses fire affinity, making conversion to flames effortless, while the surrounding earth facilitates conversion to soil. Such transformation requires a prerequisite, the ability to perceive the element for conversion, necessitating the cooperation of both eyes. Presently, the consumption of chakra through the right eye is markedly greater than that of the left, rendering the 3-tomo eye incapable of clarity after a single use. Cheyenne wipes the blood from his face, feeling weakened and mentally exhausted. The 9-pointed star array, once the crisis has abated, transforms back into a dark veil over his eyes, with the blurred right eye closing, leaving only the restored black pupil of the left eye to survey the surroundings. There lies an injured Senju. Hurry, he is mine. Step aside. His head is my prize. The Fujiwara squad, composed of 3 jonin and 4 special jonin, discovers the lone boy, who appears visibly weakened, clearly having depleted chakra reserves. Cheyenne feels a sense of being a cornered tiger, remnants of chakra coalescing into a black twig in his hand, as the crimson glow of his left eye pulsates. This is the first time he faces a predicament due to insufficient chakra, and it is no wonder that the Warring States period prioritized physical combat. No matter how vast one's chakra reserves may be, they can be exhausted. Except for the future Hashirama Senju, he is but a man of limited chakra. 7 against 1. The only advantage lies in the fact that the opponents seek to claim a head without employing ninjutsu to kite him. I possess but 1 head. Do you expect each of you to claim a piece? Cheyenne speaks flatly, as if discussing a mere watermelon rather than his own life. This matter shall be addressed once your heads have graced the ground. The Fujiwara Jonin, aware of the lengthy night ahead, takes immediate action. The body technique, flowing slash. Delicate blue arcs of electricity entwine the blade, quickening its speed. I should be grateful you lack chakra-infused metal weapons. Otherwise, in my current state, I would surely suffer grave injuries. Beneath the dark veil, the 3-tomo spins. After evading a blade, the twig in his hand thrusts into the assailant's abdomen, exploding violently, rapidly siphoning chakra from within and transferring it to Cheyenne's own form. Remarkably, there remains some vigor. The remaining Fujiwara ninjas hastily unleash ninjutsu upon Cheyenne. Fire release, lightning release, wind release, 3 elemental techniques raining down in succession. The Senju's unreasonable vitality and chakra instill a profound dread, even disregarding the possibility that their kin may not yet be entirely deceased. Amidst the explosions, the 6 gaze ahead, and aside from a body rendered unrecognizable, there remains an exposed pit. The earth release, heart-cutting technique. A special jonin screams as he is pulled underground, leaving only his head above the surface. Below, the earth release, cracking earth technique. The Fujiwara ninja completes the hand seals and slams his palms onto the ground. In an instant, the earth fractures, forcing Cheyenne from his position, while the ill-fated individual previously ensnared also suffers the consequences. Cheyenne coughs lightly. He had intended to utilize the familiar wood clone technique to evade, but upon realizing the inability to absorb another's chakra without employing his exclusive wood release, he sustained injuries. This peculiarity is quite strange. During the ninja wars, both Tsunade and Sakura have experienced transferring chakra to others. Logically, there should be no issue. Could it be that the soul I inhabit, combined with the ancestral bloodline's chakra, possesses some unique trait? 5 against 1. Do not accuse us of being treacherous. You are a Senju ninja. A Fujiwara ninja speaks, having realized that they can no longer regard their opponent as mere prey after their brief encounter. Familiar words echo in Cheyenne's mind, and he muses that should he survive this day, he would undoubtedly find himself in the land of water. Time is of the essence as he endeavors to recover his chakra, his left eye scanning the surroundings, when he suddenly catches sight of a figure, a smile creeping upon his lips. The 5 Fujiwara ninjas exchange puzzled glances, only to witness a flash of white light at their necks, followed by the thud of 5 heads hitting the ground. And she, drenched in blood, appears beside Cheyenne. How are you faring? It stings a bit. The rest is manageable. Cheyenne replies, furrowing his brow as he senses Chi's life force waning. What of the battlefield? An E has lost an arm. Elder Mingjian has sustained some injuries. But the battlefield is stabilized, and the Uchiha are beginning to retreat. And you? And she falls silent for a moment before calmly stating, I am close to death. I was gravely wounded while protecting an E during the ambush. The medicine I consumed will only sustain me for a time. Cheyenne ponders silently. The medicine provided to Enchi is not a healing remedy, but rather a poison that stimulates the body's latent potential, draining life force in exchange for powers at their peak. After the effects wear off, death is inevitable. Sacrifices are an inherent part of the battlefield. However, it is disheartening that those who have fallen thus far are individuals with whom he is not well acquainted. Before Elder Mingjian's arrival, I shall ensure your safety. If possible, I wish to spend my final moments with some semblance of value. Dark 7 intoned solemnly. Without further ado, Shirugo resumed his chakra and, accompanied by Dark 7, proceeded towards the battlefield. Shinsho Xiangyang faced the head of the Fujiwara clan with considerable reluctance, having sustained significant injuries. However, with the unexpected assistance of Dark 7, he swiftly transitioned from defense to offense. Dark 7, himself on the brink of death, traded his injuries for a quick resolution to the conflict. Following the demise of Clan Fujiwara's leader, Shinsho Xiangyang and Dark 7 accompanied Shirugo to other locations to address the aftermath. Shortly thereafter, Shinsho Mingjian stood firm, ultimately bringing an end to the Uchiha's nocturnal assault and commencing the tally of casualties. The primary focus was on the 5 major clans. The leader of the Shueiyun clan was slain, the elder gravely wounded, the leader of the Jifeng clan lightly injured, the elder killed, and the young clan leader deceased. Both the leader and elder of the Tieshin clan perished, the leader and elder of the Shionli clan were injured, and the young clan leader was dead. The Fujiwara clan faced annihilation. The remaining 10 minor clans suffered various losses, and the air was heavy with cries of lamentation. Shinsho Mingjian buried the bodies of his kin before commencing the arduous task of reorganizing the ravaged Eastern Alliance. Chapter 38. 3 years upon receiving the news, the Eastern Front hastily dispatched aid. Shinsho Ling utilized a significant number of slugs to prevent further deterioration of the ninja's injuries. The betrayal of the Fujiwara clan had inflicted severe losses, leading to a crisis of trust within the Eastern Alliance. Many of the minor clans began preparations to relocate to other nations. For them, the peril of battling Uchiha ninjas was compounded by the threat of betrayal from above. Who would willingly risk their lives under such circumstances, uncertain of their fate? Shinsho Mingjian approved their relocations, collecting a modest protection fee. As a prominent clan, it was commendable not to exploit these smaller clans, especially after having safeguarded their lives. Naturally, the families of the deceased Shinsho members were required to cover burial expenses. After the battle, the Tieshin clan provided a substantial amount of melted ninja tools. While the materials were sound, they required time to be reforged. Once this was accomplished, the Tieshin clan departed the Land of Fire, bereft of the strength to seek vengeance after the deaths of their leader and elder, opting instead to retreat and gather strength elsewhere. The Jifeng and Shueiyun clans retained some power. Aside from their sorrow, they were more inclined toward revenge. Following thorough assessments, they became subordinate clans to the Shinsho and relocated to the walls of the Eastern Front to stay alongside the Bei clan. The Shionli clan, fearing further attacks from the Uchiha, also vacated their territory, heading to the Land of Earth. The Uchiha's audacious nocturnal raid had irrevocably shattered the foundations of the alliances among the smaller clans. After tending to the enemy's corpses, Shirugo rested for a day, and with his formidable recovery abilities, he was soon untroubled. In the ensuing days, the eastern battlefield grew significantly quieter. Having experienced the Uchiha's nocturnal assault, Shinsho Fujian no longer insisted on attacking the Uchiha, but instead commanded a period of recuperation. The Uchiha, for their part, had achieved commendable results from their raid. Yet the balance of power with their old adversary, the Shinsho, remained precarious, with losses nearly equal on both sides. Kagaya, needless to say, opted for a year of truce with the Shinsho. The long-awaited tranquility allowed some individuals to make significant strides in their growth. When Shirugo sensed that a breakthrough in his wood release required physical maturation, having previously endured a lack of chakra, he resolutely pursued the study of other elemental jutsu. With his 3-tomo Sharingan, mastering ninjutsu presented no considerable challenge. Time flew by, and 3 years swiftly passed. Contrary to expectations, Kagaya did not reignite hostilities upon the appointed time. Instead, They set their sights on the land of water, aiding other clans in suppressing the Akatsuki clan. Upon receiving news from the Akatsuki's Tsukuyami, Shinsho Mingjian remained unfazed, dismissing the former allies' requests for monetary assistance, which coincidentally matched the amount previously transacted between them. Frustration turned Tsukuyami's countenance nearly to boiling point, yet ultimately, he had no recourse. The land of water could not compare in wealth to the land of fire, and he could barely sustain himself, let alone pay others for assistance. Although the Uchiha had encountered friction during this period, it was limited to skirmishes within the former Eastern Alliance's territory, with little crossing beyond that boundary. Due to the war over chakra metal and wind release, the Kiba clan ultimately triumphed, securing a commendable stockpile of resources. In the second year, upon reaching the age of 7, Shirugo ascended to the rank of Jonin, and Shinsho Mingjian, in celebration, entrusted him with the management of the 3 clans he had previously subdued. This was a test. Should Shirugo prove capable of command, he could subsequently be tasked with directing a portion of the Shinsho in battle. Conversely, if he lacked the requisite skills, it would serve as a valuable opportunity for development, as long as Shinsho kin were not harmed, thus avoiding any blemish on their reputation. During this time, news reached the clan about his brother Shinsho Weijian, who had sustained a grievous injury when a detonating tag severed his left leg during a mission, resulting in a disability. Although some unfortunate outcomes had transpired, the absence of a complete corpse was, in a twisted sense, a relief, reinforcing Shirugo's belief that the future was not immutable. As the 3 years drew to a close, Shirugo was summoned to return to the clan's territory for a period. According to prior arrangements, he could remain in the clan's domain to develop inconspicuously. Yet the East had already established its own influence, making his return inevitable. Upon his return, he fortuitously encountered Tobarama. After 3 years apart, Tobarama had also attained the rank of Jonin, his youthful demeanor replaced by a sharp, formidable aura. Nevertheless, his expression remained as aloof as ever, obscured behind a white helmet that concealed his features. After a lengthy absence, the two sought a quiet place to converse. "How are things with the Huga clan? You must have encountered that brat, Huga Ruri, by now?" Shirugo inquired, sipping his tea. "There are occasional skirmishes, but battles are infrequent. As for Huga Ruri, I've faced him once a year," Tobarama replied nonchalantly, as if discussing a mere child rather than a formidable adversary. "We fight, then rest. I've yet to sustain any lasting injuries despite facing both Kagaya and Uchiha. I'm in good spirits." "That's fortunate. What of Hashirama? He has back and hasn't he come to see us?" "I don't know. Perhaps he has been compelled by our father to train in martial arts." "Indeed. Hashirama is 11 now and can truly begin his martial training. I wonder if the legendary weapon will be forged in time. Hashirama will wield it against the Uchiha." "I feel as though I've forgotten something," Shirugo mused, furrowing his brow, his mind clouded by the tumult of battles over the past 3 years. "Young Master Tobarama." "Young Master Shirugo, the clan leader requests your presence at the clan meeting," an underling of the Shinsho clan announced. The two exchanged glances before hastening forward. The clan meeting was where future decisions would be disclosed. Any ninja who achieved Jonin status, regardless of age, was entitled to participate. Upon their arrival, 2 empty seats appeared beside Hashirama. Once they were seated, Shinsho Fujian's expression darkened as he addressed them. "The Yuya clan has brazenly torn up their covenant, causing our clansmen to suffer untimely deaths, only to then plead for protection from our sworn enemies, the Uchiha. We must seek retribution. They cannot continue to perceive us Shinsho as easy prey." At these words, the Shinsho clan members involuntarily exuded chakra, their faces marred by indignation. The Shinsho clan was generally known for their gentleness, but this was contingent upon others recognizing them as friends rather than fools. The Yuya clan, not a prominent family, dared to openly oppose the Shinsho, undoubtedly driven by considerable profit. Shirugo's only recollection of this clan stemmed from an anime scene where Madara encountered Hashirama, discovering a corpse floating upon the water's surface. So it has come to this, Shirugo reflected, harboring no intention of meeting Madara, let alone forming a brotherly bond. After all, in the eyes of a devoted brother, causing harm to his sibling was tantamount to courting death. The prospect of becoming brothers afterwards seemed absurd. One could easily believe that in a fit of rage, Madara would unleash his Sharingan. As for whether one can recognize their adversary, it is indeed a misconception. Both the Uchiha and Senju clans harbor immense pride, refraining from displaying a child's likeness within their ancestral grounds, merely to inform them that such and such intends to take their life. Moreover, ninjas are adept at masquerade. While remembering appearances holds some utility, it is of minimal significance. The essence lies in retaining the chakra's attributes upon encounter. Senju Butsuma orchestrates the battle arrangements, naturally excluding clansmen who have just returned from the battlefield. Hashirama, Tobirama, and Shugo did not voice their opinions at the clan meeting, as matters decided by Senju Butsuma typically encounter no dissent. After the assembly concluded, the three youths ventured to visit Waken. The wooden prosthetic fashioned in the likeness of Waken's destroyed leg approached them step by step, eliciting alarm, prompting the two to rush forward to assist him. Subsequently, the brothers exchanged tales of their experiences over the years. Chapter 39. The Gift of Jinjin for a Ninja. The loss of a leg is more distressing than that of an arm. Their mobility is severely compromised, rendering them almost equivalent to a death sentence on the battlefield. It is for this reason that Senju Butsuma's expectations for Waken solely pertain to logistical support. Remaining off the battlefield signifies safety, as long as the conflict is not severe. Senju Waken can live out his days peacefully within the clan, though the impact of disability weighs heavily on a youth. Waken's spirits were notably low, deliberately concealing his legs. Tobirama and Shugo, witnessing this, offered no excessive consolation but endeavored to treat him as a normal clansman, recognizing that such matters must be embraced independently. Before departing, Shugo gifted Waken his improved peacock ninjutsu. Although this version did not produce an alternative means of locomotion, he provided detailed instructions for Waken to develop independently. Did you procure the items? Tobirama inquired. You truly know how to set conditions. My little treasury has been thoroughly depleted, Shugo sighed, producing a scroll. I shall keep you updated on my progress. With these instruments, our research on human anatomy can continue. Tobirama eagerly unrolled the scroll, revealing an array of uniquely shaped instruments. These were acquired from the sale of the divine fruits, and gratitude was owed to the wandering merchants. Otherwise, a journey would have consumed much of the Fire Country. Such research instruments were more prevalent in the Land of Lightning. Indeed, one could discern from the original work featuring Otsutsuki Kinshiki that the Land of Lightning had developed a chakra cannon capable of obliterating meteors, while at that same juncture, Konoha still relied on ninjas to destroy them, underscoring the technological superiority of the Land of Lightning over Konoha. Though it is somewhat less than anticipated, it will suffice. Tobirama cautiously caressed the instruments, his eyes sparkling with delight. With these tools, coupled with a cohort of ninjas possessing relevant experience he encountered on the Western Front, the exploration of the changes in bloodline limits among various clans could proceed. Regrettably, it was disheartening that Senju Butsuma deemed these instruments unworthy of prominence and failed to provide funding. Otherwise, Tobirama would not have sought Shugo's assistance. Take a good look. I shall take my leave, Shugo remarked, observing Tobirama's rapturous demeanor as he stepped back, akin to a man entranced by a beautiful woman, his eyes unblinking, seemingly uninterested in anything else for the moment, prompting him to bid farewell and depart. On his way, a contingent of Senju ninjas set forth with great fervor. Among them a familiar face, Senju Rinkai. Butsuma was a man of his word, never one to procrastinate. Immediately following the clan meeting, he dispatched individuals to engage in combat. Shugo's eyes narrowed as he recalled the death of Ban, realizing that due to his involvement, the timelines of those around him had shifted somewhat, yet certain events remained inevitable. Just as Waken should have perished on the battlefield against the Yui clan, he had instead sustained his leg injury prematurely. The Warring States period exhibited both polygamous and monogamous practices. Thus, despite the age difference of merely a year between Waken and Ban, the actual gap was closer to 6 months. Now both were merely 7 years old, coinciding with the time of their anticipated demise. 7 years old, a most unfortunate age, Shugo thought, choosing not to dwell further as he returned to the clan grounds, where all present were capable individuals. His father's intelligence regarding the Eastern Front was somewhat skewed, yet within the clan, it was no less than Butsuma's. Upon pushing open the door to his home, a hand suddenly emerged. Shugo quickly ducked and rolled to evade, hurling 3 shuriken that struck a newly formed water sphere. Not a bad reaction, Jinjin remarked. In the past, I would have affixed explosive tags to those shuriken, demolishing the house entirely. Shugo grimaced, momentarily taken aback by the sight of a table laden with dishes, as he recalled that Jinjin had never been one to cook. This level of culinary skill has always been within my grasp. I merely lacked the motivation to prepare it before, Jinjin replied nonchalantly. Do you have time now? Shugo inquired. That's odd. One would think that becoming the Grand Elder would entail even greater busyness, and Jinjin had been the Grand Elder before Ming's return, also holding the position of Second Elder. After a moment's contemplation, Jinjin explained, the clan is in need of funds. Prolonged warfare is the most financially draining endeavor. Tools, armor, and provisions are all indispensable, especially with the recent influx of auxiliary clans that require financial support. The Yuhi clan had collaborated with the Senju clan to discover a copper mine, the primary source of the commonly used copper currency. The clan possessed specialized templates for minting coins. However, due to its proximity to the Yuhi clan's territory, they planned to eliminate witnesses, intending to compensate the Senju later when the matter arose. Trading short-term gains for long-term benefits is indeed a wise strategy. Yet, they underestimated the Senju's escape capabilities. While their combat prowess was lacking, their ability to evade was exceptional. Once they burrowed underground, pursuing them with ninjutsu became exceedingly difficult, and they managed to break free from the encirclement and relay the information. In a bid for protection, the Yuhi clan sought the Uchiha's assistance, thus igniting the conflict. Shugo felt a sense of personal connection to these events. The Hachiya, Mizukichi, and Shippu clans were now under his command. Jinjin took a sip of sake and remarked, regardless of the circumstances, war remains the most lucrative venture, serving to diminish the number of auxiliary clans while amassing wealth. But let us not dwell on this. I have heard you have a new female companion by your side after 3 years? Shugo sighed. Father, I am still quite young. She is the junior clan leader of the Mizukichi clan, and I have gauged her intentions. Her approach was merely to learn Senju ninjutsu, and after a stern warning, she has settled down. Jinjin chuckled. I made no judgments. Follow me. Curious, Shugo trailed after Jinjin to his own chamber, where he stepped on a wooden plank, revealing an entrance in the floor. A secret chamber? Did you construct this after I left? It was here from the beginning. This mechanism connects to my room. Only by activating my mechanism can this side be opened, Jinjin explained. As they descended, 6 ninjas, entirely cloaked in black, stood at attention. 4 were Jonin, and 2 were elite Jonin. Shugo discreetly assessed their strengths and found them unnecessary for his current needs. These 6 were members of the Katsunyo clan, renowned for their skills in disguise. As Jinjin spoke, the 6 removed their black veils, revealing faces strikingly similar to Shugo's own, their heights gradually diminishing until they bore an uncanny resemblance to him, as if gazing into a mirror. This form of disguise did not involve chakra, but rather utilized materials and specialized techniques to alter their appearance, only detectable through keen observation. Undoubtedly, these 6 could serve as decoys or substitutes, making them excellent choices for various ruses. Given Gungen's character, these individuals were trustworthy, or they would not be present in this secret chamber. You may take this time to become familiar with them, enhancing your resemblance further. Further? Is it possible that I have been silent for so long since my childhood? After a brief pause, I nodded. Yes, they say they have watched you grow up, and they are fully aware of your distinctive traits, birthmarks, and character. Chapter 40. Encounters of Fate. War is about to commence once more. At such times, familiar and unfamiliar faces might meet for the final time. How should these days come to an end? As I pondered, I arrived at the riverbank, feeling inexplicably uplifted by the otherwise unremarkable river. However, it seemed someone had arrived ahead of me. A boy with a spiky hairstyle threw a flat stone into the water. The stone skimmed across the surface thrice before plopping into the depths with a splash. Next time, I must throw it to the opposite bank, he muttered, a hint of frustration in his voice as he picked up another stone. Intrigued, I realized he was a boy who also enjoyed skipping stones. I picked up a stone, closed one eye, and tossed it into the river. Normally, with my keen perception, such precision was unnecessary, but I often refrained from employing my abilities here, as it added to the enjoyment. The stone danced across the water 3 times before landing on the opposite bank with a satisfying sound. A gentle upward flick is the secret, I remarked with a warm smile. The spiky-haired boy turned slightly, his expression displeased. Of course, I know that. If I put my mind to it, I can definitely make it across. By the way, who are you? I am Hashirama. My surname, for certain reasons, must remain undisclosed. Hashirama? The boy suddenly recalled the name Senju Hashirama. However, encountering a rival immediately upon stepping outside seemed absurd. akin to the utter annihilation of the Senju clan by explosive tags. Hashirama, is it? I am Madara, and like you, my surname must remain undisclosed. He then stated earnestly, watch this. This time, I will certainly throw it across. Madara readied himself again, adopting the stance of a shuriken throw. Observing this, my expression shifted slightly. Could he be a ninja? The stone he threw skimmed the water thrice before plummeting into the depths as well. Cawing crows flew overhead. Madara, maintaining his throwing posture, turned to point at me indignantly. You jerk, were you standing behind me to distract me on purpose? I'm the kind of person who can't perform when someone is behind me. Startled by this sudden turn of events, I activated a flaw within myself. Instantly feeling despondent as I sat hugging my knees and murmured, I'm sorry. Madara blinked, taken aback by my reaction. He quickly reassured me, it's fine. You don't need to be so downcast. Noticing my lack of response, Madara felt a twinge of guilt and, covering his head, said, sorry. I shouldn't have been so combative. Upon hearing this, I stood up, my demeanor transformed. Ha ha, it's all right. I forgive you. This sudden change left Madara feeling somewhat deceived. He pointed at me and shouted, you scoundrel. Were you just fooling me? Do you believe I'll skip you across the river? I once again sat down, retreating into myself. I'm sorry, I never intended to upset you. As an apology, I'm prepared to be thrown across to the other side. Go ahead, throw me. Seeing that I was unresponsive, Madara sighed. Do you realize how annoying this trait of yours is? I lifted my head slightly from my self-imposed gloom. Nevertheless, I hope you can make it to the opposite bank. Madara, momentarily losing his composure, exclaimed, you jerk. Just go away. With a smile, I replied, then I shall take my leave. Just as I was about to depart, he grasped my shoulder. Stand still. You are the one who asked me to leave, I said. Perplexed, Madara released his grip, feeling awkward. Before he could finish, I suddenly turned serious, gazing at the river where a corpse floated downstream. Without thinking of concealing my identity, I waded into the water to investigate, believing that information should be mutual among friends. Madara watched my actions in surprise, his expression shifting. Are you a ninja? Upon inspecting the body, I recognized it as belonging to the Yuhi clan and said, this place is about to become a battlefield. You should return quickly. Madara fell silent, piecing together that I was indeed Senju Hashirama. Should I attack? Kill him? But who would be foolish enough to reveal their name and ninja identity right after using shuriken techniques? Surely he must have guessed my identity as well. Strangely, despite it being our first meeting, there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity, akin to that of brothers. In the end, Madara refrained from attacking. All right. You should head back soon. I waved goodbye. Then see you later. I hope next time you can throw it across. You jerk. Hurry up and leave. He shouted, laughter escaping my lips as I departed. It struck me as peculiar. Despite it being our first encounter, and our contrasting personalities, I felt a brotherly bond. A ninja named Madara at this age, yet he did not attack. He was likely not Uchiha Madara. I understood the Uchiha sentiments towards the Senju, just as Madara understood ours. However, my sincerity was exceedingly rare in these warring times, and the mutual attraction of our reincarnated chakra led us to ultimately refrain from hostility. Upon returning to the clan, I found my brothers busy at their tasks. Tobirama was hidden away in a room, while Ban and Ka were practicing ninjutsu. Everyone seemed occupied. But what about Shinju? I knocked on his door, and after a moment, Shinju appeared. Big Pillar? What brings you here? Shinju, let us practice together. All right. I'm bored anyway. By the way, I see that smile on your face. Something good must have happened. Ha ha. I encountered an interesting boy while skipping stones. Oh, let me guess. Does he have spiky hair? Astonished, I replied. How did you know? I not only know about his hairstyle, but I also know his character is the complete opposite of yours. Amazing. How did you figure that out? I just guessed. People with completely different personalities tend to attract each other, and the same goes for appearances. Your hair is smooth, so it attracts someone with spiky hair. Your gentle demeanor complements his assertive nature, and such complementary traits often lead to deep friendships. After contemplating his words, I struck my fist against my other hand. That makes perfect sense. That's why your bond with Tobirama is stronger than with others. He also has spiky hair and an introverted nature, while your hair is smooth and your personality extroverted. Shinju considered this and found it quite applicable, though in the future, both Sasuke and Naruto seem to have spiky hair. I couldn't help but praise him. Shinju, you're truly remarkable. You've noticed these subtle details and even drawn your own conclusions. Shinju blushed slightly. It's nothing. I was just lucky to guess correctly. No. The more I think about it, the more I find your reasoning sound. Look, stop. Let us practice. We can develop a ninjutsu using wood release. I even have a name in mind. The secret technique of wood release. Super Multi-Shuriken Illusion Technique. Shinju frowned, unable to comprehend how that name could represent a ninjutsu involving shurikens, illusions, and wood release. How could they all be combined into one technique? Chapter 41. The Rise of the Senju. The flourishing of Hashirama. Hashirama's unusual ideas were rejected, his naming ability rivaled only by the future Tsunade. If we were to name techniques while fighting, we'd likely finish our moves before we even completed the incantation. Undeterred by the rejection, Hashirama proposed an alternative, a collaborative wood release technique, where each of us would complete a portion, then merge them to form the ninjutsu. Collaborative like a giant robot? Shinju found this more plausible than the previous idea and considered giving it a try. Let us attempt the wood dragon technique, half from you and half from me, suggested Hiragomo, acknowledging that with his current chakra, he could only initiate the birth of the tree realm. However, sharing the burden seemed a feasible approach to conjure the wood dragon. No problem, nodded Hashirama, beginning his preparations. The two simultaneously formed seals, and soon black and green wooden vines intertwined, giving rise to a striped dragon of ebony and emerald. Has our attempt yielded success? Hiragomo pondered, momentarily marveling at the exceptional talent he shared with Hashirama, only for the newly formed dragon to collapse to the ground. Perplexed, they climbed onto the dragon's head and attempted to control it, discovering that it could move and crawl, albeit unable to take flight. It's a failure, Hashirama admitted, a hint of disappointment in his voice. It was a rare opportunity to use ninjutsu alongside his brother, yet the outcome was subpar. Not entirely, Hiragomo countered. At least it can move, though it's rather clumsy. He realized that because the technique required both of their chakra, they had to control it in unison. Transferring control did not suffice. Hence, a strong rapport between them was essential. Otherwise, navigating turns could lead to disarray. Hashirama, shaking off his earlier disappointment, placed his hands on his hips and grinned. In that case, let us name our new technique. Would release, Earth Dragon. Hiragomo promptly echoed the name. I envisioned our first combined ninjutsu, sounding much more formidable. But I dislike it, he replied. As a devoted younger brother, Hashirama reluctantly accepted Hiragomo's chosen name. The two manipulated the Earth Dragon for a while before dispelling the technique. They refrained from attempting more advanced wood release techniques, as their chakra reserves were insufficient. Currently, both Hiragomo and Hashirama held the rank of Jonin. Although they shared the same level, their progress diverged significantly. Hiragomo was unaware of Hashirama's previous training pace. But given Hashirama's current trajectory, it would only take a year or two before he ascended to the rank of elite Jonin, likely at the tender age of 12 or 13. Ordinary prodigies, like Hiragomo's subordinate Mizukiri, reached Jonin status by the age of 12, yet at 15. His advancement was comparable to 11-year-old Hashirama, both on the cusp of elite Jonin status, perhaps even falling slightly short. It was evident that the disparities in talent truly manifested after achieving Jonin rank. After a brief respite, Hashirama suddenly remarked, Hiragomo, I have been contemplating how to attain true peace. I have come to realize that the power of the Senju alone is insufficient. Hiragomo's expression shifted, and he quickly covered Hashirama's mouth. My dear elder brother, do you not fear your father discovering your words spoken so close to the clan's territory? You could use chakra to transmit your voice. Hashirama's gaze dimmed. His love for peace rivaled that of anyone. And even if achieving his goal required the strength of the Senju clan, he prioritized changing their father first. However, he recognized that his ideals clashed with those of the Senju clan, particularly with the views of the clan's founder. To the founder, peace meant the annihilation of all enemies. Anyone who took up arms was considered an adversary, even children. This starkly contrasted with Hashirama's vision of severing hatred and transforming foes into friends. Hiragomo released his grip, aware that, due to his influence, Hashirama had preemptively contemplated many matters, including the dreams for their village. However, it seemed that the founder was impervious to Hashirama's words and could even retaliate, if not for being Hashirama's father and donning the Senju garb. Those thoughts could easily belong to an Uchiha. Utilizing chakra to transmit his voice, Hiragomo inquired, Hashirama, do you believe your thoughts are correct? Hashirama replied earnestly, "Of course." "Very well. If you consider yourself correct, then the opposite must be erroneous. Rather than allowing them to persist in their mistakes, you should put an end to them." Hashirama was not naive. He understood the implications of Hiragumo's words, which subtly suggested confronting their father. But, no buts. Consider Wacken. He was so young yet became what he is due to executing orders. "What should I do?" Hashirama's voice softened. "You need not do anything. Simply be yourself. Your charisma will attract others. The rest shall be managed by Tobarama and me." Hashirama nodded vigorously. Hiragumo departed to find Tobarama, feeling a strange excitement at the prospect of rebellion. Tobarama was observing a piece of meat when his concentration was interrupted, inevitably souring his mood. "What's wrong? Did the nefarious Uchiha assault you?" Since Hiragumo's childhood remark, the phrase "evil Uchiha" had become a catchphrase for Tobarama. "Senju prosper, Hashirama thrives," he said, patting Hiragumo's forehead. "You seem fine. Why are you speaking in riddles? Is there a soundproof barrier here?" "Yes, to prevent interference from others." "Good. I have a plan. Do share. Kick your father out, and make Hashirama the clan leader." Tobarama looked at Hiragumo with a bewildered expression. "What kind of nonsense is that? Overthrowing your own father to make your brother the leader? That's downright unfilial." Understanding Hiragumo's intentions, Tobarama refrained from dismissing him outright, but frowned. "Give me a reason." "What reason do you need? You wish to study human enhancement to bolster the Senju's strength, do you not?" "Certainly. If your father prevents you from doing good, isn't that akin to committing a wrongdoing?" Tobarama contemplated this and nodded. "Thus, if we remove the leader who commits wrongs and replace him with one who can do good, wouldn't that create an opportunity for your research? But my brother seems to oppose my studies." "Hashirama is more agreeable. Even if he disapproves, you can conduct your research in secrecy." "I see no difference. I am currently researching in secret." Hiragumo's expression darkened slightly, realizing that Tobarama's resolve as a future leader was not as formidable as he had hoped. "If you refuse, I shall confiscate your equipment and broadcast to the entire clan that you are researching human enhancement. Then I'll summon my father to arrange a marriage for you, rendering any secret research impossible." Tobarama widened his eyes, pointing at Hiragumo. "Are you not afraid I will tell father everything?" Hiragumo smiled. "I could endure a few lashes. My physique is resilient enough to recover swiftly. What about you?" Tobarama gritted his teeth, unconsciously clenching his fists. The treacherous Hiragumo had struck at his vulnerabilities. Did he have no choice but to yield? Hiragumo softened his tone. "I'm not asking you to confront the founder, merely to spread some influence to support Hashirama when the time is right. Is that all? What else would you prefer? You do not genuinely wish to oppose your father, do you?" Ahem. Tobarama cleared his throat lightly, indicating his acquiescence, though he retained no memory of Hiragumo's words. Hiragumo pursed his lips, recognizing Tobarama's desire to distance himself. It was understandable. He wished to focus solely on his research, with Wacken and Ban not causing any trouble. His yearning for peace was not yet fervent. Much like Madara, who, upon encountering Hashirama in his youth, became withdrawn yet would still offer words of comfort. It was only after Izuna's demise that everything changed. Chapter 42. The exceptional ninja. Hiragumo refrained from further idle chatter with Tobarama and exited the room. After a day spent practicing ninjutsu with Hashirama and persuading Tobarama with his charisma, night had fallen, and it was time to return home and rest. The Bone Maiden clan possessed remarkable camouflage abilities. From the age of 3, they consumed a specially formulated medicine and immersed themselves in a potion daily, allowing them to alter their forms and disguise their presence. Notably, this transformation was nearly indistinguishable through sensory perception, but once ninjutsu was employed, their true forms would be revealed. However, due to the effects of this potion, their maximum lifespan was limited to merely 40 years, regardless of how robust their health appeared. They would inevitably perish within a year after reaching 39. Hiragumo dedicated 3 days to daily practice with 6 ninjas from the Bone Maiden clan. After sufficient training, one of them impersonated him for a day. The results were quite satisfactory, as those unfamiliar with him could hardly discern the imitation. However, during a conversation with Hashirama, the ruse was ultimately uncovered. As Dezuzi observed a counterfeit Huga wandering before him, he momentarily felt as though his true self had been abducted. His protective instincts for his brother surged, and in a fit of anger, he severely damaged the substitute. Fortunately, he did not kill it, or it would have been a grave injustice. After concluding his tasks, Hugu took a moment to visit the two little Senju. After several days of practice, Weijian had managed to refine the P-foul technique, allowing it to transform into a bear that enveloped him. However, its drawbacks were apparent. The expansive range consumed too much chakra. If he could apply the P-foul technique solely to the damaged areas, it would yield significant success. Third brother, Weijian exclaimed upon seeing Hugu, the joy of his nimble movements brightening his demeanor considerably. Just call me Hugu, please. I'm not particularly fond of being addressed as third brother. It feels perilous. Hugu replied, clearing his throat and stepping closer to Weijian. All right, Hugu, Weijian responded. What about Banjo? He glanced up at the sky. Hugu turned to look and noticed Banjo utilizing the P-foul technique to fly. But unlike others, he was tethered by a rope held by a jonin below. Is he being used as a kite? Weijian dispelled his jutsu and sat on a chair. Banjo secretly learned the jutsu you gave me, Hugu. When I discovered him, he was flying in the sky, and for some reason, he was being pulled by someone. Huga nodded, acknowledging the severity of secretly learning jutsu, as such knowledge could proliferate uncontrollably. Ninja techniques formed one of the fundamental pillars of their clan, and while he personally did not mind, it warranted some disciplinary action. Banjo was flying leisurely, a smile adorning his face, thinking how useful this technique was and wondering what other powerful techniques his brothers might possess. Suddenly, the rope around his waist loosened, and instinctively, he flapped the wings that had manifested behind him, causing him to ascend slightly higher. Panic flashed across the boy's previously calm face as he instinctively glanced down. Although he could fly, his practice was insufficient for complete control, thus relying on a clan member for assistance. However, at that moment, the clan member holding the rope had moved aside, leaving only Hugu to gently tug on the rope. Smiling, "Don't be afraid, continue." "Hugu, I was wrong," Banjo said timidly. "Am I such a petty person? Fly without worry. I'll keep an eye on you. I'll take you for a spin later to help you acclimate." "I'm afraid of heights," Banjo lied. "Why fly if you're scared of heights?" Huga teased. "Seeing white hair makes me anxious. It feels like second brother is standing before me." "But you have white hair too," Banjo retorted. "It's different. Mine is a distinct black and white," he replied, smiling at the amusing scene before him, reminiscent of their playful antics 3 years prior. Earlier, when his leg had been shattered, he had felt a fleeting moment of impending death, an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Hence, upon awakening, the experience had significantly matured him psychologically. He understood that Huga's actions were intended to help Banjo master the technique. In this world, whether on missions or in battle, possessing an additional jutsu could mean another path to survival. With no sky and no retreat, Banjo ultimately had to rely on his own efforts to land. As his feet touched the ground, they buckled, and had Hugu not supported him, he would have fallen. "Was it fun?" Hugu inquired. To which Banjo produced a smile that was more painful than tears. "It was fun. Next time, I'll take you out again," Hugu said seriously, adding, "Banjo, you must be straightforward about learning jutsu in the future. Do you know the consequences of secretly learning jutsu?" Banjo gulped nervously, asking cautiously, "What are the consequences?" "According to clan rules, one would have their limbs rendered useless and never receive treatment for it." "Ah," Banjo exclaimed. "This time, considering your young age, I 1T inform the clan leader. But if it happens again, I promise there 1T be in next time," Banjo assured. Huga nodded, sensing a powerful chakra approaching. Senju Butsukane entered the courtyard, scanning the area before resting his gaze on Hugu, ultimately fixing his attention on Senju Banjo. "Banjo, come here. I have a task for you." "Is it a task from Senju Butsukane?" Huga stepped forward and asked, "Clan leader, why must Banjo undertake this task?" Both Tobarama and Hashirama are present in the clan. Senju Butsukane's gaze turned icy. He despised having his orders questioned. However, given the boy's identity, he could not express his anger freely. As a candidate for clan leader, Banjo was permitted to question the current leader according to clan rules. Thus, he forced a smile, saying, "Hugu, you've just returned from the battlefield and should rest. Besides, Banjo is already 7 years old. Although he may not be as seasoned as you, having been on the battlefield at 5, to become an exceptional ninja, one must undergo the crucible of blood. As his father, I understand that Banjo aspires to be as remarkable a ninja as you, and I have every reason to support him." Banjo glanced at Hugu and then at his father, stating, "Yes, Hugu, my dream is to become an exceptional ninja like my brothers." Butsukane nodded in satisfaction. "Hugu, Banjo cannot remain under your protection forever. This time, You cannot go on the mission, and neither can Tobarama or Hashirama. As a father, I will not jeopardize my child. The incident with Weijian was merely an accident. Huga frowned, realizing he could not refute the logic. Everything made sense. If others could undertake tasks, why could Butsukane's child not do the same? It was merely a mission, not a battle. Obstructing it was futile, as there would always be subsequent tasks. Unless Banjo was forbidden from becoming a ninja, there was no way to avoid it. After some contemplation, Huga stated, "The clan leader is correct. It is essential for a ninja to undergo the trials of blood. Banjo should not always hide behind us." Butsukane replied calmly, "Such thoughts are appropriate. I do not wish for you to hold unrealistic dreams like Hashirama. However, as an elder brother, I can provide Banjo with some assistance, can I not?" Of course. Huga gently grasped Banjo's wrist, and a layer of black would materialize over his skin, gradually forming into armor that matched his complexion. The surface of the wooden armor was not smooth. It bore numerous small, needle-like protrusions. In moments of danger, infusing chakra into the armor would transform it into the insertion technique. The insertion technique and wooden armor were among the most frequently utilized jutsu in Huga's repertoire. Over the years, he had gradually combined the two into a new technique known as thornwood armor. Banjo curiously touched the small needles and yelped as they drew blood. Huga paid little mind and departed, realizing that the wooden armor was insufficient to counter unknown enemies, but he had little else to offer. To safeguard Banjo, he needed to be capable of action, yet Butsukane had unequivocally declined. The only way to alter the situation was to swiftly uncover the issues surrounding this task. Judging by the anime, Hashirama's actions of bringing reinforcements for Banjo should provide some leads. Chapter 43. Make Way. Ordinary tasks were documented in the mission hall, and retrieving that information posed no difficulty. Banjo's task involved intelligence provided by the rival Kurozetsu clan, which detailed a plan to ambush the Uchiha clan. The documentation also included approximate locations. The adage that an enemy's enemy is a friend held true in this case. The Senju clan verified these foreign intelligence reports through a lie detector before recording the mission, ensuring no falsehoods were present. Moreover, to prevent any changes in circumstances, Senju Butsukane had retained the informant within the Senju clan, demonstrating his genuine concern for Banjo. Huga requested the information on the Kurozetsu clan and brought along a Kurozetsu ninja. The Kurozetsu clan specialized in controlling birds, particularly crows, and despite their original name being the Blackbird clan, they had changed it due to mockery from the Yohana clan. Information can indeed be conveyed through birds, yet the Black Feather clan had no prior interaction with the Senju clan. To ensure accuracy, it is understandable to send someone over. There is no issue. We shall examine the matter through the human vessel. Young master, the person has been brought here. Two jonin escorted a tattered-clad ninja from the Black Feather clan. Thank you for your efforts. You may leave now, until I give further orders. Do not allow anyone to enter. The two jonin nodded and exited to stand guard. Hiruga pressed one hand on the paper and held a pen in the other, sensing the surroundings. He then locked eyes with the Black Feather ninja, whose pupils became vacant, staring blankly ahead. Is the information you provided to the Senju clan genuine? It is true. I heard it firsthand. The phrase "heard it firsthand" felt peculiar. Who did you hear it from? A hint of confusion flickered in the Black Feather ninja's dull gaze. The clan leader. I heard it from the clan leader. Hiruga furrowed his brow. Have you engaged with the Uchiha? Yes. When? 3 days ago, during our skirmish with the Yuhi clan. The Uchiha suddenly appeared and was repelled by us. What have you been doing in the interim? Recovering from injuries in the clan territory. So, after your recovery, the clan leader informed you to seek out the Senju? Yes. When did you set out? That very morning. Did you encounter any attacks along the way? No. Then how do you explain your attire? Did you not change after leaving your clan? The Black Feather ninja glanced down and suddenly began to struggle. Hiruga intensified his control. When did you arrive at the Senju? That morning. Hiruga glanced at a map, gesturing. That cannot be. As a chunin, it would take you until the afternoon to travel from the Black Feather territory to the nearest Senju outpost. How could you have arrived so swiftly? He paused, closing his eyes. The only possibility is that you never returned to your clan territory, but were instead captured. The so-called clan territory is merely an illusion. A jinjutsu that makes you believe the illusion is real. However, this plan has two evident flaws. As long as the Buddha Hall sends someone to escort you back or pays attention to your injuries, it would sufficiently prove whether the information is true or false. Was it calculated that the Buddha Hall would act in this manner? Exploiting his so-called affection, Hiruga dispelled the Jinjutsu, rushed to the door, and handed a scroll to the two jonin outside, instructing, "Deliver this to the clan leader. Gather as many people as you can. I must leave the clan territory." The two complied without further ado. Their first directive was absolute obedience to the individual before them, followed by contemplation. The clan members responsible for guarding the territory saw Hiruga preparing to leave with a multitude of people and could not help but intervene. "Young Master Hiruga, what is your intention in taking so many out?" Hiruga replied flatly, "Step aside. I am going to rescue my brother." The elite jonin in charge of the watch ground his teeth. "I'm sorry, but I cannot allow that. It is against clan regulations." Hiruga retorted coldly, "I merely stated my intention to leave. Should you waste time and something happen to Ban, you will bear the responsibility. You have two choices. Either continue to obstruct me, and I will have someone subdue you. If time is wasted and something occurs, you will be held accountable. Or, allow me to depart, and should anything happen, I will take the blame. I give you 5 seconds." As Hiruga's voice fell, the ninjas behind him began to emanate their chakra. Instantly, a wave of pressure descended upon the elite jonin. After a brief moment of contemplation, he ultimately relinquished his hold, recognizing that even the most audacious child of the elder could only be reprimanded. To obstruct him further could mean facing a dire fate. Meanwhile, Ban, accompanied by several clan members, arrived at the designated location, only to discover that the promised Black Feather clan had not shown up. Instead, a sweeping barrage of fire techniques engulfed the area. The Uchiha ninjas had long awaited their arrival, with the blood of their adversaries serving as the best remedy for their agitation. "Ban, run. I will hold them off," Senju whispered urgently, shielding Ban as he sensed the impending danger, resulting in his back being seared to charcoal. "Shinajisen." Ban's heart lurched. He understood that this was no time for bravado. Only by fleeing could he honor his elder's sacrifice. The Sharingan keenly spotted a diminutive figure retreating, provoking laughter from the Uchiha ninjas. They were indifferent to the enemy's escape. In fact, they relished the opportunity to savor the fear in their eyes before delivering the fatal blow. Ban refrained from flight. His ability to control such a skill was still lacking, and given his speed, he would be struck by fire techniques before he could ascend. He could only run, continually fleeing. Breathing heavily, Ban felt his stamina waning when suddenly, a few shuriken shot forth from ahead. An Uchiha ninja with 3 tomo appeared, a cold smirk adorning his face as he blocked Ban's path. Ban pivoted and fled once more, only to discover another Uchiha ninja waiting for him. Retreating slowly, Ban found himself surrounded by 5 Uchiha ninjas. No matter how swift he was, he could not compete with the speed of the body flicker technique, especially as a child's physique paled in comparison to that of an adult's. As he continued to back away, Ban abruptly halted, for a stone obstructed his path. The 5 Uchiha ninjas advanced slowly, their smiles growing increasingly sinister, the crimson of their tomo seemingly stained with blood. Ban suppressed his unease, channeling his chakra into his wooden armor. In that instant, branches sprouted from his body, shooting forth in unison. The Uchiha ninjas were momentarily interrupted by this sudden assault, hastily attempting to defend themselves. Seizing the opportunity, Ban dashed out of the encirclement, yet his struggle was akin to a rabbit biting a wolf. The Uchiha's pride ignited their fury. They altered their strategy, unwilling to let this boy perish so easily. A flash of white steel sliced through the air, and Ban felt a sharp pain in both shoulders as he collapsed to the ground, his arms severed and lying beside him. "Huh, run, why aren't you running anymore?" One of the Uchiha ninjas mocked with a sneer. "Keep throwing branches, you nearly startled me." "Ha." Another Uchiha ninja laughed heartily, raising his foot to stomp down on Ban's head. Suddenly, 2 massive wooden hands erupted from the ground, grasping the 2 assailants, while 2 branches flew from a distance and struck their foreheads, splitting their brains apart. Hiruga gasped for breath as he appeared beside Ban, employing wood release to staunch his bleeding. The remaining 3 Uchiha ninjas exhibited no sign of concern, 3 against 1, facing merely a child. An elite ninja was hardly a threat. At that moment, one of the Uchiha clan members noticed unusual movements in the surroundings. Chapter 44. Everyone has secrets. A group of at least a dozen ninjas encircled them, leaving little hope for escape under ordinary circumstances. Yet, it was a tragic sight that the Senju had sent a mere child to lead the charge. They were certainly not like those 2 fools from earlier. The 3 Uchiha ninjas, possessing a certain camaraderie, moved in unison without verbal communication or eye contact, already aware of each other's intentions. They executed the body flicker technique, advancing towards Hiruga from 3 different directions. The Uchiha on the left was halted by a wall of trees, while the one on the right was repelled by shuriken and explosive tags, creating an opportunity for the last member. Curse my youthful blood and fervor. It has granted me a chance to survive, Uchiha Chun declared loudly, locking eyes with the boy, one hand gripping the youth's throat as he laughed. Don't come any closer, or this kid's life is forfeit. The surrounding Senju ninjas stood still, devoid of any movement, resembling puppets. The atmosphere was unnaturally quiet, not a whisper of wind to be heard. Uchiha Chun sensed something amiss and quickly glanced at his 2 comrades, realizing they stood motionless, staring blankly in his direction. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his cheek as a horrifying realization took shape in his mind, one he desperately sought to deny, for it was more unbearable than death itself. A prominent member of the Uchiha clan had fallen victim to the jinjutsu of a mere Senju child. I refuse to accept this. This is undoubtedly a fabrication. Indeed, it must be false. How could Senju possibly ensnare me in an illusion? You ought to express gratitude to Uchiha Hiro. Were it not for the pressure he exerted, my proficiency in illusion techniques would not have advanced so swiftly. Suddenly, an excruciating pain surged through his eyes, pulling him back to reality. The orbs within his eye sockets had become numb, and his chakra had been entirely depleted, while something coiled around his feet. Zheng, Guang, where are you two? Uchiha Chun displayed a hint of anxiety. When one yearns for something, they also dread its loss. 2 corpses lay on either side of him, but without his sight, he could only sense the imminent threat of killing intent approaching. Showu, with an impassive expression, severed a head and commanded an elite jonin, take Banjian back to recuperate. Upon seeing Showu, Banjian's taut nerves abruptly relaxed, and the pain from having lost both arms caused him to faint. This elite jonin was known for his swiftness and a bit of medical ninjutsu. He shielded Banjian with water-style chakra and sealed his severed arms in a scroll before hastily making his way back to their clan's territory. Uchiha held disdain for poisoning blades, yet his strikes were anything but gentle. The cuts left jagged bone shards, as if he had forcefully torn them apart. I wonder if Ling can mend this, Showu sighed. He was aware that upon returning, matters awaited him, and thus, through persistent persuasion, he had brought the medical ninja Senju Ling back with him. The price for her aid was the construction of a grand wooden house, along with future maintenance. With numerous ninjas mobilized, aside from supporting Banjian, they also aimed to recover the bodies of clan members and investigate the Kurohane clan, regardless of the motivations. It was the ninjas of the Kurohane clan who had caused the complications in this operation. According to Bujian's temperament, he would surely seek an outlet for his anguish over Banjian's lost arms. Whether to ascertain the route or to assist them, it was prudent to investigate. However, as they drew nearer, a sensing ninja sprinted to Showu's side, halting their advance. Young Master Showu, there's no need to proceed. The chilling chakra of the Uchiha is present. The Kurohane clan is no longer there. I understand, Showu conceded, leading his team back along the same path. The Kurohane clan, while not exterminated, was gravely weakened, rendering them of no value for retribution in Bujian's eyes, and equally so for Showu. Upon returning to their clan's territory, news of Banjian's encounter prompted Senju Bujian to dispatch a ninja to the front lines to document the mission, simultaneously executing the Kurohane ninja left behind in their territory, as Senju Ling typically did not reside there. Her assigned quarters coincidentally belonged to a clan member who had gone to the front lines, resulting in a gathering of individuals at her door. What is the situation? Showu inquired of the elite jonin responsible for bringing Banjian back. Lord Ling stated that the bleeding was halted in time, and as a Senju, Banjian's constitution ensures he is not in critical danger. However, reconnecting his arms will take some time, the elite jonin replied candidly. Then why are so many people here? Lord Ling is attending to him. They do not dare disturb her, and they are not clan members, so I have not informed them of the situation. The elite jonin nodded and began to navigate through the crowd. Showu murmured, Tobarama, eavesdropping is not a commendable habit. Tobarama, removing his disguise, gazed at Showu and communicated through chakra. How did you know Banjian was in trouble? Showu reciprocated with chakra. I was concerned for Banjian, prompting me to review his mission, analyzing it through the connections between individuals and tasks on the map. Tobarama shook his head gently. Too swift. Your actions are too quick. If it were merely a fleeting whim, you would not be in such haste. When I learned of Banjian's mission, I also acquired a copy of the mission scroll, and I am well aware of the usual protocols. Shouwu, I do not intend to threaten you through this incident. Rather, I wish for you to comprehend that Banjian is also my brother. Should anything happen to him, I will assuredly intervene, regardless of the circumstances. Shouwu appeared somewhat puzzled. Aren't you curious how I knew Banjian was in peril? Tobarama remained calm. Everyone harbors secrets. Should I explore each one? I only know you are my brother. A Senju who will exert every effort to protect a sibling. That is sufficient. A slight smile graced Shouwu's lips. The feeling of being trusted was rather pleasant. After the elite Jonin detailed the situation, the clan members gradually departed, leaving only Bujien, Hashirama, and Tobarama outside, awaiting Banjian's recovery. Shouwu intended to follow suit, but was personally escorted home by Bujien. This time, regardless of the reasons or how you discern the mission's issues, I will not pursue them further, Bujien stated, leaving without lingering, returning to Senju Ling's quarters. Do I truly care for your words? Shouwu scoffed. The matter had followed its course, yet without the clan leader's approval and having taken clan members outside without permission, the gravest consequence would be a reprimand for overstepping boundaries. According to clan regulations, he might spend a few days in the dungeon for discipline, but such punishment was inconsequential to Shouwu, merely an opportunity to refine his skills. He understood that the dungeon housed many talented individuals, including numerous ninjas from other clans, each possessing unique physical capabilities, offering him a chance to test his distinctive culinary skills, an endeavor yielding dual benefits. As Senju Bujien attended to his son, Shouwu's father, Senju Jinmitsu, was preoccupied with clan matters at the leader's residence, likely not returning home for several days. This was not Jinmitsu's first time managing such responsibilities. Having been Bujien's right-hand man in the past, their handwriting bore significant similarities, nearly identical. Chapter 45. Farewell. Izuna. Upon awakening, Banjian was brought home to recuperate alongside Wakana. Although he escaped the fate of death due to Shouwu's intervention, he still bore considerable injuries. After visiting Banjian once, Shouwu resumed his training, attuning himself to the changes around him. Following his breakthrough to Jonin, certain traits of the bone pulse began to manifest, particularly during combat, where he experienced an inexplicable joy. Successfully attempting to project bones, though he deemed it unnecessary to employ, would release belonged to the Senju, and the Sharingan provided protection. Utilizing both was not problematic. However, the public display of bone manipulation was utterly indefensible, especially given Shouwu's awakening of wood release. The cause of this phenomenon could only be attributed to the Senju's lineage or the remnants of Kagaya's essence. Ultimately, the responsibility lay with Shouwu's long-deceased mother. In the following days, tranquility enveloped the clan. On the battlefield, Bujien commanded with authority, even personally engaging in combat on several occasions without issue. Those within the clan who shared a close relationship with Shouwu were preoccupied with their own affairs. Hashirama frequently ventured out to meet his close friends, while Tobarama busied himself with unknown pursuits, never leaving home. The two young ones were recuperating, with Senju Ling visiting during the day and dining with Shouwu in the afternoon and evening. According to her, this time was typically reserved for rest. But her return had been met with constant medical duties, leaving her no time to relax. Thus, as the one responsible for bringing her back, Shouwu felt obliged to provide for her needs. At this juncture, Shouwu's circumstances were far from the impoverishment of the eastern battlefield. The pocket money his father, Jinmitsu, had given him during childhood remained largely untouched. He promptly allocated a sum from his modest savings, allowing Senju Ling to purchase whatever she desired. Though he had pressing matters that required his swift departure after the meal. While money may not be omnipotent, its absence is certainly burdensome. Following her acquisition of funds, Senju Ling devoted her time to purchasing various items after enjoying a couple of meals. Days passed in this manner. Returning ninjas, barring those with severe injuries, typically remained in the clan for no more than 3 months. Shouwu contemplated that it was nearly time for him to assume command once more. As anticipated, Bujien sought him out. Higashi, a ninja, must possess a thorough understanding of all adversaries. This time, you are to exchange places with Tobarama at the western battlefield. The Sage of the Six Paths has issued a direct order for Higashi to relocate to another area, and the ninjas from 3 allied clans on the eastern front have already been summoned and are prepared for departure. It is imperative to note that the term ninja is used, as many ordinary citizens still reside in that region. Very well, but Senju Hashin must return, Higashi stated, indicating that this would effectively pause the development of power on the eastern battlefield. I still hold great respect for medical ninjas, the sage remarked calmly, allowing Higashi to depart and prepare. As Higashi gazed outside, he saw the reluctant figure of Hashirama and the armored Tobarama. He inquired, Chief, what mission are you undertaking with Hashirama and Tobarama? The sage replied coldly, it is of no concern to you. That's fine, if you do not disclose it. I shall inquire at the mission hall. Should it contravene clan regulations? The sage's aura darkened, pressing down on Higashi's heart with a palpable menace. Yet Higashi's eyes gleamed with a hint of crimson as he maintained his smile. Uncle, my father is still alive. Are you truly certain you wish to intimidate a mere child? The sage closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. It appears I must not seek convenience in my dealings. I can share this with you, but you must not divulge it to others. Higashi looked intently into the sage's eyes. Is it about Hashirama? The sage remained silent, merely casting a frigid gaze upon him. I have saved Izuna, the sage stated, turning away and leading the way. Keep up. Tobarama will explain the situation to you along the journey. Higashi nodded, following behind the three. As they progressed, Tobarama transmitted a message through chakra. Father's covert ninja discovered that my elder brother has been spending time with a boy of similar age, forming a friendship. To safeguard my brother, this covert ninja investigated the boy's identity, only to uncover. Higashi interjected softly, Uchiha, am I correct? It appears you have deduced it. If it were any ordinary clan, even those of considerable stature, the clan leader would not act in such a manner, save for the Uchiha. So, your objective is to eliminate him? Indeed. What is your perspective on this, Tobarama? Tobarama gazed ahead at Hashirama and continued, Father believes my brother has been misled. Yet they have maintained their bond for quite some time without issue. I believe their friendship to be genuine. Their conversation ended as they reached their destination, where the sage instructed Hashirama to first stabilize the situation. Hashirama approached slowly, burdened by a heavy heart, picked up a stone from the ground, and ambled to the riverbank where he encountered a similarly troubled Izuna. Shall we greet each other as usual, then? Let us skip stones, Izuna suggested. Agreed. The two exchanged stones, each landing in the other's grasp. Upon inspecting the inscriptions upon the stones, their expressions subtly shifted. Izuna smiled and waved his hand, saying, I regret to inform you, Hashirama, that I cannot play today. I suddenly remembered I have matters to attend to. Farewell. Hashirama replied with difficulty, Is that so? Then I shall take my leave as well. Izuna inscribed run on the stone for Hashirama, while Hashirama inscribed it's a trap, flee, for Izuna. Their actions were not merely a means of communication. Both parties were fully aware of each other's identities, yet chose to offer an escape rather than succumb to feelings of betrayal and anger. This gesture exemplified a genuine friendship forged amidst years of enmity. Their sudden movements, coupled with Hashirama's stammering words, alerted those lurking in the shadows, resulting in three figures emerging from the adjacent woods, Uchiha Taijima, Uchiha Izuna, and an unfamiliar ninja from the Inyang clan. Indeed, it seems we are thinking along the same lines, Sage, Uchiha Taijima mocked. The Senju are indeed hypocritical when confronted with Izuna, a leader of their clan. Indeed, Uchiha Taijima. The sage clenched the kunai in his hand. And Tobarama, Izuna fixed his gaze on Higashi, his double tomo spinning intensely. As a rival from years past, he nearly met his demise at Higashi's hands in a cowardly manner. He had recorded Higashi's appearance, yet had assumed Tobarama was a silver-haired youth, only to discover upon this encounter that he too possessed white hair, suggesting prior disguise. Higashi chuckled lightly before the main party, reveling in the moment. Izuna, was that heart-stealing blow from years ago satisfying? Izuna's breath became erratic, and his double tomo began to whirl, exuding an aura that suggested imminent breakthrough. Do not misconstrue my words. I merely wish to convey that should you remain unsated, there will be future opportunities, Higashi continued. However, Izuna had regained his composure, responding coldly. How childish. At this moment, Tobarama, with no time to quibble over names, turned to the final ninja from the Inyang clan, asking, What is your name? Inyang Qingfeng, the adopted son of Inyang Qingming. And you? The ninja replied calmly. Tobarama stated flatly, Senju Higashi. A fine name indeed. I shall ensure your remains are collected. Qingfeng smiled. I shall do the same, Higashi retorted. Chapter 46. severance, and continuation. Izuna formed a hand seal, and his double tomo began to whirl lightly, igniting flames upon the blade. Fire release, fire flame slash. This technique, commonly employed by Uchiha ninjas, revealed a darker hue of flames compared to previous Uchiha practitioners, signifying a greater lethality. Impressive chakra control. Higashi mused, maintaining a relaxed demeanor as he deftly evaded each strike, sidestepping with precision just before the blade could make contact. After several exchanges, Izuna amplified his chakra, causing the flames to swell dramatically, swirling toward Higashi like a vortex. Amidst the fiery tempest, Higashi praised. No wonder you are the second in command among the Uchiha in this warring era. You certainly know how to create a spectacle. However, this will not be enough to extinguish me. Water release, water column technique. A torrent of water coalesced around Higashi, forming a column that doused the flames. Izuna's double tomo continued to spin, launching an upward thrust. Yet, Higashi, encased in water chakra, seized the strike with his wooden hand, yanking Izuna backward while brandishing his kunai toward Izuna's throat. The flames upon the blade and the water chakra clashed, canceling each other out until extinguished. In a moment of crisis, Izuna's mind raced, devising the most secure course of action. He discarded his blade, dissipated the chakra beneath his feet, and submerged himself beneath the water, hurling a kunai at Higashi. Higashi deftly struck the incoming kunai aside with a swift kick, dispersing his chakra and reversing his grip on the katana. He cast a glance towards Senju Hashin and Uchiha Taijima's direction, pondering. Do I not recall a halt in the fighting here? Why the delay with an additional participant? Are these two merely posturing? Under normal circumstances, the battle would have been interrupted after a brief confrontation between the two clan leaders, each tossing their weapons toward their respective offspring. However, due to Higashi's early activation of his generation's talents, Tobirama was stronger than anticipated, while Izuna had awakened at the age of 5, leading both parties to believe their young could resolve the conflict. Thus, the fighting continued, as the death of either side's youth would inevitably unveil a psychological flaw. The key to victory. Senju Hashin cast a glance toward the battlefield, shouting, Higashi, cease your games and eliminate the opponent. Uchiha Taijima coldly remarked, Izuna, how long will you hesitate? Do you wish to witness your brother suffer as he did years ago? Izuna trembled, the double tomo manifesting in his eyes as his voice quaked. Forgive me, Hashirama. Although this time was brief, I genuinely enjoyed it. Our next encounter will be on the battlefield. Izuna, you. Hashirama gazed into Izuna's eyes, and upon uttering this phrase, Izuna's Sharingan transformed from double tomo to triple tomo, symbolizing a severance of something profound. With the triple tomo, Izuna directed his gaze toward Higashi and Izuna, gritting his teeth as he forcefully hurled the inscribed stone into the river, proclaiming, Hashirama, in the end, our naive vision of the future is but an illusion. Your brother once nearly killed mine. The Senju and Uchiha are destined to be eternal rivals. His voice turned cold, as a former friend. My final act of respect will be to personally end your life on the battlefield. In truth, you still harbor that dream within, do you not? I shall not surrender, even if it costs me my very life. Hashirama clenched his teeth, his gaze resolute. Dreams, scoffed Madara, are nothing but mere fantasies, an illusory world that does not exist. A fleeting glimmer of light passed through Madara's eyes before he laughed derisively. Uchiha Taijima, accompanied by Izuna, retreated to Madara's side, saying, with these eyes, this journey has been worthwhile. So, Madara, do you have confidence? Madara glanced at Hashirama and replied, Hashirama is stronger than I am, stronger than my brother. Izuna exclaimed in disbelief. To him, Madara was the mightiest ninja. Meanwhile, Tobirama, looking fatigued, rushed over. As the adopted son of the Sage of the Six Paths, his prowess was commendable, but only if he could utilize his techniques. Over the years, Tobirama diligently honed his water body flicker technique, constantly disrupting his opponent's ability to respond within the limits of his physical endurance. Ultimately, a single water-severing wave swiftly decapitated. Buddha's gaze openly expressed admiration for Tobirama as he turned to Shugo, stating, Shugo, your movements are too slow. You could have pressed forward with wood release like Hashirama. Shugo snorted dismissively. I am unwell today and cannot properly control wood release. Besides, what about you, leader? Tobirama has already resolved matters, yet you linger. Do you think it's easy to kill a leader? Shugo retorted. Izuna is also a jonin, and so am I. Is it so simple to kill? Shugo certainly knew he could eliminate Izuna if he were serious, yet he deemed it unnecessary. Previously, with the hidden ability of his Sharingan, he could overcome opponents. But he was uncertain if Madara, possessing Indra's chakra, would awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan after Izuna fell. Even if Izuna were to perish, Madara might not activate the Mangekyo. Black Zetsu would still be present. As an essential piece on his chessboard, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was inevitable. If Izuna died, would they seek Taijima? Based on Uchiha Taijima's personality, he would likely gouge out Madara's eyes. Thus, killing him would be tantamount to failing. It was better to conserve energy. Buddha, feeling dissatisfied, admonished. Shugo, you are letting personal grievances cloud your judgment on the battlefield. We currently hold the numerical advantage. Seize this opportunity to eliminate the enemy, and your future will shine as a hero. Shugo scoffed. It was better to have two large bears, which could transport goods and, with training, become valuable allies. The standoff did not last long. Uchiha Taijima retreated with his men, and Senju Buddha did not rashly pursue, wary of an ambush. Upon returning to the clan, he immediately began to educate Hashirama. Hashirama remained silent, secretly stowing away a stone inscribed with Madara's writing. He would not give up. For himself and for Madara, he aimed to demonstrate that the world of dreams could indeed exist. Madara returned to the clan grounds, locking himself in his room, drops of blood falling from his hands, a result of his nails piercing his flesh, though his heart ached far more than he noticed. Unlike Hashirama, Madara had exhibited exceptional talent for cultivation since childhood, and his proud disposition led him to disdain all but his brother among his peers in the Uchiha clan, resulting in a profound loneliness, until he met Hashirama, his first, possibly last friend. The two, contrasting in personality, yet both reincarnations of the sons of the Sage of the Six Paths, shared an inexplicable bond that allowed them to forge a deep friendship in a remarkably short time. The rift between them had opened a wound in Madara's heart. His outward demeanor belied the turmoil within, especially when Hashirama spoke of not giving up on dreams. In that moment, Madara seemed to glimpse an alternate version of himself standing beside Hashirama. Yet, he could only feign indifference, convincing himself that Hashirama was an enemy, hoping Hashirama would view him in the same light. Thus, the fate of the Uchiha and Senju would be sealed. For reasons unknown, Madara felt his eyes moisten. 2 drops of water falling to the ground. He instinctively reached to touch his face. Am I crying? How could I be crying? Hashirama, you have truly rendered me a mess. Madara slightly raised his head, closing his eyes to compose himself. After a long pause, a final determination resonated within him. Farewell, Hashirama. Until we meet again, Senju. Chapter 47. A watcher in the dark days later, at a location far from the clan grounds, a convoy of carriages stood still, with ninjas quietly awaiting the arrival of a young man. Lord Shugo, the ninjas from the 3 affiliated clans of the eastern battlefield knelt on one knee upon seeing him. Over the past 3 years, Shugo had refrained from manipulative tactics, treating the Senju and affiliated ninjas with relative equality, which fostered genuine respect among them. For these subordinate clans, excessive reverence could breed apprehension, while too casual an approach might incite dissatisfaction. Only through a semblance of equality could harmony be achieved. Shugo nodded. Rise. Although we aren't in a rush, arriving late will inevitably draw the ire of some old-timers. Yes, they replied. Shugo boarded the carriage, suddenly catching a whiff of delightful aromas. He paused momentarily and glanced in a direction. The accompanying Senju ninja quickly went to investigate. Young master, there is nothing here. Shugo furrowed his brow. It must have been an illusion. Never mind. Let's proceed. As the carriage moved on, a dark liquid oozed from the crevices of the earth, emitting a sinister sound. How intriguing. As the 3rd son of Kagaya Otsutsuki, it was determined to rescue its mother. However, lacking sufficient strength, it sought to leverage the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura to achieve its goal. Unfortunately, this endeavor had not gone smoothly, as both reincarnations had met untimely deaths. The current reincarnations of Indra and Ashura were of utmost importance, for they had awakened their powers at such a tender age, increasing the likelihood of success. Recently, while observing the 2 reincarnations, it had sensed Shugo. Strangely, this boy emanated a familiar yet threatening aura, weak yet pure. Perhaps it would be prudent to observe further. He might serve as a valuable pawn. Inside the carriage, Shugo contemplated, convinced that his instincts were sound, akin to the experiences gleaned from the battlefield. Sometimes, Fleeting sensations can indeed save lives. Blacksetsu. A cold glint flickered in Shugo's eyes. This entity was mockingly referred to as Kagaya's dark blood. Yet, it was undeniable that it was an ancient force, a puppet master of the Naruto world, the origin of all tragedies. A being that had existed for so long surely possessed vast knowledge, and given Kagaya's third son's attributes, conventional ninjutsu would likely prove ineffective against it. To counter it, one would either need sage techniques infused with natural energy or yin-yang release. However, Shugo lacked both abilities and could only address this later as he grew stronger. "My lord, it's time to eat." A voice from outside the carriage interrupted his thoughts. Shui Yun affectionately knocked on the carriage door, producing a portion of food from her bosom. Shugo accepted the slightly warm provisions and began to eat. This woman, possessing considerable talent, adeptly managed the affairs of her clan, proving to be quite convenient. Otherwise, she would have met her end when caught stealing ninjutsu. Yet, since her foray into forbidden techniques, she had only grown more audacious, drawing closer to him, taking on tasks such as laundry and meal delivery. Revenge. Shugo understood the girl's intentions. She sought to acquire power to avenge the Uchiha. However, given the Shui Yun clan's limitations, this ambition would likely remain unfulfilled, necessitating the strength of the Senju. Regrettably, this endeavor was destined to fail, for the Senju would not annihilate the Uchiha, but rather collaborate to build a village. 5 days later, the group arrived at the western battlefield, traversing a route nearly identical to that of the Eastern Front. The Senju to the south had a vortex, while the northern, eastern, and western battlefields were each overseen by the clan leader, the elder, and the second elder. Consequently, this western battlefield was strictly the domain of Senju Hiruzen. The Senju ninjas, upon spotting Shugo, treated him as if he were a treasure, eagerly vying for his attention. Except for a solitary youth who observed quietly from the side. "Who is this?" Shugo inquired of the surrounding clansmen. The clan members exchanged glances, and finally, the youth spoke. "I am the adopted son of Lord Shinjian, responsible for managing the western battlefield. Senju Jiniki." Senju Hirugu had never heard his father mention such a person, so it seemed this individual could be considered his brother in a strict sense. The room they were in was previously occupied by Tobarama. It was clean and tidy. "If there are no issues, rest early. Tomorrow, I will help you become familiar with your surroundings," Senju Jiniki remarked, observing Hirugu for a moment before vanishing without a trace. How aloof, Hirugu thought, but his instant disappearance is quite impressive. He didn't dwell on it much. Clearly, his father trusted this person to manage the western battlefield. Based on Tobarama's character, Jiniki was likely a proud individual, and they would simply need to spend more time together in the future. "Sir, do you need assistance with the cleaning?" Shueiyun asked softly. Hirugu shook his head. Given Tobarama's disposition, his room would undoubtedly contain valuable knowledge, and protecting his brother's legacy was his duty. Not far away, perched in a tree, Senju Jiniki observed everything silently. Beside him, Senju Shinji teased, "What's wrong? You're hiding without saying a word? Be quiet. It's my first time meeting my brother, and I'm a bit nervous," Jiniki replied with a huff. "Oh, you weren't nervous when you killed Huga, but you're nervous now about meeting your brother? That's because I want to leave a good impression. He is my only brother. That woman from the subordinate clan is trying to tempt him because of her looks. I'll deal with that later," Jiniki stated. The Senju clan members soon brought Hirugu to Tobarama's residence, which was filled with neatly organized scrolls and books, occupying 2/3 of the space. "Where's the bed?" Tobarama had deemed the space too small and replaced the bed with a bookshelf, usually sleeping directly at the desk. "If you want to change it, you can." "No need," Hirugu declined. As an architectural master, this was not an issue for him. The knowledge left by Tobarama was invaluable, especially compared to the cold, sealed vault he had in the eastern battlefield. Shueiyun, guided by the Senju clan members, began to organize their living space. A voice interrupted her. "What is your relationship with Hirugu?" "I am his subordinate," Shueiyun replied flatly, looking at Senju Jiniki. Jiniki grasped Shueiyun's neck with one hand, observing the pain on her face without a hint of pity. "Subordinate? I can sense you harboring different intentions. I will say this only once. Hirugu is still young. I will not care about your feelings later, but for now, do not entertain any other thoughts towards him, or I will kill you." It was a struggle for Shueiyun to respond. In an instant, Jiniki vanished as if he had never been there. Senju Jiniki stood silently in the tree, watching Hirugu's room. "How adorable. I can't believe he's grown so much. Sometimes I feel old." When Jiniki was young, his parents had already passed away. It was Senju Shinjin who adopted and raised him, treating him like his own son and imparting nearly all his ninjutsu knowledge. Jinaki proved to be an exceptional student, ultimately attaining the position of second-in-command on the Western battlefield. Upon learning of Hirugu's birth, he initially felt a sense of loss. But when Shinjin returned to entrust him with managing the Western battlefield, that sense of loss vanished. He had nothing to begin with. Yet with such a father striving to help him become strong and placing his trust in him, he felt he had no reason to be dissatisfied, even if it meant ultimately sacrificing for his child. Chapter 48. Sage of the Six Paths. Senju Shinji envied Senju Jinaki, his talent, connections, and the prospect of a future clan leader brother. Jinaki, you are truly fortunate, Shinji sighed. Throughout his lifetime, he had struggled to keep up with Jinaki. Yet he did not feel significantly inferior to him. He simply lacked a competent teacher. He closed his eyes to rest, gradually succumbing to slumber. After an indeterminate period, a dark liquid emerged from a crack in the ground, revealing a smiling face that crawled onto his body. In his dream, Senju Shinji felt a chill, and suddenly, a burst of golden light illuminated the darkness. He raised his hand to shield his eyes from the brilliance, but could not discern the figure's face, only catching a glimpse of violet, rippling eyes. Who are you? He inquired. The figure, carrying an air of authority, replied. The world knows me as the Sage of the Six Paths, child. I can sense your determination to acquire power and change everything. Now, I shall impart my ninjutsu to you, allowing you to carry forth my will across the world. Sage of the Six Paths? Senju Shinji thought skeptically. Convinced he was merely dreaming, even such a figure could appear. Child, I understand that this may be difficult for you to accept. I will teach you the first technique. You may try it. At dawn, a deafening explosion roused all the Senju ninjas, and Hirugu immediately activated his three-tomo Sharingan, donning a layer of wooden armor before rushing outside. Everyone gathered at the source of the noise and discovered the area flooded with water, where Senju Shinji knelt, drenched and gasping for air, disbelief etched on his face. He had inexplicably attempted the ninjutsu he had learned in his dream that morning, resulting in such a commotion. The clan does not possess the ability to create explosive sounds with water release. Shinji, did you invent a new technique? Upon being questioned by Senju Jinaki, Shinji contemplated revealing the truth, but explaining that he had learned the technique in a dream was nearly impossible, coupled with a hint of vanity. He nodded slightly without verbally acknowledging it. The surrounding Senju ninjas chimed in. Shinji, I knew you were a genius, but you didn't believe it. You can set an example for Tobarama. Yet, thinking about how Tobarama will grow up like this makes me quite happy. After all, I'm still a bit more handsome. Have you decided on a name for this technique? What is it called? Senju Shinji felt a flush of embarrassment at receiving praise for an honor that wasn't rightfully his. However, he managed to adjust his mindset and declared, this technique is called the Dance of Water Release, illusory form. Upon hearing this, Hirugu cast a scrutinizing glance at Senju Shinji. Generally, naming ninjutsu posed no issue, but certain specific techniques held significance. For S-rank ninjutsu, an ultimate level existed, often passed down from ancient times, regarded as the pinnacle of ninjutsu, and commonly associated with divine power. For instance, Uchiha's single most potent fire release, Hoten no Ken, and the corresponding collective fire release, Hoten no Akari, both incorporated divine names into their titles, by invoking the water god and the goddess of illusions. Senju Shinji implied that his technique belonged to the top tier of S-rank ninjutsu. It caused quite a stir. I wonder about its true power. Furthermore, the control seems unusual. Why did it also affect the user? Hirugu frowned. The development of ninjutsu, as a means of combat, typically prioritized control to prevent the technique from harming the user instead of the target. Moreover, the creation of ninjutsu should be a gradual process. As the developer, one ought to have a general understanding of the technique's power. It was improbable to produce a finished product that caused such a significant commotion all at once. Could it be that the people on the Western battlefield are particularly resilient? Unlike my stable approach. What are you thinking? A male voice interrupted his thoughts. Hirugu looked up to see his nominal brother, Senju Jinaki. Nothing much. I'm just a bit tired. Well, it's still early. You must have been exhausted from your journey yesterday. Go rest for a while, Jinaki suggested. Hirugu nodded and returned to his reading. After awakening his wood release, his recovery was rapid, typically requiring only a brief rest. Jinaki watched Hirugu leave, then turned his gaze towards Senju Shinji. Shinji, come over here for a moment. Senju Shinji stiffened momentarily before nodding. He had a good relationship with Jiniki, as they often studied battle strategies and ninjutsu together. The development of ninjutsu is a lengthy endeavor, and one must ponder the reasons behind such secrecy. A single line necessitates countless others to cover it up. After a time, the two met in their usual discussion room. Speak, what is happening? Do you practice ninjutsu every night? Senju Jiniki observed his old friend with a calm gaze. Yes, I am secretly developing it, replied Senju Shinonai, gritting his teeth, feeling a twinge of discomfort for lying to a close friend. Why not confide in me? Senju Jiniki sighed softly. Jiniki, I trust your integrity. If I were to develop ninjutsu, I know you would never covet it for personal gain. However, others would not share that sentiment. As the adopted son of Lord Jinkan, you are already a peak jonin and continue to improve, while I, of the same age, remain merely an elite jonin. Should we collaborate, they would attribute all success to you and overlook my contributions. Senju Shinonai's expression twisted as he immersed himself in his emotions. Jiniki lowered his gaze, his voice tinged with melancholy. I apologize. It's fine, do not take it to heart. This is my own issue. If there is nothing more, I wish to return and rest, replied Shinonai. Senju Shinonai exited the room and returned to his dwelling, sitting on his bed. Suddenly, he struck his face with force, murmuring, Am I truly this vain? He remained unaware of the shadow creeping up from beneath his bed. A chilling sensation intertwined with drowsiness enveloped him, and due to his use of ninjutsu, he found himself inclined to trust the sage of the six paths, surrendering to slumber without further resistance. Golden light reappeared, and a solemn voice echoed around him. Child, do you now believe in me? Senju Shinonai hesitated, then nodded. I believe, but I regret declaring this technique as my own. No matter, child. As I have stated, your my will manifest in this world. What is mine is inherently yours. I will lead you to the pinnacle. Shinonai felt guilt wash over him. Yet, I have deceived a friend who has always aided me. At times, certain lies are a necessary part of progress. Now, I share with you a revelation regarding the Huga clan. You need only, in the external world, black liquid dripped from Senju Shinonai, his face revealing a hint of disdain. What a hypocritical child. Yet, this makes control all the easier. Over the years, he had thoroughly researched the abilities of possession, discovering that the weaker the resistance, the shorter the duration of control. Thus, he had gained the trust of numerous ninjas, leading to the swift control of their bodies. And he did not mind enhancing these hosts in the process. Chapter 49. In truth, I deceived you, Lord Yu. Why have we come here? Asteo. Knowing too much can be detrimental, replied Huga Yu with a smile, reaching under a withered tree to retrieve a scroll. 3 years prior, a figure claiming to be his ancestor appeared in his dreams, possessing vast knowledge and an awareness of the dynamics among various families. This scroll, for instance, detailed the trade goods between two medium-sized clans, but now it belonged to him, Huga Yu. Thanks to his ancestor's guidance, he had ascended from an ordinary Huga ninja to a powerful figure married to the elder's daughter. Let us depart. Ao, we have ventured too close to Senju territory. Yes, my lord. Huga Ao, with his Byakugan activated, had been on guard, but his expression suddenly turned serious. My lord, Senju clan ninjas approach. 3 in number, we are surrounded. Huga Yu's veins bulged as he realized a large contingent of Senju ninjas was indeed tightening the encirclement. Stay calm. Ao, we have sufficient distance to escape. Follow me. These are the fewest numbers, and regardless of whether it is a trap, this is our only chance. Unbeknownst to the two, a figure clad in darkness sat within a circle of black patterns, quietly placing his hands down. My lord, is this sufficient? Well done, Red. Throughout the extensive history of ninjas, there have always been novel changes, such as those red eyes. Unlike the Sharingan, Kurozetsu discovered these eyes possessed effects akin to the Byakugan, capable of creating chakra illusions to confuse it. Unfortunately, this red eye is difficult to awaken, and even upon awakening, the host's physical condition weakens, rendering them unlikely to become formidable ninjas. Meanwhile, Senju Shinonai commenced action alongside his brother, Shugo. Owing to his regular relationship with Jiniki, he thought it appropriate to bring his brother out for a stroll. Though he did not understand why the Sage of Six Paths required him to accompany a child, he felt inclined to trust once due to previous circumstances. Someone approaches. Shugo sensed the rapidly approaching chakra and subtly distanced himself from Senju Shinonai. Shinonai halted, noticing 2 Huga ninjas before him, one a peak jonin and the other an elite jonin. He understood why Shugo had distanced himself. This was their first mission together, and they had fortuitously encountered opponents of a higher tier. Ao, capture that boy alive. I will handle this, he instructed. The two Huga ninjas swiftly locked onto their respective targets. Shugo, find an opportunity to flee, Shinanai urged. Shugo glanced at his own legs, then at the long legs of his opponents, quietly drawing a kunai. Huga Ao charged toward Shugo, unleashing a swift palm strike. 8 trigrams air palm. Would release, all-encompassing bag technique. Shugo formed seals, summoning a gigantic wooden hand from the earth to grasp his adversary. The 8 trigrams air palm merely scattered some wood chips, failing to cause substantial damage. Huga Ao, momentarily surprised, remarked, how resilient. However, this distance is sufficient, body flicker technique. He leaped over the wooden hand, reaching Shugo's side and delivering rapid punches. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Confronted with the signature technique of the Huga clan, Shugo remained composed, exuding minimal expression as he unleashed his chakra. This was characteristic of the Senju style of combat, showcasing their immense chakra reserves. Ao underestimated Shugo's chakra. Had he launched a direct assault, it might have posed a greater challenge, but the gentle fist proved less effective. His fingers barely made contact with Shugo before encountering a resistance that repelled him, disrupting his follow-up attacks. Although intended to be 64 strikes after the 16th, he was compelled to withdraw due to ineffectiveness. Shugo had no intention of letting him off easy. Wooden vines erupted from the ground, branches unfurling above. Inspired by Obito's use of the 10 tails to perform grafting techniques, he employed these vines to rapidly launch branches, and as he lacked a name for this technique, he simply added an extra word, would release, grafting technique. 8 trigrams revolving heaven. Confronted with a barrage of branches, Huga Ao had no choice but to employ his signature defensive technique, his chakra rapidly depleting. Maintaining his ninjutsu, Shugo continued forming seals, fire release, great fireball technique. The fireball ignited the branches, amplifying the damage, and Huga Ao struggled to withstand the onslaught. A swift gust from his palm shattered the vines, launching the branches. Shugo rolled twice upon the ground, rising to glance at Huga U's position. Senju Shinanai had just been repelled by a palm strike, allowing his opponent to successfully support their ally, his expression darkening. It was not the child who hindered progress, but rather himself, the adult. Huga Ninja, you have forced my hand, Senju Shinanai thought, forming seals as his chakra surged. Water release, ultimate technique, dance of the illusions. Water swirled around Huga Yu, rapidly spinning and surrounding him. It then accelerated, compressing, as pieces of fabric were relentlessly sliced away by the torrent. As the threat of death loomed, Huga Kiji hesitated no longer. He invoked a technique passed down from his ancestors in dreams, a move somewhat akin to the 8 trigrams empty palm. Yet its power transcended several tiers. Strangely, this technique, potent enough to be deemed a secret art, was forbidden by his forebears from being named as such, labeled instead as a flawed creation. A fierce palm wind shattered the flowing water, directly striking Senju Makoto, interrupting the release of his ninjutsu. The uncontrolled water broke through, producing a violent explosion. Huga Kiji, his body already a mangled mess, crashed into a tree. At the center of the explosion, he bore the brunt of the damage. He understood that his opponent, leveraging elite Jonin strength, could result in mutual destruction, primarily because the consumption of this jutsu exceeded his own empty palm. Sir, Huga Aoi attempted to rush to the rescue, but was halted by Hiragi, the boy's eyes glimmering with a hint of crimson. We are far from finished. Huga Aoi's expression turned icy as he shed his upper garment, revealing his torso plastered with explosive tags. If you continue to obstruct me, we shall perish together. Hiragi narrowed his eyes slightly and stepped back, smiling. Such loyalty. Why would a member of the main family risk their life to protect another clan? Sir Kiji is my hero and the future hope of the Huga clan. Is that so? Then you may proceed. Huga always slowly retreated to Huga Kiji's side, assisting him upright. Sir, we must leave. Thank you, Aoi. Huga Aoi's countenance shifted slightly. Sir Kiji, you would never speak this way. Indeed. It seems I have much to practice. Huga Kiji regarded Huga Aoi with a peculiar smile. You have done well, Aoi. How could this be an illusion? Huga Aoi's face displayed shock. Among those present were only the Senju and Huga clans, although the Byakugan possessed some resistance to Genjutsu. Who would be foolish enough to prepare for a counter against Senju illusions? A youthful voice echoed. In truth, I have deceived you. None of you shall escape. Chapter 50. The failed possession. Hiragi utilized wooden vines to drain Hyuga Aoi's chakra entirely, wrapping him up and strangling him to death, discarding the corpse thereafter. Hyuga Aoi had controlled his explosive tags with chakra. This was advantageous for direct detonation, but disadvantageous since losing chakra rendered them inert. Although these explosive tags were valuable resources. To prevent any mishaps during detonation, Hiragi opted to control the wood and toss them far away. Having completed this, Hiragi aimed a branch at Hyuga Kiji's head. Benefiting from the peculiar phenomenon where the heart resided on the right side of the body, ensuring a precise strike, Hiragi approached Senju Makoto, aiding him to stand. How are you? Still alive? Senju Makoto, bleeding from his abdomen and pale in complexion, replied, I'm fine, not dead yet. Hiragi, I can walk on my own. You need to assist me. As soon as he finished speaking, Hiragi vanished from sight, directing the vines to search Hyuga Kiji's body. Senju Makoto nearly collapsed, but managed to stabilize himself by pressing a hand against a nearby tree. Hiragi, what are you doing? Strange. They possess Byakugan and could easily evade us, yet they act as if they are being pursued by the Senju. I'm merely checking for anything that may be hidden. Are you not looking at the other individual? Hiragi gazed at Senju Makoto, perplexed. They are all explosive tags. What more is there to observe? Am I to admire art? Senju Makoto silently consumed a pill, remaining speechless. Armed with information from the Sage of Six Paths, he knew that this person possessed resources. But it was impossible for Hiragi to hoard them upon discovery. While the two conversed, a vine retrieved a scroll, controlling the chakra to open it, revealing a trove of items. Hiragi's expression grew increasingly peculiar. It was quite bizarre that the Hyuga had inexplicably arrived, seemingly battling against him while carrying resources. To be frank, had it not been for Senju Makoto being gravely injured, he would have suspected some clandestine transaction between them. After all, this was not a game where defeating monsters yielded loot. How do you intend to distribute the resources? Would you prefer the truth or a fabrication? Senju Makoto became intrigued. What is the falsehood? What is the truth? Hiragi smiled. The falsehood is to kill you and claim all spoils. His gentle voice belied the malice of his words. And the truth? One share for you, one for me, and one for the clan. Senju Makoto twitched at the corners of his mouth, sensing that his refusal might transform the truth into the falsehood. After agreeing on the division, they returned to their clan grounds. Due to Hiragi's would release extracting the original chakra, the Byakugan was rendered unnecessary. Although Senju Makoto had managed to suppress his injuries, he needed urgent treatment and prioritized heading back. After they had distanced themselves, Kagaya observed, having monitored the battle, sensing that an issue arose when Hiragi dealt with Hyuga Aoi. Hyuga Aoi's explosive tags posed no threat to him. After possessing him, Kagaya keenly discerned something crucial. Hyuga Aoi's body was significantly weakened, having lost certain vital elements. Such elements were often imperceptible to the average person, yet discernible to Kagaya's progeny. Kagaya then examined Hyuga Kiji's condition, finding it identical. The wood release that could extract original chakra possessed such power. Kagaya was elated, believing this to be a divine blessing. Although Hiragi had many ninja by his side, some with sensory abilities, no intel suggested he had any anomalies, indicating he possessed a capacity akin to absorption. What would happen if he continued to consume? Could he awaken the Sharingan? Kagaya was eager to investigate, believing the best approach was to possess him. To maintain his identity's secrecy, he resolved to wait until nightfall to attempt this. As night fell, after a prolonged wait, Kagaya infiltrated Hiragi's room. Observing the soundly sleeping Hiragi, he immediately possessed him. And in an instant, branches began to grow rapidly. Useless. This technique bears no effect on me. I am one of Kagaya's descendants, Kagaya mused. Yet he quietly savored the sensations of the youthful body when a sudden pull emerged. What? Kagaya sensed a portion of his power being drawn away, albeit subtly, yet undeniably real, and the attraction intensified. Dark liquid surged rapidly, retreating from Hiragi's body. Observing the drool at the corner of the boy's mouth, Kagaya felt a twinge of fear. Is this truly the ninja I created? Kagaya questioned, but in the next moment, he bolted from the room. For some reason, a gaze fell upon him, followed by a second, a third, a fourth, and then they vanished in an instant. What is happening? Kagaya despised being watched. Although it was but a fleeting moment, he felt locked in by those gazes, reminiscent of his nominal brother, Otsutsuki Ue's eyes. The Rinnegan? Is this merely an illusion? How could this be? Under Kagaya's scrutiny, the existence of the Rinnegan in today's warring states was implausible without notice, and awakening the Rinnegan was no simple feat. This boy is exceptionally peculiar. It would be wise to avoid close contact and seek further testing. Kagaya's eyes revealed trepidation. As a planner, encountering such an unusual and unknown situation was challenging to manage. Had the situation remained within his expected control, he would have unhesitatingly eliminated the variable. Yet, as Indra's reincarnation was still maturing, his plan to save his mother remained distant. Eradicating this variable now would pose a problem if Indra's reincarnation and Ashura's reincarnation were to perish in mutual destruction later, necessitating his strength. Thus, for the sake of his mother, he must allow this variable to survive for a time. Even if he grows stronger, it matters not. A ninja's lifespan is limited, and eventually, they will succumb to age, while he possesses an eternal existence. Thus, it exists as an invincible entity. A child destined to fulfill the sacred mission of rescuing its mother. At this moment, Kurozetsu once again infiltrates, possessing the body of Senju Shinichi. In his dreams, Senju Shinichi exhibits fury towards the current situation and harbors doubts about the sage of the six paths. He remains indifferent to these sages, for he is well acquainted with the process. Ninjas are avaricious for gain, yet respond to peril with anger and fear. He directly declares that upon waking, he shall receive his gift. The following day, Senju Shinichi awakens to discover that he has unexpectedly ascended to the pinnacle of the elite shinobi level during his slumber. It is worth noting that he had struggled for years to reach the elite rank, yet the peak had always felt elusive. Who would have thought that a grievous injury would propel him forward? Achieving the status of peak elite shinobi places him among the foremost combatants of his clan, granting him the right to participate in the highest council of the family and making him a coveted ally for various factions. Should he possess the ability, he could even aspire to become one of the 3 clan leaders, privileges unattainable by mere elite shinobi. Consequently, the flames of rage he harbored towards the sage of the six paths have been entirely extinguished. Chapter 51. The white eye at the forehead. As Senju Shinichi rejoices in his newfound power, Hiragi awakens as well. Upon opening his eyes, he is met with a bewildering scene, colored landscapes giving way to distant monochrome. Hiragi forms several hand seals, and water coalesces into the shape of a mirror, allowing him to viscerally perceive his own transformation. In the reflection, aside from his black pupils, a white eye emerges at the center of his forehead. Has he returned to his ancestral roots to acquire the Byakugan? Hiragi attempts to exert control over it. The eye can move, and when it closes, the black and white perspective vanishes. Conversely, when it opens, the monochromatic vision activates automatically, akin to a switch controlling a phenomenon of bulging veins. But what is this peculiar sensation of fullness within him? Hiragi is perplexed, for the bloodlines of the 2 members of the Huga clan do not exhibit such advancement, and he has not experienced any substantial replenishment. After contemplating for a while without any leads, Hiragi begins to sift through the scrolls in his room. His previous escapade with Senju Shinichi had left him no time to examine the legacy left by Tobirama. Tobirama had a penchant for purchasing knowledge with currency. Even texts he could not comprehend were translated and studied. These scrolls are notably ancient and worn, some even pieced together from fragments, indicating that considerable effort was invested in their preservation. Among these scrolls, he discovers an abundance of notes concerning the technique of body flicker and accelerated movement, all pointing towards space-time ninjutsu. No wonder his water flicker technique had been enhanced. It was indeed a sign of progress. Hiragi muses to himself, continuing his examination, only to find that the subsequent contents are largely repetitive, suggesting that Tobirama did not intend to document his techniques in these scrolls. After all, there would be little reason to record skills he had already mastered. As Hiragi peruses the final scroll, he notices a prominent seal at the end, a trio of vertical black lines encircling a concentric circle, with 6 black lines radiating from the outer circle to the inner. The Flying Thunder God seal? No, this inscription bears little residual energy. It appears to have been hastily imprinted. As he gently touches it with his finger, he finds it to be fragmented and superficial. For a moment, he almost believed that Tobirama could have hastily crafted the Flying Thunder God technique within 3 years. Hiragi returns the items to their original place, and upon activating the Byakugan, he observes someone approaching him. "Sir, Lord Jinichi requests your presence at the banquet." Shuei-yun affectionately calls from outside. A banquet? For such trivial resources? No, it is to celebrate Lord Senju Shinichi's ascension to the peak elite shinobi. Ascended? Given his chakra reserves, that seems implausible. Hiragi is taken aback. As an aficionado of bloodlines, he assesses the strength of those who consume the powers of their clans based on their hunger. By his estimation, Senju Shinichi would require at least another decade for even a faint chance of reaching the peak elite level. With lingering doubts, Hiragi arrives at the banquet, where he finds Senju Shinichi smiling and engaging with fellow Senju ninjas. He has indeed grown stronger, yet the aura emanating from him is unpleasant. The taste of the food has deteriorated, likely due to the depletion of his original chakra, indicating a depletion of potential. Although this method may curtail future growth and shorten lifespan, it is undoubtedly a boon for ninjas who have long struggled to break through. Hiragi casually finds a spot at a table with those he brought from the eastern battlefield, as dining is an affair best enjoyed in comfort. He is somewhat unfamiliar with the other clan members, thus refraining from excessive exuberance. Shortly thereafter, Jinichi approaches, and the moment he sits beside Hiragi, Shuei-yun's complexion pales, and she stands to leave. Have you bullied my acquaintance? Hiragi glances at the spot where the girl had been. I merely offered her a bit of advice. To avoid taking advantage of your youth, Jinichi replies, settling into his seat, taking a sip of water. I had my men deal with the 2 corpses you eliminated yesterday. However, this morning, the Huga clan has also caught wind of the situation. Hiragi, nonchalant, takes a sip of tea. In this battlefield, the Senju and Huga clans are the main players. Even if we were to destroy the bodies, it would be easy for them to surmise the truth. Jinichi produces a portrait, stating, this woman is Huga Miyuki, the wife of that peak elite shinobi, and also the daughter of the Huga clan's elder. She possesses a mind unlike others. You must exercise caution in her presence. Ah, so they seek revenge against us. Hiragi chuckles. Are they preparing for war under the banner of retribution? Jinichi furrows his brow, noting the youth's eagerness for conflict is somewhat out of place for his age. You seem quite interested in war. There's no helping it. I have grown accustomed to battling against Kagaya and the Uchiha. In the clan territories, it's manageable. Yet once on the battlefield, it feels somewhat disconcerting. Jinichi's irritation towards Tobarama deepens, and he coldly remarks, it is folly for the clan leader to send you children to the battlefield. We, the Senju, have not yet reached such a desperate state. At that moment, a bloodied figure bursts into the banquet, spitting blood as he exclaims, Lord Jinichi, trouble is afoot. The Huga have intercepted our convoy. Everyone present turns their gaze towards Jinichi, awaiting his command for assistance. Jinichi, maintaining his composure, examines the injured ninja and inquires, what is the strength of the opposing force? Lord Jinichi, they are far too powerful. I had no time to react and could only flee. You mean to say you escaped from a group of Byakugan users stronger than yourself and still have the strength to speak to me? The bloodied ninja freezes in place. My lord, I speak the truth. The Huga clan is indeed on the offensive. Jinichi shakes his head and replies softly. It is my dereliction as a leader to recklessly send my subordinates into the unknown. Moreover, the Huga are fond of employing trivial schemes. I suspect that their elder is lying in wait in the forest, anticipating our arrival. It is but a trivial matter. Consider it our contribution to the funeral expenses for the son-in-law of the Huga clan. Shinichi, today is your banquet. Continue as you wish. Senju Shinichi nods. Initially intending to lead the Senju ninjas to reclaim their goods, yet a sudden wave of trepidation rises within him at the thought. Hiragi yawns, continuing to eat. The elder of the Huga clan is a leader-level powerhouse, while the Senju lack such strength. However, once the fighting commences, it becomes a clash between the vast ocean and mere fists. The Senju are not to be feared. Hiragi, if you were to command the western battlefield now, what would you do? Jinichi inquires, seeking to understand his brother's perspective and find common ground. Hiragi ponders for a moment before responding. I would return the 2 Huga corpses to them, then ignite the half-burned body of the explosive tag user and invite them to witness the art. Profaning the deceased is rather inappropriate. Lord Shin-e, your perspective appears rather superficial. I am not desecrating the dead. Rather, I am facilitating their reunion in paradise. Shin-e suddenly chuckled, saying, you have misunderstood my intent. I have examined the supplies and discovered they originate from 2 mid-tier clans, each bearing their respective crests, alongside an invoice. You intend to return a portion of these supplies to the two clans while promising to divert their attention, all the while masquerading as members of these clans to launch a surprise attack on the Huga. Both individuals, one large and one small, shared a subtle smile. They were raised by the same father and thus bore some resemblance. Chapter 52. Ongoing events in a spacious room, representatives from 3 factions gathered, each leader seated at a round table, forming a triangular formation. Their kin poured tea for their respective leaders. Tensions ran high due to lost trade goods, with one faction feeling aggrieved over the lack of compensation, while the other demanded payment for goods not received. The atmosphere was charged with hostility until Senju delivered a letter indicating he had located the supplies, which had been taken by others, necessitating a 3-party negotiation for their return. Senju's reputation was well regarded, prompting the two clans to come and pay their respects. "You mean to return these items to us?" Iron Tooth by Lai inquired, puzzled, having just verified that the items indeed belonged to his side, albeit in a quantity that seemed only 1/3 of what had originally been sent. The Iron Tooth clan revered the power of beasts, which led them to replace their natural teeth with specially crafted metal ones upon reaching adulthood, a practice tied to their unique ninjutsu. Naturally, this transaction pertains to your two clans. While these supplies may be superfluous to us, they are undoubtedly significant for your clans. Huyu spoke gently. Although he had disguised his appearance, he was flanked by Senju clan members, leaving the 2 mid-tier clan leaders with little cause for suspicion. "Esteemed Senju ninja, we are aware that there is no such thing as a free lunch. What is it that you desire from us?" inquired Longma Pingzi, a pragmatic clan leader who was not naive enough to trust this sudden benevolence. The Longma clan had long-standing ties with merchant caravans, thriving primarily through their transport business. To jointly confront the Huga clan, who you proposed. "I regret to inform you that the Longma clan lacks the audacity to confront the Huga directly," Longma replied. "Unfortunately, the Iron Tooth clan also lacks the manpower," Bai Lai concurred. Huyu quietly sipped his tea. "In truth, I could have brought a few individuals to simply utilize storage scrolls for transport. Can you guess what my companions intend to do? Is Senju attempting to threaten us?" Both clan leaders' expressions darkened. "Shu, gentlemen, remain calm. It seems your clans have previously engaged in the transmission of goods. A simple investigation would reveal a pattern of your two clans' movements in the vicinity," Huyu remarked. The Senju had no interest in attacking weaker clans. Had the Huga ninjas not obtained intelligence from an unknown source and preemptively located your goods, we would not have discovered this situation. Longma Pingzi sensed the gravity of the situation. "Is this true?" Huyu replied flatly. "Senju has no reason to deceive you. Are you not curious? After years of coexistence near our Senju clan, how could you suddenly be discovered?" "The Byakugan," he continued. "Only the Byakugan possesses the ability to perceive such details." Longma Pingzi closed his eyes in contemplation, then spoke. "Thank you for the information, Senju. However, the Longma clan only seeks stability." Bai Lai of the Iron Tooth clan echoed. "We seek merely to ensure our own survival. We shall engage in trade through alternative means." "Very well, we shall not press you further. However, according to tradition, since you have utilized the Senju, we shall claim 1/3 of this batch of supplies as compensation. Should these goods fall into the hands of the Huga, we will also require 1/3 for the casualties incurred," he stated. Both clan leaders remained silent, understanding that conceding was preferable to having nothing at all. "My lord, were we not supposed to persuade them to assist us? Are we to leave now?" Shui Yun reminded softly. "They are seasoned individuals. This matter is insufficient to compel them into action. We must observe the Huga's response," Huyu replied. The Byakugan's range of detection extended approximately 1 kilometer, but interestingly, their development of techniques was limited to physical augmentations, primarily in close combat. Senju Xianyi's plan was straightforward. Dispatch a few subordinate clan members carrying a cart laden with corpses towards the Huga encampment. They were to disguise themselves as Senju ninjas, leaving behind traces to affirm their true identities. Most would deduce the truth based on logical inference rather than mere appearances. Senju Xianyi's motive was not impulsive. The merchant convoy that the Huga had seized had incurred substantial losses, potentially leading to financial issues at some point. As a prominent clan, the Senju faced considerable expenditures. Thus he opted for 2 strategies. 1. Annihilate the 2 clans to seize their remaining supplies and wealth. 2. Incite conflict between the 2 clans and the Huga, seeking an opportunity to strike. Regardless of the method, instigating conflict was imperative. The Huga's ninjas soon detected the approaching figures and dispatched personnel to intercept them. "What are you Senju impersonators doing?" 3 Huga ninjas called out from ahead, easily discerning the presence of the Senju chakra after their prolonged engagement. "My lord, these are your clansmen," the subordinate remarked hastily. 1 Huga ninja closed their Byakugan. The colorful patterns made the features of the 2 figures more discernible. One bore a branch protruding from their head, rendering their appearance unrecognizable, while the other had visible bones around the neck, albeit their visage was somewhat distinguishable. "Is that Huga Ao? And the other, could it be Lord Kiji?" "Proceed with caution. Lord Ao is rigged with explosive tags. You should deliver them here. And we shall take care of the rest," the Huga commanded. The subordinate smiled faintly. "I fear that cannot be your wish." With fire-style chakra enveloping him, he triggered the explosive tags, resulting in a detonation. The Huga ninjas, quick to react, managed to lift Lord Kiji's body away just before the explosion, leaving them covered in soot but largely unharmed. Have they lost their minds? Such an explosion serves only to eliminate themselves, 1 Huga ninja fumed. Aware that they had taken precautions against the explosive tags, perhaps it was a means to vent their anger without revealing their clan identity, leading to their self-destruction, another speculated. However, I noticed that some of their teeth were missing. At their age, that should not be the case unless they had replaced them with something else. Huga Kid observed calmly. "This appears to pertain to matters of those lords. We need not concern ourselves. Just deliver Lord Kiji's body to Lady Miyuki and respond as she inquires." The remaining Huga ninjas nodded in agreement, most being from the branch family, lacking the standing to question the affairs of the main family. Originally, Huga Miyuki had been guarding a vigil at the ancestral hall. Upon hearing of a corpse resembling Lord Kiji, she rushed over, gazing at the body with a punctured forehead. She shed 2 tears, ushered everyone out, and commenced an examination. Having shared marital ties, verifying the identity proved unchallenging. Moments later, Huga Miyuki emerged from the room. Her gaze icy as she addressed the assembled clansmen. What transpired here? Several Huga ninjas recounted the events. After a moment's hesitation, Huga Kid spoke. "Lady Miyuki, while various signs point to the Iron Tooth clan's involvement, it feels too conspicuous. Could this not be a ploy by the Senju?" Huga Miyuki scoffed lightly. "If it were not for the Senju, would we have to confront them?" Huga Kid exhaled softly, retreating in silence. He understood that his counsel would not hold sway. Whether or not the Senju were involved was of little consequence. The 2 clans would engage in battle regardless. In contrast, even if the Iron Tooth clan had not committed this act, mere suspicion would suffice for the Huga to impose their will. Such was the capriciousness of powerful clans. It mattered not whether one had acted or not, but rather whether there was doubt. Hinata Mizuki is currently engulfed in the sorrow of losing her beloved, desperately seeking an outlet for her grief. Yet, reason ultimately tempers her emotions. Please investigate whether there are any traces of the Iron Tooth clan in the direction the pheasant last headed. Hinata Kid nodded and promptly set off to conduct the investigation. Chapter 53. Do not recklessly set flags. Iron Tooth by lie returned to his clan's territory. Shaking his head with a smile. Did they truly think I am akin to those from the Eastern Alliance, capable of contending with large families? The matters concerning the Eastern Alliance were not concealed. They were almost entirely disseminated by the Uchiha clan through their propaganda. Thus, the families in the Land of Fire were well aware of these affairs. Many alliances that contemplated resisting the larger families had become increasingly hesitant. Let alone a mere clan like the Iron Tooth. Following the Senju to attack the Hinata would surely lead to casualties. Upon returning to his clan, Iron Tooth by lie was met with flames, sensing imminent danger. He rushed towards the source, his first instinct being that while the Senju dispatched individuals to invite them, they also sent others to assault their territory. However, he quickly dismissed this thought, as he could easily delay their return, thereby achieving his objectives more effortlessly. With the technique Wolf Fang Fist, a wolf head materialized on Iron Tooth by lie's hand as he launched an assault towards the nearest ninja. As he punched, the wolf head opened its jaws to bite. The ninja turned, revealing a pair of pristine white eyes. He appeared to be a youth wielding a katana. Bagwazang flowing glass slash. Iron Tooth by lie felt his fist being drawn by a supple force, yet as his chakra surged, his peak Jonin strength overwhelmed the opposition. The katana developed cracks, forcing the Hinata youth to retreat several meters before regaining his footing. "Why are you attacking the Iron Tooth clan?" Iron Tooth by lie demanded angrily. "Because your clan has offended us," the Hinata, replied Hinata Ruri, discarding her katana and casually picking up a weapon from the ground. It was merely a meeting with the Senju, and I have already refused to cooperate. Iron Tooth by Lai pondered for a long time, uncertain of the situation, and instinctively expressed his earlier thoughts. You are indeed problematic, Hinata Ruri retorted coldly. Initially, she had come to deliver a warning to these lesser clans, only to find they dared to meet with the Senju. Where there is one, there will be another. Where there are two, there will be three. The Senju are wealthy and generous. The treatment of subordinate clans is far superior to that of ordinary families. Uncle Yu, I leave this to you. I am not yet a match for him, Hinata Akatsuki stated. Understood, young master, replied a middle-aged man descending from a height, his presence subtly suppressing Iron Tooth by Lai. You are a peak jonin. No, you have already taken half a step into that realm. You must be the son of Hinata Tennin, Hinata Ruri. Iron Tooth by Lai observed. The solution to his predicament lay in taking this youth hostage. Hinata Akatsuki blocked his line of sight, stating indifferently, do not waste your effort. Clinging to unrealistic notions will only lead to suffering. As the leader of a clan, the Hinatas still require the information within your mind. Cooperation is mutually beneficial. With a cold smirk, Iron Tooth by Lai's wolf heads on his hands turned crimson, and his powers surged once more. Ninjutsu, Flame Wolf Breaking Blade Fist. Poor martial techniques. Let me show you the Hinata's foundation. In the face of Iron Tooth by Lai's resistance, Hinata Akatsuki assumed a stance and struck forth. Ninjutsu, Bagwazang Sky Strike. The first advancement of the Bagwazang Sky Palm technique increased its power. In a clash of four palms, both combatants exchanged blows. Hinata Akatsuki sustained several burns on his palms, while Iron Tooth by Lai bled from the corner of his mouth, revealing metallic teeth. Ninjutsu, Fire Teeth. Chakra flowed into his teeth, transforming their originally gray-white hue into a fiery red as they lunged towards his opponent's palm. Hinata Akatsuki snorted derisively, manifesting a chakra-formed lion phantom in his hand. He believed that dealing with the inferior was easy since the Hinata possessed similar martial arts. However, he did not anticipate that Iron Tooth by Lai's teeth would pierce through the phantom and sink into his hand. Concentrating his chakra, Hinata Akatsuki executed another sky strike, sending a multitude of metallic shards scattering, leaving a gaping wound on the left side of Iron Tooth by Lai's face. Having successfully landed a hit, Hinata Akatsuki retreated, extracting the metallic shard from his hand, his tone icy. Biting with your mouth. How are you any different from those beasts? Iron Tooth by Lai gritted his teeth against the pain. Isn't it quite effective? An opponent from the Hinata, stronger than I, has suffered injury. Hinata Akatsuki exhaled deeply, choosing silence as he slowly drew his blade. His killing intent began to coalesce around Iron Tooth by Lai, intensifying with each passing moment. Iron Tooth by Lai focused intently. In this moment, any movement could expose him to a preemptive strike from his opponent. Thus, he had no choice but to rely on his reflexes at the moment of attack. With such concentration, he momentarily forgot his pain. For failing to deliver this strike would mean death, while succeeding could grant him life. Hinata Ruri diligently observed, recognizing the immense benefit this martial arts duel provided him. The next time he encountered Senju Tobarama, he would surely be able to defeat him. At that moment, a Hinata ninja shouted, "Someone is approaching. It's the Senju. They are coming." What? Hinata Ruri furrowed his brow. The Senju had arrived so swiftly. Logically, they should have taken longer. Shiyu wasn't arriving quickly. Rather, he had been stealthily following Iron Tooth by Lai and had not left. Upon receiving a message from Senju Genichi, they had been resting approximately a kilometer away from Iron Tooth by Lai. Senju Shin and I, having accompanied Shiyu, had just broken through to peak Jonin and immediately unleashed ninjutsu to disrupt the battlefield, Shiyu observed. And suddenly a sharp blade of light descended as the youth clenched his fist and struck out forcefully. Hinata Ruri was pushed back by this force, his expression darkening. Tobarama, it seems you've made significant progress. Shiyu squinted. Ah, it's you, Hinata Ruri. It's been years. Have you gone blind? With his Byakugan unfocused, only extending 50 meters, coupled with his rare white hair from the Senju clan, he harbored resentment towards Senju Tobarama. Hinata Ruri naturally misidentified him. But by the time he realized, he had already launched an attack. Bagwazang Sky Strike. I can't be bothered to waste my energy on you. Wood Release. Birth of the World of Trees. To manage the battlefield efficiently and swiftly, a map-style technique was undoubtedly the most suitable choice. The wood chips from the sky strike had not yet grown as quickly as the newly sprouted trees. You scoundrel! Bagwazang 64 palms. Unlike the gentle fists Bagwazang 64 palms. Each strike here was filled with force, purely aimed at destruction. However, the extent of destruction proved insufficient, as a wooden vine ensnared Hinata Ruri. Beginning to absorb his chakra and growing increasingly robust, Shiyu conjured a branch, twisting it twice before casting it directly at Hinata Ruri's head. Farewell, Hinata Ruri. As the words fell, another voice rang out. Bagwazang Akatsuki flash. Hinata Akatsuki slashed with his blade, shattering the surrounding trees and rescuing Hinata Ruri. Iron Tooth by Line knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. In a moment of crisis, Hinata Akatsuki chose to save Hinata Ruri instead of finishing him off, which left him unscathed. Indeed, one must not recklessly set flags. The villains do not perish, while the heroes fall victim to their own verbosity. This guardian's chakra should be nearing the threshold of clan leader level. Shiyu sensed the aura and roughly assessed their strength. While Hinata Akatsuki was formidable, Shiyu had brought along Senju Shinenai, who clearly posed a problem and was best suited as a combatant. Upon noticing Hinata Akatsuki, Senju Shinenai immediately approached, his stride steady. Excellent. This is my first battle since my breakthrough. Hinata Akatsuki chuckled lightly. When I became a ninja, you were probably still crying to your parents. Chapter 54. The eruption of Hinata Akatsuki. Senju Shinenai's strength was not to be underestimated. As a peak jonin, he ranked among the top combatants. Coupled with his combat experience and the Senju clan's physique, he was capable of handling most figures from the Warring States period. However, Hinata Akatsuki was no ordinary peak jonin. He was half a step into the realm of clan leaders. In the future, he would be considered a quasi-Kagaya, with experience surpassing that of all present. After their initial confrontation, Senju Shinji's physical techniques were swiftly suppressed. However, due to the necessity of protecting Huga Ruri, he refrained from pursuing his advantage. Was he merely maintaining the range of a body flicker technique? Hiragi began to formulate a plan, swiftly weaving hand signs. Anyone aware of their weaknesses could be easily dealt with, and it appeared that Huga Akatsuki's most pronounced vulnerability lay in Huga Ruri. Over the years, he had not devoted time to mastering the 5-element ninjutsu solely to compensate for his lack of offensive power in specific situations. With a powerful fire release, Great Fire Dragon Technique, a colossal fire dragon erupted from Hiragi's mouth, significantly amplifying its size due to the enhanced chakra involved, far surpassing the ordinary Great Fire Dragon Technique. The wind release. Hurricane summoned a swirling white tempest from the heavens, enveloping the fire dragon in a spiraling dance, intensifying its might. Huga Akatsuki, possessing the Byakugan, naturally sensed this impending attack. He repelled Senju Shinji before swiftly appearing before the ninjutsu. In stark contrast to the immense fire dragon and hurricane, he seemed diminutive, yet the energy he exuded was an entirely different matter. Huga Akatsuki's expression remained impassive as he thrust his blade into the eye of the storm with great speed. 8 trigrams heavenly slash. The roaring fire dragon abruptly ceased, and the hurricane was torn apart by an overwhelming force, wreaking havoc on the surrounding area. This, he mused, was the true strength of a physical combat ninja. Hiragi felt a tinge of admiration for such power. Compared to this ability to rend ninjutsu, his previous battles seemed trivial. Iron Fong 100 cracks, still recovering. Felt a pang of grief. This was his clan's territory, and each destruction was like salt in his wounds. Water release, ultimate technique, dance of the illusory elephant. With a brief respite provided by Hiragi, Senju Shinji finally unleashed his ultimate move. A torrent of water materialized around Huga Akatsuki and Huga Ruri, swirling rapidly to ensnare them. Having honed this technique over the years, Senju Shinji was confident that once his enemies were submerged, he could eliminate them. But a white blade hurtled toward him with alarming speed, shattering into numerous shards 5 meters away. So fast. Senju Shinji's pupils constricted as Huga Akatsuki infused a substantial amount of chakra into his katana. Even after the blade fragmented, a lingering, subtle pull penetrated his body, while not fatal. It halted the ninjutsu. He had been struck at a crucial point by the shards of Huga Akatsuki's blade. With his chakra depleted, the ninjutsu could not continue. And Huga Akatsuki panted slightly, swiftly considering his next move. His chakra consumption was significant. Iron Fong 100 cracks approached Senju Shinji after swallowing a pill. How long do you need? A few minutes, Senju Shinji replied solemnly, extracting his blade and forcing chakra through his chakra points. Hyuga Akatsuki's expression grew cold. He could sense the approaching Senju ninjas, and their side was already beginning to falter against the combined might of Senju and Iron Fang ninjas. What should we do? He could leave, but escorting a nearly chakra-drained Hyuga Ruri to safety seemed an insurmountable challenge. Uncle Suki, perhaps you should leave first. I still hold value. They want to kill me, said Hyuga Ruri flatly. You've been captured. It would disgrace the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Akatsuki retorted. Given Senju's nature, it was highly likely they would not execute Hyuga Ruri. But having the clan leader's son taken captive was a matter of immense shame. You cannot escape. Surrender now, Iron Fang 100 Cracks declared. His voice slightly distorted due to a wound in his mouth, but he paid no mind to such trivialities during critical moments. Hyuga Akatsuki clenched his teeth, responding gravely. I have slain countless foes in my lifetime. Surrendering is an act I reserve for others. Let me show you the strength of the Hyuga clan. Iron Fang 100 Cracks dared not underestimate him. This Hyuga ninja had previously held an advantage against both him and Senju, and if not for the need to protect Hyuga Ruri, they would have fared far worse. Be careful, he has taken drugs. Hiragi warned loudly upon noticing the anomaly. A surge of powerful chakra erupted instantaneously, and Iron Fang 100 Cracks, relying on instinct, dodged, but his left shoulder was severed, and he was sent flying. Senju Shinji had just released his chakra points when he was thrust aside by a powerful kick. A crimson hue tinged Hyuga Akatsuki's previously pristine white eyes, exuding an aura of madness as Hyuga Ruri swiftly followed behind him. Even as waves of ninjas continued to arrive, they could not impede their advance. Keep running. Do not look back, Hyuga Akatsuki instructed after breaking through the encirclement, turning to face the multitude of ninjas. Hyuga Ruri, aware of his precarious state, dared not hesitate. Having only regained a modicum of chakra, he was essentially a liability and recognized the dire consequences of consuming the drug. Certain death awaited him. The Hyuga clan's pills were akin to the ones Senju provided to the dark ninjas, draining all energy upon consumption to rapidly restore chakra and heal wounds. A deluge of ninjutsu rained down, but was deflected by the heavenly spin technique, as Hyuga Akatsuki focused on an approaching threat. Hiragi distinctly felt the intensity of that gaze directed at him. It was clearly aimed his way. Having witnessed Hyuga Ruri's prior defeat at Hiragi's hands, Hyuga Akatsuki considered it absurd for a talent like Senju Tobarama to appear, and now with Hiragi, a wielder of a bloodline limit, the future of the Hyuga clan seemed bleak. In the remaining time, he aimed to create the greatest impact. That was the only thought that remained. Senju Shinji advanced without hesitation to engage him, his heart echoing the teachings of the Senju to protect the weak, regardless of the enemy's strength. Yet, at that moment, Hyuga Akatsuki radiated a chaotic energy, his 8 trigrams 64 palms striking with the ferocity of a flurry of punches, shattering any obstacles before him. Iron Fang 100 Cracks, while grateful for Senju's support, did not possess the resolve to fight to the death. He merely cast a few ninjutsu to hinder their progress. Summoning technique, triple gate of the netherworld. 3 massive gates erupted from the ground, and Hyuga Ruri shattered one in mere moments before charging forward once more. The 3 gates provided an opportunity for substitution techniques, yet Hyuga Akatsuki activated his Byakugan, locking onto his target and launching another assault. Wood release, birth of the world tree. Countless vines erupted from the earth, rapidly entwining around Hiragi. It was impossible to deny the pressure. Being pursued by a self-destructive madman was unnerving for anyone. However, throughout the ordeal, from breaking through the ninja's blockade to shattering the triple gate of the netherworld, Hyuga Akatsuki had relied solely on the heavenly spin technique and had not utilized any ninjutsu. Did this imply he was either unable to use ninjutsu or struggling to control it? Therein lay a glimmer of hope. If he could expedite his energy depletion before the effects of the drug wore off. Chapter 55, Substitute Death. The wooden vines were obliterated, and a pale blue chakra flame erupted from Hyuga Akatsuki, reminiscent of the 7th gate of the 8 gates. He began to breathe heavily. This was not merely a battle with Hiragi but the cumulative toll of earlier protecting Hyuga Ruri, intercepting numerous ninjutsu, and breaking through the ninja's encirclement. Not to mention demolishing the triple gate of the netherworld. Lacking the physical prowess derived from taijutsu, the damage inflicted was not sustainable. Yet, all of it was worth it. The destruction of the trees revealed Hiragi behind them. Without hesitation, Huga Akatsuki launched a punch, but Hiragi dodged, and a large tree occupied the space he had vacated. Would release, explosive gun tree. In a world where Danzo had used this ninjutsu to evade Sasuke's Susanoo arrow, Hiragi could regenerate swiftly, avoiding the fate of losing an arm. Damn it! How does this brat have so many means of survival? Huga Akatsuki felt a portion of his chakra drain away and withdrew his arm to continue the assault. Body flicker technique. Lightning release, cell activation. Wood release, all-embracing technique. Hiragi vanished once more, his body crackling with electricity, as some ninjas closed in on him. The wooden hands created by the all-embracing technique served as an obstacle, making it difficult to capture Huga Akatsuki. Senju ninjas formed hand signs, unleashing a series of defensive ninjutsu once more. Huga Akatsuki felt a piercing pain in his eyes, blood vessels bulging, and his Byakugan uncontrollably shut down. The uncontrolled surge of chakra, if not practiced and controlled, can lead to significant backlash throughout the body. With a swift motion, he unleashed the 8 trigrams air palm, dissipating a considerable number of ninja techniques. Grasping a katana, he began to calculate. The young one formed seals with remarkable speed, and amidst the throng obstructing his path, it was likely he would escape. In light of this, he decided to employ the technique he had just executed. Huga Akatsuki gathered his chakra and released it. The blade shattered, with each fragment carrying formidable force, akin to celestial beings scattering flowers. Shuwu was struck by the shards and collapsed. Success! Huga Akatsuki knelt upon the ground, his breath growing increasingly feeble. The potency of the medicine was limited, and life itself is similarly constrained. Enduring the overwhelming odds had drained him significantly, yet he had managed to hold on thus far due to his inherent resilience. This adversary is more taxing than the Kagaya elite jonin I encountered 3 years ago. One misstep could lead to death, mused a Senju ninja standing beside Shu Wu. Among this assembly of shinobi were members of the Bone Maiden clan, who had cleverly employed their disguise techniques. However, due to the Byakugan's presence, their efforts were rendered futile. Yet, fortune smiled upon him, as he had witnessed others being saved during perilous moments. After narrowly evading a barrage of attacks, Huga Akatsuki ultimately faltered. The Byakugan could no longer sustain itself. Had it not been for this, he would surely have suffered grievous wounds, if not death. With the Byakugan's failure, the final assault targeted the disguised Bone Maiden ninja. Upon achieving this goal, it was as if a dying man had fulfilled his last wish. His breath began to wane. Nevertheless, Shu Wu refrained from approaching to deliver a finishing blow. It was prudent to exercise caution against such self-destructive entities, lest he inadvertently suffer a fatal reprisal. As more ninjas gathered around Shu Wu, they beheld the sorrow reflected in the youth's eyes, particularly evident among the 3 major clans, whose expressions bore the weight of grief. Senju Makoto swiftly decapitated Huga Akatsuki and detonated the head with an explosive tag, casting a forlorn glance at Shu Wu. What of the Sage of 6 Paths will? I cannot even protect a child with my techniques. At that moment, a voice emerged from the crowd. Everyone, I am still alive. Shu Wu coughed lightly, dispelling the transformation technique, revealing his hands as wood. The crowd, upon confirming his identity, collectively sighed in relief. Their sorrow stemmed not solely from Shu Wu being a good person, but from the fact that he was the son of a clan leader. Should he perish because of them, dire consequences would inevitably follow. Especially for the affiliated clans, failure to protect him could result in their demise, compelling them to fight for survival. Let us take him back for burial. In the name of Senju, Shu Wu instructed a few clansmen. Although Huga Akatsuki, a half-clan leader, had perished, his side had also suffered heavy losses. The final explosion unleashed by Huga Akatsuki was truly terrifying, exacting a significant toll on those who had sought to impede him. Crucially, the Iron Fang clan, the root of this calamity, had begun to withdraw at the last moment. Iron Fang Bai Lai gazed at Shu Wu with a tinge of guilt, recognizing the immorality of his final actions. However, after sustaining a grievous wound, he felt uncertain about confronting the drug-infused Huga Akatsuki, unsure if he would survive such an encounter. Shu Wu closed his eyes, deciding to set aside grievances for the time being. Having just concluded a battle, there was no need to continue fighting. Iron Fang Bai Lai remained oblivious to the fact that most of his clan's possessions had vanished. Following the resolution of the conflict with the Huga, the Senju ninjas commenced collecting these valuables, facilitated by their storage scrolls, making the process exceedingly simple. The Iron Fang clan had suffered a surprise attack, resulting in significant casualties, leaving them momentarily incapable of contributing further to the battlefield, and thus they sought recompense from other avenues. As ninjas guided by Senju Hashirama's will, they had established a systematic approach to addressing such matters. The group returned to their encampment, burying their belongings and the bodies of their comrades. Senju Jiniki promptly arrived to check on Shu Wu, ensuring he was unharmed before departing. 3 days later, Ryoma Pingji took the initiative to collaborate with the Senju. The plight of the Iron Fang clan led him to believe that the Huga bore some flaws. After reclaiming their stolen property, what need did they have for vengeance against their two weak clans? To avoid sharing the same fate as the Iron Fang clan, they relocated their territory near the Senju. Not as a subordinate clan, but agreeing to pay a protection fee periodically. This arrangement aligned well with both parties, and thus a treaty was swiftly established. The Senju pledged to protect the Ryoma clan, while the Ryoma clan, in turn, would provide certain resources, ensuring their own safety. As for the Iron Fang clan, due to their severe losses, they became bodyguards for the Ryoma clan. However, it was evident to all that before long, the Iron Fang would become akin to a subordinate entity of the Ryoma clan. Senju Makoto, having been struck by Huga Akatsuki, devoted himself daily to rigorous training in taijutsu. Aware that his ninjutsu was unlikely to progress, he sought to develop through physical prowess. Following the Iron Fang clan's ordeal, the Huga clan engaged in combat with the Senju. However, lacking a clan leader-level powerhouse, the Senju merely retreated after employing a few ninjutsu. This was not due to Senju Hashirama's absence, but rather because the northern battlefield was more dire, with Uchiha Taijima and Senju Butsuma engaged in continuous conflict, alongside the need to balance yin and yang with Qingming. Due to the proximity of the Senju and Uchiha in the northern battlefield, any loss without a buffer would directly threaten the women and children in their territory, which explained their continued lack of support for the western battlefield. Chapter 56. The Wind Demon Strikes, Hashirama. Madara. In the northern battlefield, two figures collided with remarkable speed, the sound of clashing weapons resonating throughout. It seemed that Madara and Hashirama possessed an innate ability to locate each other amidst the chaos of battle. The ninjas of both clans refrained from interfering in their duel, as Uchiha Taijima and Senju Butsuma understood that the two shared a past friendship. To sever that bond themselves was the ultimate testament to their loyalty to their clans. Hashirama, your speed has diminished since before. Madara's eyes swirled with 3 tomo, as he once again broke through his limits, increasing his speed further. Madara, I do not wish to harm you. Hashirama swiftly matched Madara's speed, their contest remaining evenly matched. You bastard. Are you implying that you can injure me whenever you wish? Madara retorted angrily, retreating to form seals. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation. A torrent of flames erupted from his mouth, spreading and igniting like the ocean. Wood style, Deep Forest Wall, Hashirama calmly formed seals, summoning numerous wooden vines that rapidly grew from the ground, forming a formidable barrier. The flames engulfed the wooden wall, yet it successfully contained the blaze. Such a bothersome wood. Madara scoffed, his 3 tomos spinning as he unleashed the fire style, Great Fire Dragon Technique, sending a fire dragon hurtling over the wooden wall towards Hashirama. Madara, this battle holds no significance, Hashirama declared loudly, as 2 wooden hands emerged from the ground, seizing the fire dragon. Madara replied coldly, Hashirama, do you truly believe that your dream holds any meaning? This is a battlefield. It's either you die or I do. If you continue to fight with such thoughts, you will inevitably perish, and in the end, I shall annihilate the Senju. Hashirama's voice was resolute. I will not perish, nor will I allow you to do so. Madara laughed. Yes, that's the spirit. You finally take this seriously, Hashirama. Wood style, Birth of the Deep Forest, Senju Butsuma observed the battle between the two, striking fiercely at the enemy. Taijima, it seems that Hashirama holds the upper hand. Uchiha Taijima switched to his other blade, responding calmly. That is merely because Madara has yet to fully master the 3 tomo. Inyang Qingming retreated to Taijima's side, remarking, Jinkan, your sword is indeed swift. Senju Jinkan replied nonchalantly, yet his words were piercing. You flaunt your prowess while only releasing 3 of your 12 summoned beasts. Do you wish for me to peel back your scalp to see how your brain functions? Senju Butsuma's lips twitched. It was said that a father's influence shapes his son. Yet Jinkan appeared to be influenced by his own offspring. Uchiha Taijima expressed surprise, noting that this remark was more Uchiha than they themselves. Senju Hashin was not particularly concerned about others' opinions. Although his initial remarks felt somewhat awkward, familiarity revealed their value. As the two sides clashed once more, Hashin and Jinjin began to coordinate seamlessly. Their synergy was unparalleled, far exceeding the partnership of Inyang Qingming and Uchiha Taijima. Left with no choice, Uchiha Taijima retreated. In a one-on-one confrontation, he held his ground against Hashin, but in a two-on-two scenario, he lacked a reliable comrade. Their combination posed a significant challenge. However, he devised a plan upon hearing that Gungan's son was on the western battlefield of the Senju. By applying pressure, he could diminish the Senju's strength. Uchiha Taijima refrained from using Uchiha power, as it would be counterproductive. The Huga clan had recently engaged in fierce battles with the Senju clan, but due to their lack of ranged capabilities, progress had been limited. Thus, they resolved to collaborate with the Fuma clan. The Fuma clan would need to traverse Uchiha territory to reach the Huga, and for mutual benefit, the Uchiha consented to their passage. Returning to the battlefield, Senju Hashin immediately set about organizing intelligence. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted to seriousness. Ninjas from the Fuma clan have headed to the western battlefield. Hashin pondered for a moment before responding. We have at most 7 days to secure victory on the battlefield. Hashin's tone sharpened. Can the Western Front endure for 7 days? Even if it cannot, it must. 7 days is all we need to seize the resources. My son is over there, and countless children from our clan remain. The two brothers fell silent. The situation on the Eastern Front was stable, making it unwise to send reinforcements, and the Senju's high-tier combat strength was already stretched thin. Hashin contemplated. Send a letter to the Uzumaki. Yes, came the reply. The Senju clan had the Uzumaki clan as an ally, and although their assistance was not without cost, the urgency of the situation rendered such concerns secondary. Are you satisfied? Hashin inquired of Jinjin. What are you talking about? I am worried about my child, Jinjin replied flatly, contrasting his earlier anxious demeanor with a faint smile. Rest well. Tomorrow we face the Uchiha. News of the Fuma clan aiding the Huga swiftly reached the western battlefield. The western position began to suffer relentless bombardment, shurikens, kunai, and explosive tags raining down upon the walls. Senju's water techniques were no match for the overwhelming numbers. And amidst the chaos, he was caught off guard by a peculiar smoke bomb that obscured his senses. The Huga's elder, disguised as an ordinary ninja, managed to breach the defenses, creating an opening. The joint forces relentlessly attacked this gap, causing it to widen until the defense was breached. Senju Hashin had no choice but to retreat, detonating most of the explosive tags within the position before falling back to the second line of defense. According to the initial plan, they had several lines of defense, with the third line beyond them forming a mountainous barrier as the fourth. Despite having multiple layers of defense, their numbers remained constant, and the second and third lines were notably weaker than the main fortifications. The Ryoma clan, adjacent to the battlefield, also suffered heavy casualties, with only about 1/6 managing to escape. Ironfang Bai Lai critically injured, a target due to his status as a peak jonin, remaining forever trapped in place. Within the second line of defense, Hashin coughed, exasperated by the relentless onslaught. These trash are truly troublesome, he muttered, drawing a shuriken from his side. The shurikens wielded by the Fuma clan were imbued with various ninjutsu techniques. One-on-one, Senju was unafraid. He could withstand even simultaneous assaults from Huga and Fuma ninjas, but he was painfully aware of his dwindling high-tier combat strength. Senju Hashin had advanced to the brink of clan leader level during the previous battle, yet he still found himself outmatched by the Huga elder. Meanwhile, Senju Makoto was driven to the brink of despair, having exhausted every method to no avail. An unrestrained clan leader-level adversary could not be withstood, no matter how resilient Senju Hashin's physique was. Hashin, his face pale, gazed at the map. How long until the Uzumaki arrive? A nearby Senju ninja responded, estimated arrival in 3 days. They have not engaged in large-scale battles for quite some time, so preparations will take longer. There was little to be done. After all, they were Uzumaki, not Senju. Hashin carefully stored the map and removed his armor, which bore visible signs of impact and wear from prolonged combat. That old fool Huga Shin gets more troublesome by the day. Shiro, having repaired his shattered wooden armor, remarked. Their offensive has weakened somewhat today. That is not a good sign. It indicates they have the energy for other endeavors, Hashin sighed. According to the latest intelligence, Their most likely strategy was to encircle them. They intend to surround the second position, directly trapping us. Should we attempt to break free? No, we would perish even faster. As long as Huga Shin remains alive, our escape seems implausible. That old man is infuriating, indulging his children while neglecting the clan's duties. Shiro examined the map. The Huga clan should have dispatched most of their ninjas to the western battlefield, correct? Given their ability to collaborate with the Fuma clan to suppress Senju's strength, yes. This leaves their western position quite vulnerable. Do you intend to assault their defenses? That would be exceedingly perilous, and breaking through would be immensely difficult. Holding out for 3 days is our best strategy. Generally, that is true, but if Huga Shin strikes again, our second line of defense may not withstand. We must divert their attention to create an opportunity. Senju Hashin pondered for a moment before asking, "What is your plan for escape?" "I can fly. I have not revealed this ability, though my speed is not remarkable. However, if I ascend to a sufficient height, I can escape. That method is too perilous. Do you have an alternative?" Hashin remained silent for a while before conceding, "Very well. I would prefer for you to escape rather than assault their position. What assistance do you require from me?" "Create a diversion to buy me time." "Understood." Shiro immediately rose to prepare. The Huga had been closely monitoring the Senju's movements, and upon noticing Hashin's attempt to break the encirclement, chaos ensued once more. During this turmoil, Shiro successfully utilized his peacock technique to fly away. The Huga defenses also featured walls, making a direct assault challenging. He could only fly in first and devise a strategy later, though this would inevitably expose him. As Shiro landed, he took a moment to catch his breath. Prolonged flight had indeed drained his chakra, and he had dealt with several Fuma ninjas along the way. Now within the Huga stronghold, he found himself surrounded by their ninjas. They detected Shiro's presence, but their range was insufficient to stop him. Flying techniques occasionally proved effective. "How audacious of you to attempt a surprise attack on our position," Huga Miyuki coldly declared. Shiro scanned the area and identified her as the leader. After a moment of recognition, he replied, "You are Huga Miyuki? My name is known even to children like you?" "Not quite. It is because I killed your husband that others caution me to be wary of you." Huga Miyuki's eyes narrowed with anger. "You caused such severe injuries?" "Not precisely. But I did throw something at his head." Huga Miyuki coldly commanded, "Capture him alive." Elite Jonin surged toward Shiro, who charged at Huga Miyuki. "Do you think a Jonin can handle me, an elite Jonin?" Huga Miyuki found Shiro's attack amusing, executing a swift 8 trigrams palm strike, only for Shiro to evade as if anticipating her move. A flash of crimson light appeared, followed by the ensnaring of vines. Huga Miyuki's expression turned puzzled. Through her Byakugan, she had anticipated that her strike would connect with the enemy. "Do not move. Your spokesperson is in my grasp," said Hiruma coldly, tightening the vines that drew energy from the opponent's chakra. "Release Lady Miyuki, or if you possess any courage, replace me instead." "What kind of hero bullies a woman?" Hinata Kid retorted angrily. "Ever since I arrived, you all have been causing a ruckus. It was peaceful while Tobarama was around. I seriously doubt if there's something wrong with you, or am I just inherently disliked?" Hiruma shouted, pressing a kunai against Hinata Miyuki's neck. "Throw all my explosive tags onto the city wall. I want to see some fireworks." The Hinata ninja turned their gazes toward Hinata Miyuki. As long as she nodded, Hiruma would be overwhelmed by the crowd, but Hinata Miyuki ignored their stares and said, "Hurry up. Do you need me to die for your satisfaction?" The Hinata ninja reluctantly vanished one by one. Hiruma whispered, "I am quite curious about your clan's methods of controlling the branch family. Could you enlighten me?" The 3-tomo Sharingan continuously engulfed the opponent. Having been affected previously, Hinata Miyuki was evidently more cautious this time. "Genjutsu? You, a Senju ninja, can actually weave illusions?" "Indeed. Isn't it quite useful?" People instinctively believe that the Senju clan is not adept at Genjutsu, thus making the first time they fall under it usually quite successful. "This is not an ordinary Genjutsu. I can sense something akin to the power of the Sharingan." "Who exactly are you?" "You speak too much." Hinata Miyuki gradually lost consciousness, her gaze becoming vacant as she looked at Hiruma. "Use the caged bird technique to control the branch family and forget everything that just transpired." Hinata Miyuki complied and formed a hand seal. Hiruma silently noted that although he rarely utilized the Byakugan, he could awaken this bloodline limit, thus considering himself a member of the Hinata clan. Since they were both members of the Hinata clan, he should also be able to use the main family's techniques, namely the caged bird. When several Hinata ninja returned, Hiruma formed a seal, causing most to suffer from excruciating headaches, while one remained unaffected, standing calmly. "What have you done?" Hinata Kid could not help but ask. "Take a guess," Hiruma replied with a smile, their reactions confirming his assumptions that the caged bird could indeed be activated through his bloodline. After stating this, he hurled a fireball towards the city wall, resulting in an immediate explosion. The branch family members, prioritizing the safety of the main family, hastily affixed explosive tags without hesitation. Hinata Kid intended to intervene, but felt a subtle exclusion due to his own status within the main family, ultimately having to watch their actions unfold. "We have fulfilled your demands. Now, will you release Miyuki?" Hiruma chuckled. "When did I say I would let her go? I merely proposed a condition. If you comply, I will spare lives. If not, I shall kill. You despicable scoundrel. Who is truly despicable here? Marking your kin with cursed seals, oppressing the weak with numbers? But you must have signaled for help, right? If that old fool Hinata Shinyuki catches up to me, I am finished." Hiruma cast a glance at the vines binding Hinata Miyuki, attaching a few explosive tags before sprouting wings and ascending into the air. Without hesitation, Hinata Kid rushed to rescue Hinata Miyuki, enveloping both in chakra for protection as the explosive tags detonated. Chapter 58. Chun. When Hinata Shinyuki arrived, he saw several branch family members with their heads blown off by wooden branches and 2 individuals severely burned. Half of Hinata Kid's face was scorched, and Hinata Miyuki bore burn marks all over her body. "How many Senju came?" Hinata Shinyuki inquired, producing 2 pills to administer to them. Hinata Kid swallowed the pill, weakly stating, "One. Senju Jinichi? No, he just fought me." Hinata Kid chuckled bitterly. It was a child, around 8 years old, possessing flight ninjutsu, and he seems capable of activating the caged bird technique. Hinata Shinyuki's expression changed. "Impossible. Without our Hinata bloodline, how could he activate the caged bird? Which way did he flee?" Hinata Kid pointed in a direction. "I apologize, Lord Shinyuki. To protect her, I lacked the energy to observe his path." Hinata Shinyuki said nothing further and immediately set off. He would not blame Kid for having to protect his daughter while also observing the enemy's escape route. Moreover, his primary concern was the direction in which the boy had fled. If he returned to the battlefield to activate the caged bird, the fighting capabilities of the Hinata clan would plummet. However, if he could activate the caged bird from the start, he could have simply done so on the battlefield. Hinata Shinyuki could not fathom this for the moment. Capturing him took precedence. After distancing himself from the Hinata stronghold, Hiruma rested on a tree to recover his chakra, as ensuring his combat effectiveness required periods of recuperation. The Byakugan between his brows had awakened, keeping watch. Though it was but one eye, the inherent energy of In release remained unchanged, allowing for enhanced perception at a distance. The returning ninja from the Hinata stronghold, aware that the caged bird technique had been grasped by someone outside their clan, would undoubtedly be anxious to locate him. Such mastery posed a threat to the Hinata legacy. Therefore, as long as he remained hidden, he could sufficiently stall the combat strength of a portion of the ninja. The Uzumaki clan would not arrive for another 3 days, making it wise to stay concealed for the time being. The boy pulled out a map, roughly determining his location. This area was a considerable distance from both the battlefield and the Hinata stronghold, with a region nearby where wild animals congregated, a typical hunting ground for ninjas seeking sustenance. Every human has the need to eat, especially for meat. Hence ninjas often reserved such areas for their needs. After contemplating, Hiruma decided to head to this region for temporary shelter, where he could procure food by hunting animals. It was another bountiful day. A burly ninja, with thick eyebrows and large eyes, dragged a massive wild boar. His skin was bronzed, his hair cut short, and his muscular torso exposed. His name was Chun, a taijutsu ninja, aged 43, whose strength had reached the pinnacle of elite ninja, currently wandering the 5 nations. He sought a fleeting opportunity to break through to the level of clan leader and complete his self-developed taijutsu, as ninjutsu was often concealed by prominent families. Individuals like him from lesser clans had no chance to learn. Thus, he aspired to create a martial art capable of rivaling any ninjutsu. Chun built a fire and began preparing the wild boar. His culinary skills had improved significantly from not knowing anything to being able to prepare edible meals. How bold to brazenly start a fire to roast meat, creating such noise. Upon entering the area, Hiruma quickly encountered Chun, who noticed the black smoke rising into the air. Curiosity stirred within him. As he approached, his Byakugan revealed that this individual was a peak elite ninja, lacking any clan insignia. A rogue? Hiruma paused. Typically, those who reached the peak of elite ninja would establish a clan or join a mid-tier clan as guardians. Naturally, such individuals would display their clan insignia. It served as proof of their lineage and adherence to clan customs. However, under the scrutiny of the Byakugan, no such insignia was present. Chun looked around, feeling uncomfortable under scrutiny. Although unaware of the exact location, he sensed he was being watched. Should I make contact? Hiruma pondered. Generally, he would avoid other clans' peak elite ninja, but such a distinct individual was worth engaging. This area was not large. If Chun remained for too long, it would inevitably impede his movements. Thus, he decided to make contact, knowing that with his current strength, he could still escape from a peak elite ninja. Hiruma deactivated his Byakugan and stepped forward. Chun, still scanning the surroundings, noticed the boy approaching and asked, "Would you mind sharing a piece of meat?" Chun glanced twice, recalling the assistance he had received from others in various countries, especially regarding the sharing of food, which was quite common. He nodded and said, "Sure, come over." Higashiwu, taken aback, asked, "Aren't you afraid I might be a bad person?" Chun flashed a bright smile that nearly dazzled Higashiwu's eyes. "You're just a child wanting some meat. What does it matter? There is plenty of meat here. We can kill another one later. It's not like you're robbing me." Higashiwu blinked, realizing he always carried some money with him. Judging by Chen's tone, it seemed that discussing financial matters would be straightforward. "Are you an elder from a certain clan?" "Not really. I simply enjoy improving myself. It's quite stifling for a family to remain stagnant. By the way, how long do you intend to stay here? I could use someone to talk to." Higashiwu silently observed Chun. Given his apparent strength, facing a peak-level shinobi like Chun seemed futile, yet he was still engaging in conversation, indicating he was not a malicious individual. 3 days. Perfect. You can accompany me during these 3 days. Higashiwu retrieved a pouch of coins from his robe and tossed it. "What is this? I dislike being in debt to others. Consider this your payment for employment." Chun weighed the pouch and, upon discovering it contained gold coins, exclaimed, "This is far too much. Just 1 coin would suffice. It's merely for a few days of hunting boars." Higashiwu was taken aback, although Chun seemed to lack funds. He appeared indifferent to money. There was no logic in underpricing oneself, so he cautiously replied, "Actually, I'm being pursued and need protection." "All right, I accept." Chun nodded seriously. He might be somewhat carefree, but he understood that safeguarding a child for 3 days and defeating incoming adversaries were tasks of different calibers. Moreover, he had always yearned to spar with skilled opponents to refine his techniques. This could be an opportunity. "Who is pursuing you?" "An unscrupulous old man from the Huga clan who bullies me. A mere child." "I see. I despise those powerful clans preying on the weak. Rest assured, I will protect you. May I ask your name?" "My name is Chun. What about you?" "Higashiwu." "Chun, judging by your appearance, you must hail from the land of lightning." "Yes, I came here to enhance my martial arts." "Oh, do you have a name for your technique?" "Haha, it's just an unfinished technique. Nothing much to say. I'll think of a name once I complete it." Chapter 59, Open. "Strong gale," Chun shouted, startling a gigantic wild boar ahead. The creature, unprepared, lost its balance from a swift kick, and before it could recover, it was struck again, meeting its end. "Higashiwu, this is the essence of youth." Higashiwu twitched his lips, realizing that Chun was indeed full of vigor, albeit with a clear flaw. He struggled to remember names, alternating between calling him Higashimu and Chunmu. Perhaps he also had a slight case of face blindness, but with only the two of them present, it wasn't too glaring. After they had divided the boar, they began to roast the meat. "Higashiwu, it's been 2 days. The ones pursuing you might have given up." Chun replied somewhat uncomfortably, "Without an opponent, it feels rather dull for me. I initially intended to seek out skilled fighters in the land of fire, not to roast meat in the forest." "Are you eager to fight? Do you have a target? I can guide you to local talents." "That is true. Do you know of Senju Hashirama?" "I do. But he is currently embroiled in a battle with the Uchiha. It seems both Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Taijima are out of reach." "What about Hinata Tenkai?" "I'm not sure. He might be busy at home, raising children. His son, Hinata Ruri, seems to be lagging behind and has likely become withdrawn." Chun scratched his head, feeling somewhat disheartened. "So, I came to the land of fire and found no one to compete with. My youth has suddenly lost its vitality." Higashiwu pondered for a moment and said, "You don't necessarily need to confront the Senju or Uchiha. There are many skilled individuals in the land of fire. For instance, the leader of the Kazama clan, known as Kazama Kotaro, and the leader of the Yagami clan from the Land of Lightning, known as AI, possess comparable skills. There's also the Hitaki clan. Their swordsmanship is formidable, and I haven't heard much about them lately, so the clan leader might be available. As Higashiwa spoke, he suddenly paused, his eyes sharpening. Are your pursuers here? Chun immediately perked up, excitement igniting in his eyes. There are quite a few, over a dozen. No, it seems to be increasing. This many people? Huh. Chun hesitated. In the Warring States period, even without formidable foes, the principle of many ants can take down an elephant still held true if one was willing to sacrifice. Someone is approaching, be cautious. Before Higashiwa finished speaking, a man in a long white robe, around 50 years old, appeared before them. You must be the one attacking my Huga territory. Huga Shingetsu glanced at Higashiwa, recognizing the strength of a jounin at his age quite easily. He felt a twinge of regret. 2 days ago, he had intended to search this direction but, sensing the commotion caused by Chun, he assumed someone fleeing would not reveal their location so blatantly and thus redirected his search to the battlefield. Haha, I never expected the Uzumaki clan would lead us here. Only to encounter you, the ever-elusive Chun Higashiwa. Huga Shingetsu laughed heartily, his previously cold demeanor vanishing as he swiftly closed the distance to Higashiwa, reaching for his neck. Explosive iron fist. Chun's left fist struck towards Huga Shingetsu, a peak jounin with commendable fighting prowess. Higashiwa, being relatively weaker and the target of the enemy, would undoubtedly be the first to be attacked. Before Huga Shingetsu could make his move, Chun's punch had already been unleashed. Huga Shingetsu was momentarily halted by this strike, granting Higashiwa the opportunity to utilize body flicker technique to escape. That was incredibly fast. Higashiwa was secretly astonished, having recently been pursued by Huga Akatsuki, who was already quite swift. The comparison made him seem considerably slower. You wish to fight me? Huga Shingetsu spoke coldly. Indeed, allow me to show you my youth. Open. Rest, life, open. With a powerful shout, an immense chakra surged from Chun's body, enveloping him in a layer of energy. His hair stood on end, and his face flushed red. Strong gale? What? Huga Shingetsu was momentarily stunned. Having just compared their strengths, he had been confident of his superiority. Yet now Chun's technique was proving to be remarkably swift. However, as a seasoned clan leader and a representative of the Huga clan, he was not without adaptability. After blocking the kick, Huga Shingetsu countered with all his might, unleashing a palm strike charged with tangible chakra energy. 8 trigrams mountain-breaking strike. Chun felt a force meet his abdomen as he was struck, sending him crashing into a tree. Huga Shingetsu panted slightly, realizing that this attack had consumed more chakra than expected, but the results were satisfactory. Lord Shingetsu, what is happening? A few Huga ninjas approached, but were immediately deterred by an overwhelming aura. Return. Do not approach without my command. Huga Shingetsu glared at the two, aware that there was an outsider capable of subduing them in the vicinity, and could not allow these branch family members to intervene. The ninjas, sensing the tension, quickly retreated from the area. Open, morning, towards the peacock. Chun rose once more, approaching as if nothing had happened, and swiftly threw a punch. Flames cascaded from the sky like a peacock displaying its plumage. Hinata Kamizuki, in a sudden whirl, unleashed a torrent of chakra from his chakra points, forming a blue spinning orb that deflected the flames. Night Peacock, Chun shouted, concentrating the shadows of his fists into a colossal firebird that descended below. This sudden surge of power shattered the defenses of Hinata Kamizuki, who felt a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, his palms emanating white steam, hinting at burns. He had been wounded by a peak jounin and appeared to be at a disadvantage, a situation unprecedented in his past battles, where even formidable figures like Hinata Tenrin, Uchiha Taijima, and Senju Hashin had never managed to best a clan leader with their peak jounin strength. Truly, I have grown old. Hinata Kamizuki lamented inwardly, his gaze sharpening with a hint of greed. If a peak jounin could wield such power, what might a clan leader accomplish with this technique? Chapter 60. There is no 7th gate. Shirwu observed the battlefield with trepidation. Earlier, Chun had mentioned that his ninjutsu remained underdeveloped, judging by his current performance. The 6th gate posed no issue. The 7th gate, however, was suspect. As for the 8th gate, the death gate, once opened, it would lead to demise. He had yet to fully impart this knowledge to others, making its activation impossible. Hinata Kamizuki instructed the branch family to keep their distance, aware that making an impulsive approach would lead to a similar fate as before. If that is the case, Let them come to me, Shiretsu declared loudly. Hinata up ahead. Do you know who I am? No. That is fine. But surely you know Hinata Kiji. The branch on his head was my doing. Of course. This is trivial compared to my identity. Senju Hashin is my uncle, and Senju Jinkan is my father. Capturing me would be a significant achievement. The Hinata shinobi were not foolish. Shiretsu's enticing words were clearly intended to draw them near. Yet, a new dilemma arose. Why should they fear a single child? With the Byakugan's inherent ability to see through, they could easily discern that this youth was alone. Shiretsu scoffed, a pack of adults, intimidated by a mere child. The Hinata clan is doomed. One brave Hinata shinobi could no longer contain himself and charged forth. Boy, are you seeking death? In his eyes, dealing with a mere child required no more than his own efforts, regardless of the danger. However, others perceived the situation differently, particularly those from the branch family eager for advancement. Capturing such a seemingly weak, yet noble figure could yield untold rewards for the clan. With an opportunity to ascend before them and a leader emerging, why not seize it? Thus, a dozen Hinata shinobi surged toward Shiretsu, while the remaining conservative members believed their numbers sufficient and chose not to send anyone else. Especially since the clan head's involvement would mean accolades for merely speaking a few words, rendering further effort unnecessary. Hinata Kamizuki watched as his clansmen pursued Shiretsu, cursing inwardly but refraining from action. A slip in a high-stakes duel could be fatal. Moreover, the allure of Shiretsu's techniques was irresistible to strong opponents. Once a certain level of power is reached, breakthroughs become elusive. Now, seeing the potential for something beyond clan leader strength in Chun, he could hardly contain his excitement. 8 trigrams double wolf fist. Great strength whirlwind. Hinata Kamizuki's hands became enveloped in chakra, morphing into wolf-like shapes, countering a whip kick. The two figures began to intertwine. Flames erupting intermittently, with tangible chakra wreaking havoc around them. This truly ignites my youthful spirit. Chun laughed, though his expression suddenly darkened. Hinata Kamizuki's eyes flickered. It seems your ninjutsu takes a toll on your body. At this rate, you will inevitably fall to my hands. Will you not concede? His words were not born of goodwill, but rather a wariness of Chun's prowess. Otherwise, he would have unleashed a barrage of 8 trigram strikes. Gasping for breath, Chun unleashed a surge of chakra, declaring, "Youth knows not the word defeat." Open the shock gate. Hinata Kamizuki's expression shifted as he sensed Chun's intent to go all out. He immediately assumed a defensive stance. Chun's previous strength had already matched his own, and opening another gate would place him above Hinata. Yet, after a brief moment, the anticipated attack never materialized. Chun had simply vanished, or more accurately, he had fled, now beyond the detection range of the Byakugan. This unexpected turn left Hinata Kamizuki momentarily bewildered, as if a detonating tag had been placed beside him, and despite his best efforts to prepare for an explosion, it had turned out to be a mere stack of paper. Damn it! Chun reached Shiretsu's side, discovering a cluster of Hinata shinobi cradling their heads in pain. Their expressions contorted in disbelief and agony. Why? How is this possible? It can't be true. They lamented, struggling to comprehend their suffering. Chun, unfazed by their plight, did not ponder the sequence of events, but instead tucked Shiretsu under his arm and made a hasty retreat. Had his ultimate technique been complete, he would not have feared Hinata Kamizuki, but as the shock gate was not yet perfected, the corresponding techniques remained undeveloped, leaving him no choice but to avoid direct confrontation. Instead, he employed a technique taught to him in the Land of Lightning, calling out loudly before turning to flee, a tactic that had proven effective after opening the view gate. The only downside was that it could only be used once on the same individual. As Chun fled with Shiretsu to a nearby mountain, he finally released the technique. If they pursue us, we will have no choice but to continue fleeing. This opponent is indeed formidable. Shiretsu donned a helmet reminiscent of Tobarama's, activating his Byakugan to survey the area. I do not know about Hinata Kamizuki, but these Hinata shinobi will certainly lack the will to fight for the time being. The reason he spared them was to ensure that word of an outsider capturing a canary in a cage would spread, while the clan could restrain the branch family. It could not suppress their changing mindset. Such rumors would be sufficient to diminish the combat spirit of these Hinata members. Hinata Kamizuki hesitated but ultimately led his clansmen in retreat, having glanced back to see shinobi racing toward his position. Following the Hinata's withdrawal, Shiretsu also noted a group approaching, led by an unfamiliar elderly figure from the Uzumaki clan, accompanied by Senju Jinkan and others. Shiryu joined them, and upon inspection by medical shinobi confirmed that there were no significant injuries. A collective sigh of relief emerged. Shin was also checked and taken for treatment, as Senju had always been amiable towards those friendly to him. Once the trivial matters were settled, Shiryu spotted a familiar white-haired figure. Tobarama, what brings you here? Tobarama shot Shiryu a glance. I couldn't stand the East. It was overrun with your people. It made no difference whether I was there or not. And what about you? 3 years. 3 whole years. And aside from a box sealed with a sealing jutsu, you Haven T brought back a single book. Guess where the money for your equipment came from? Excuses, all excuses. By the way, you did manage to protect the books I left at the stronghold, didn't you? In my scrolls. Tobarama sighed in relief. That's good. Really? You don't care whether I'm alright, just about your books. You seem perfectly fine. They bickered for a moment, after which Tobarama handed a money box to Shiryu, who in turn presented a book to Tobarama. Due to the earlier order from Senju Genkan to demolish the western stronghold during their retreat, all buildings had been destroyed, leaving them without shelter. Shiryu reluctantly assumed the role of a builder, utilizing wood release to clear the debris before commencing the construction of new houses. Chapter 61. The Hinata clan's techniques. In a hidden chamber within the Hinata clan's territory, a middle-aged man sat in a high position, his pure white eyes opening with a detached expression. Hinata Shinju, how long has it been since you found yourself so disheveled? Hinata Shinju managed a wry smile, knowing better than to retort, for this man was the clan leader, the true guardian of their lineage. Losing to the Senju is a common occurrence on the battlefield, Hinata Shinju said, taking a seat below, hesitating before continuing. This time, a young boy from the Senju has emerged. He possesses the ability to command the caged birds. Oh. A ripple of interest stirred in Hinata Tenrin's previously calm gaze. He had devoted himself to martial pursuits and had been in seclusion, aspiring to surpass the likes of the Senju and Uchiha. Yet, he remained deeply invested in his clan. A principle instilled in him since childhood: the clan's welfare surpasses individual life. Leader, could it be that a branch of our bloodline has been lost to the world? Hinata Shinju inquired tentatively. Though older than Hinata Tenrin, his thirst for battle outweighed his desire for knowledge. He was less informed about history and ancient matters than Tenrin. The Hinata clan placed immense importance on bloodline, hence the existence of the caged birds. However, history had its complications. Hinata Tenrin, deep in thought, rose and moved toward a hidden compartment. He retrieved an ancient tome and tossed it to Shinju. Take a look. Hinata Shinju opened the yellowing pages, revealing archaic scripts that had been translated. In ancient times, the clan was divided, and those who remained in this world took the name Hinata. Hinata Tenrin sighed softly. This book is partially damaged. After many years of searching for these lost kin, our ancestors believed they had perished, accompanying the dead. However, given what you've said, this young boy could very well be our distant relative. If only the distant kin could wield the caged birds, Hinata Shinju mused, but soon abandoned the thought, realizing that capturing this boy would be a Herculean task, especially with the Senju's protection in place. Hinata Tenrin spoke with a hint of indifference. In my quest for a breakthrough, I have been reflecting on my weaknesses daily, and I can sense that barrier. If only I could shatter it, I would advance. Yet, at every crucial moment, I find myself incapable of action, leading to stagnation. Our ancestors surely lost some techniques amidst the chaos of war. Now that we have some leads, regardless of whether they are friend or foe, I must meet this distant relative. At the Senju encampment, nestled under the cover of a 3-room hall, the ninja found a semblance of shelter. Tobarama conversed with Elder Uzumaki, while Shiho was preoccupied with a ninja named Uzumaki Timing. Elder, teaching you sealing techniques does not imply you should use them to lock up money boxes, Uzumaki Timing remarked, feeling a sense of pride in his sealing skills, only to realize the boy viewed them as mere locks. That is just a method for daily practice. In battle, where blades are merciless, one can kill before casting a sealing technique. Shiho replied casually, munching on his meat. The elder, seemingly of similar age to his father, had an air of vague animosity towards him. This feeling was more akin to mild annoyance than outright dislike. Your sealing technique is too crude. Tomorrow, I shall teach you a few finer points. Do not embarrass the elder said. Come on, you're so enthusiastic, Uzumaki Timing frowned. You shouldn't call me elder. All right then, how about uncle? That is acceptable. Ah, good evening. Shiho, a figure approached, exuding a medicinal scent. How is your recovery? Tatsu. I'll be back on my feet soon, Shiho. I must leave in a few days. Why the sudden departure? I cannot linger in one place for too long. Understood. Best of luck. Tatsuo's character was such that forcing him to stay was futile. He needed money but did not relish it. Or else he wouldn't be constantly negotiating his worth. As for ninjutsu, he had no need, as the incomplete 8 gates technique already allowed him to contend with clan leaders, making his survival in this world quite manageable. Moreover, a person who sought neither wealth, nor ninjutsu, nor power would only arouse suspicion among clan members. Wind Demon's secret technique, triple shuriken, mountain splitter. While some Senju ninjas focused on fortifying their encampment, Senju Jiniki led a contingent in pursuit of the Wind Demon clan. The Wind Demon's assistance to the Hinata clan was limited, and after several days of battle, coupled with the Uzumaki reinforcements onslaught, their numbers had dwindled significantly. Wind Demon Shuichi hurled 3 enormous shurikens, each imbued with wind blades, lightning, and flames. The trio of shurikens rapidly spun and converged in a unified strike. Senju Jiniki drew his blade and delivered a heavy strike, dispersing the 3 shurikens with a single blow. Damn it! Wind Demon Shuichi cursed. His status within the Wind Demon clan was akin to that of Senju Jiniki within his own, despite both being peak jounin. Facing off against a Senju left him feeling repulsed. He employed body flicker, and so did his opponent. He cast ninjutsu, and so did the enemy. He replenished his chakra, only for the opponent to accelerate once more. Wind Demon's secret technique, Thousand Rainfall. Wind Demon Shuichi released a scroll, which, upon unfurling, floated in the air, releasing a torrent of kunai like a gentle rain. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet. Senju Jiniki scoffed, as a water dragon coalesced beside him, charging towards the scroll to bring it crashing down. Bastard! We're merely assisting, why pursue me? Wind Demon Shuichi, while running, tripped over a stone and fell, gasping for breath, utterly exhausted. Enough, I surrender. It hasn't come to the point of life and death between us. Hearing this, Senju Jiniki approached slowly, glancing around before speaking. Have you set your trap? Why not activate it and test it? Wind Demon Shuichi's face stiffened as he quickly formed hand seals. Wind Demon's secret technique, Chaotic Blade Stream. Fine threads emerged, ensnaring Jiniki instantly, while surrounding ninja tools converged towards the center, many of which were explosive tags. The struck Senju Jiniki transformed into a torrent of water, crashing to the ground, followed by a deafening explosion. How did you see through my setup? Wind Demon Shuichi exclaimed, feeling the chakra within him dwindle as he raised his hands in surrender. Senju Jiniki appeared behind him in an instant, pinning him to the ground and casting a sealing technique. Strictly speaking, he had not discerned Wind Demon Shuichi's trap, but years of instinct warned him against underestimating someone who surrendered. It felt improper not to test the waters. Chapter 62. I can already see the scenery behind me. Rain began to fall from the sky, carrying a somber undertone. Senju Jiniki and Senju Shin Ichi sat in a cart, behind which lay a cage containing the Wind Demon Ninja. Sometimes, the living are more valuable than the dead. The clan cherished time's worth, preferring to expend funds to redeem their kin rather than invest time in their training, for it was uncertain what may transpire during that period. The two remained vigilant, for despite their recent triumph, they could not guarantee that the enemy would not retaliate. We are nearing the encampment. At this distance, we should be safe from ambush, Senju Shin Ichi remarked, rubbing his eyes. Continuous high-intensity battles even required a sage's rest. He remained dry, cloaked in a thin layer of chakra, which shielded him from the rain, a minor skill in Senju water release. Indeed, Senju Jiniki replied lightly. The closer they drew to the encampment, the more secure they felt, knowing that no one would dare intercept them. For swift reinforcements meant that failure to conclude the fight immediately could result in being overwhelmed. Chakra Master Senju Shinanai bit down on a blade of grass and lamented. What a pity, that old man Huga Kimizuki fled before I could finish our fight. But why isn't Huga Tennin showing himself? He hasn't closed the loop, has he? At that moment, the carriage began to slow, as a figure stood in the middle of the road. To perception, he appeared as an ordinary person. Yet he emanated a palpable sense of impending doom. You cursed harbinger, Senju Jinichi muttered, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his brow. He recognized the figure, having encountered him 8 years prior. Huga Tennin, the current clan leader of the Huga clan. Fortunately, this particular ninja possessed a peculiar temperament. His father had once remarked that Tennin's pursuit of strength transcended that of all others he had encountered, with an unwavering interest only in the powerful. Huga Tennin distinguished himself from the two by his method of blocking the rain. He merely needed to emit his aura to ward off the downpour. This was not only a testament to his control over chakra, but also reflected his own rigorous training. His pristine white eyes, devoid of any bulging veins, regarded the two with a calm demeanor. Which of you is Senju Jinichi? Raindrops pattered against the ground, and both men dared not be careless. They had engaged with Hyuga Kamizuki before and understood that relaxation equated to death. I am, Jinichi replied. The heavy atmosphere was abruptly disrupted as Senju Shinonai glanced at Senju Jinichi and dismounted the carriage. In the prison, Fuma Shuichi suddenly regained focus and shouted, Hyuga clan leader. This man is Senju Jinichi. Hyuga Tennin glanced over and remarked indifferently, your courage is commendable, but I detest being deceived. Senju Shinonai's eyes narrowed instinctively as he positioned his blade defensively. A fist struck the blade directly, causing it to bend under the force. A powerful aura pressing down on him. Compared to his earlier battle with Hyuga Akatsuki, he had grown significantly, yet he still could not see the assailant's movements. 8 trigrams airstrike. The fist retracted, transforming into an open palm that gathered white light, compressing and then releasing it. Senju Shinonai's weapon shattered. A spray of blood bursting from his chest as he staggered back, ultimately falling to one knee and spitting out blood. Hyuga Tennin, rather than delivering a finishing blow, observed Senju Jinichi, veins bulging at his temples. I have no interest in the weak like you. I merely wish to inquire about certain matters. Speak truthfully, and you shall have my consideration. Senju Jinichi assessed his companion's condition, noting that while gravely injured, he was not yet at death's door. If this concerns the Senju clan, then you can abandon that line of questioning. Hyuga Tennin replied with a measured calm. It pertains to Senju Shugo. I wish to know the name of his mother. Senju Jinichi's gaze sharpened, and after a moment's contemplation, he stated, I do not know her name. Upon hearing this, the tension in Hyuga Tennin's veins receded as he turned to leave. His insight allowed him to discern the truth in the response, and further inquiry would prove futile. As he walked away, he paused and remarked, you possess considerable talent. When you believe you can defeat me, I shall grant you a fair duel. Senju Jinichi, astonished, replied, but I am a Senju ninja. We are both ninjas. Hyuga Tennin boldly turned his back to Senju Jinichi, exposing himself to potential attack, rife with openings and traps. Hyuga clan leader, save us. We are allies. Fuma Shuichi banged against the cage. Hyuga Tennin glanced back and sighed lightly, wishing at times to be merely a ninja, not a clan leader. Yet, the duties of his family and the survival of his kin were responsibilities he could not shirk. In an instant, a surge of white light expanded before the Fuma ninja, destroying a section of the cage, providing enough space for their escape. The Fuma ninja rejoiced and hastily fled the cage, but did not see Hyuga Tennin's figure, for after delivering a blow, this seeker of martial prowess had lost interest and departed. Due to the sealing of chakra, the Fuma ninja had no choice but to scatter in flight. Cough. I didn't expect to take a beating alone. It seems the Hyuga clan leader is quite accommodating, Senju Shinonai weakly remarked as he rose. All strong individuals have their peculiarities. Couldn't you wait for my decision before acting? I hardly know you. If you were to devise a plan, it would surely involve sacrificing yourself for my escape. I, Senju Shinonai, am no coward. Besides, he is Hyuga Tennin. I wouldn't hesitate to boast that I fought against him and survived. Senju Jinichi shook his head in resignation, releasing the cage at the back of the carriage, which had been damaged by Hyuga Tennin. The two could only ride back on horseback. Senju Shinonai glanced back at the cage and coughed up a trickle of blood. Aren't we going to capture those Fuma ninjas? I sealed their chakra, and those we brought along were specially trained to sense such sealing techniques. It's of little consequence. Let us focus on getting you back to heal. I am a peak jonin. My constitution is not that weak. Senju Shinonai protested weakly. Senju Jinichi admonished sharply, be quiet. I can see the scenery behind you through your wounds. Is it nice? How did I never realize you were unhinged? Jinichi, I just helped you. That was your own unilateral decision. Upon returning to their base, they immediately tended to their wounds. Senju Jinichi swiftly penned a letter detailing the day's events to Senju Jinsuk. Senju Shinonai endured his injuries, with several shards lodged within his body that needed extraction. Even with the Senju clan's renowned recovery speed, it would take at least a month to heal fully. The appearance of Hyuga Tennin also cast a shadow over Elder Vortex, who appeared somewhat perturbed. Though he had lived for a long time, he knew he could not match Tennin in a direct confrontation. In the realm of the warring states, the clan leaders recognized as formidable were Uchiha Taijima, Senju Butsuma, and Hyuga Tennin. As for Senju Jinichi, due to his kinship with Senju Butsuma, he was often hard to distinguish. Furthermore, considering the temperament of the Uchiha clan, should two Senju be listed, the person tasked with naming them would likely find themselves in dire straits. Chapter 63, Senju? Hyuga? Days later, in a grove, Hyuga Tennin and Senju Jinichi emerged as silhouettes. He knew he would return and understood where he would wait, for it was the site of their first encounter. They had shared a rare experience, severely wounding each other on the battlefield, only to be ambushed by a third-party ninja. To survive, they set aside their grievances and cooperated to eliminate the third-party threat, which birthed the renowned clan leader they were now. Though a single collaboration could not alter their mutual animosity, it provided them insight into one another's character. After the battle with the Uchiha, Senju Jinichi hastened to the Western Front. "When did you become so interested in my deceased wife?" Senju Jinichi inquired, incredulous at the current demeanor of the man before him. Hyuga Tennin pondered momentarily before opting for candor. "Your son activated the caged bird technique. Regardless of how he learned it, he possesses Hyuga blood, which cannot be feigned." Senju Jinichi's eyes narrowed slightly. "I see. The bloodline limit is leaking. No wonder you came forth. However, I am not so blind as to mistake this. She does not possess the Byakugan." Hyuga Tennin replied flatly, "I prefer straightforwardness. If you bring your son to me, I will know. Your Byakugan cannot perceive him?" "Not in the same way. Over the years, I have developed certain abilities. Though not particularly practical, they are the quickest solution to the current dilemma." "An admirable suggestion, but what benefit does this hold for us? Unless you are hiding your son within your clan's territory, I will inevitably encounter him. Are you threatening me? The Hyuga clan is in disarray. If this matter is not resolved promptly, I shall have no choice but to pursue a child without regard for my dignity. If you wish for a peaceful resolution, the Hyuga clan can guarantee no aggression towards the Senju for 5 years." Senju Jinichi scoffed. "Upon further reflection, it's quite easy to deduce your intentions. During these 5 years, you plan to refine the caged bird technique and pass it on to a select few of your clan members. Let's be practical, Tennin. At worst, I will protect my son." Hinata Tenrin hesitated for a moment before speaking. "If he truly possesses the Byakugan, I could teach him the techniques of the Hyuga clan. However, a person of impure bloodline is generally unfit for high-ranking positions. Thus, I can offer him a second choice. I will not teach him, but I will help him keep this secret, and he must never reveal the Byakugan." Senju Hashin nodded slightly, recognizing this as a commendable gesture. Subsequently, he vanished and returned 3 minutes later with Shu. As Hinata Tenrin's eyes bulged with veins, he continuously formed hand seals. With each seal completed, the veins around his eyes gradually subsided, replaced by a glimmer of blue light in his Byakugan. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Hinata Tenrin snorted coldly as the blue light in his eyes dissipated, leaving behind a hint of crimson in his otherwise pure white eyes. The Byakugan allows for the observation of distant areas, yet Hinata Tenrin's action was a reverse application, compressing his ocular power within his line of sight to exchange for an insight that far surpassed that of an ordinary Byakugan. Correspondingly, this technique required numerous hand seals and could only be sustained for 3 seconds. Beyond that, the Byakugan would succumb to pressure and blindness would ensue after the 5th second, requiring approximately 3 months for recovery. Consequently, he beheld 3 eyes previously concealed beneath the kaleidoscope. Their sinister and frigid gaze left him uncertain of their nature, as his thoughts were ensnared by the eye at his brow, which was suffused with a sense of urgency. Shu felt a peculiar sensation of being seen when Hinata Tenrin's eyes emitted blue light. "What do you think?" Senju Hashin inquired. "He is my distant relative." With the Byakugan at his brow, Hinata Tenrin replied in a solemn tone. "Shu, what is your choice? Will you continue as a simple member of the Senju clan? Or will you learn the techniques of the Hyuga?" Senju Hashin directed his gaze at his child. The matter of bloodline is inherently decided by one's parents. As a father, he could not blame the child for the mother's shortcomings. A child cannot determine their own bloodline. The awakening of the Senju bloodline signifies their qualification as a Senju, while the awakening of the Hyuga bloodline denotes their excellence as a ninja. One's life should be self-determined. And in Hashin's view, Shu ought to decide his own future. It would be unreasonable to not learn something. Shu contemplated before speaking. Hinata Tenrin nodded. "I will ask you one last time. If you truly wish to learn, I can teach you with utmost dedication. However, I will also announce this to the outside world, and your clan, friends, and family may regard you with different eyes. Have you truly considered this? The youth exhaled deeply. The fist is the only truth in this world. A glimmer of acknowledgement surfaced in Hinata Tenrin's eyes. This philosophy of the world resonated with him. Just as many within the Huga clan criticized him for being an incompetent leader, secluding himself in meditation. Yet when matters arose and resolved through force, they would then shower him with admiration. Senju Hashin inquired, "How long will the teaching take?" "Under normal circumstances, within a year. I will return him to you. However, if I need to personally instruct him, it will take 5 years. No, take care of him. Should I bring Ruri to you?" Indifferent, Hinata Tenrin replied without hesitation, handing his child over to Hashin. Hinata Ruri sighed. Having recently learned of Shu's bloodline issue, strictly speaking, he was still his brother. The brother who nearly perished at the hands of his younger sibling. After Hinata Tenrin took Shu away, Senju Hashin also took Hinata Ruri. Hashin bore no particular malice towards the son of this Tenrin, regarding him merely as a privileged hostage. In the Huga clan's secret chamber, "You have returned, clan leader." Hinata Shin gets greeted with joy upon seeing the two figures. "Yes, we have agreed to a 5-year truce with the Senju, the price being the teaching of this child." Hinata Tenrin stated plainly. "Won't you try branding him as a caged bird?" "Ruri is in their hands," Hinata Shin remarked. "Clan leader, forgive my bluntness. You are still young and capable." Hinata Tenrin frowned. "Do you not understand? As long as the Senju are willing, Ruri can bear children in a few years. The immediate priority is to alter the fate of the caged bird, rather than targeting a few children here." "Indeed," sighed Hinata Shin as he exited the chamber. "Is this a performance, or is it genuine?" Shu whispered. "It is both a performance and reality," Hinata Tenrin replied, revealing an ancient tome initially shown to Shin. "This is the origin of your bloodline, a clan that has been divided since ancient times." Shu glanced through it, aware that some artifacts from the Warring States period no longer existed, such as the ocular techniques employed by Tenrin today, and was astonished to encounter such a profound ancient text. Having read the original account, he knew that the Huga indeed had a distant relative, though not in the land of fire, but on the moon. However, such matters are difficult to verify, indirectly concealing his bloodline. Shu returned the tome and asked, "You could have kept your child, so why go to such lengths?" "Because of complications and peace of mind. Some words may be one thing, but actions speak volumes. I am not a particularly clever person. I can only simplify matters for resolution." Chapter 64. Some are sorrowful, while others rejoice. "Indeed, you learn swiftly," Hinata Tenrin complimented expressionlessly. "Do you usually praise others like this? Is it insufficient? Then you are quite remarkable." Shu, clad in a white robe, with the Byakugan activated at his brow, inquired, "What do you think of Hinata Shin's talent?" "Not bad. And your child?" "Average. Why not enhance your child's talent?" Hinata Tenrin replied expressionlessly, "Since birth, I have found it effortless to learn any clan secret technique, so I do not understand how to teach. Why should one study diligently when they can simply observe and comprehend? However, it seems the issue lies with the individual. Did you not learn after just one glance? Haha. With your speed of learning, you could master most of it in half a year. I have a suggestion for you to consider. Do tell. If the Senju cannot endure, let them come to the Huga. Senju Buddha is no different from Uchiha Taijima. Is it inappropriate to say such things about my clan leader in my presence? No worries. You are too weak to pose a threat. Presently, Buddha is only half your clan leader, and I am also your clan leader. Offering you advice is nothing." The stone door slowly opened, and Hinata Shin first glanced at Shu before addressing Hinata Tenrin. "The news is prepared. Shall we release it?" "Shin, you have been coming frequently lately. Do you still need to ask me about such trivial matters, or has a battle shaken your confidence?" Hinata Shin forced a smile. "With you around, I feel somewhat reassured. After all, you are the Tenrin of the Huga." Hinata Tenrin observed Hinata Shin, sensing a wave of killing intent, not directed at him, but rather towards the youth beside him. "Are you seeking revenge for Hinata Miyuki?" Hinata Shin hesitated but nodded. "Clan leader, I have a daughter whose beauty has been destroyed, and her husband has been slain. How am I to live the latter half of my life? The murderer is right here. How can I not yearn for vengeance?" Shu narrowed his eyes. Although the circumstances were somewhat different, he was indeed responsible. To pity one's enemies is to be cruel to oneself. Hinata Miyuki was among the few who survived after he had taken her hostage. From this perspective, she was fortunate. However, for some ninjas, dying on the battlefield is a matter of honor, while living on with a disability can be a burden. Hatred? Hinata, Tenrin murmured, recognizing it as an age-old topic that is often inextricable, or rather, no one possesses the true capacity to sever hatred. Once he returns to the Senju, I will not hinder your revenge. Hinata Shin's gaze fixed upon Shu, releasing an aura. He is right here. Hinata Tenrin's eyes turned cold, his imposing presence suppressing Shin. I am not negotiating with you. I am issuing a command. Shinyu, your words bear truth. Yet I can perceive the greed in your eyes. You yearn for the gaze of that young boy, desiring the power that transcends the ordinary Byakugan to break free from your own shackles. You have strayed from your path. Hinata Shunyu exhaled deeply, uttering no more, but instead performed a bow and departed. Huiwu sighed. Families are all alike. None can resist the allure of power. Hinata Tianrin closed his eyes for a moment. Indeed, it is the same for all. Soon, news spread throughout the Hinata clan that Huiwu possessed the Huga bloodline, causing ripples among the Senju. On the eastern battlefield, Senju Ming Jian, in a fit of rage, struck a wooden hut, leaving a gaping hole. The mingling of bloodlines foretold a tumultuous future for him. Even with the awakening of wood release, he remained unworthy of the clan leader position. The crucial events unfolded when Senju Xianjian arrived at the western battlefield, demonstrating that Huiwu could choose his path, yet he deliberately eschewed the most advantageous and stable route, opting instead for an arrangement with the Huga. However, given the current situation, he could not easily curry favor with the clan leader, for Huiwu had spent 3 years here, and such cultivation could not be undone at a whim. His plans must continue as intended. Some lamented, while others rejoiced. Upon hearing the news, Senju Fo-Jien was elated. For his son, Tobarama, becoming the clan leader was now an undeniable fact. In terms of clan rules and strength, no rival remained. He felt immense relief at having sent Tobarama to the western battlefield, a choice that proved pivotal for the future. Alas, he lamented, had Huiwu revealed his Huga bloodline first, he could have done much more. But now, with wood release awakened and the Byakugan followed by military accomplishments, he found himself unable to deliver a decisive blow, even to deal with his brother's issues. After all, he had presided over the wedding himself. The Senju family had not discerned the truth, or perhaps when mentioning that woman, the bloodline had diluted to the point where no obvious traits remained, yet for some reason, it suddenly awakened. In the western battlefield, Tobarama was slightly taken aback upon hearing this news, yet proceeded with his usual activities, unaffected. Vortex Tianming pondered for a long while before finally locating Tobarama. Besides being a ninja of the Vortex clan, he was also the uncle of Vortex Rien. Otherwise, he would not have felt uncomfortable upon first meeting Huiwu. Senior Tianming wishes to discuss Huiwu's bloodline. He bears the Senju name, entered the battlefield at 5, saved Ban Jian's life at 8, and recently undertook a solo raid on the Huga's territory, proving himself a competent ninja. However, possessing the Huga bloodline would only make him stronger. Did the Vortex clan desire a Senju clan leader or a powerful ninja? Tobarama spoke calmly, his voice not lowered, ensuring those around could hear. The Senju ninjas on the western battlefield were Xian Jian's subordinates, so there was no need to consider their thoughts. This statement was meant for the Vortex clan members. The Vortex elder chuckled, Tianming, you think too much. Xian Jian remains Xian Jian, and Huiwu will naturally remain Huiwu. His voice reached every ear. As long as Senju Xian Jian recognized this child, his status would not diminish. Tobarama glanced at the elder but said nothing further. He understood that Huiwu did not care much for the clan leader position, or he would not have pressured himself to enhance his brother's reputation. The Vortex elder had a close relationship with his elder brother and his granddaughter, Vortex Shui, who was his brother's fiancée. Thus, it was only natural for him to speak in favor of Huiwu. The Vortex elder certainly has become increasingly talkative, came Xian Jian's calm voice, tinged with a hint of coldness. The elder laughed heartily. I have grown old and love to chat. The Vortex elder, having lived long, likely saw his strength not diminish but rather increase. Perhaps we could engage in a friendly spar to allow me, a younger generation, to witness some wisdom. The elder fell silent. It was evident to all that Senju Xianjian was in a foul mood and needed a sparring partner. The Vortex and Senju were not particularly close, and the resources expended to invite the Vortex to participate were nearly double what would have been required from other clans. Chapter 65. Each takes what they need. A year later, on an open field, two figures clashed blades. Xianyi, you seem to be in better spirits today, remarked Senju Zhenair, sensing his friend's uplifted mood. My brother is returning tomorrow. I am elated, Senju Shieni replied. A hint of a smile gracing his lips as he exerted greater force with his blade, pushing his opponent back. How many people do you plan to bring to welcome him? Senju Jun Air tightened his grip on his sword, astonished by the strength he felt from Xian Yi's strike. Just myself. It's a small target, safer that way. After gaining the upper hand, Xian Yi's blade glimmered in Jun Air's eyes. What about me joining? Jun Air bit his lip, feeling the tension. What do you mean by that? Xian Yi, after all these years of friendship, you still don't understand? What's yours is mine. Your brother is my brother. Your wife. Senju Jun Air abruptly fell silent, realizing his misstep. Wife. Xian Yi's tone grew cold. Nothing. Jun Air quickly replied, retreating as Xian Yi kicked him lightly, sheathing his sword and leaving with a huff. Jun Air steadied himself, then shouted after him, Hey, what are you playing at? You don't even have a wife. It's different. What is different? If I wanted to, I could any time. You, however, cannot. Bastard. Senju Jun Air cursed, watching Xian Yi depart, feeling a tinge of loneliness. That sense of disparity returned. He once believed his talent was commendable, merely in need of a mentor. Yet, with the Six Paths Sage's help in breaking through to the pinnacle of the shinobi, and having learned numerous techniques, his strength had surpassed his previous self. Yet he still fell short of Xian Yi. Each time he exhibited signs of catching up, Xian Yi would draw near. And at times, it was he who found himself chasing after Xian Yi's footsteps. Most critically, he sensed that reaching the pinnacle of the shinobi was his limit. While Xian Yi was already half a step into the realm of clan leaders, in 3 years at most, Senju Xian Yi would likely become a clan leader-level powerhouse, with the highest chance of becoming the third elder. Why choose me, O Six Paths Sage? Senju Jun Air felt a sense of confusion. His talent paled in comparison to Xian Yi's. If Xian Yi learned his techniques, his strength would increase exponentially. Yet, he hesitated, fearing that the gap would widen, causing him to lose this friend and become merely an adult. That night, Senju Jun Air, fatigued from his training, drifted into slumber. As his snores filled the air, a shadow crawled onto his body. Having possessed him several times, this process was all too familiar. However, this time it did not simply impart knowledge, but rather took control of the body and ventured out. It evaded patrolling figures, opened barriers, and sprinted to the forest where Hui Wu had previously hidden, coldly stating, You may come down now. The shadow leaped from the tree, revealing a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan. Gazing curiously at the figure before him. Interesting. What jutsu did you use to control him? This is not part of our agreement. Are you confident? I have prepared for this for a long time. You merely need to cooperate with me. Kurozetsu chuckled in a hoarse voice. Since Hui Wu joined the Huga, he had shifted his focus to this piece on the chessboard, with the Senju, Huga, and the information of the individual before him. He was certain that this young man was the finest pawn. He stepped forward to demonstrate his strength and collaborate with others, solely to ensure this pawn followed his intended path. The figure hidden in the woods revealed his visage. Any ninja from the eastern battlefield would undoubtedly recognize him. Uchiha Hong. 3 years ago, the pivotal figure in the destruction of the Eastern Alliance, a master of illusion. Upon learning that Hui Wu had not arrived at the eastern battlefield, he intentionally sought information, for, above all else, he was most concerned about his own eyes. The sensation was reminiscent of the Nara clan's ninjutsu, yet it carried an ominous chill. Uchiha Niji regarded the individual before him with a measure of apprehension. The ability to control a pinnacle of the Senju clan was formidable, regardless of the means by which it was achieved. Tomorrow, Senju Jiniki would accompany this person to retrieve Senju Shogo, presenting an exceptional opportunity. Kurwa spoke of intelligence, revealing that through possession of others, he could still extract valuable information. Senju Jiniki? I have heard of him. His prowess is commendable, and typically, clan leaders do not frequent such affairs. The presence of 2 peak jonin as guards should suffice. 3 would be more challenging to conceal. Uchiha Niji expressed interest, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Unfortunately, he remains oblivious to the fact that the individual leading him into peril is none other than a close relative. Under Kurwa's control, Senju Shinji seemed to tremble at those words. Kurwa's voice turned icy. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. It is unsafe for this individual to remain outside for too long. Very well, Uchiha Niji nodded, and Kurwa swiftly departed. Have you truly sunk so low as to collaborate with such a dubious character? A voice emerged from the shadows beside Uchiha Niji, belonging to a ninja clad in black. The tone lacked any semblance of respect. Fumashuichi, your words are excessive, Uchiha Niji retorted coldly. The black-clad ninja was none other than Fumashuichi, who had been sealed and stripped of chakra by Senju Geniki. After being freed by Hinata Tennin, he was rescued by Uchiha Niji while on reconnaissance. Fuma Shuichi scoffed and departed. Although he owed his life to Niji, his willingness to assist was another matter altogether. He had never sought the other's aid. The Uchiha clan, known for its arrogance, seldom afforded respect even to a peak jonin in hiding. Yet, he could not afford to show anger. For this ninja named Niji wielded truly terrifying jinjutsu. As he observed Niji's retreating figure, he mused, a lower clan is merely a lower clan. He was indifferent to the other's demeanor, for such notions were instilled. Much like his prior control over the head of the Fujiwara clan, repeatedly guiding and infusing his will until the subject believed their actions were their own. Niji found a secluded place to sit, removing his shoes to reveal shins that had transformed into a muddy texture, marred by cracks from excessive strain. To his astonishment, following an encounter with an unknown technique, his feet had turned to mud, and the affliction had gradually spread upwards over time. Unlike the severed flesh of his shoulder, which showed no such signs. Regrettably, even if Niji had comprehended this condition years ago, he could not simply discard his feet. There was a choice between a slow descent into disability and an immediate one. This was one of the motivations behind his longing for Shogo's eyes. For the sake of his future, he had traversed from the eastern lands to the west. Am I truly feeling anxious? Is it the power of those eyes that instills fear? Niji chuckled self-deprecatingly, his expression darkening slightly. Soon, the three tomo vanished, plunging him into darkness. Chapter 66. Niji's Confession at the Huga Stronghold. Huga Tennin set forth with Shogo, who, having cast aside his white Huga robe, now bore a palm-sized black crescent ornament at his waist. This relic had been unearthed from obscurity by Huga Tennin, holding no practical use beyond its historical significance. Once you are returned to the Senju, I shall no longer concern myself with your affairs. From this day forth, I will not hold back, Huga Tennin stated plainly, fully aware of the boy's talent, which was only surpassed by his own. The abilities of other members of the Huga clan in relation to clan jutsu paled in comparison to what this youth had learned in merely a year and a half. That will be a matter for 5 years hence, Shogo reminded him. 5 years. May you surprise me with your growth. This land is sorely lacking in interesting individuals, Tennin mused. The chosen meeting place was at the center of both encampments, where Senju Geniki and Senju Shinji awaited the arrival of Huga Ruri. Right on time, Huga Tennin remarked, glancing at Senju Shinji, his gaze settling on Senju Geniki. Well done. Shogo cast a sidelong glance at Huga Tennin, interpreting the compliment as a mark of strength, and began to walk toward the opposing side. Huga Ruri approached at a measured pace, and the two exchanged a brief glance before returning to their respective positions. Huga Tennin turned slightly to regard Huga Ruri. Let us return. I shall personally train you. Your progress has been inadequate. Huga Ruri expressed surprise. He had always trained under the elder. Had a year apart rekindled his father's paternal affection? It seemed his time had not been squandered. As he prepared to speak, Huga Tennin interjected, Shogo has bested all his peers in the clan. To put it in your youthful vernacular, they have all become reclusive. You have yet to be defeated. So you must shoulder the responsibilities of the Huga clan. I will assist you in this endeavor, Tennin stated. Huga Ruri sighed. His father remained unchanged. Senju Shinji and Senju Geniki observed as Huga Tennin departed, acutely aware of the power disparity born from battles fought years prior. Once the Huga pair had distanced themselves, Senju Geniki led the way with Senju Shinji following closely, and Shogo positioned between them as they made their way back to the clan grounds. Shogo, with his Byakugan activated, remained vigilant, anticipating any dangers. Geniki chose a path that was not linear, for the space between the encampments had already been compromised, leaving no room for evasion. A slight detour would ensure greater safety. Stop, Shogo commanded, prompting Geniki and Shinji to halt. What is it? Geniki inquired, puzzled. Someone approaches, and in great numbers. We are surrounded. How many are aware of this situation? Shogo assessed with his Byakugan. Only myself, Shinji, and I. Just the 3 of us, Geniki replied. Shogo, do you suspect someone has leaked information? However, I and Shinji owe our lives to you, and we are responsible for your protection. It does not appear to be a breach of security, Shinji expressed with discontent, disliking the suspicion cast upon his kin. Calm yourself. How are they positioned? Senju Jiniki pulled out a map and indicated their approximate location. Shogo pointed to a particular area. This location has fewer numbers, yet it feels like a trap. The rest are fairly uniform. Then we can simply find a position and break through, Shinji suggested. Shogo took a few deep breaths, attempting to regain his composure. Wait. Something feels off. Their pace is too slow. With so many, why do they not directly attack? Jiniki narrowed his eyes. If there is something amiss, we should wait. They will inevitably reveal their impatience. They're accelerating. Where is it quickest? Shogo queried. To the east, Jiniki replied, leading the trio toward the area where the encirclement was most rapid. Before long, they encountered a man with crimson eyes. His hands lowered as he completed a series of hand seals. Red eyes? Shogo mused internally. This was the awakening of a boy named Ranmaru, whose abilities bore similarities to the Byakugan, but possessed an additional capability to simulate chakra images, naturally countering the Byakugan's insights. Wait, the red eye should have seen us coming. Why are they not fleeing? It's a trap. The adult has cleverly prepared for both contingencies. The man with red eyes grinned. Run, Shogo shouted, instantly employing body flicker to escape. The other two reacted differently. Jiniki, trusting in his brother, immediately utilized body flicker, while Shinji lagged slightly behind. Uchiha fire formation. Dark crimson flames ensnared Shinji, as silhouettes emerged from the surroundings. Among them, one concealed his presence, while 6 elite jonin made their appearance. Long time no see, dear. Niji smiled at Shogo, his eyes glimmering with mischief. Hiruga felt a chill creeping down his back. You actually traveled from the east to the west. Truly devoted to my memory. Hong laughed heartily, of course. From the moment we first met, I was enchanted by you. You are simply irresistible. That feeling is exquisite. And your brilliance far surpasses that of the finest gemstones. Come, step into my gaze, and I shall cherish you dearly. Xian Yi's expression turned cold. He realized his brother had provoked such a perverse individual. Heh, it seems I startled you a bit. However, do not worry, from this day forth, we shall share a part of ourselves. As Hong gradually calmed, an aura of half-step clan leader level radiated from him as he gazed at Xian Yi. What do you intend to do? Will you fight me, or save your friend? 2 against 7 is quite a challenge. Water release, great waterfall technique. Xian Yi expelled a torrent of water that crashed against the surroundings. Bored, Hong let out a cold snort and leaped onto a tree, observing the water flow as his 3-tomo Sharingan faintly rotated. The Uchiha fire formation cannot be shattered by attacks of your caliber. I do not wish to break it. Rather, I intend to seal it. Xian Yi approached the Uchiha fire formation, unrolling a scroll and forming hand seals. Sealing technique, fire sealing stamp. The scroll, inscribed with black runes, emitted a chakra surge, enveloping part of the fire formation and drawing it into the scroll. Well done, Xian Yi. Jean Air seized the opportunity to escape the fire formation, drawing his katana and fixing his gaze forward. Your sealing technique is quite impressive. Is it specifically designed to counter the Uchiha? Hong expressed mild astonishment. He had not anticipated this individual possessed such skills, hence the fame he had garnered. Intriguingly, he felt an instinctual connection, as though he were destined to be Xian Yi's rival, albeit altered by certain events. Now it is 3 against 8. The odds are against you, Xian Yi declared coldly. Hong smirked enigmatically. No, it is 9 against 2. Fire release, great fire destruction. Water release, 10,000 curtains water barrier. Xian Yi calmly formed seals, a process he had undergone multiple times. Suddenly, a sense of crisis surged within him. He turned, only to discover a half-blackened face behind him. Chapter 67. Eye pressure. A sharp pain radiated from his back, swiftly followed by a piercing sensation in his chest as the katana pierced his body, blood cascading forth. For reasons unknown, the strike did not aim for his heart, but instead penetrated his right chest. Amidst the mist generated by the fire and water techniques, Xian Yi displayed a look of disbelief as the blade withdrew from his body, the force causing him to lose his balance and kneel, a mouthful of blood spilling forth. Having just sealed the barrier, he had focused his attention on battling Hong with ninjutsu, only to find that his friend, his brother, had turned against him. Jean Air struggled visibly, but it was futile. Kuro had established a formidable control over his body. Child, have you forgotten who I am? I am your teacher. After all this time, it is your turn to repay me. Kuro's chilling voice resonated. It's you. Jean Air's pupils constricted as he gripped the katana tightly, directing it toward Xian Yi's head. The blade sliced through the air, but Shiren-e transformed into a puddle of water, reappearing at a distance. Water replacement technique. Hong furrowed his brow, glancing at Kuro. Why not kill him while you have the chance? Shiren-e, keenly aware, responded, I do this as a precaution. Kuro feigned a casual tone, but he alone understood that a hasty death lacked the emotional weight of a slow demise. Guiding someone through those emotions was essential. Under Kuro's influence, Jean Air began forming seals. Earth release. Earth flowing river. The earth countered water, and with Jean Air's considerable chakra, he swiftly destroyed the environment Shiren-e had created. Shiren-e enveloped his wound with water chakra. He had learned much, but medical ninjutsu was not his forte. However, water's gentle nature could provide some healing in dire times. How are you holding up? Hiruga murmured, his white eyes closed, fixated on the 7 elite shinobi, who exhibited a notable synchronicity in their movements, indicating their coordinated prowess. In the presence of 2 well-coordinated ninjas, their actual combat capability exceeded mere addition. It was a synergy greater than the sum of its parts. Not well, that strike was astute, and coupled with the backlash of ninjutsu, retreat is our only option. Shiren-e's complexion paled as he straightened his posture and regulated his breathing. I see. Hiruga's eyes narrowed slightly. Uchiha Hong was a half-step clan leader. Coupled with the manipulated Jin Air and 7 elite shinobi working in unison, they were formidable opponents. Meanwhile, Shiren-e's condition rendered him unable to continue fighting. Escape was imperative. With this in mind, Hiruga closed his eyes, amplifying his ocular power. Uchiha Hong, before absolute strength, you are merely a failure. Allow me to show you the power you so desire. Hong's expression shifted, a sickly flush appearing on his face. Upon recognizing the familiar sensation in Hiruga's eyes, he instinctively retreated among the 7. Hiruga dropped 2 smoke bombs, carrying Shiren-e away. The kaleidoscope required intense emotional stimuli, and even utilizing his ocular power was contingent upon such feelings. However, inability did not preclude imitation. Hinata Tenin's earlier method of concentrating Byakugan chakra was applied by Hiruga to the Sharingan. Though only for a brief moment, the illusion of enhanced ocular power startled Hong. Truly a cunning little fox. After a few moments, Hong realized he had been deceived, yet he wore a smile. Kuro, while the 2 fled, could have pursued them. The mere flash of light did not hinder him, yet he pretended to be affected, remaining stationary. I can run by myself. You need not do this, Hiruga. Silence. Your wound is bleeding, and further exertion could lead to your demise. Hiruga snapped, binding Shiren-e to his back with wooden vines. Shiren-e's legs wrapped around Hiruga's waist due to their height difference. Seeing this, Shiren-e chose not to protest further and solemnly advised, be cautious. I sense it is too easy. If I were that Uchiha, I would certainly set traps to thwart our escape. Hiruga gradually halted, his 3-tomo Sharingan revealing chakra threads entwined among the trees ahead. It seems we have been discovered. Fong Emoshio-e emerged from the side, taunting. Well. Isn't this the illustrious Shiren-e? After a year, how have you fallen to the point of being carried by a child? TSK, look at all that blood. Were it not for the Senju physique, you might already be dead. That would be a pity. Fong Mo's eyes turned increasingly frigid. I have yet to kill you with my own hands. Fong Mo's secret technique. Prison cage. Chakra threads appeared, presenting a blue hue. And between the gaps appeared green crystals. 8 trigrams, air burst. Hiruga seized the opportunity. As the opponent relaxed during speech, he struck with a palm. Under normal circumstances, this move would have been easy to evade, but Fong Emoshio-e, influenced by Hong's illusion, found his reflexes lacking as he became engrossed in his role. Thus, under the gust of Hiruga's palm, half of Fong Emoshio-e's face was torn away. The searing pain jolted him back to reality. And a fleeting thought crossed his mind. What am I doing here? Why come to kill Shiren-e? I would rather return to the Fong Mo clan and enjoy myself. Yet, this notion lingered only briefly, for as Hiruga carried Shiren-e, 2 blades came crashing toward him. Fong Mo's secret technique, chaotic blades. Fong Emoshio-e hastily unfurled a scroll, unleashing a myriad of ninja tools. Fong Mo's secret technique, 3 attributes enhancement. The ninja tools ignited with flames, swift winds, and violent thunder. Hiruga was forced to retreat under the barrage of attacks, his hands forming seals. Would release. Birth of the tree realm. Robust vines erupted from the ground, continuously growing toward Fong Emoshio-e. Though the ninja tools devastated a portion of the trees, The subsequent growth of vegetation surged forth, pressing down upon him. Cursed fate. Fengma Xiu's expression darkened. The secret techniques of the Fengma clan required minimal chakra consumption when utilizing ninja tools and had a broad range, yet their limitations were evident, as the ninja tools were finite. When confronted with Mo-Katan, a technique that continuously proliferates like a spatial artillery, he could only endure the blows once his tools were exhausted. If only he had sufficient space, he might have evaded, but ironically, it was he who had initiated the barrier. A colossal wooden hand coiled from the vines, pinning Fengma Xiu against the barrier. Hiragi's gaze locked onto his. Release. Fengma Xiu's eyes began to glaze over, and after a few seconds, he spoke. The cage is energized by the green stone. Until it is depleted, no one can break free. Hiragi's eyes turned cold as he unleashed a brutal thrust of his technique. Vines ensnared and transformed into a gigantic fist, striking the green crystal with tremendous force, causing a web of cracks to appear, only for it to restore itself moments later. Was the attack frequency insufficient? Hiragi was about to act when he sensed pursuers closing in. Two elite Uchiha Jonin flung fire chains that ensnared Hiragi's arms, though his face was severed by a water blade wielded by Jiniki. Let me down. Your mobility is severely hampered, Jiniki remarked. With no choice, Hiragi released the vines. As carrying Jiniki on his back was not an issue for him, but fighting while bearing Jiniki could easily turn him into a shield. Jiniki sat on the ground, his complexion pale, weakly stating, "It's also my father's fault. I have become a burden. I once sought a remedy, but he refused, claiming I was his child and would not end up like this." Niji approached slowly, casting a cold glance at Fengma Xiu's corpse, declaring, "This useless wretch has served his purpose. Let me demonstrate the ninjutsu I prepared for you, little fox." The 7 elite Jonin continuously formed hand seals, summoning pairs of 3 Tomo Sharingan, and a surge of ocular power flowed into Hiragi's eyes. He felt as though something were obscuring his vision, plunging him into darkness. Meanwhile, 1 elite Jonin's 3 Tomo vanished silently. Niji observed, these 7 were his kin, subdued through illusion, also serving as death warriors, their objective to unleash this self-destructive technique. By overwhelming the enemy with absolute ocular prowess, they would render their opponent sightless, yet the price was the permanent loss of light. The strength derived from an external source would ultimately falter against the inherent might of the opponent's eyes, likely leading to the blindness of the second and third eyes as well. Clearly, this technique had ample room for improvement, yet Niji could not wait, delegating its execution to others. Chapter 68. The eye of spiritual reflection. For a normal person, sudden blindness brings immense repercussions, and Hiragi was no exception. His perceptive abilities suffered greatly. After the 7 elite Jonin executed their ninjutsu, aside from the one who had lost his sight, the remaining 6 launched their assaults. Hiragi narrowly evaded 2 strikes, only to be struck by the third, forcing him back a few steps as the last 3 drew their blades, converging on his head from 3 directions. Would release, would shield. A row of wooden planks sprouted from the ground, forming a semicircular barrier to block the incoming attacks. Seizing the moment, Hiragi adapted quickly, but a tremendous force soon shattered the wooden wall. The 6 split into 2 groups, one employing fire and the other wind, the most conventional combination of elemental ninjutsu. With his defenses breached, Hiragi sprinted in a specific direction. A sudden, anguished scream pierced the air as one of the unengaged elite Jonin clutched his bleeding eyes, writhing in pain. Both eyes had turned white, robbed of their sight. 1 minute passed. Niji observed patiently, flanked by Kuro, neither in haste, as they deemed Senju Jiniki's threat negligible. Their focus lay solely on Hiragi, rendering Jiniki even more insignificant. Regarding his ninjutsu, Niji had tested it, finding that against an average 3 Tomo, the duration was approximately 10 minutes. This did not imply that Hiragi's ocular strength was tenfold that of a typical Sharingan, for there were residual powers of the Mangekyo, the enhancements of the sage body, and his own spirit's influence at play. 1 second. Hiragi mused internally, recalling that his sight had returned for about a second, just in time to notice a pair of blind eyes, mentally marking the time. A searing sensation enveloped him once more, this time from 6 directions. Martial arts, Crimson Slash. Martial arts, Setting Sunstrike. Martial arts, Flame Swing. Hiragi felt the previously birthed vines from the tree realm, akin to water and earth techniques. These vines, initially created through wood release, could be repurposed, minimizing chakra expenditure. Wood release. Insertion technique. Branches sprouted from the vines, launching indiscriminate attacks in all directions. During this wave of offense, only one elite jonin remained unscathed, arriving before Hiragi. As the blade descended, a hand seized it, flames searing flesh, yet the sharp edge could not pierce the palm. In that moment, the elite jonin felt as though he faced not a Senju, but a Kagaya. 8 trigrams, airstrike. Seizing the opportunity of his opponent's astonishment, Hiragi delivered a palm strike to the jonin's chest, erupting in a cloud of blood. The elite jonin relinquished his blade, his 3 tomo spinning in his eyes, as his other hand gathered chakra, transforming into a knife aimed at Hiragi's head. Hiragi's palm sprouted branches, thrusting upward. Die! The elite jonin exclaimed, believing himself to have the advantage in speed, confident his strike would land first, regardless of Hiragi's counter. Yet, the branches from Hiragi's palm shot forth, piercing the jonin's chin from below, followed by an explosion. One down, Hiragi coldly stated, dodging the descending knife aimed at his head, then delivering a follow-up strike to the jonin's nape with a branch. Well done, Genichi thought to himself. What a waste, Niji muttered darkly, his gaze fixed on Senju Genichi. It seems you will not witness the outcome of today. Genichi, propped up by his blade, smiled. You are truly afraid, aren't you? Afraid that all your meticulous plans will ultimately fail. Afraid? Why would I fear, faced with a gravely wounded peak jonin and a mere child of the jonin rank? Then why don't you confront me directly? Niji narrowed his eyes, coldly retorting, your words are excessive. As he advanced with his blade, he was halted by a companion. Allow me. It is only fitting that I personally end this, for his suffering will be the most profound, Kuro stated. Very well, Niji nodded, stepping aside. Genichi steadied his breath. Come forth. Senju Shin and I confronted Senju Genichi as usual, yet this time, it was Genichi who lay bloodied on the ground. Shin and I's ambition to defeat Genichi was finally realized, yet he felt no joy. Kuro extracted a scroll from Genichi's body, coldly stating, let me see what intelligence you carry. Huh? Is this all? He scoffed. A birthday gift for someone? A bear pelt, a wooden shuriken, a small ninja tool pouch, a custom kunai, tailored armor, ninja tool scrolls, ninjutsu scrolls, medicinal herbs, and summoning beasts. After securing the scroll, Kuro sneered. These were meant for Senju Hiragi, but it seems you will have no future to deliver them. Genichi gasped for breath, his gaze becoming unfocused as he struggled to see his surroundings. An explosion resounded near his ear. At the instant his vision returned, Hiragi hurled a kunai laced with explosive tags and smoke bombs, forcing Kuro to retreat. At that same moment, the vines formed a barrier to obstruct the advance of several elite jonin. Hiragi rushed to Genichi's side, using water-based chakra techniques to provide slight healing to his battered form. Even without sight, his heightened senses informed him that death was inevitable. You are dying. Indeed, I am, Genichi replied vacantly, sustained only by sheer will. Do you have any final wishes? Longing to witness your growth, I yearn to personally bestow gifts upon you, and to repay the debt I owe your father. I do not fear death. Rather, I lament the fleeting nature of time that prevents me from accomplishing certain tasks. Shugo's thoughts were tangled. His time with Genichi had been brief, rendering deep emotional bonds improbable. Yet Genichi was inherently a person of sentiment, meticulously preparing gifts for an unfamiliar child, willingly remaining on the Western battlefield to repay the kindness shown by Genkan, and striving to embody the role of an elder brother for a stranger. Shugo, give me the detonating talisman and depart swiftly. There is no need to squander chakra for one who is nearing death. A barrage of fire techniques surged forth. Fire release. Wind Phoenix Fire Claw, fire release. Fire Dragon Flame Bomb, fire release. Dragon Flame Song, fire release. Great Fire Extinguish. As the relentless fire techniques approached, Shugo acutely sensed that Genichi's presence had vanished, seemingly relinquishing his will to live, accepting death without resistance. Why would someone wish for death? The instinct for survival is innate in humanity, akin to a drowning person desperately grasping for a lifeline. Beyond the inferno, Shugo emerged in an instant. Kurozetsu's voice echoed. Senju Shugo, you must comprehend that today's events are intrinsically linked to you. Had it not been for your Byakugan, you would not have fallen into our trap, despite your accurate analysis. Without your assistance, we could not have so effortlessly encircled you. Shugo retorted coldly. I do not deny the fact that I have been utilized. It is a consequence of my own shortcomings and lack of experience. This world is truly vexing. I merely wish to grow stronger to survive, yet I am besieged by myriad troubles. It would be simpler to remain indifferent, to care little, and to fulfill my duties quietly. Yet there are fools who insist that emotions are genuine, that they are living beings. As Shugo opened his eyes, his grayish-white pupils began to glimmer, and the crimson three-tomo Sharingan slowly emerged, spinning rapidly. I no longer wish to be altered by this world. It is my turn to inscribe the future. The black, nine-pointed star array manifested in his vision. This time, it was not an illusion, but a reality wholly belonging to him. In the moment the kaleidoscope was activated, chakra surged violently within him, propelling Shugo's chakra concentration to the elite Jonin level, a realm typically requiring 3 to 4 years to attain, now effortlessly achieved. A trace of ocular power dissipated, while the residual power from the past flowed into his eyes, completing a cycle and endowing him with the perception of time. Screams echoed around as several elite Jonin, having their eyes compromised as a part of their ninjutsu, suffered varying degrees of injury. Those with slightly greater strength retained their vision but endured excruciating pain, while the weaker ones fell into blindness, bleeding profusely. Kurozetsu approached, manipulating his body to unleash the water release, dance of the water manifestation. Water swiftly enveloped Shugo, spinning to form blades. This technique, originally taught to Senju Shininai, now bore a heightened ferocity. Bagwazang Mountain Strike. Shugo's left eye flickered as he thrust out a palm, a white energy piercing through, disrupting the once rapidly spinning water flow and shattering its stability. Blood trickled from Shininai's mouth, the backlash of his own ninjutsu evident. Yet he cared little, as death seemed a liberation at this moment. Kurozetsu could have stabilized his injuries with his own power, but he chose not to. As a puppet master, his only recourse was death. Yet before his demise, he sought to uncover the true power of Shugo's eyes. Those who awaken the kaleidoscope Sharingan manifest 2 corresponding ocular techniques based on their innermost desires. No 2 kaleidoscopes are identical, even among brothers. Kill me, Shugo. Senju Shininai strained to cry out, but was swiftly suppressed. Kurozetsu sensed something amiss. His grip over his body had weakened. No, it was not a loss of control, but an inability to control at all. In the next instant, Shininai's head transformed into a water sphere, collapsing as the sustaining force dissipated, his body falling lifelessly, while the shadows slipped away into the gaps. Shugo's right eye rotated. He now understood the origin of his ocular techniques. The analytical prowess of his left eye, endowed by the eightfold meaning, allowed him to perceive and comprehend the world, fulfilling his desire to grasp every detail of this familiar yet strange realm. The right eye's eightfold meaning did not merely transform, but sought to alter. It birthed a technique born from the desire to change everything. This alteration manifested as semi-elemental state throughout the body, however, if only a portion. Like a head transforming into a water sphere, it would naturally disperse, resulting in an explosive effect. Fire release, dragon flame song. 7 dragon-shaped flames erupted from the rainbow, and though mere moments had passed, Shugo's perception felt drastically different. Initially, it bore a hint of threat, but now it felt like a cold kunai poised at his throat, threatening imminent death. The remaining elite Jonin, united as Uchiha ninjas, briefly panicked when their eyes faltered, yet soon followed the rainbow's lead, unleashing a barrage of fire techniques. Faced with such concentrated ninjutsu, one would typically evade or obstruct, but Shugo had a superior approach. Before the flames converged, he activated his right eye's ability, altering several elemental techniques, causing the mixed powers to clash and cancel each other out, dissipating their intended potency. Modifying ninjutsu consumed significantly less energy than altering objects. With a slight motion of his left eye, Shugo kicked Senju Shininai's blade to his side, grasping it firmly, the water blades swirling as he darted forth. The elite Jonin, deprived of vision, were mercilessly harvested. Under the scrutiny of the kaleidoscope's insight, their coordination became a hindrance, leading to their demise one by one. Shugo relinquished the blade, which, after being shattered by Hinata Tenjin, lacked the craftsmanship of its former self, fracturing once more after the recent battle. Raindrops cascaded from the heavens as the rainbow approached a corpse, murmuring, "It seems I may perish here today." Shugo uttered no words, his right eye subtly shifting. In that moment, the rainbow's right eye, adorned with 3 tomo, succumbed to blindness. However, the fate he sought to alter was not his own, but that of the lifeless body beneath him. As the elite Jonin revived, his head erupted into a water sphere. Seizing the opportunity, the rainbow severed the arm of the individual before him, grasping it with his other hand. Blood splattered in all directions. Your ability requires sight to activate. I knew this from the outset. As long as something obstructs your vision, I still have a chance. Let us see who is faster. A frenzied glimmer flickered in the rainbow's eyes, his final gamble. A colossal wooden hand appeared precisely at his landing point, grasping tightly. Shugo evaded the thrown arm. Expressionless as he regarded the rainbow, I discerned your plan the moment I laid eyes on you. Indeed, the rainbow remarked with a hint of self-mockery. His previously frantic demeanor transformed into calm. He neither pleaded nor struggled further, for with both eyes lost, hope had vanished. In truth, he had had a chance for success. But Kurozetsu's intentions and Shugo's sudden ascent had led to his downfall. Shugo struck him down, his body and Sharingan petrified. The last red-eyed ninja, sensing something amiss or for other reasons, refrained from approaching the battlefield, disappearing from sight. Thus, Shugo turned his gaze towards a charred corpse, Senju Jiniki's remains. Let us see if I can alter your fate. Just as Obito lacked the choice to resurrect Rin through the rebirth of the world technique and instead opted for the infinite Tsukuyomi, Hiraku also preferred not to employ Izanagi, but to forge a future world in his own manner, using his eyes as the foundation. Experimentation is merely the first step. Hiraku exhaled lightly, the power of his right eye's ocular technique forming a new chakra attribute in accordance with his sage body's healing capabilities. Subsequently, he utilized his left eye to compress and enhance this chakra in a controllable manner. Under this force, the corpse's skin rejuvenated as if reborn. Hiraku concentrated chakra in his fingers, making an incision along the side of the skin, mimicking Sakura's revival of Naruto's heartbeat. However, Senju Jiniki did not awaken. His will to live had extinguished, devoid of any hesitation. His heart was more dead than his body, an irretrievable state. This was the answer provided by his left eye. At this moment, he could not save a soul that yearned for death. Hiraku ceased his actions, injecting chakra with altered attributes to heal the body, subsequently sealing it within a scroll to return to the battlefield for burial. As for Senju Shinji, after brief contemplation, he also brought back his headless corpse. Aside from being controlled by Kagaya, he had committed no wrongdoing and had earned Jiniki's trust, ultimately not being a villain at heart. Hiraku closed his eyes. Though there was a slight discomfort, it eased significantly due to his constitution. These eyes still harbored immense potential for advancement, especially since the residual ocular power acquired in the past had now returned to his gaze, enabling the transformation of chakra attributes into temporal abilities. Yet, such power is not something one can wield merely by possessing it. Time, in any world, wields formidable strength and is fraught with peril. Chapter 70. Magnanimity. Upon Hiraku's return to the western encampment and the announcement of Senju Jiniki and Senju Shinji's deaths, disbelief echoed in the hearts of all present. Their pillar of support had inexplicably perished. In response to the clan's bewilderment, Hiraku merely uttered the name Uchiha, then entered the room once occupied by Jiniki, allowing others to shape their narratives. This matter entailed numerous complexities. His own eyes, Uchiha Rainbow's journey from the east to the west, Kagaya, the red eyes, and the controlled Senju Shinji. Jiniki's room was notably austere. Upon entering, a scroll lay upon the table. Hiraku opened it to find suggestions regarding who would assume responsibilities following the demise of key figures within the Senju. Among these suggestions was Jiniki himself. Reflecting on this manner of governance, Hiraku felt a twinge of sentiment. Indeed, the individual possessing the red eyes had fled prematurely. But this did not diminish his resolve to eliminate that person. He was never alone. The Senju clan stood behind him, and those around him were individuals he could command. A mission would soon circulate throughout the Land of Fire until this individual was located. After Hiraku assigned the task, several members of the Senju approached him. According to battlefield customs, Jiniki and Shinji ought to have been buried immediately. The best way to honor clan members was to inter them swiftly. However, due to their past contributions and the current tranquility, the Senju decided to make an exception and hold a funeral for them. With Jiniki's passing, Hiraku was now the sole individual capable of commanding the Western Senju ninjas. He had no grounds to refuse and led the vigil after selecting a date. At night, in the funeral hall, the two youths maintained their solemn watch. Tobarama spoke. If only one could be resurrected, it would alleviate the suffering. He was not particularly busy. As the adopted son of Hashirama, he was not obliged to guard the vigil. However, being alone in a vacant room amidst such an atmosphere inevitably led to wandering thoughts. Thus, he came to check on his brother, whom he had not seen in a year. Tobarama, you are mistaken. Unless this chaotic world is resolved, even resurrection would lead to another death, Hiraku replied. I understand your thoughts align with those of my elder brother regarding the resolution of chaos. But relying on Uchiha's power is utterly implausible. As Tobarama gazed at the coffin before him, his tone softened. You can sense this emotion to some degree now. Do you believe this hatred can be easily resolved? Hiraku also regarded the coffin, his thoughts swirling. Indeed, it is quite challenging. Viewed from a third-party perspective, one may feel detached, yet when immersed in the situation, it becomes clear that immense magnanimity is required. If my father were to perish, I would undoubtedly seek vengeance. That is beyond dispute. Tobarama nodded. My brother's viewpoint is excessively idealistic. Only by annihilating all enemies can peace be forged. Tobarama's perspective resonated with the majority. And while such sentiments were not misplaced, the Senju currently lacked the power to eradicate all foes, and enemies were inexhaustible. Slaying the old would only yield new adversaries ad infinitum. Hiraku pondered and inquired. Do you think that if ninjas were devoid of chakra, it would reduce casualties? Tobarama found his brother's line of thought peculiar, but entertained the notion. It would likely slow the rate of casualties, yet conflict will persist. Why does conflict arise? For wealth, resources, anything of value. And what if all needs were met? That is an impossibility. Hiraku paused, touching his right eye. If not for Kagaya's conspiratorial machinations, Madara's infinite Tsukuyami plan could indeed have ushered in lasting peace. Tobarama sighed. Do not ponder too deeply. We are still young. Sometimes, one must stand high to see far. Indeed, 3 days later, as Jinaki was laid to rest, many clan members wept openly. They had all received Jinaki's care, and in their hearts. He was not merely a leader but a family member, a brother. Conversely, Shinji did not receive such an honor. Hiraku quietly observed the interment of the two coffins, somewhat affected by the atmosphere. The following day, the ninjas at the western battlefield, adhering to the scroll written by Jinaki during his lifetime, organized various matters, appointing a ninja named Senju Hen as the new leader of the western encampment. This decision startled Hen himself, though he was also a subordinate of the Senju. He often clashed with Jinaki's viewpoints and was not as closely aligned with another ninja named Ai, making his selection unexpected. With mixed emotions, Hen accepted the role, realizing that he did not truly understand Jinaki. Jinaki's approach to leadership focused not on personal relationships, but on what was best for the region. 2 days later, the Fuma clan accepted the mission issued by Hiraku, discovering a ninja with similar characteristics in their controlled territory of Hirakawa City. Hirakawa City served as a peaceful trading hub. Anyone with strength or wealth could gain entry and would receive protection from the Fuma clan. Hiraku exchanged greetings with Hen, declining the offer to accompany him. Before departing the encampment, Hen did not insist, as Hiraku's safe return after the deaths of Jinaki and Shinji, along with the retrieval of their bodies, attested to his remarkable capabilities. Within Hirakawa City, a man known as Red with crimson eyes fled to this location, having been pursued by Kagaya. At this moment, he bore a troubled expression. It had been many days since that esteemed figure had appeared. Could it be? Red halted his thoughts, unwilling to venture further. Having been indoctrinated by Kagaya since childhood, he had long regarded the individual as a deity. His body grew increasingly frail. Without the presence of that esteemed figure, the inherent issues of this body re-emerged. Stop right there. Fumashiyu called out to Red. What is it? Is there a problem? Red's body stiffened momentarily, yet he ultimately refrained from fleeing. Please leave Hirakawa City. Red furrowed his brow. I have paid my dues. By rights, I am entitled to all privileges within Hirakawa City. Fumashiyu's previously smiling countenance darkened abruptly. Are you unaware of what you have done? Do you think a mere pittance will suffice to protect you from the Senju? Hurry. Exit through the south gate. The Senju clan rarely issues missions concerning the Uchiha, and this time, the bounty for locating a single individual is tenfold higher than similar tasks. It is evident to any fool that this is a significant grudge, one that must be avenged in person. The Wind Demon clan is meticulous in its operations. They dispatched intelligence in anticipation of the enemy's approach, driving the target out of the city to prevent any damage to the town's structures from ninjutsu. Hong remained motionless, his crimson eyes darting around. The Wind Demon shadow, with a cold snort, produced a kunai from his right hand, prepared to neutralize the foe before him. A series of coughs abruptly shattered the tense atmosphere. Hong, with a resigned sigh, slowly made his way toward the south gate. Unbeknownst to him, a shadow lurked quietly, observing. Kurozetsu was present, always watching. Since Senju Shinanai's escape, it had kept a close eye on Hong's movements, intent on ensuring his demise. Only through his death could Kurozetsu gradually fade from Shiyu's memory, allowing it to continue its manipulations. Even if such subordinates are rare, for the sake of Mother, he must perish. Chapter 71. Of course, complete annihilation. Hong reached the gate, a profound sense of crisis surging within him. Among the throngs entering the city, a young man seemed to sense his presence and flashed a chilling smile. Hong's pupils constricted. It was him. Do not panic. I am still among the crowd. He would not dare unleash ninjutsu here. This is still the domain of the Wind Demon clan. Hong forced himself to remain calm. Within the gates awaited the Wind Demons, and outside pursued the youth intent on his life. What course of action could he take? Have you made up your mind? The young man's voice echoed, and suddenly, the people and objects around them vanished, leaving only a pair of scarlet tomo behind. Hong snapped back to reality, his body ensnared by vines, leaving only his feet free to move, unknowingly arriving in a forest. In the land of fire, dense with trees, he could not discern his exact location. You are not a qualified ninja, Shiyu remarked coolly. Controlling him with Genjutsu proved far simpler than anticipated. On one hand, after killing Uchiha Hong, he absorbed his blood and gained his techniques, enhancing his Genjutsu capabilities. On the other, this ninja's psychological resilience was weak, as though he lacked a central pillar, revealing significant vulnerabilities. Just kill me. I have no useful information to divulge. I carry a cursed seal. Hong struggled, but upon realizing his efforts were futile, he resigned himself. Shiyu snickered. You seem quite concerned about something. Is it that shadow possessing others? That day, with Uchiha, Wind Demon, and Kurozetsu at odds with the Senju, had Uchiha known the potential of Hong's eyes, they would undoubtedly have been employed against the Huga. The Wind Demons would think likewise. The strategic value of Hong's eyes far surpassed Shiyu's, making it impossible for them to be wasted on a single target. Thus, the only connection was Kurozetsu. Hong glared fiercely at Shiyu, only for a sudden, sharp pain to pierce his right eye, eliciting a scream. Shiyu produced a vial to capture the eyeball, which contained a specially formulated saline solution to maintain its vitality. After calmly storing it away, he took no haste in removing the other eye. I pondered on the way here and found something curious. Given the escape route, Uchiha's jurisdiction over Iwate City is closer, and considering the relationship between the Senju and Uchiha, they would not make it easy for you. Why then did you take a detour to Hirakata City? Either your residence is in this vicinity, or you have support from other ninjas. Regardless of which, I will discover it. Hong's voice trembled as he gazed at Shiyu with his remaining eye. What do you intend to do? Shiyu chuckled lightly. Of course, to ensure complete annihilation. Hong was not afforded another opportunity to speak. His other eye was extracted, and a wooden stake pierced through his brain, ending his life. Shiyu searched his belongings, revealing a wooden carving depicting an eye, half red and half black. Such peculiar insignia often belonged to nameless clans, signifying their family crest. At the south gate of Hirakata City, Wind Demon Shadow observed the returning youth with a faint smile. Senju Ninja, may I inquire about the bounty? In such search missions, 1/3 of the payment is provided up front, while the remaining 2/3 must be confirmed by the client before settlement. Shiyu nodded, retrieving a pouch of coins from his storage scroll. Do you have any information regarding this individual? Hirakata City was the domain of the Wind Demon clan, and it was not unusual for them to have some spies. Wind Demon Shadow maintained his smile. That comes at an additional cost. Shiyu readily paid the sum, and Wind Demon Shadow promptly arranged a place for him to rest before vanishing to gather the necessary items. About an hour later, Wind Demon Shadow returned with a map and a sheet of paper for Shiyu. What enmity exists between the Senju and this clan? Wind Demon Shadow scrutinized Shiyu. Considering the Senju's temperament, it was rare for them to kill and not pursue the enemy to their home. If you are curious, why not accompany me? Shiyu suggested casually. Glancing at the map and the paper, noticing some missing information, clearly pertaining to another portion of intelligence. No, the Wind Demon clan is only interested in wealth. If the Senju were willing to pay, we could engage the Uchiha once more. Shiyu smiled lightly, disregarding the offer as he exited through the north gate toward the designated location. Wind Demon Shadow emerged from the side, whispering, "This kid has considerable wealth. Should we pursue?" Wind Demon Shadow shook his head. "Do you know who he is?" "The Senju brat. Is his name necessary?" Wind Demon Shadow frowned. "At his age, with white hair." "There are only two Senju. One is the son of Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, and the other is the son of Senju Koarama, who also possesses Huga blood, Senju Shiyu. Both identities are troublesome. Initiating a conflict with the Senju would incur significant losses. We should gather more information and not fixate on him." Wind Demon Shadow swallowed hard and nodded in agreement. The location chosen by Hong's clan was not far from Hirakata City. Shiyu first observed from a tree. Noting the presence of 17 individuals, only 3 of whom were ninjas, the strongest among them being merely of special jounin rank. Such a level posed no significant challenge. Shiyu regarded the clan emblem he had retrieved from Hong, the red half symbolizing the bloodline limit of the Crimson Eyes, while the black half represented Kurozetsu. For how long had Kurozetsu controlled this clan? How long had it brainwashed them? He did not know nor care, for this clan would cease to exist today. A searing draconic flame descended from the heavens, shattering their tranquility, followed by the clashing of kunai and the sounds of screams, and then silence. The clan's territory ignited in flames, the bodies of ninjas sprawled upon the ground. Once again, tranquility reclaimed the surroundings. Shiyu's eyes, adorned with the 3 tomo, noticed a young man in his 20s staggering toward him, bearing the half-red, half-black eye insignia at his waist. In disbelief, he beheld the devastation before him. Falling to his knees in despair and screaming, Why have you done this? There are children here, just like you." Shiyu replied coldly, "I too am a child. Yet your clan leader sought to harm me." When confronting Kurozetsu, he could not afford any mercy. Dealing with such a cunning entity required a resolve that only grew stronger with determination. The young man rose from the ground, brandishing a kunai and charging at Shiyu. Not being a ninja, he was swiftly dispatched, his body cast into the flames. Wind release. Gale Palm aided the inferno, intensifying the blaze that engulfed the clan's territory entirely. Shiyu waited a moment, ensuring the flames had extinguished before departing unscathed. There was nothing to say about killing. Everyone involved had friends and family, all of whom would mourn. To be swayed by such emotions would ultimately lead to one's own harm. Chapter 72, Senju Masayoshi? Young one, do you truly wish to reveal yourself to others? Is it not better to remain outside? We have enjoyed such comfort over the years. Senior, my subordinate is in trouble. I cannot ignore it. After a 4-year absence, Senju Masayoshi, upon receiving word that Hinata and Kazemaru were launching an assault on the Western Front, and knowing that his subordinate, Senju Shu, was among them, felt an urgency to act. Yet, having lived apart from humanity for so long, in a manner akin to a wild man, he faced severe issues with information transmission and was unaware that this battle had concluded a year prior, prompting his hasty departure. As Senju Masayoshi surveyed his surroundings, he sensed a familiar presence and instinctively followed it. He soon beheld the silhouette of a white-haired youth and could not suppress his voice. Awu. The peculiar sound startled the birds into flight and caused leaves to scatter. Shu halted, having just dealt with a clan possessing red eyes, and was about to return when he heard the strange noise. Glancing back in confusion, before him stood a humanoid with disheveled hair, a thick beard, tattered clothing revealing dark skin, and long, sharp nails, yet devoid of any foul odor. A wild man. Such creatures still exist in the West? Awu awu awu. She took a few glances and sensed that this figure's power was reminiscent of the former Senju Jinichi. At that moment, Masayoshi realized his predicament. Due to spending most of his time conversing with his predecessor within, he had momentarily forgotten how to articulate words. How intriguing. I wonder if I can summon a spirit beast. Using one hand, she transformed it into several wooden tendrils that surged towards the wild man. Masayoshi, feeling helpless, unleashed his chakra and gracefully descended to the ground, immediately carving letters into the earth with his nails. Witnessing this spectacle, she felt a sense of novelty and ceased his attack, choosing instead to observe the unfolding situation. I am Senju Masayoshi. After etching the words, Masayoshi gazed gently at Shu, noting how much his former disciple had matured over the years. Senju Masayoshi. Upon examining this figure, Shu could discern no trace of the former Senju Masayoshi, save for the unmistakable glint in his eyes that revealed remnants of the past. However, among the clan, this ninja had perished. His resurrection inevitably raised questions of loyalty. Young one, exercise caution. This child is different, A voice echoed in Masayoshi's ear. Senior, my subordinate would not strike against me, Masayoshi thought to himself, believing that despite the years of change, the essence of his disciples remained largely intact. She regarded him for a moment before speaking. Very well, I shall tentatively trust you. However, your appearance could use some refinement. It would be unwise for others to see you like this. I doubt even the clan leader would believe you are a Senju. Masayoshi shook his head and inscribed new words. Kazemaru, Hinata, war. She pondered for a moment, recognizing that such intelligence was outdated, likely stemming from events a year prior. With a resigned sigh, he replied, your information is obsolete. The battlefield has long since concluded, and we emerged victorious. The Hinata have refrained from conflict with the Senju for 5 years, and the ninjas sent by Kazemaru have mostly been eliminated. Upon hearing this, Masayoshi could only smile helplessly and wrote several more words. Shi's expression shifted slightly. You wish to depart? Is it not better to return to the clan? I can assist you with any identity issues you may have upon your arrival in the West, and I can help you restore your appearance as well. Masayoshi hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his eyes. Although he had initially struggled with the wild lifestyle, he had grown accustomed to the peace it afforded him over time. This tranquility, in contrast to the violence of battle, seemed quite pleasant, a form of alternative peace. It was during this time that his strength had also seen improvement. With a sigh, Shi produced a storage scroll from within his robes and handed it to Masayoshi. Inside, you will find food, water, money, clothing, and a few miscellaneous items. It is not much, but it should suffice for one person. A glimmer of gratitude flickered in Masayoshi's eyes as he accepted the scroll. About to take his leave, he suddenly recalled something and wrote down an address. Need to find you? Awu. Do not disclose my location to anyone else. Masayoshi nodded and finally wrote, Thank you, Tobarama. Shi's expression faltered momentarily. Although he appreciated the name Tobarama, it was associated with mischief rather than noble deeds. His countenance darkened as he said, Actually, I am Sho. Masayoshi's eyes widened in surprise. In his recollection, the only white-haired youth of that age was Tobarama. No wonder he always felt that this individual possessed a somewhat peculiar demeanor. He had assumed it was merely the influence of Shu that made the two brothers seem similar. Very well, Master, you should depart swiftly. If others arrive, you may find it difficult to leave. As soon as Shu finished speaking, he observed Masayoshi vanishing in a flash, his Byakugan activated, focusing intently. Through this eye, Shu discerned an unusual chakra within Masayoshi, a hint of curiosity stirring within him as he felt a surge of hunger. It seems my master indeed has his own story. He has assumed such an identity. Having grasped the general situation, Shu deactivated his Byakugan and returned to the encampment. Finished? As he opened the door, Tobarama glanced up at Shu before resuming his work. Shu poured himself a cup of tea and took a sip before saying, Yes. I encountered a wild man on the road. He claims to be Senju Masayoshi. Disclosing the matter of Senju Masayoshi to Tobarama posed no issue, as it was the former who had mistaken identities and requested secrecy. This implied that Tobarama was informed, rendering Shu's knowledge inconsequential. Upon hearing this, Tobarama paused in his tasks. He did not return with you? He expressed a desire to become the king of the forest, claiming to have reached the pinnacle of strength as a jonin. He deemed it better to remain outside, where he would face less suspicion, rather than return to the clan, leaving me only an address and requesting that I tell no one. Isn't that rather counterproductive? Tobarama remarked. No, you revealed it to me first because he mistook me for Senju Tobarama, Shu retorted with a huff, jotting down a note. Tobarama chuckled lightly before quickly regaining his composure. That is fine. The more who know, the greater the assurance. Do you intend to eliminate him? That is unnecessary. Father would not easily let him go. Senju Masayoshi has already been slain by Inyang Saimai, and even if he were to return, that name could no longer be used. Chapter 73. A respite. As the two concluded their discussion on Senju Masayoshi, Shu observed Tobarama closely and noticed something amiss. His aura seemed weaker, far more subdued than usual. Have you sustained injuries in recent days? Tobarama displayed a hint of resignation. You have discerned it. During an experiment, a deviation occurred with the space-time ninjutsu, resulting in a greater cost than anticipated. However, I shall recover in about half a month. Why commence experiments so soon? Tobarama, is there not still time? It is different. Shu, I possess my own pride. I do not wish for you and elder brother to engage in conflict with the Uchiha on the battlefield, feeling utterly helpless. Sometimes, Exploration demands courage. An unwavering focus on stability will only result in stagnation. Fear not. I am aware of the limits and will not recklessly endanger my life. I understand. With a sigh, Shi gazed into Tobarama's eyes, refraining from further persuasion and abandoning the notion of using his ocular abilities to assist Tobarama, as such an act would be a desecration of his will. He exited the room, choosing not to intrude further, for it was time to delve into his own abilities. By utilizing his right eye to convert chakra into a temporal attribute and employing his left eye to analyze and comprehend his capabilities, Shu embarked on the process. As he proceeded, he identified a particular issue stemming from the errors of his initial use of the Mangekyo Sharingan 4 years prior. For instance, the right eye represented modification and alteration, rather than the transformation he had previously perceived. The consumption of the left eye, contrary to being lesser than that of the right, depended on the complexity of the subject being analyzed and whether he truly comprehended it. For those unfamiliar with the passage of time, the consumption of ocular power may escalate to several times, even a dozen times greater. Hiraku had to proceed with caution. The kaleidoscope was akin to a battery, with every slight usage depleting its charge. Though the sage body could recharge, it too had its limits and should not be squandered frivolously. The most conventional path would be to evolve further, enhancing the bloodline within. This process could not be rushed when Hiraku was still a chunin. The transformation of the devoured blood power had already slowed considerably. Now, having surpassed the elite chunin rank, the speed of enhancement had increased. And given the amount stored within his body, he was not in haste. A member of the Senju clan brought forth an hourglass, a tool to test his altered time chakra. As he enveloped the hourglass with chakra, the sand that had been flowing continuously came to an abrupt halt. The hourglass then slipped from his palm, resting silently on the ground. Hiraku attempted to grasp the hourglass, only to find his hand passing through it effortlessly, unable to make contact. It was as though the hourglass had been rendered ethereal. More accurately, it simply did not exist within his timeline, thus eluding his touch. Intriguingly, while he could not assault others in the paused time like a certain individual, he could, at crucial moments, transport allies into that time to evade harm, and perhaps even banish enemies into that realm to divide the battlefield. There was no weakness in temporal abilities. Their efficacy depended solely on the user's application. However, it was evident that such powers were less impactful on inanimate objects than on living beings. Hiraku ventured into the dungeon, not with malevolent intent, but rather to further his research on ninjutsu. Was it wrong to seek assistance? The ninjas in the dungeon were initially bewildered by the presence of a child, but upon hearing someone declare him as Senju Hiraku, the creator of the infamous honest soup, they instinctively pressed against the walls. The honest soup? Following the direction indicated by the dungeon ninjas, Hiraku beheld a bubbling cauldron of dark, unappetizing substance, his mouth twitching slightly. So this was the concoction. Its taste was abysmal, its smell repugnant, and its appearance bizarre, yet it held the power to nourish the body. The critical drawback was that swallowing it would leave a dry residue clinging to the mouth. He had thought it would be destroyed after being discovered by the Senju clan, yet his father had evidently sent it to the battlefield. To be honest, there had been a time when he considered becoming a master of dark cuisine based on his own talents. Young Master Hiraku, I've shared all I could. Could we perhaps exchange this for something less revolting? I would prefer something ordinary. Yes, anything normal will do, another chimed in. My neighbor is an Uchiha. Let that cauldron be given to them. He can drink half of it in one go. Scoundrel, you could drink half in one gulp. Why not step out for a duel? Use kunai, ascend the life and death stage, Senju brat. I'll help you clear out the dungeon if you hand me a kunai. With an enthusiasm surpassing expectations, Hiraku glanced at the ninjas and declared, I need collaborators for my experiments. The benefit is that the food will be the same as mine. Let me have it. I've consumed it for 6 months. You liar. Isn't it supposed to be once every 7 days? Where did 6 months come from? Choose me. I am honest. Senju brat, these lower clans lack profound insights. You should be familiar with us Uchihas. Hiraku did not overlook them, summoning individuals one by one for experiments. Throughout this process, his control over time chakra grew increasingly adept. The application of techniques is an ongoing journey of development and refinement, necessitating the passage of time for ultimate manifestation. 3 months later, after continuous reflection and practice, Hiraku named his technique that incorporated time chakra, time rest, allowing for a momentary respite within time. Initially lasting mere seconds, It subsequently extended to over 10 seconds, ultimately stabilizing at 1 minute. This minute was not the limit, but controlling beyond it would consume chakra at 6 times the initial rate. To achieve another breakthrough, he needed to enhance his chakra cohesion, which corresponded to his strength level. During this minute in a state of time rest, individuals would remain unaffected by external influences, yet they too would be immobilized, their thoughts frozen. The tranquil western battlefield received news from the eastern front. Kagaya and the Uchiha were jointly assaulting the Senju, with suspected involvement from the Hozuki clan. This news drew Hiraku's thoughts back several years, to when Hozuki Tsukuyami had launched a surprise attack on Kagaya's vessel, securing victory. After which Kagaya had abandoned her confrontation with the Senju to assist the Yuki against the Hozuki. The Hozuki sought assistance from the Senju, but Senju Mukun aimed to reclaim the previously agreed-upon funds, resulting in an impasse, the outcome of which remained unknown. Due to Kagaya's somewhat erratic nature, the eastern stronghold was likely stronger than the western one, yet it could not indefinitely obstruct the advances of the 3 clans. In light of this news, Senju naturally could not afford to be careless. However, the western stronghold had recently engaged with the Huga and the Wind Demon, and the available manpower had significantly dwindled, making it impossible to deplete their resources entirely. After much contemplation, the optimal solution was to return the subsidiary clan that Hiraku had brought from the eastern front. Hiraku decided to accompany them, both to test his current abilities and because, having gone so long without sustenance, he had nearly digested everything. Chapter 74. That said, on the eastern battlefield, Senju Mukun exclaimed, "You scoundrel! This turmoil is all due to your lack of regard for past friendships." "I hold no such sentiment," came the retort. "Isn't it your failure to repay the debt? Your lives are precious, yet our Senju lives are not." On the battlefield, Senju Mukun felt immense pressure. As a seasoned clan leader-level ninja, there were few things in this world that could still weigh heavily on him. Yet, facing Hozuki Tsukuyami, Kagaya Taketorai, and the Uchiha Ken, all of whom possessed extensive combat experience, he recognized that even if he held an advantage over them, their combined strength could undoubtedly overwhelm him. However, in recent days, Mukun understood that the 3 clans were not united. At the very least, the Uchiha and Kagaya were not in harmony with the Hozuki. The 3 of them had come to battle, while Uchiha Ken stood aloof, arms crossed, observing coldly. Today, however, Uchiha Ken broke the silence. "One of our Uchiha, Uchiha Niji, along with 7 elite Shunin, disappeared on your Senju side. We demand an explanation. Did you kill him?" Senju Mukun was unaware of what Uchiha Niji had done. Yet he had no qualms about taking the blame. "Indeed, it was I who killed him." "Very well," Uchiha Ken replied coldly. Uchiha Niji was one of his subordinates and one of his most promising prospects. There was no doubt he would eventually ascend to the position of clan leader. Yet he had vanished without a trace, leaving nothing behind. In an instant, a crimson blade flashed forth, followed by the body flicker technique. Fiery blades materialized all around as a second and third wave followed, with Uchiha Ken's figure appearing to multiply into dozens. Hozuki Tsukuyami and Kagaya Taketorai silently retreated. One utilized water release, while the other employed taijutsu, both knowing that they would easily be caught in Uchiha Ken's offensive maneuvers, and recklessly intervening would only lead to friendly fire. Senju Mukun focused intently, beginning to swing his blade in defense, yet he felt somewhat overwhelmed. For days on end, he had been engaged in high-intensity battles, a reality shared by all in the Eastern Front. Some had even perished from sheer exhaustion. Today, after the considerable energy spent battling Hozuki Tsukuyami and Kagaya Taketorai, he found it difficult to respond to such assaults. "Stop being foolish, old man. Only Senju Genkan and Senju Butsuma are worthy opponents for me. Individuals of your age should perish sooner rather than stand before me. Prepare to die, alongside Niji." Senju Mukun was forced back, his face reddening as a surge of fire chakra invaded his body, blood seeping forth and emitting a white vapor. Uchiha Ken breathed heavily, the 3 tomo glinting with a cold light as he advanced step by step towards Senju Mukun. "Mukun-sama, how are you holding up?" In a state of urgency, Senju Mingjing lamented his predicament, as he faced a formidable adversary from the Uchiha clan who relentlessly pursued him in battle. Why had his family not yet dispatched assistance? Could this be part of a sinister scheme devised by the Buddhist realm? His mind was in turmoil, filled with uncertainty regarding his family's intentions and the machinations of the Buddhist realm, as he prepared himself for the worst. A brilliant azure light emanated from his eyes, propelling Uchiha Ken back with a single strike. Senju Mingjian, feeling slightly reassured, spoke up. Shinjian, you have arrived late. I did not wish to see you. Your absence has brought me peace. Senju Shinjian replied calmly, casting a glance at Akatsuki Tsukuyami and Kagaya Take-Torai, his gaze fixated on Uchiha Ken. I never anticipated that we would find ourselves fighting together again. The last such occasion was nearly a decade ago. Longevity has its merits. He summoned the fire chakra within him and rose to his feet. Senju Shinjian, it is always you who thwarts my plans. Perhaps this is the so-called fate. Uchiha Niji, your flamboyant sword techniques must be taxing on your chakra. I shall not indulge you. You may leave. Do you perceive my eyes as blind? What assurance do you have that you can best us in a 1-against-3? Senju Shinjian chuckled softly. Indeed, this presents a bit of a challenge. With precise timing, Akatsuki Tsukuyami unleashed the water release, double water cannon technique, aiming for an opening. Senju Shinjian vanished from sight, while torrents of water cascaded from the heavens. Uchiha Ken, utilizing the 3-tomo, skillfully anticipated the trajectory and unleashed a decisive strike. His flame fall technique, a concentrated fiery slash, harnessed compressed fire chakra for enhanced lethality. Senju Shinjian coldly declared, one sword style, storm. Their clash resulted in a stalemate. Wood release, birth of the tree world, called out Hiraku, invigorating the weary Senju ninja. For years prior, this voice had accompanied the battlefield, as the dark vines had provided them with both convenience and safety in their desperate battles. The Kagaya ninjas were haunted by unpleasant memories, having previously faced this wooden menace. Now, after a brief respite, they found themselves besieged once more. They began to retreat, waiting for the growth of the wood release to cease before counterattacking. Learning from past mistakes, I see, Hiraku observed with narrowed eyes. After such an extended engagement, he had begun to discern the characteristics of the wood release, yet he was not the same as he had been 4 years prior. The wooden vines accelerated their growth, enveloping the area. As the Kagaya ninjas severed some trees and continued their retreat, the Uchiha ninjas, having unleashed several fire techniques, found the flaming trees surging towards them, abandoning their offensive plans. Meanwhile, the members of the Akatsuki clan quietly withdrew after the opposing ninjas had retreated. Long live the artillery, Hiraku mused, recognizing that simplicity and brutality were the essence of effective combat. Among the Eastern ninjas, many had begun to rally around Hiraku, led by Senju Shengyang, who had not seen Hiraku in a year and promptly presented him with a list. This detailed the number of individuals who had joined or left their ranks over the past year. Their numbers had dwindled significantly, predominantly comprised of lower-ranked ninjas. Hiraku glanced at the document briefly before stowing it away, acknowledging that there was no need for concern at present, as the stronger members had already borne the brunt of the pressure, while the weaker ones had a higher chance of survival. Setting aside these concerns, they focused on clearing the battlefield and neutralizing the immediate threats. Kagaya Take-Torai surveyed the battlefield with a sense of unease, wishing to withdraw, yet uncertain how long Uchiha Ken and Senju Shinjian would continue to clash. He found himself caught in a dilemma, unable to leave or remain. Akatsuki clan leader, why not capture that young boy? Suggested Akatsuki Tsukuyami, shaking his head. The Akatsuki clan does not recklessly target a young ninja. I personally admire his bravery. I certainly did not possess such strength at his age. He is the child of Senju Shinjian, he added with a cough. However, it is indeed necessary to deal with this youth. The greatest respect for an enemy is to disregard their age. As Chapter 75 titled Giant Claw unfolded, Akatsuki Tsukuyami sprinted towards Hiraku's direction. If only the Akatsuki clan's ninjas were present, or if the situation were dire, he would still resort to the mist concealment technique to obscure his advance. Young master, he is targeting you. You must flee, Senju Shengyang warned, preparing to shield Hiraku and provide him with a chance to escape. Flee. Hiraku gently pushed Senju Shengyang aside and stepped forward. Rest now. Your weary body and depleted chakra will not suffice to hold him back. You choose not to flee, confronting me directly. How should I label your actions? Foolishness or commendable courage? Akatsuki Tsukuyami's eyes sparkled with interest as he approached, forming hand seals. Water release, ultimate water prison technique. Unlike the ordinary water prison technique that required the user to approach the enemy and maintain contact, the ultimate water prison was a culmination of the Akatsuki clan's long research, allowing for remote deployment without the need for constant contact. This sudden binding jutsu was most effective when first employed, especially against opponents of lesser strength. Just as the water prison was about to materialize, Hiraku deftly leaped from its confines, evading the attack. An impressive sensory ability. You escaped before the prison could fully form. Akatsuki Tsukuyami remarked, slightly taken aback. Hiraku was not the first to escape the water prison, but he was certainly the weakest among those who had. A prodigy? The Senju clan is truly fortunate. Yet this boy is still approaching. I must not underestimate him, thinking that superior sensory perception alone can match my skills. Akatsuki Tsukuyami smiled. You must be Senju Hiraku. Your sensory prowess ranks among the top 3 in my knowledge. Oh, and who might you be? Hiraku responded, momentarily stunned. He could surmise the identity of the individual before him, but the condescending tone of praise irked him, preventing any normal dialogue from taking place. What an unappealing little brat. Akatsuki Tsukuyami's expression darkened, and he vanished in an instant. Let us see if your sensory ability can surpass my body flicker technique. Unfazed, Hiraku whispered, audible only to himself. 3 seconds. A grayish-white chakra enveloped a 5-meter radius, becoming transparent shortly thereafter. Akatsuki Tsukuyami's movement slowed and ultimately halted. In the first second, Hiraku positioned himself beside Akatsuki Tsukuyami. In the second second, a surge of black chakra enveloped him, forming a skeletal structure that coalesced into an arm. In the third second, the skeletal hand clenched into a fist, crackling with electric arcs, aimed squarely at the enemy's head. Just as the interval concluded, Akatsuki Tsukuyami regained his mobility and awareness, only to find the young boy had vanished without warning. This sudden turn of events left him momentarily bewildered, but years of battlefield experience compelled him to instinctively activate his water transformation ability. The massive fist grazed his hair as it descended, creating a shallow crater upon impact, the water below shimmering with electric arcs. Instinctual? Hiraku pondered, having created an advantageous environment at the onset of the interval and launching his assault just as it concluded. During this time, he had also tapped into the third power within his eyes, the initial form of Susanoo. This strike would have been nearly unavoidable for any ninja lacking special abilities. The force behind the skeletal structure would deliver a punishing blow. While Akatsuki Tsukuyami managed to mitigate much of the impact using his water transformation, the lightning-infused chakra still inflicted damage upon him. As the water swirled, he reverted to human form. Grateful that the disparity in chakra concentration and the fact that it was merely an enhancement rather than a jutsu prevented it from being a decisive blow. Akatsuki Tsukuyami dismissed any feelings of underestimation. In the brief exchange, it had been he, the clan leader, who found himself at a disadvantage, particularly in light of the last black skeletal fist, which had posed a grave threat, with even a moment's inattention potentially resulting in death. It cannot possibly be the body flicker technique. Otherwise, there would be no way to sense its presence at all. Ghost Lantern Shingetsu began to analyze the recent events. Yet he still felt a faint numbness within his body, undoubtedly an unstable factor stemming from the battle. Ultimately, he bit his thumb, formed hand seals, and struck the ground, summoning technique. After a thick cloud of smoke dissipated, a colossal crimson crab, towering over 30 meters, emerged. Its pincers were mismatched in size, the larger one dwarfing its entire body, while the smaller one was about half the size of its legs. Upon its arrival, it emitted a youthful voice, saying, "Shingetsu, have you summoned me to assist in battle?" Giant pincer, hold them off for a moment. I need to address a personal issue. Just avoid combat. The giant pincer stood still, its claws slightly ajar, watching the remaining ninjas with vigilance. To Shingetsu's surprise, a summoned beast had appeared. Haruka raised his gaze to the crab. Reminiscent of a species known as the horseshoe crab from his past life, its pincers uniquely distinctive. Being relatively close, he could clearly hear their conversation. The crab's tone suggested a good-natured temperament. If left unattended, it might serve as a good luck charm, though such thoughts were merely fanciful. The ninjas on the eastern battlefield had already taken action. After days of intense combat, the sudden summoning of such a massive creature triggered an immediate response. Waves of ninja techniques surged toward the giant pincer, and even the most placid of tempers could be provoked by a relentless barrage of attacks. The enormous pincers flailed wildly, sending waves of attackers flying, while it also unleashed water techniques in the form of foamy jets. Haruka observed for a while, noting that the creature's abilities were not particularly extraordinary, merely larger in size. He then formed hand seals, would release, The art of the binding bag. Two massive wooden hands erupted from the ground, seizing the giant pincer, which was further ensnared by a multitude of vines that sprouted from the wooden hands. "You villain!" the giant pincer exclaimed, its voice tinged with a hint of childishness, creating a stark contrast with its enormous body. Haruka paid it no heed. Once the pincers were secured, he commanded the vines to wrap around the crab's 8 legs, climbing atop its back. Ghost Lantern Shingetsu rose to his feet, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he was being pursued by a small spirit, but his pride paled in comparison to the peculiar movement he had just witnessed. "Villain, don't stand on my back," protested the giant pincer. Unlike ordinary crabs, its eyes were elevated atop its head, providing a broader view but also exposing a vulnerability. Haruka contemplated severing those eyes but refrained from such arrogance in the face of Shingetsu, deciding instead to wait for an opportune moment. Shingetsu remained cautious, maintaining a safe distance. Though he was uncertain of Haruka's technique, he surmised that it could not be effective from too far away. After circling each other for some time, they continued to maintain a safe distance, as Haruka's speed was slightly inferior to Shingetsu's, preventing him from closing in. After a prolonged standoff, Haruka's eyes flickered, and he remarked, "Shall we each return to our respective homes?" Shingetsu nodded. While the suggestion seemed absurd, he could not quite grasp the youth's intentions. However, in the next moment, he felt as though he were immobilized by some unseen force. "Jinjutsu." Shingetsu gritted his teeth, attempting to break free, but Haruka was already drawing near with clear intent, waiting for the next opportunity to strike or to finish the battle with a single blow from his Susanu's skeletal form. Chapter 76. Mutual Destruction. Currently, the only variable in their confrontation was the summoned beast beneath them. Should it vanish, there might be a chance for survival. Tragically, despite its massive size, the giant pincer possessed a childlike mentality, a reflection of Shingetsu's earlier misfortune, its summoning only recently bound to him following the demise of its previous summoner, Kagaya. Crabs typically have short lifespans, even as summoned beasts, but they also mature quickly. Had it survived a few more months, the giant pincer would have reached adulthood without issue. Haruka's black skeletal form re-emerged, eschewing flashy techniques for a straightforward strike. With a resounding crack, Shingetsu's eyes widened in horror as he distinctly heard the sound of his bones shattering, the agony coursing through him indescribable. A fierce desire for death flickered in his gaze as he channeled chakra, unleashing a torrent of water with astonishing speed. A grayish-white domain materialized, a small hole appearing in Haruka's skeletal structure, akin to the helmet worn by Tobirama, with a trickle of blood seeping from his forehead. Haruka cast a glance at the water arrow, now halted in mid-flight, and silently withdrew from the attack range. The Susanoo was merely in its initial form, and the fact that it could be breached was hardly surprising. However, in a moment of near death, the execution of such a perilous technique should not be underestimated. In truth, this battle relied heavily on the initial advantage created by Haruka, combined with the sudden onset of Jinjutsu that led to Shingetsu's demise. Essentially, Haruka had capitalized on his advantageous position and the inherent weakness of the Senju clan in Jinjutsu, leaving Shingetsu with minimal defenses. "What is this?" Shingetsu gasped, half of his face obliterated. His words slurred as he lost consciousness before receiving a response from Haruka. "Those who are dead should cease their musings," Haruka murmured, forming hand seals, leaping onto the crab's shell, and unleashing a water blade. Water release, water severing wave. The water blade descended between the giant pincer's eyes, abruptly silencing its youthful cries, which faded into smoke. The entwining wooden vines quickly converged towards Haruka's position, providing him with a landing spot as Shingetsu's lifeless body plummeted to the ground, creating a blood-soaked crater. "My lord, you actually killed Ghost Lantern Shingetsu," Senju Asahi exclaimed, eyes wide with shock, as did the other Senju ninjas who sensed the ominous chakra, realizing that power eclipsed all else. "He is dead." Senju Gunma had been monitoring Shingetsu's presence, and upon sensing Haruka, he had felt an unsettling shift, a brief disappearance, followed by a dwindling presence, culminating in death. Uchiha Ken also felt a familiar yet foreign icy chakra. "Your son seems to favor the Uchiha clan. It appears you have failed, Gunma." Gunma remained silent, his aura gradually retracting as he prepared to unleash a strike. The ultimate technique, Demon Exorcism / This was the Senju clan's aspiration for a brighter future, an intention to exorcise evil. This strike not only possessed immense power, but also temporarily suppressed the opponent's chakra. You scoundrel! Let's see who is stronger. Uchiha Ken activated his 3-tomo Sharingan. The best course of action would be to evade, but Gunma had already locked onto him. An evasion would lead to disadvantage. Both understood each other well, knowing that a decisive victory would not be achieved in a moment. Thus, they could only clash with their strongest attacks. Ken directed his chakra, striking with his blade, which blazed a brilliant red, emanating intense heat. Ultimate technique, sun-extinguishing flame. Unlike the Senju clan's attack, this was the Uchiha's confidence in their fire techniques, symbolizing flames surpassing the sun. While it lacked the raw power of the Senju's technique, its destructive capability was superior. As their attacks collided with tremendous force, both weapons exhibited cracks, with Gunma's armor igniting in crimson flames, while Ken's armor shattered, blood seeping forth. With a deafening explosion, both combatants were sent reeling backward. Meanwhile, Kagaya was relentlessly assaulting Senju Akira with her bone blade. Akira, already injured and with chakra nearly depleted, found himself struggling against Kagaya, his body riddled with wounds. The Uzumaki clan arrived too late. Akira pondered, gasping for breath as his vision began to blur. On this day next year, it will mark your demise. Kagaya Taketorai has sensed the limits of her opponent. Gripping the bone blade tightly, she lunges forward with a fierce thrust. Senju Myokin, wielding his sword, exerts all his strength to defend himself. But a sharp pain pierces his abdomen as another bone blade drives into his body. The clang of the sword hitting the ground resonates as Senju Myokin feels his strength dissipate, collapsing helplessly. He is utterly exhausted, unable to perceive even the simplest of attacks. Farewell, Kagaya Taketorai declares, delivering a decisive strike to his neck, blood spurting forth. From a distance, Hiruga halts his advance, witnessing Kagaya Taketorai dispatch Senju Myokin. She notices the gaze upon her and turns to Hiruga, inquiring, "How did Akatsuki Shingetsu meet his end? Why don't you descend and inquire yourself?" He retorts, fingers snapping in rapid succession, sending bone fragments shooting forth. The sudden death of Akatsuki Shingetsu leaves Kagaya Taketorai cautious of this youth. Mokutan, Jukai Koten, though Hiruga feigns casualness, he remains vigilant in his actions. The Kagaya clan's long-range techniques are limited, and as he notes the movements, he begins to form hand seals. Trees erupt from the ground, growing rapidly to shield him. A commendable reaction, Kagaya Taketorai concedes, just as she prepares to continue her assault. Her gaze catches a flash of red. Members of the Uzumaki clan have arrived. She retreats slowly, aware that, like Senju Myokin, they have been engaged in battle for several days, and their stamina cannot match that of the Uzumaki clan. Coupled with Hiruga and Senju Jinkan, who have brought their own reinforcements, they find themselves at a disadvantage. Uchiha Ken rises from the ground, blood trickling from his mouth, his body littered with cuts. Senju Jinkan's clothing is tattered, revealing his muscular frame, flushed red. Yet he bears fewer wounds than Uchiha Ken. Retreat. Uchiha Ken realizes this maneuver has put him at a disadvantage. The enemy still possesses the ability to clear the blades, while he is left vulnerable. His Sharingan has also spotted the red-haired figures, prompting him to issue a decisive command. The enemy begins to withdraw, and some members of the Senju clan, having relaxed their guard, faint from exhaustion. Hiruga glances at the lifeless body of Senju Myokin, whose head has been severed, leaving no hope for revival. He carefully stores the body in a scroll, aligning perfectly with Jinkan, who observes, "A fine physique indeed. Shouldn't you provide me with a garment? Are you truly going to let your father remain unclothed?" Jinkan retorts, his emotions tumultuous. Despite their long-standing rivalry, they shared a bond forged in battle, and Myokin's death stirs a profound sense of loss within him. Hiruga promptly retrieves a garment from the scroll and hands it to Jinkan. After donning the clothing, Jinkan steadies himself to address the Uzumaki clan's ninjas. As the elder of the Senju clan, he must adeptly manage the situation. The departure of a comrade is undoubtedly sorrowful, yet the future of his clan takes precedence. Chapter 77. An outstanding graduate of Huga University. The Uzumaki clan's delegation includes a familiar face to Hiruga, elder of the Uzumaki clan. Unlike the Senju clan, the Uzumaki have a longer lifespan, resulting in their elder and clan leader often being the same individual. Thus, the second elder leading this contingent ensures no issues regarding strength arise, especially as they come equipped with a substantial supply of medical resources to address urgent needs. This battlefield is far more brutal than the one from a year prior. During the Wind Demon and Hinata skirmishes, as the scale and power required are exponentially greater. A year ago, the Hinata Shingetsu led the charge, supported by the Wind Demon, with more of the Hinata's main forces involved. However, this time, Kagaya's main forces, the Uchiha's Eastern Front, and the Akatsuki's assistants are present. As the number of combatants increases, so does the toll of lives lost. Among them, Senju Myokin, who had just arrived at the Eastern Front to assist, has perished. Additionally, Senju Rei, who was suddenly attacked by a Senju ninja under Uchiha Ken's control, sustained significant injuries and is currently recuperating. The Eastern Front now comprises only about 60% of its original strength, and as the battle winds down, relaxation leads to a further decline, leaving perhaps only 40% operational. This includes logistics, which can only manage about 20%. However, the remaining forces consist mainly of core members. While both high-end and low-end combatants have been largely eliminated, Hiruga contemplates this reality, understanding that those of renown often become targets, while the weak are swiftly dispatched. It is those who blend into mediocrity, possessing just enough strength to defend themselves, who survive. Inside a wooden hut, Senju Jinkan and the second elder of the Uzumaki clan discuss forthcoming strategies, with Hiruga present as an observer. Logically, it would be opportune to strike the Akatsuki clan now, as their population in the Land of Water cannot rival that of the Kagaya or Uchiha clans. Furthermore, according to prior intelligence, their temporary residence is situated at the original position of the Eastern Alliance, at the heart of the three clans. This location poses a significant challenge. Should the Senju dispatch ninjas, both Uchiha and Kagaya can respond in kind, rendering the situation akin to that of the battlefield. We do not require many. A single ninja capable of wide-ranging ninjutsu will suffice to wreak havoc in this area. Moreover, our numbers must remain limited, the second elder of the Uzumaki emphasizes. Jinkan gestures towards the map, stating, Akatsuki Shingetsu has perished, and Uchiha Ken requires at least 5 days to recover from his injuries. This timing is indeed favorable. It is evident Uchiha is aware of our intentions. This area will not solely harbor members of the Akatsuki clan. Hiruga discerns the underlying message from the second elder, essentially suggesting that he should undertake reconnaissance, while Jinkan contemplates the broader implications, sensing a potential trap. Are we not to proceed? After a brief contemplation, Jinkan concludes, we must go. They have been tirelessly engaged with the original battlefield ninjas, and with Uchiha Ken injured, despite the risk of ambush, tonight presents the best opportunity. He pauses, adding, it may be our only chance in the near future. Upon returning to the temporary quarters, the Akatsuki ninjas, after tending to their wounds, become vigilant. Akatsuki Shingetsu had declared before his death that should reinforcements arrive, they would certainly launch a surprise attack in this area, leading to various preparations and the presence of Uchiha and Kagaya ninjas ready to assist. Do you think they will come? Akatsuki Mizuki questions. I trust Lord Shingetsu. We shall remain awake tonight. Akatsuki Muyu replies, her vigilance unwavering as she scans the surroundings. Wait, something approaches. Uchiha exclaims, his Sharingan catching only a fleeting shadow. They are traversing the explosive zone. Impossible. The incantation for entry and exit is known only to us. 2 figures, one large and one small, emerge before them, causing Hiruga to close his Byakugan discreetly. The truth is, had it not been for the Byakugan's insight, Jinkan would not have ventured this way. Observing the densely packed explosive tags along the path they must traverse, a careless misstep could lead to disaster. Senju Jinkan. Uchiha's expression turns grave. We cannot linger here. Every little effort counts, Jinkan resolves, targeting a specific objective for his assault. Mokutan, Jukai Koten. Hiruga refrains from unnecessary dialogue as numerous vines rapidly grow and spread, but soon they encounter resistance from the responding ninjas who launch an attack. You shall not pass, Kagaya Yuyuki declares, wielding her bone blade, only to be ensnared by the vines. Hiruga casts a glance in her direction, remarking, you ought to behave. Komatsu no Mai. Kagaya Yuki's bones erupt, piercing through her skin, leaving marks upon the vines, but the rapid growth of the vines soon restrains her. A year ago, I would have been forced to simply fly a kite, but now I can afford to remain still, Hiruga reflects, having surpassed the elite Jonin level with his Mangekyo Sharingan. As long as he ensnares them, He can utilize their chakra absorption properties to maintain control over peak jonin. As a bloodline limit, it inherently strengthens alongside the wielder's growth in power. Following his breakthrough, his control over Mokutan has also been enhanced. 2 water blades slice past Kagaya Yuki, rescuing her from the vines. Hiruga's gaze sharpens, remarking, "The pinnacle jonin of the Akatsuki clan. These 2 must represent your strongest forces here." The trio fix their eyes upon Hiruga as explosions echo around them, prompting him to swiftly launch 3 branches. Xianjian brought numerous explosive tags from the clan territory. His intentions were clear. He did not seek to kill, but rather to destroy valuable resources. After repelling Uchiha Yen with a swift strike, he began to search for his target to detonate the tags. 3 branches were deflected, and while the 3 individuals did not exhibit perfect teamwork, they did not hinder each other either. All they needed to do was hold on until reinforcement arrived. As he stood at the center of the tree vines, Hiragami directly manipulated them to create a barrier of branches that blocked the incoming attacks. With the infusion of chakra, the newly born tree vines began sprouting branches, frantically shooting outwards, resulting in a cacophony of screams. Damn it, the expansive water release was not particularly effective. Cutting off the tree vines would only allow them to regenerate instantly. Such a repulsive ability, the bloodline limit of the Senju clan. The 2 members of the Kurozetsu clan exchanged anxious glances, momentarily at a loss for a better strategy. Kagaya commanded, "Clear a path for me. I will stop him." Without hesitation, the 2 Kurozetsu ninjas organized their offensive. A gap was created in the tree vines, and Kagaya, encased in a suit of bone armor, swiftly dashed toward Hiragami's position. Just as he drew near, he unleashed the 8 trigrams mountain smash. Hiragami turned and struck out with an open palm, a surge of white energy detonating upon impact with Kagaya's chest, sending bone fragments flying and forcing him to stumble backward. The tree vines ensnared him once more, and a flabbergasted Kagaya exclaimed, "The gentle fist of the Huga? You are clearly a Senju. The times have changed, uncle." As an outstanding graduate of Huga University, it is quite reasonable for me to know a bit of the gentle fist, Hiragami replied. Chapter 78. What good does it do to block? Kagaya, utterly perplexed by this statement, found himself in a most uncomfortable predicament. Under duress, the brutal side of his nature resurfaced, as his exposed bones began to grow rapidly. Perhaps such a violent manifestation is indicative of an inability to control one's power. While it may suggest an increase in strength, such overt displays are not necessarily advantageous. Hiragami observed calmly as 2 branches shot forth from the nearby vines, striking directly at Kagaya's eyes before splitting apart. Mist began to envelop the surroundings. Although this ambush involved only 2 individuals, the Kurozetsu clan adeptly transformed the battlefield to suit their needs. Neither Hiragami nor Xianjian hailed from the land of water, and as the number of ninjas increased and began to coordinate, any advantage in rank swiftly diminished. Performing hand signs, he released a fire dragon, the Great Fire Dragon Technique. The Kurozetsu ninjas were well aware of the boy's intended target, as that area had been prepped as an explosive zone. A single spark would result in detonation, which would serve perfectly to disperse the thick fog. Water release, water barrier, water release, water barrier. One by one, the ninjas unleashed torrents of water, forming a colossal water wall. The boy performed another set of hand signs, conjuring a small whirlwind that entered the fire dragon, transforming it into an even larger fire tornado. Yet, this was not the end. Upon activating his Mangekyo Sharingan, his chakra control intensified, allowing him to unleash a 3rd technique, lightning release, exploding thunder. Blue orbs of electricity coalesced, the wild lightning chakra merging with the previous technique. Fire fueled by wind, and lightning igniting flames. These 3 elemental attributes intertwined, resulting in a vast and potent ninjutsu that collided violently with the water wall. The water wall began to evaporate rapidly, after shrinking down a size. It finally managed to hold against the assault. The Kurozetsu ninjas breathed a sigh of relief. Hiragami's method of unleashing such devastating area attacks instilled a significant sense of pressure, preventing their forces from uniting. However, this defense indicated that their opponent was merely terrifying in his manipulation of wood, possessing a commendable, yet ultimately ordinary level of ninjutsu. Having successfully defended, Kurozetsu Mizuki felt a sense of relief. As Hiragami prepared to unleash a second technique, he rushed in this direction. Confidence began to return. This was still their home ground, and as long as they stood united, they could surely hold their ground, or at the very least, make their adversaries pay a price. At that moment, he spotted a sudden emergence of black bones within the mist. A colossal black skeleton materialized, and the boy stated flatly, "What good does it do to block?" Before his words faded, the skeletal giant leaned forward, its fists crashing through the water wall and smashing down upon the two Kurogakure ninjas, reducing them to a pulp. Understanding the nature of his ninjutsu, Hiragami recognized that the probability of breaching defenses with a mere three-element combination technique was exceedingly close to nil. Thus, after executing the jutsu, he approached while utilizing his left eye to analyze the situation, timing the activation of his Susanoo to withstand the residual shockwaves while simultaneously drawing closer, until he finally activated the first form of Susanoo. At this point, the Mangekyo had not yet been revealed, as long as he did not expose the three Tomo. Even if the Sharingan became apparent, it would only raise suspicion at most, and the same held true for Susanoo. Of course, it was also possible to break through the wooden defenses, but such a commotion was less convenient than employing Susanoo. The skeletal giant continued to swing its arms, and after several strikes, the Kurogakure ninjas regained their composure, retaliating with their own ninjutsu, though the effects were minimal. Hiragami quietly absorbed the power around him. Since activating the Mangekyo, most of his focus had been devoted to studying time chakra, and he had not developed Susanoo extensively. However, having had it activated for some time, and with the anime as reference, summoning the complete first form was still a straightforward task. At that moment, the skeletal giant condensed a hazy chakra short blade in its hand. The first form of Susanoo allowed for the use of simple weapons when the Uchiha fought against Gaara. It was with this indistinct short blade that they severed pillars in pursuit of Danzo. While it was not a divine artifact, having a weapon expanded Susanoo's range of attack. And soon, the obstacles before him were eradicated. Water release, double ultimate water prison technique. Kurogakure Mizuki and Kurogakure Muiru executed the same ninjutsu in perfect synchrony, being brothers. Their cooperation allowed for an even swifter release than that of Kurogakure Shingetsu. This was also why they could keep up with Kurogakure Shingetsu among the elite ninjas. The dual water spheres enveloped Hiragami along with Susanoo, rapidly depleting their chakra, yet managing to maintain control. The water spheres began to tremble violently, the black chakra short blade breaking through first, aiming for the two's position and generating a shockwave that forced them to evade. Fire release, Phoenix Flower Technique. The water spheres burst apart, the black skeletal giant vanishing, only to be followed by a series of fireballs raining down. At this distance, was he not afraid of being caught in the blast? Kurogakure Mizuki thought, what a lunatic. Not only did he drop his defenses, but he also ignited the explosive tags. Yet the deed was done, and the two could only transform into water. Boom. The sounds of fire and explosions echoed, dispersing the smoke to reveal the boy at its center. Thanks to applying a temporal effect upon himself, he emerged unscathed. Kurogakure Mizuki and Kurogakure Muiru returned to human form, gazing in disbelief at the scene before them, attempting to find signs of injury, yet there were none. His aura remained completely undisturbed. Hiragami brushed off the dust from his clothes, and Xianjian appeared beside him, surveying the surroundings. It seems you have quite the talent for destruction, he remarked. Initially, Xianjian had been pursuing his own agenda, but upon hearing the series of explosions, he hurried over only to find that his child had been unharmed. Let us go. They are coming, Xianjian said, tucking Hiragami under his arm and hastily departing. Before long, Kagaya came rushing in. Upon witnessing the chaos surrounding him, pits and trees strewn about, he was taken aback, realizing that nearly 60% of the area was devastated, and the elite ninja he had stationed there had been utterly obliterated. There was no need to speak. The familiar method of slaughter made it abundantly clear who was responsible. Uchiha Yin clutched his abdomen and said, "The visitors are Senju Genkan and Senju Shingu. Senju Genkan is exceptionally strong. I was unable to stop him." With the current alliance and Kagaya's inherent strength as a clan leader, Yin was somewhat more accommodating. After exchanging blows with Genkan for several rounds, he suffered several broken ribs from a single strike. A trembling member of the Ghost Lantern clan stammered, "Kagaya clan leader, is this person named Senju Shingu truly human? Why do you say that?" Kagaya Torai inquired, for a ninja's mental fortitude should not shatter so easily after a single battle. I witnessed the skeletons he summoned. and amidst the blaze of explosive tags, he bore not a single wound. He felt more like a specter than a human. Only a demon or god would be impervious to injury. Only such beings possessed this kind of power. The lower ninja did not continue, as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Ghost Lantern Mutsu displayed a hint of remorse and said, "I apologize, Kagaya clan leader. Perhaps it is due to an unfamiliar environment that my clan member has become somewhat unhinged." "No harm done," Kagaya Taketorai replied nonchalantly. With his stature, he would not hold a minor issue against a troubled lower ninja. Yet, the truth behind the lower ninja's words warranted contemplation. Chapter 79. Shedding Skin and Becoming a Dragon. Shingu returned to the encampment but did not rest immediately. Instead, he first constructed shelters for the clan members. He took a moment to check on Senju Rei. Her slow recovery stemmed primarily from her current reliance on her own healing capabilities, as she could not summon slugs. The ordinary medical ninjas lacked the ability to accelerate the healing process significantly. Prioritizing the rescue of dying ninjas from the battlefield was far more crucial than hastening Senju Rei's awakening. The upcoming battlefield cannot afford to be without you. It's time to get up. Shingu altered his chakra attributes with his right eye, channeling chakra into his palm to initiate healing. After a while, Senju Rei opened her eyes slightly and rasped, "Water." Shingu handed her the warm water he had prepared in advance. After taking a couple of sips, she noticed Shingu's startled expression and exclaimed, "Wow, you're so young and already in paradise?" Shingu's lips twitched slightly as he replied, "I'm afraid not. I'm still in the mortal realm. What happens after death is beyond my knowledge." I'm alive? I thought I was done for," Senju Rei murmured to herself. Draining the cup of water, her mind gradually clearing. She fixed her gaze on Shingu's face and asked, "Did you save me? When did you learn medical ninjutsu?" "It's not my doing. You awakened on your own. I merely happened to pass by. Your clan needs you. Kagaya, Uchiha, and Ghost Lantern are all still here. The next battle is imminent," Shingu stated flatly, briefly outlining the current situation. After hearing this, Senju Rei rubbed her temples. "I suddenly think it would be better to remain unconscious. I have to save so many people. The pressure is immense. I truly detest war." Nevertheless, after resting for a short while, she began to attempt walking to expedite her recovery and immerse herself in medical duties. Currently, with the third elder of the Senju clan removed due to issues and the second elder Senju Akiken perished in battle, only Senju Jinkin remained. After this conflict, Senju Rei estimated that, owing to her contributions and prestige, she could ascend to the position of elder as a woman and medical ninja. Such an occurrence would be rare, perhaps even impossible, in the history of all clans. Shingu contemplated for a moment, deciding to return and rest. On his way, he encountered an approaching merchant convoy. This was peculiar, as ordinary merchants typically chose peaceful days for trade, yet this convoy had arrived amidst conflict. Upon seeing the emblem of the Iron Fire clan, Shingu recalled its origin. For years prior, it had been one of the 5 prominent middle clans and an essential component of the Eastern Alliance. However, due to the devastating losses from the Uchiha night raid, they had departed the Land of Fire to become merchants. "Lianai, come with me. It's not safe here. This place is no longer as it once was, where death was a daily occurrence," Iron Fire Tumyu patiently urged. Once a young leader of a middle clan, he had gained some renown after becoming a merchant through his abilities. "Thank you, but that won't be necessary. I have matters to attend to," Shueyan Lian Ai replied coldly. Though she was grateful for Iron Fire Tumyu's offer of rescue, there were certain things she could not relinquish. "You still don't understand. The Senju clan views you merely as a tool. Although they profess to cherish you, their actions bear little distinction from the Uchiha. How many of your kin remain? And how many from the Kazekage clan?" Shueyan Lian Ai fell silent. Ever since the Huga clan's joint ambush on the Senju a year ago, the elder of the Shueyan clan had perished, and following the death of the Kazekage clan leader, both clan standings had plummeted. Although they were not outright targeted, the disparity was palpable. For instance, she seldom had the opportunity to meet Shingu. Noticing the woman's silence, Iron Fire Tumyu softened his tone. "Come with me. We cannot compete with these 2 monsters, the Senju and Uchiha. Revenge, can it truly be fulfilled? With so many Uchiha, is it even possible to eliminate them all? And what of my clan?" Shueyan Lian Ai's beautiful eyes fixed intently on Iron Fire Tumyu. Iron Fire Tumyu's expression shifted slightly. "I cannot take so many people. You may bring along a few you trust." Shueyan Lian Ai gently shook her head, How is that any different from abandoning my clan? If I were merely a ninja, I might consider your proposal to leave and live a peaceful life, to marry and have children. But I am a clan leader, even if only a small clan leader. I must be accountable to my kin and my father's wishes. Iron Fire Tumyu's complexion paled, and he staggered back a few steps, collapsing into a chair. Shueyan Lianai cast one last glance before departing silently. A story both familiar and strange, Shingu exhaled softly. The voice, both foreign and familiar, startled Iron Fire Tumyu, who looked anxiously toward the source. Lord Shingu, is there something you require? It has been nearly 4 years since we last met. I never expected you to have the audacity to show your face again. Shingu spoke with an unfriendly tone. Should Shueyan Lian Ai have consented to leave, it would certainly incur a punishment for undermining morale. Fleeing before a battle began would raise questions among the other subordinate clans. Moreover, this was the Senju's territory, and the guarding ninjas had already recorded everything, poised to report at any moment. The Senju clan does not lack for a Shueyan Lian Ai. What is wrong with wanting to keep her alive? Iron Fire Tumyu gritted his teeth. Given your recent actions, I could eliminate you right now, Shingu replied coldly. And her? She is a capable subordinate, but should she make an unwise move, I would have no choice but to express my regrets. What can be done to forget what just transpired? Iron Fire Tumyu inquired. For years ago, you provided the Senju with a substantial supply of ninja tools. This time, we can overlook it, but you must leave the land of fire at once. I do not wish to see you here again while on Senju territory. Iron Fire Tumyu had not anticipated that an action from 4 years prior would save his life. He sighed several times. He had feelings of friendship and love for Shueyan Lian Ai, and as someone who shared a similar fate, he felt deep sympathy for her, which led to his impulsive desire to take her away. Upon reflection, he realized how foolish that act would have been. Once he took Shueyan Lian Ai away, he would face the dual wrath of the Senju and Uchiha. The former would seek to eliminate him, while the latter would want to extract information. Thank you. Iron Fire Tumyu sincerely expressed his gratitude, deciding to drive away. Suddenly, he recalled something. In these past years, I have heard you are seeking the 3 great sacred lands. Actually, within the merchant convoy, there are rumors that in the southern region of the Land of Fire, one can encounter giant serpents. By taking a piece of their skin and wrapping it around oneself, one can shed their skin and transform into a dragon, achieving the status of a sage. Oh, thank you, Shingu responded, revealing little excitement. The mere mention of a location posed a significant challenge. The southern area was too vast, rendering the information nearly useless, as the north was occupied by the Uchiha, a place he could not venture. Not long after Iron Fire Tumyu departed, several ninjas appeared before Shingu. My lord, do you wish to pursue? No need. And what of the Shueyan clan? Let them be. Let them eat and drink as they please. Let things proceed as they should. If Shueyan clan leader behaves in this manner again, Hizuki spoke in a slightly cold tone, one should not discriminate in the selection of individuals based on gender. If one proves disloyal, they shall be dealt with accordingly. In Chapter 80, Kagaya Mantake, a member of the Uchiha clan, sustained injuries while the Akatsuki clan was ambushed. Currently, only the Kagaya clan has sent a contingent to cause disturbances. Although their numbers are few, they are all elite warriors, indicating that Kagaya Mantake does not wish for excessive sacrifice among his kin. Despite the collaboration among the 3 clans, mutual distrust prevails, making future cooperation precarious. Granting command to another clan is tantamount to allowing one's own clan members to become mere cannon fodder. As Kagaya Mantake made his appearance, Senju Hashin engaged him, albeit with limited manpower. In Senju's eyes, the Uchiha clan has always been the greatest foe, and a steady approach is currently the wisest course of action. Eradicating a clan as formidable as Kagaya is no small feat. The most effective method is to inflict significant pain in a single, decisive blow to address the issue fundamentally. In confronting the forces of Kagaya Mantake, Hashin meticulously designed a near one-to-one matchup, comprising 1 half-step clan leader, 2 peak jonin, and 3 elite jonin. Hizuki remained aside, activating his Byakugan to keenly observe. Although the Senju clan no longer regarded him as an ordinary child, in Hashin's eyes, he still appeared as a mere boy, not necessitating involvement in every encounter. Among Kagaya Mantake's detachment, one ninja named Kagaya Mantake drew Hizuki's focused attention. He had not previously heard of this individual. There was a palpable sense of threat emanating from him, as if he bore a direct connection to death itself. with a potency far surpassing that of ordinary bone techniques. In the midst of a confrontation with a peak jonin, he exerted overwhelming pressure on Senju Hashin. On the battlefield, Senju Hashin, observing the blood seeping from his wounds, was astonished by the Kagaya ninja before him. He had encountered Kagaya clan ninjas before, yet faced with this particular adversary, he found himself struggling to maintain parity, enduring relentless assaults. Kagaya Mantake's gaze remained remarkably tranquil, originally known as Kagaya Manrin. He had changed his name following a series of transgressions 4 years prior that had led to his demise. During his awakening of power, he was untouched by the frenzied bloodline, and after 4 years of growth, he had ventured into a realm unexplored by his fellow Kagaya clan members, acquiring a hint of forbidden strength. Indeed, even a mere fragment of this power rendered his bones extraordinarily sharp, allowing him to dominate even in direct confrontations against clan leaders. "Farewell," Kagaya Mantake softly uttered as a bone rapidly thrust forth from his palm. Senju Hashin, sensing the distance and speed, realized that evasion was futile. Yet he seized the opportunity to angle his body and avoid a vital strike. As the bone pierced his flesh, Hashin summoned all his strength, aiming his blade at Kagaya Mantake's neck. He believed this to be a misstep on the opponent's part, as prolonged dominance often led to a distorted perception of strength. In battles of such caliber, victory is rarely discernible unless the opponent presents a flaw. For Hashin, a typical bone piercing would only necessitate a period of recuperation. True death was still far from imminent. However, just as he brimmed with confidence, an icy aura surged from the wound, enveloping his entire being. The chill manifested only for an instant, yet that fleeting moment drastically diminished Hashin's strength, causing his blade to halt noticeably. As he had noted, in battles at their level, a momentary lapse is fatal. Kagaya Mantake had anticipated this. He swiftly drew a bone blade from his shoulder and severed Hashin's head, instantly reversing the tide of battle. The severed head fell to the ground, gushing forth a torrent of blood. After Senju Hashin collapsed, utterly lifeless, the bone embedded within him quietly shattered into powder, vanishing without a trace. Kagaya Mantake's eyes flickered. He was uncertain whether this outcome was advantageous or detrimental. The bone that had penetrated the enemy could have served as a weapon once more. Yet, upon discovering this power, he realized that once a bone was embedded prior to the target's demise, it became nearly impossible to retrieve, disintegrating into powder post-mortem, seemingly serving no purpose beyond signaling death. Was this a rare manifestation of ancestral mutation? Hizuki pondered as he witnessed Kagaya Mantake's bone disintegrate within Senju Hashin's body. He recalled a technique employed by Kagaya Otsutsuki known as Kyukatsu Haiketsu, which, once struck, would result in the bone turning to dust, causing the user to meet the same fate. Kagaya Mantake clearly lacked such an ability. That level of power was not easily grasped, yet he evidently possessed certain traits. "Well done, Mantake," Kagaya Mantake remarked with a hint of a smile. Despite the disparities in intelligence, swiftly eliminating a peak jonin was indeed a rare achievement. This extraordinary power often reveals its best performance in initial battles. He felt fortunate that his earlier decision had proven correct. Kagaya Mantake had touched upon the true strength of the Kagaya clan. Hizuki had previously enjoyed similar advantages. Perhaps the outcome may not have altered, but the process was considerably more effortless. The Warring States period truly abounds with surprises and shocks. Hizuki did not linger in observation. He preferred to address dangers preemptively to prevent greater upheavals in the future. Kagaya Mantake noticed Hizuki approaching and patiently awaited him. This time, his ninja mission included gathering intelligence on Hizuki, as he had been tasked with eliminating the Akatsuki's new moon and creating chaos among the Akatsuki clan in the Land of Fire. Failing to obtain direct insights would be remiss. Tenfold shot, he executed the familiar technique, but under the scrutiny of the young boy's gaze. The white bone's tip bore a faint gray hue, the very essence that had precipitated Senju Hashin's swift defeat. Such an attack was easily evaded by Hizuki. However, after dodging, he momentarily enveloped himself in a layer of transformed time chakra. It slowed, yet could not be halted entirely. A glimmer of understanding flickered in Hizuki's eyes. Although the time chakra he altered was peculiar, at its core, it remained chakra rather than time, inherently possessing chakra attributes. In confrontations with ordinary ninjas, time chakra could suppress the opponent's energy, achieving a state of stasis. Yet when confronted with energies that transcended conventional attributes, suppression became confrontation. a development that was less than ideal. Hazuki had previously tested the limits of time chakra, discovering that he could not manipulate chakra at will. Indeed, further exploration was warranted. For now, he would refrain from utilizing it. As for time, Hazuki held a sense of reverence. He would not recklessly employ untested abilities in unpredictable situations. Has it slowed? Is this your ability? Kagaya Mantake murmured, recognizing that the influence of time on him was one experience, while observing from the sidelines presented a starkly different perspective. As it was all too evident. Wood release, wood binding, wood release, flight. Wooden vines surged forth from the earth, rapidly ensnaring his adversary, while a heavy wooden beam descended with force toward his head. Dance of the Pine. Kagaya Mantake's body erupted with numerous bone spikes, piercing through the encasing wood and evading the descending timber, as his bone blade lashed out in retaliation. A crisp sound of metal colliding reverberated through the air. Hazuki cast a fleeting glance at the subtle cracks forming on the blade. Kagaya Mantake exhibited seasoned prowess, accurately targeting the most probable landing spot of his adversary after escaping the wooden tendrils. In the warring states, battles predominantly relied on physical techniques, with ninjutsu serving a supplementary role. Such vigilance left no room for error. Wood release, dual hands sealing technique. With a single hand seal, two massive wooden hands erupted from the ground, converging upon the center. Body flicker technique. Kagaya Mantake did not stray too far. He lowered his body, sheathing his bone blade at his waist. Unlike the body techniques of his clan, this motion resembled a samurai sheathing his sword, calm yet perilous. Unlike his fellow clansmen, he did not confine himself solely to the techniques of his lineage, having seized opportunities to incorporate a few techniques learned in the Land of Iron for use in emergencies. A pale gray energy appeared along the side of his bone blade, augmenting the power of his next strike. Essence of body technique, Iajutsu. Compared to the physical techniques exhibited by Senju Hashin and Uchiha Ken, this strike clearly lacked refinement. Yet his opponent, Senju Hazuki, was not of clan leader caliber. The wood release, forest of all creation, integrates the technique of enhancing the hardness of trees into the walls of the forest realm, elevating its defensive capabilities to a new echelon. The black trees burgeon rapidly, and bone blades emerge, slicing through the air, leaving a trail of grayish-white luminescence, with a multitude of ebony wood splinters cascading down. Chapter 81. Irony. A significant crater was blasted into the tree wall, the mark of the Iato slash embedded deep within. Yet it remained unbreached due to a layer of bark. Kagaya Mantake gasped lightly, his chakra considerably depleted, judging by the extent of the destruction before him. Even if he were to breach this wall, the residual power would hardly pose a threat. The opponent's strength exceeded his expectations. Even without the legendary Black Skeleton's manifestation, the pressure was immense. It was no wonder the Hozuki clan reacted with such trepidation. He needed to exercise greater caution. A moment's negligence could lead to his demise. A coppery taste filled his throat as he suppressed a mouthful of blood, not from injuries inflicted by the enemy, but rather the cost of wielding that power. This price, although preventing the blood from erupting forth in a dangerous manner, was directly consuming his life force. Such perilous thoughts. The Kagaya clan, employing techniques from other nations on the battlefield, was no less audacious than me brazenly employing Jinjutsu before others. This willingness to embrace foreign powers undoubtedly marked him as a formidable opponent. Hazuki pondered, encased in a black skeletal form, his hand gripping a nebulous chakra short blade. Poised to strike downwards, the second round has finally arrived. Kagaya Mantake intended to test the strength of his adversary's technique, standing firm to receive a blow with his bone blade. Upon mere contact, an indescribable force reddened his complexion. Such stubbornness. Hazuki was momentarily taken aback, contemplating whether he had been overly biased in his assessment of others. Although he had only recently activated his Susanoo, this was the first individual bold enough to take a direct hit. If his opponent sought death, then he would gladly oblige. The power of the black arms intensified further. Kagaya Mantake roared, feeling his body creak and crack. His nearly depleted strength replenished once more, gradually pushing back against the black sword blade before him. Adrenaline? This was Hazuki's initial thought. It is said that human potential is drawn out through pressure, and he was witnessing a living example. The chakra short blade was continuously forced back, and with a thunderous shout, the weapon, along with its arm, was repelled. Kagaya Mantake panted heavily, realizing that he could no longer afford to take hits. Another blow like that would leave him without the strength to continue. Truly remarkable. You are the first to withstand a hit from Susanoo and remain unscathed. Hazuki applauded him, then sneered, "How many times do you think you can endure such an attack?" The chakra short blade vanished, and Susanoo shifted to deliver strikes with its fists. Though this reduced the attack range, the frequency of strikes increased. Kagaya Mantake retreated while contemplating. A faint sense of weakness coursed through his body, a consequence of overexerting himself. He realized that if he did not resolve this battle quickly, the repercussions could be dire. His earlier display against the Hazuki had proven his formidable defensive capabilities. Now, to withstand a hit suggested his offensive was equally potent. Was there truly a flawless ninjutsu at play? He scrutinized Hazuki's position, noting Susanoo creating small craters, while Hazuki stood atop one shallow pit. The ground. His ground is unguarded. Has he figured it out? Hazuki noted the surprise in Mantake's eyes, though he remained unfazed. Under such high-frequency attacks, attempting to unleash ninjutsu would necessitate a pause, and his left eye could analyze the moment to release ninjutsu, preparing to strike in advance. In other words, as long as Mantake dared to try, Hazuki's attacks would reach him first. Kagaya Mantake understood this as well. He felt somewhat drained, his chakra dwindling due to the usage of the body flicker technique. If he released ninjutsu now, the most likely outcome would be his own demise, with his opponent merely wounded. This result was exceedingly unfavorable, yet what choice did he have? Would he allow himself to be consumed alive? No, I am not alone. Kagaya Mantake dashed toward a particular direction, discreetly forming a hand sign. Hazuki focused only on the most probable destination. Oblivious to Mantake's intentions, here lay the distinction between analysis and prediction. The dance of the bracken. Upon witnessing the hand sign, the Kagaya clansmen seized the opportunity to unleash a ninjutsu. Countless bone spikes erupted from the earth, even affecting Kagaya Taketori. Under the dense barrage of bone spikes, the Senju ninja began to evade, utilizing the strength of his clan to execute the dance of the bracken. If I pursue, I will attack, while dodging the bone spikes. Hazuki realized the implications as the scene unfolded in his mind through keen observation. The most ironic aspect was that the Senju clan, renowned for their love, fought individually, while the Kagaya clan, perceived as bloodthirsty and savage, exhibited cooperation and an unspoken trust. It was not that the Senju could not achieve this scenario. Rather, at this moment, a stark contrast emerged, amplifying the emotional weight of the situation. Hazuki, Jinkin spoke softly, approaching his son. The densely packed bone forest conjured by the Kagaya ninjas consumed a significant amount of chakra, almost signaling their retreat. Even if they were to breach it, no one remained to capitalize on the opportunity, merely wasting chakra in vain. Moreover, he had just discerned a rare quality from the Kagaya clan, which had previously belonged to the Senju. Once Hazuki dispelled Susanoo, the two sides had drawn apart, and the dense bone forest no longer posed a threat. The Kagaya have undergone some changes, Jinkin remarked, his tone laced with complexity. This was one of the few occasions in his life where he felt genuinely astonished. Such occurrences were exceedingly rare, but today could certainly be counted among them. They have evolved. Their mindset has become more formidable. Although, according to intelligence from the eastern battlefield, other Kagaya members showed little change. Their determination was unmistakable. Hazuki spoke up. That ninja named Kagaya Mantake is perilous. Even Kagaya Taketori listens to him. Such trust is rare even among our Senju clan. Jinkin muttered to himself, unconsciously twirling a copper coin in his hand. Hazuki glanced over, understanding its significance. He had witnessed Jinkin perform this action once when he was 2 years old, shortly before returning home drenched in blood. Undoubtedly, this Senju clan powerhouse harbored a deep-seated desire to eliminate Kagaya Mantake, as the best way to deal with a capable individual from the opposing clan was to eradicate them. Hazuki added, he has also learned the swordsmanship of the samurai from the Land of Iron, though he has yet to master it fully. Jinkin nodded silently, and after a while, confirming the Kagaya's retreat, he led his men back. Following this battle, the Kagaya clan posed a significantly greater threat in Jinkin's eyes. However, for an elder of a great clan, such changes were insufficient to bolster the clan's strength. This skirmish represented a rare misstep for Hazuki. He was unsure why he was affected by Kagaya Mantake's unifying tactics, leaving his mindset somewhat disoriented. Normally, he could have easily transformed the terrain with would release, employing a countermeasure against their attacks. This would undoubtedly have been the optimal approach, yet at that moment, he simply could not conceive it. Was it the rarity of such a person or the rarity of such qualities that captivated him? He could not discern, only knowing that such a dangerous individual must be eliminated swiftly. Chapter 82. The Art of the Warring States. Having withstood a blow from Susanoo and fought for so long, Kagaya Mantake, upon returning to his clan's territory, collapsed to the ground, his nerves finally relaxing. The Senju, however, remained unaware of this, as gaining valuable intelligence about the opposing clan's territory was far more crucial. Elder Uzumaki was busy setting up barriers, while Jinken began organizing future operations. Kazuki, on the other hand, planned to develop a third form of chakra, detached from the elemental releases, altering it based on explosive energy. This idea sprang from everyday life. Explosive tags were a resource that had always been limited, and such a potent yet convenient tool was beloved by ninjas, leading to a perpetual shortage. A minor issue arose throughout the entire process. Unlike the time chakra, the explosive chakra exhibits a remarkable ability to control its power once it begins to change. The more chakra infused into an object, the greater the explosive force. The sole dilemma, however, lies in the timing of the explosion. After the explosive chakra is injected into an object, it becomes unstable and detonates within a maximum of 3 seconds. Utilizing a sealing technique complicates matters, as releasing the explosion becomes a formidable challenge. In deep contemplation, Shiretsu suddenly drew an analogy between art and the character Patrick Star, both embodying explosions. Oh no, both representing art. Could he perhaps draw inspiration from this? Though he lacked a mouth on his hands, he recalled that this special clay from the Senju clan possessed qualities that could retain chakra. After experimentation, the first batch of artworks from the Warring States period was freshly produced. However, due to Shiretsu's own victories, these clays were rolled into spherical shapes. And the only method to trigger the explosion, aside from Shiretsu himself, was through forceful impact to alter their form. Compared to explosive tags, this approach remained rather perilous. In the heat of battle, a moment's carelessness could lead to one's own demise. Regardless, these bombs were ultimately accepted. Zuankian penned a letter to the clan, requesting a pre-order of a batch of specially crafted iron boxes, each designed with circular grooves to perfectly secure the bomb's position. This supply was intended as a backup. Given the time required for production, Elder Vortex 2 added a sealing technique to maintain the bomb's functionality. As for how Shiretsu conducted his research and fabrication, Zuankian did not inquire, nor did Shiretsu voluntarily disclose, as if they subconsciously chose to overlook such details. Half a month later, after recovering, the Kagaya clan's soldiers joined the fray. Soon, an intriguing scene unfolded in the battlefield, as the Kagaya clan's ninjas found themselves utterly powerless against a single young boy, often finding themselves in a scenario where one pursued a multitude. He's here. Don't stop. Increase the distance. Retaliate with ninjutsu. It's futile. The back is already blocked by wood. The left is the same. So is the right. Damn it. Instead of targeting Uchiha or Kagaya, he solely focuses on us Kagaya, merely because the wood possesses a restraining ability against our bloodline limit. While several ninjas exchanged dialogue, the boy's figure materialized before them, calmly stating, "Isn't it normal for plants to absorb water and grow? The education of the Kagaya clan leaves much to be desired. I hope you fare better in your next life." Kagaya Akira shouted. "Senju Shiretsu, the Kagaya clan once aided the Senju. We can surrender. You may seal us, and we can negotiate in the future." Shiretsu shook his head. "Too troublesome. We are in dire need of manpower. You may as well perish here." The inky black would continue to surge towards them, ultimately burying them completely. Although they possessed the ability to liquefy, the wood release dramatically enhanced the speed at which they absorbed chakra, rendering them helpless in an inevitable death scenario without chakra. In the end, only blood remained. Almost simultaneously, the boy felt a burning sensation atop his head. Fire release, the ultimate divine sword of Kagaya. Uchiha Ken's timing for his strike was impeccable, coinciding with Shiretsu's engagement in eliminating the Kagaya ninjas. A vast quantity of chakra surged within him, forming a divine sword of flames in the air, which, upon successfully materializing, became a streak of light slashing towards its target. Following a loud explosion, a sea of fire engulfed the area surrounding the divine sword. As a ninjutsu inherited through generations of the Uchiha clan, this technique, though loud, was executed with great swiftness. Had his reflexes not been sharp, Even utilizing body flicker would not have ensured his escape unscathed. Uchiha Ken's three-tomo Sharingan fixated intently on the center of the flames. During his month of recuperation, he had heard the name Senju Shiryu far too many times and realized the imminent threat this youth posed to the Uchiha clan. Consequently, dispatching this newly recovered powerhouse to eliminate a future adversary seemed a wise choice. 5 seconds later, a silhouette leaped from the inferno. At the moment he emerged, Ken's body flicker appeared beside him, his katana aimed at the boy's neck. Clang! The katana struck the dark skeletal frame. Their eyes met, and as they landed, Uchiha Ken felt a sharp pain in his eyes. Genjutsu failed. The boy before him suddenly vanished, a potent sense of crisis enveloping him. Uchiha Fire Barrier. The caster was not Uchiha Ken, but his aide, Uchiha Kogi, who had come to assist after learning that Kagaya Suki had perished at the hands of the opponent. The Crimson Barrier intercepted the dark blade. Shiryu calmly remarked, "So this is the pride of the Uchiha." Ken's expression remained unchanged as Kogi opened one side of the barrier and retreated to his side. "Did you discover anything?" Ken inquired. Confident that as a wielder of the Sharingan, his kin could discern their opponent's abilities better than outsiders. "Sir, you seem momentarily lost in thought," Kogi replied earnestly. Ken's eyes narrowed. He was uncertain whether his Genjutsu failure affected him, as breaking the three tomos Genjutsu was already a challenge. Just as the Kagaya and Kagaya had indicated, this boy was indeed extraordinary. "If I am not mistaken, you possess a space-time ninjutsu capable of evading harm. Otherwise, you would not have avoided my strike. Even if your father were suddenly attacked, he would suffer injury," Uchiha Ken asserted. "This ninjutsu likely cannot be sustained. Otherwise, you could have easily dodged my blade just now." Shiryu remained silent. Although the opponent's assumptions were somewhat skewed, the fundamental functions were similar. While the time pause technique was fascinating, its eventual exposure was inevitable due to distance. Unless he refrained from using it continuously, the time pause and Obito's intangibility exhibited comparable characteristics, yet differed as well. The latter was more effective for evading harm and had greater sustainability. Conversely, the time pause primarily served to control the enemy, as it could halt even thoughts, allowing advantageous actions during that interval. However, applying it continuously to the same target would yield diminishing returns. For instance, if Shiryu paused for 3 seconds, using it again after that would result in half the effectiveness. Yet, abilities tied to time are inherently challenging to counter. Without appropriate measures, those meant to be controlled would remain so. Moreover, the current scope was not confined to the future. Once further enhancements were made, the exposed information could become a weapon against foes. Chapter 83, Mature Susanoo. Kagaya Suki and Kagaya Take, despite their limited vision, nonetheless provided valuable insights. The fact that Kogi's position remained unaffected indicated a limitation to your range, Ken remarked as he began to circle around Shiryu, who was at the center. "Not bad." Shiryu conceded graciously, bringing his hands together. Wood release, the birth of the tree realm. Black vines erupted from the ground, surging towards the two. They quickly retaliated with fire release, flames engulfing the wooden tendrils, but the vines grew at an astonishing rate, accompanied by the flames. The two unleashed several ninjutsu in succession, finally incinerating the wooden vines. Shiryu released his hands. As long as there was sufficient chakra, he could continually spur the growth of the vines. Just as he unleashed his ninjutsu, an unfamiliar chakra suddenly emerged. With long-range wood release and close-range skeletal and space-time ninjutsu, Ken fell silent, recognizing the flawless synergy. Although lacking explosive damage, the skeletal defenses were unguarded, and the Senju clan possessed ample earth release techniques, not to mention their wood release. To defeat him, one must breach the black skeletal barrier, a task that proved daunting for any single individual. "Kagaya Tenai, how much longer will you observe?" Ken inquired. "Ken, I didn't expect you to seek my cooperation." A middle-aged man appeared from the side, revealing his bare upper body as bony spikes grew as he approached. He was the elder of the Kagaya clan, who had been discussing strategies with the clan leader of the Yuki clan in the Land of Water. The Kagaya's assistance to the Yuki clan in battling the Kagaya clan came with the condition of allowing their ailing clansmen to recuperate in the Land of Water, significantly alleviating economic burdens. However, unforeseen complications arose in the Land of Fire, resulting in a disadvantage in the conflict, prompting his recall to address the situation. With little preamble, and recognizing our mutual objective, I am amenable to collaborating this once. You must have heard the earlier dialogue. You are near to me, yet distant. Resolve this. Jin coldly commanded. Kagaya Tenni nodded, unleashing a surge of chakra as he swiftly approached, cleaving through the vines ahead. His right hand morphed, coalescing into a massive bone spear that crashed forcefully against the black skeletal figure, causing numerous fissures to appear. Impressive strength, Huegu glanced over and remarked. However, under the onslaught of chakra, these marks faded rapidly, as the Susanu's arm descended with a mighty punch. Kagaya Tenni deftly evaded, furrowing his brow. Such hardness and rapid recovery. It seems that without complete destruction, it is futile. I have yet to witness such ninjutsu. Given another 10 years, I wonder how formidable it could become. Lost in thought, several wooden vines suddenly erupted from the ground, ensnaring his feet, followed closely by a colossal fireball hurtling towards him. Amidst the inferno, apart from the crucial areas shielded by an unknown force, the remainder of his garments had been nearly incinerated. Beneath his skin, a layer of bone membrane had formed, augmented by external bone spikes, rendering his defenses formidable. Even when struck by the fire release, he appeared merely disheveled. Several bone spikes erupted from the ground, immobilizing the Susanu's arms, and new smaller spikes began to sprout from them, continuously growing. Dance of Thorns. Kagaya Tenni infused a considerable amount of chakra into the ninjutsu, maximizing the hardness of the bones. Against such a level of defense, the element of surprise was the best tactic. After Huegu analyzed the opponent's position with his left eye, he compelled them to endure a barrage of fireballs, only to find himself subject to countermeasures. Both were seasoned ninjas, their mutual resolve to inflict harm upon one another palpable, particularly among the Kagaya clan, where pain served to stimulate suppressed emotions. Both Kagaya and Uchiha sought to eliminate one another swiftly, rather than engaging in a mere exchange of ninjutsu. In a battle where both sides are evenly matched, it was likely that one had fallen into an illusion. Two flaming divine swords descended in an instant, the Uchiha sword and Uchiha Kangi attacking a singular point in succession. After Kagaya Tenni's previous strike, they understood that only a continuous assault could breach the defenses. Has it been resolved? Uchiha Kangi inquired. Uchiha Jin remained silent, drawing his sword. The flames parted, revealing a colossal black figure, now distinct with veins and flesh, though much of it was still in the process of recovery. The ultimate technique of taijutsu, Sun's annihilation. Uchiha Jin advanced swiftly, channeling his last reserves of chakra into the attack. Should this fail, retreat would be his only option. The searing blade struck the skeleton, shattering upon impact, creating a breach that revealed a fiery red hue. A kunai appeared in his palm, which he hurled towards Huegu's forehead through the opening. Huegu infused chakra into the special kunai, manifesting a water blade that deflected the assault. This encounter with the three individuals showcased starkly differing combat styles. To draw an analogy, previous battles resembled Ultraman battling monsters, proceeding step by step until a red light was unleashed, whereas this time, they unleashed their power the moment they appeared. Recognizing his own shortcomings, he realized that his recent battles had become somewhat reckless. Aware of this, the formerly nebulous chakra short blade in the black giant's hand transformed into a substantial long blade. The mature Susanu took shape. Unlike the previous skeletal form, this Susanu possessed discernible facial features, seemingly adorned with a mocking grin. It actually withstood the attack, Uchiha Kangi exclaimed incredulously. The black giant wielded its massive blade, unleashing a wave of sword energy. Run! Uchiha Jin did not possess the future Shadow's conviction to fight for the village. Fleeing against an unwinnable opponent was no disgrace. Regardless of the perspective, the black giant, now endowed with veins and flesh, undoubtedly boasted enhanced defenses. After such relentless assaults, the resultant impact was minimal. Even a fool would realize the necessity of retreat. As for Kagaya Tenni, a veteran in the art of battle, after briefly restraining the Susanoo, he discerned the two ultimate techniques from Uchiha and decided to withdraw. Should it succeed, he would not need to execute the concluding moves. Should it fail, his early departure would be prudent, especially since they could not even breach Uchiha's most potent ninjutsu. Uchiha Kangi hastily went to assist, but, at the moment of their reunion, was flung backward by Jin. Why? Uchiha Kangi's eyes widened in astonishment. Regardless, two fleeing together was preferable to one escaping alone, even if Uchiha Jin possessed limited chakra. Yet Jin's intentions were clear. He wished for Kangi to provide cover. The fiery barrier began to fissure under the onslaught of a sword wave, soon followed by a second, then a third, as the flames began to fracture. Huegu regarded the ninja left behind with no trace of compassion, only a thirst for slaughter. Uchiha Kangi's expression darkened. How could he impede the advance of an adversary that could not even be harmed by their ultimate techniques? Perish! The black giant's strike descended, leaving nothing but a puddle of flesh. Nonetheless, Huegu lingered for a moment, waiting to see if the opponent would employ Izanagi before departing. Chapter 84. Taijima's Ruthlessness Within the Clan Grounds. Buddha received news that the eastern battlefield had been pacified, the Uchiha had retreated, the Akatsuki had surrendered, and Kagaya was to pay reparations. In just a few months, the eastern front has been subdued. Buddha, upon further inquiry, discovered that all accolades were attributed to Senju Huegu, including from those who had previously expressed goodwill towards him during the Huga's bloodline declaration. In summary, the words conveyed an aura of invincibility, slaying Akatsuki Suki, single-handedly forcing two clan leaders to retreat, and killing as if it were a divine decree. Good heavens, you claim he achieved what even I find challenging? Upon returning from the Huga, Buddha mused whether Hyuga Tennin had bestowed all his chakra upon Huegu. He remained skeptical, even harboring a slight suspicion that Genji was inflating his son's achievements. Yet he quickly dismissed this notion. Strength is easily tested. A mere superficial evaluation suffices, rendering such a show unnecessary. But if it were true, Senju Buddha furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Rarely did this Senju leader feel his intellect insufficient, as conflicting thoughts clashed within him. Meanwhile, in the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Taijima had gone 3 days without sleep, spending all his time in the basement poring over ancient texts. He regarded this history with disdain, believing that few could attain his level of cultivation and that only a handful of contemporaries could rival him. History, to him, was merely the lingering resentment of the departed, entrusted to posterity in a futile attempt at realization. In the current warring states, he considered only Hyuga Tennin and Senju Buddha as rivals. Even Senju Genji, due to his gentler nature, ultimately fell short of his brother's ferocity. However, the defeat experienced by the 3 clans in the eastern battlefield was intolerable, especially in light of Uchiha Jien's exaggerated claims. A black skeletal giant, the reincarnation of the Sage of 6 Paths, such legendary beings could not possibly reincarnate as a mere child. To investigate further, he had sought a glimpse of the black giant, whose oppressive presence was both unfamiliar and eerily reminiscent. Unlike ordinary clansmen, Uchiha Taijima found that as he ascended in his training, he encountered insurmountable barriers, and the closer he drew to these obstacles, the more acutely he felt his own insignificance. Those certain perceptions were heightened. From the moment he laid eyes on that black giant, he suspected it was likely derived from their Sharingan. No, it must certainly originate from the Uchiha Sharingan. In the throes of intense psychological turmoil, he lost composure, opting not to engage but rather to seek answers in ancient texts. Why is there nothing? Uchiha Taijima hurled the book from his hands, having scoured most volumes without uncovering a single clue. A scroll gradually unfurled, eventually coming to rest at Taijima's feet. Taijima narrowed his eyes slightly, his memory serving him well. This scroll had seemingly materialized from thin air, no longer among the pile of objects. Yet, this was the Uchiha's secret chamber, steeped in history. How could that be? He hesitated for a moment before reaching for the scroll, which bore the weight of ancient times. For reasons unknown, an instinct within him suggested that it contained something he desired. Yet the act of unveiling it would inevitably lead to certain consequences. Consequences? The only thing in this world that instilled fear in me is the inadequacy of my own power. As Taijima unfurled the scroll, he discovered it was blank at first. But upon activating his Sharingan, the inscriptions became clear. When an Uchiha faces the death of a beloved family member, the eye known as the Mangekyo will be born, bestowing the power to bring peace to the world. Taijima felt a pang of disappointment. Such trivial words lacked credibility. However, upon fully opening the scroll, he noticed another passage. The abilities of the Mangekyo differ, yet they all possess a third power, Susanoo. A pattern, formed by the gathering of chakra, manifested between the two statements. Taijima was elated. These symbols undeniably indicated that the power known as Susanoo had been awakened by Senju Hiragi. To kill a beloved family member? Taijima's gaze darkened. For him, family consisted only of Madara, Izuna, and the child born from the union of Inyang Qingming and his sister, Inyang Qingniao, Uchiha Hamura. Though Madara and Izuna had initially struggled to accept this child, they ultimately cared for him, compensating for the pain of their brother's demise. To kill Hamura? To murder his own child? Taijima's fists clenched involuntarily, his heart torn, yet eventually he released his grip, powerless to continue. He understood that from the moment he began to wrestle with these thoughts, the child's fate had already been sealed by his own hand. Compared to the other two children, Hamura was more a tool to connect the two clans, the emotional bond not as profound as that between Izuna and Madara. Taijima exited the secret chamber, his chakra growing increasingly frigid. In the shadows, Kurozetsu revealed a sinister smile. Yes, just like that. Expose the Uchiha bloodline of Senju Hiragi. Let him harbor resentment towards this world. When you strive for your clan, a mere drop of blood can breed suspicion among your kin. Centuries of hatred cannot be resolved so easily. In due time, I shall guide you, revealing the beauty of the dream world. It retreated into the shadows once more, for although this was the Uchiha's secret chamber, it was crafted under his watchful eye. None knew it better than he. Shortly thereafter, the child named Hamura met an untimely death, and the caretaker responsible was none other than a servant brainwashed by the Senju. Grieved to the core, Taijima executed the servant and held a funeral for his child. Madara and Izuna displayed expressions of disbelief. The love within the Uchiha was no less than that of the Senju. They possessed deep emotions, often protective of their younger brother. And despite initial reservations about this newly emerged sibling, they ultimately embraced him as family. As the instigator, Taijima never anticipated that despite all his preparations to awaken a new power, he would ultimately be thwarted. The Mangekyo required intense emotional stimulation, and the hollow feelings he had constructed within himself could not catalyze such a transformation in his eyes. No matter how fervently he professed his deep affection for the child, he could not deceive his own heart. The moment he received the news and hastily made a decision in mere breaths, determined that he would never attain this power. Unlike him, Madara and Izuna, pure-hearted youths shaped by the brutality of war, bore the desire to protect their clan and brothers. Their hearts were unclouded by self-interest, striving only to safeguard all that they cherished. Yet, ultimately, the brothers who dwelled beside him could be slain in persecution. How could they possibly suspect their father of such treachery? After the funeral, the unusual expressions in their eyes were swiftly noticed. Taijima, upon realizing this, felt a storm of frustration within him. The power he had longed for was awakening in his child, while he remained a mere jester, waiting patiently. Having gone several days without sleep and overwhelmed by emotion, he eventually collapsed. Chapter 85. The era of beautiful eyes is approaching a new eye. This formidable power. Madara used a shuriken as a mirror, revealing a pattern resembling a cylindrical design, a force far beyond the three tomo. Brother, father calls for us, Izuna exclaimed, his eyes having transformed into a pattern with a central disc supported by three horizontal lines. The brothers entered Taijima's chamber, where he had just awakened. His complexion significantly improved after a day of rest. A fleeting glint of greed crossed his eyes upon seeing them. Madara narrowed his gaze, detecting that momentary emotion, which filled him with unease, as if something grotesque had set its sights on him. You may leave for now. No one is permitted entry without my command, Taijima ordered, surveying the surrounding servants. They were mere mortals, having just heard of his son's passing, and thus were eager to depart. They bowed and gradually withdrew. Madara, Izuna, you have awakened the true power of our Uchiha clan. True power? Madara questioned, puzzled. The ultimate power known as the Mangekyo Sharingan. Are you aware of Senju Hiragi's circumstances? Taijima intended to mention Senju Hiragi, but recalling their peculiar relationship, he opted to simply state the name. Father, I find that too far-fetched. That black giant must be some unknown jutsu of the Senju. It cannot be so mystical, Izuna interjected promptly. Taijima shook his head, asserting earnestly, it is real. For this is the power that stems from the Mangekyo, a power possessed by all Mangekyo, Susanoo. What? Madara and Izuna exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Hiragi is a complex individual, bearing the blood of the Senju, Huga, and our Uchiha. That black giant serves as proof. Does that mean he is? Madara snapped back to reality, but could not articulate the answer. Your brother, in terms of bloodline, Taijima stated with conviction, tinged with anger. Yet it is evident he conceals his powers, wielding the Uchiha strength to slay his own kin. Wait, if that were the case, what about his Sharingan? Izuna pondered, unable to accept that his adversary could be his own blood. Upon awakening the Mangekyo, new powers emerge. Perhaps that is his ability. Taijima was acutely aware that the scroll indicated a third power, Susanoo, implying that the first and second powers would also awaken. In the coming days, familiarize yourselves with your eyes. Afterward, you shall execute a plan, tentatively named Buddha Slayer. Buddha Slayer? Madara and Izuna exchanged glances. Only one person could prompt their father to utter such a plan. Days later, the Uchiha launched a direct offensive against the Senju on the front lines, deploying a considerable number of shinobi. Taijima, Inyang Qingming, and Uchiha Kin broke through the defensive barrier of the front lines and seized the territory. The Senju tasked with guarding retreated to the secondary line in Chiba City. Upon learning of the Uchiha's movements, Senju Butsuma hastily made his way to the front lines. Has the Uchiha gone mad? They just suffered defeat on the Eastern Front and are now launching a large-scale assault again. Senju Chugi expressed confusion. Having served as Butsuma's aide after a rift developed between him and Jinjutsu, Butsuma scoffed. It is merely a result of excessive defeats. They desperately need a victory to bolster morale. Has Jinjutsu been informed? Yes. Excellent. Taijima is making an unwise move. After this victory, the Uchiha will undoubtedly be left severely depleted. The silence between Hashirama and Tobirama was palpable as the latter cast a glance at the former, his eyes betraying a hint of anger. Hashirama, you have undoubtedly passed the trials of the Wetbone Forest. Why do you not harness the powers it has bestowed upon you? With such strength, you could easily vanquish Madara. Father, I am yet to fully master this power. Hashirama replied, his tone obscuring the truth. While Senju Tsunade tended to Senju Tobirama, the slug responsible for healing immediately recognized Hashirama, this acknowledgement reminiscent of love at first sight. More urgent even than that of Tsunade, leading the slug to voluntarily forge a pact. During the time Shinju entered the Huga clan to learn secret techniques, Hashirama gradually acquired the powers imparted through various trials. Tobirama, slightly dissatisfied, noted that unlike Uchiha Madara, his son Hashirama seemed to cling to some ethereal notion. Were it anyone else, he would insist on correcting such an ideology, yet Hashirama was different. As a ninja, his prowess was commendable, and his amiable demeanor had garnered him a considerable following. Upon entering the battlefield, Hashirama immediately summoned the slug to heal the wounded. Meanwhile, Tobirama, while gathering intelligence, sketched a few notes on the map, his brow furrowing in concern. What is Taijima doing? With so many attacking, what will become of the clan's territory? This area is conspicuously vulnerable. One could easily breach the defenses and reach the clan's grounds. Chief, this must be a trap. Why would Uchiha leave such a path unguarded? Senju Shinto remarked without hesitation. While Tobirama understood the rationale behind his words, he pondered another matter. Why leave such an obvious weakness? Was it a calculated gamble? Assuming I would not dare to strike, unable to decipher this conundrum, he resolved to observe patiently. However, the Uchiha seemed relentless, pressing their advantage. Tobirama felt the mounting pressure. Judging by the number of ninjas, it appeared the Uchiha had forsaken their eastern defenses in favor of a direct assault, a phenomenon previously unheard of in their battles. The disparity on the front lines would not suddenly widen, for in past skirmishes, Hashirama's emergence had momentarily halted Senju Masayoshi's training of the two, leading to an assignment that should not have been his, thus allowing Ine and Yang to join the Uchiha ranks. The Eastern Front was not only occupied by Uchiha, but also by Kagaya and Senju. A hasty concentration of forces could easily lead to a collapse if Kagaya and Senju allied against them. Yet, Kagaya had recently suffered a defeat, and the Senju had engaged in prolonged conflict across the Eastern Front, incurring significant losses. A retreat from the front lines would be far more detrimental than a retreat from the Uchiha's Eastern Front. For the sake of strategy and to stabilize the situation, Senju Tobirama had no choice but to venture into that perilous zone, daring to attack the Uchiha stronghold. On this mission, he took only 3 shadow ninjas, leaving behind the rest, including Hashirama. A ninja proficient in wood release would serve better in withstanding pressure on the battlefield than in launching a surprise attack on the Uchiha. Moreover, fewer numbers would enhance the element of surprise. Little did he know, this decision would become one of his most regrettable choices in life. Not only did he fail to achieve his ambitions, but he also came perilously close to death. Oh no, with someone's assistance, he found himself in a fate worse than death. Chapter 86, The Slaying of Buddha. 1. We should be nearing our destination, Chief. We just need to traverse this forest. Ahead lies an area flanked by stone walls. With only a narrow gap for entry, spoke Dark Ninja 2. The geography of the Land of Fire had long been understood by their ancestors. Not solely by the Senju, but also by the Uchiha. As long as no significant changes occurred, it remained highly reliable for navigation. Be cautious, Senju Tobarama instructed solemnly. Accompanied by Dark Ninja 1, who had suffered a severed hand, along with Dark Ninja 2, 3, and 4. Clad in black attire that concealed their features save for their eyes, they suppressed their chakra, minimizing their presence. Suddenly, a glimmer of cold light materialized at the center of the group as a katana swiftly struck towards Dark Ninja 3. As he attempted to react, he was met with a pair of bloodthirsty, malevolent eyes and a complex circular pattern. Dark Ninja 3's eyes glazed over, his body immobilized. The youth's katana descended, leaving a gory trail. The excruciating pain jolted him from the illusion. Yet, the area struck was precisely where he had previously battled a Konoha ninja, causing old wounds to flare anew, resulting in his immediate demise. A strange essence seemed to escape his corpse, entering the right eye of the youth wielding the katana. In the distance, 3 fiery dragons rapidly approached, their colors intensifying as they drew closer, enveloping the area in a searing heat. Fire release, Dragon Fire Technique. Senju Tobarama and the other 2 shadow ninjas evaded, but the 3 fire dragons split, pursuing them relentlessly. Tobarama narrowed his gaze, drawing his katana and infusing it with chakra, cleaving through a fire dragon. Such mastery over compressed flames was unheard of among the Uchiha, not to mention the youth who had just slain one of his shadow ninjas. If this boy had struck a fatal blow to the head, it would have been understandable. Yet, he had dealt a lethal cut from shoulder to left chest. A feat unimaginable against seasoned shadow ninjas equipped with the finest gear. You are Uchiha Madara, Dark Ninja 2 exclaimed, astonished. How could you have advanced from elite jounin to pinnacle jounin in just a few days? In those eyes, you have been distracted for too long. Madara retorted coldly, his figure vanishing. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of blades echoed as Dark Ninja 2 gritted his teeth, perplexed by the boy's focus on left-side attacks. A position previously injured by a Huga ninja. In typical combat, this might not pose a problem, but under such continuous pressure, it would inevitably take its toll. Blood. Dark Ninja 2 caught the scent of blood, not from the boy but from himself. His old wounds had flared up alarmingly fast. Senju Tobarama furrowed his brow, rushing forward as his trained shadow ninja was being overwhelmed, inciting the resurgence of old injuries. Madara's left eye flickered, as if he had foreseen the attack, and Tobarama deftly turned the hilt of his katana for a horizontal strike. A blue skeletal structure emerged, blocking the blow, sending Madara flying to the side. Dusting off his armor, he remarked nonchalantly, as expected of Hashirama's father, "You indeed possess some skill." A glint of seriousness crossed Senju Tobarama's eyes. What is this ninjutsu? This is the heavenly gifted mind's eye of the Uchiha, a power capable of reshaping the world. The victories you take pride in are but products of these very eyes, Madara proclaimed, his long hair billowing as chakra surged. The blue skeletal structure transformed into a colossal skeletal giant, radiating an aura of destruction that sent shivers down the spine. Skeletal giant. Senju Tobarama exhaled deeply. He had encountered similar records on the Eastern Front, reminiscent of the form Shinju assumed before unleashing the Black Giant. In essence, they were likely employing the same ninjutsu, yet such matters could be deliberated at a later time. Chief, do we fight or retreat? Dark Ninja 2 inquired, feeling an unsettling aura surrounding him, a faint sense of death lingering in the air. Retreat. Senju Tobarama hesitated briefly before issuing the command. This was not out of fear of the ninjutsu, but rather a precaution. Given the uncertainty of the situation, it would be prudent to gather more information before engaging again. Apologies, this path is blocked. A voice resonated from behind them as a green skeletal giant emerged, flanking the blue skeletal giant ahead. Izuna gazed coldly at the enemies before him, his eyes subtly shifting. Are we surrounded? Senju Tobarama's gaze sharpened, preparing for battle. Dark Ninja 2 and 4 focused on Izuna, ensuring a balanced distribution of combat power, with Tobarama confronting one enemy and the others tackling the remaining foes, coordinating their efforts. Come, let us dance together, Madara said with a hint of excitement. Ah, little demon, I shall eliminate you to rid myself of any ephemeral thoughts. The Buddha remarked coldly as he swiftly directed his blade at the colossal skeleton giant. A fleeting white mark appeared on the skeleton's frame before vanishing instantaneously, followed by the descent of a massive blue fist, causing the Buddha to disappear once more. Aware of the formidable power behind the punches employed by Shiretsu, he refrained from recklessly engaging. Meanwhile, an air and N.C. found themselves utterly powerless against Susanoo, their ninjutsu barely leaving a mark. While a single punch from Susanoo could obliterate them, an air, particularly, struggled to rise, blood oozing from wounds even when dust merely grazed him. Observing an air's condition, Izuna surmised that he had fallen victim to his brother's ocular technique. This technique, known as Yomitsu, comprises two aspects. The first entails marking a target, the duration of which is contingent upon the chakra consumed, lasting between 1 to 10 minutes, with a maximum of 3 marks. During this interval, the target's vulnerabilities manifest in Madara's vision, augmenting the likelihood of death. The second aspect permits the soul of a marked target to be drawn into Madara's right eye upon death, converting its strength into energy to enhance his base chakra. Naturally, not everyone can endure this. The chakra must be equal to or surpass that of the target. As Izuna's thoughts returned, his right eye shifted, causing Susanoo's descending fist to accelerate unexpectedly, catching an air unawares and reducing him to a mere pulp. What just transpired? N.C. exclaimed in astonishment. Their initial cooperation had been rendered futile by this sudden increase in speed. Narrowing his eyes, Izuna activated his ocular technique, known as Wosoku, which granted him a degree of acceleration, not to be confused with time manipulation. He had just utilized this ability to eliminate his opponent, yet this acceleration necessitated physical adaptation. Without proper control, even heightened speed would prove ineffective. This ocular technique bore a mythological connection to Madara's left eye, which possessed the power of Hasaku, enabling him to foresee an opponent's attacks 3 seconds in advance, whether in taijutsu or ninjutsu, facilitating a lethal counterattack with his right eye. Chapter 87, Slaying the Buddha, Part 2. Since your companion has perished, it is your turn to meet the same fate, Izuna declared coldly, manifesting a blurred chakra dagger in the skeleton's hand, which he thrust forward with remarkable swiftness. So fast, N.C.'s pupils contracted. However, having learned from an heir's fate, he employed a body flicker technique to evade as the azure dagger missed its mark. Following the thrust, the dagger, propelled by its initial surge of speed, would have undoubtedly sliced through the air to strike an opponent, but Izuna, still new to its control, could only manage a linear trajectory. Had the dagger been slightly longer, it might have embedded itself into the ground. N.C., seasoned and perceptive, quickly recognized this flaw and shouted, "Your acceleration is not fully controllable. Your attacks are linear." Before he could finish his sentence, he was struck by several fireballs, silencing him. Each fireball contained a shuriken, whose power was significantly enhanced by the acceleration, granting them the capacity to eliminate foes outright. Such a loose tongue, Izuna remarked darkly, casting his gaze toward the clash between Madara and the Buddha. As a renowned figure of the Warring States period and the lifelong rival of Uchiha Taijima, the Buddha was not one to be underestimated. Madara understood this, as did Izuna. Those 3 dark ninjas were mere appetizers. The main course was yet to come. The thousand-hand Buddha adeptly evaded strikes while remarking, "Your strength and defense are commendable, but your speed leaves much to be desired." Madara scoffed, "Is fleeing your only tactic?" The Buddha cast a glance at Izuna, who approached, and the disdain he felt dissipated. Witnessing his subordinates fall so easily was disheartening. Yet he feigned nonchalance. "Perhaps given 3 years, I might truly perish at your hands. But for now, you are still too inexperienced." Izuna stood beside Madara, fully aware of the latter's might, yet he resolved not to falter, bolstering their collective presence. To face death and remain so arrogant, he retorted coldly. Madara's left eye flickered. "Thousand-hand Buddha, you need not struggle any further. All your movements are transparent before my eyes." With that, the 2 brothers launched their assault, the blue and azure skeleton giants attacking in concert, leaving no pause between strikes. Izuna's acceleration, combined with Madara's foresight and the integrated offense and defense of Susanoo, rendered the Buddha's demise merely a matter of time. However, could the revered clan leader truly perish without the means to retaliate? Suddenly, the Buddha ceased his movements, sheathing his blade and lowering his stance before the dual chakra daggers. Refusing to evade, Izuna's right eye shifted, regardless of the Buddha's attack. As long as he was faster, he could disrupt the rhythm, leaving the remainder to his brother. Yet the ensuing spectacle left him astounded. In that instant, as the Buddha drew his sword, his chakra evaporated rapidly, the blade's gleam resembling a flash of divine thunder, unleashing a thunderous roar that eclipsed both attacks, severing the chakra daggers in an instant. An overwhelming force struck the azure skeleton, fissures spreading across its frame before it shattered. This technique, known as Iaijutsu, was a culmination of the Buddha's training in the Land of Iron, blended with the Thousand Hand Clan's legacy. This strike, once unleashed, required no second, representing the final outburst of all his energy. Originally intended for Uchiha Taijima, it was now employed against two extraordinary skeleton giants. From previous encounters, he had deduced that Madara possessed a certain prescient ability. He wagered that if Madara did not intervene to protect Izuna, he might very well perish here, but in turn, Izuna would surely face death. Conversely, should Madara choose to save Izuna, he could escape unscathed and settle the score later. Ultimately, this was Uchiha territory, and prolonging the conflict would be exceedingly disadvantageous for a thousand-hand ninja. Damn it! Madara cursed under his breath, resolutely moving to shield Izuna. Boom! A violent explosion resonated. The clash of energies leaving the thousand-hand Buddha in disarray as he gasped for breath. The force of that strike had been sufficient to mar the azure skeleton, suggesting that both sides bore significant injuries. The Buddha hurled a kunai accompanied by a string of explosive tags, intending to vacate the area immediately. "Where do you think you're going?" came Madara's furious voice, echoing amidst the smoke and debris. "Impossible." The Buddha's face reflected disbelief. This voice was imbued with a strength unbefitting of a wounded adversary. As the smoke cleared, the once azure skeleton revealed veins and flesh, large swathes of skin missing from its chest, fractures running throughout its skeletal form. The Buddha's strike had been terrifying, breaking through Izuna's Susanoo while retaining much of its power. Had Madara not foreseen the attack and been fueled by his fierce determination to protect his brother, the Susanoo might not have evolved into its mature form, leaving both of them with considerable injuries. "I'm sorry, brother. I have become a burden," Izuna said, blood streaming from his eyes as Madara steadied him. In that fleeting moment, he felt as if death were imminent, the immense chakra overwhelming his body, leaving him unwell even now. "Izuna, you have done exceptionally well. Rest for now, and leave the rest to me," Madara said, casting a sympathetic glance at his brother. Without Izuna's assistance, that strike would have likely been directed at him, meaning Izuna had, in a sense, shielded him from harm. The azure Susanoo began to move, producing a shuriken resembling a three-tomo design in its hands. The eight-board jades. Fujian hastily evaded, yet the aftermath of that strike impaired his speed. Blood splattered as an arm fell from midair. Enduring intense pain, Fujian refrained from retrieving his severed limb. Instead, he summoned fire chakra with his remaining hand to staunch the bleeding. "You shall not escape." Ban was poised to pursue when Izuna suddenly coughed up blood. "Izuna, are you all right?" "I'm fine, brother, merely injured by his chakra. A moment's rest will suffice." Ban examined him and, relieved to find no serious harm, felt reassured. Though mere seconds had passed, and Fujian had already vanished, Ban had no regrets about his reaction. His brother was irreplaceable, and if Senju Fujian could kill him once, he could do so again. Moreover, Ban was already marked. Employing such formidable taijutsu, coupled with a severed arm, would inevitably exacerbate old wounds. Whether Fujian could return alive to the Senju was uncertain. Indeed, as Ban surmised, after fleeing for a considerable distance, Fujian suddenly spat out blood. He tore at his collar, discovering a prominent, searing scar on his chest. How could an old injury resurface? Fujian was perplexed, yet the sensation was unmistakable, like wildfire coursing through his veins. A residue of chakra left by Uchiha Taijima lingered in the wound, having been mostly expelled but still potent enough to pose a threat. Under normal circumstances, he could have resolved this minor injury with his chakra, but now, with reserves nearly depleted and having just stemmed the bleeding. Damn it! Leaning against a nearby tree, Fujian attempted to refine his chakra, yet under the mark of Huangquan, he found it impossible. That small remnant of chakra grew increasingly formidable. His consciousness began to fade, ultimately succumbing to darkness as the raging fire consumed his foundation, scorching his meridians. The prowess he once took pride in diminished until he became an ordinary man. Time passed, and he vaguely sensed his body being moved by someone. Struggling to open his eyes, He glimpsed a green mist and faintly heard words. Poor descendant of the Hiragi clan, fortunate to have encountered me. Otherwise, you would have fallen into Uchiha's grasp. Chapter 88. Hypocrisy. When Genkan and Hiragi arrived, accompanied by reinforcements from the Eastern Front, they learned that the Uchiha had ceased their assault. It must be the clan leader's success. The Uchiha were compelled to retreat, Senju Chugi remarked, recounting the leader's exploits. You mean to say the Uchiha offered you a ration, and you found it palatable after just 2 bites? Hiragi's furrowed brow relaxed as he sat down with tea. Oh, it was the clan leader? Then all is well. I trust he will return unscathed. Senju Hiragi, what do you mean by that? Senju Chugi expressed dissatisfaction, questioning how this mixed-blood Senju could treat the clan leader with such nonchalance. What do you mean? I have faith in the clan leader's strength, and kindly mind your place. Place? I am the clan leader's deputy, temporarily overseeing the northern front. Apologies, but I currently manage the eastern position and serve as deputy elder to Genkan, a key player in quelling the 3 clans' aggression. By rank, you ought to pay me your respects and apologize for your recent disrespect. Hiragi spoke casually. Much of what he said was fabricated or unrealized, yet it mattered little now that the clan leader was absent. The greatest authority was his father. Senju Chugi instinctively glanced at Senju Genkan. Whether Hiragi's statements were true or false rested entirely upon his word. At a time like this, still throwing childish tantrums? Our priority is to locate the clan leader, Genkan admonished, leaving Chugi feeling somewhat constrained, as if reproached. Lord Hiragi, Uchiha Ban is calling out for you at Chiba Castle. How many men does he bring? Just 1. The sensory ninja have probed multiple times. I see. Has Hashirama become sluggish? Your allure seems diminished, Hiragi remarked, observing the multitude of slugs around, quickly deducing the nature of Hashirama's contract. He found it curious that Ban sought him instead of Hashirama. Hashirama gazed at Hiragi, bewildered. Was this an acknowledgement of his aspirations? Hiragi offered no explanation and intended to investigate. Ban stood aloof, arms crossed, his long hair cascading down his back, expressionless as he watched Hiragi emerge from the city gates. Uchiha Ban, Hiragi called, a flash of crimson flickering in his eyes. Hiragi, Ban replied, omitting the surname. What is it that you seek? Ban scoffed coldly. How much longer will you hide? Before Hiragi could respond, the tomo in Ban's eyes shifted, transforming into a cylindrical pattern. The two engaged in combat, exchanging blows before parting. Ban promptly discarded his armor, which exploded a second later. Hiragi narrowed his eyes. This was due to the explosive chakra he had infused, turning it into a bomb. I see, we share a similar ability. How perilous. If Izuna were careless, he might fall victim, Ban murmured. He discerned that every time he attacked, Hiragi adeptly countered, adapting in tandem, an ability beyond the ordinary ninja's ken. Hiragi offered no explanation. His left eye's power enabled analysis, allowing him to anticipate Ban's movements, a skill akin to foresight, paralleling Ban's ocular prowess. Blue chakra enveloped Ban, forming a skeletal structure as a blue bony hand extended, striking towards Hiragi. Clang. Black chakra formed a skeletal frame around Hiragi, blocking the blow. Even your Susanoo is in play, yet you still conceal your true self. Your eyes are clearly wielding its might. Do you lack the courage to reveal it? Ban declared, as chakra erupted, morphing the skeletal frame into a colossal skeleton. How early? I did not anticipate such a moment, Hiragi mused, though he had no intention of revealing his Sharingan. Indeed, such a display could garner favor, yet the repercussions would be significant. While the Senju may tolerate some idle gossip, for the Uchiha, it is a matter of life and death. Although the Senju could only support Genkan's lineage now, one could not dismiss the possibility of a fool recklessly pursuing change. Moreover, who among the sane would invite trouble upon themselves? He would wield his ocular prowess, activate his Susanoo, and keep his eyes concealed. Regardless of Uchiha's opinions, the Senju would treat it as mere bluster. Who would trust their adversary over their kin? Ban, perceiving Hiragi's demeanor, felt a surge of anger. You are truly hypocritical. Ha! Hiragi chuckled, but remained silent as the colossal black skeleton materialized, leading to a fierce clash between the two giants. This was a rare spectacle, though the confrontation was brief. Breaking through Susanoo's defenses was no simple task and demanded considerable time. Ban and Hiragi, should they engage earnestly, would surely find it difficult to determine a victor in such a short span. Ban ultimately declared, I shall cleanse the ranks, and vanished, returning to the Uchiha stronghold. This marked the inception of their clash. Hiragi pondered as he sought to return to Chiba Castle when a figure engulfed in green steam leaped forth, revealing a gleaming smile. Chin. Ah, Hiragi, long time no see. What is that on your back? Oh, just something I picked up along the way. It resembles one of your kin. So I brought it back. I heard the Uchiha were pressing you, Senju. I was just lamenting the lack of opportunity to confront them. A warmth blossomed in Hiragi's heart. Truthfully, their relationship had not been deeply intertwined, yet he appreciated the gesture of support amidst the Senju's plight. Thank you, Chun. It's nothing. We are friends. By the way, you should check on your kin. He seems to be on the brink of death. Shin gently laid the person he carried onto the ground. Shogo narrowed his eyes slightly, then offered a faint smile. His Byakugan activated, and he pressed several chakra points, transmitting his voice. My dear uncle. It has been years since we last met in such a dire state. The figure, upon being stimulated, opened his eyes, weakly recognizing the person before him. Shogo, save me. It's futile, uncle. You have become incapacitated, merely an ordinary man now, no longer the formidable clan leader of the Senju. You lie to me. Can you not feel it yourself? That sense of helplessness resembles a child forced onto the battlefield, does it not? I dispatched Umbu to protect you. Oh, then I suppose I should thank you? You cannot. Fear not. Once we reach Chiyu City, I shall not take your life, but some fates are more dreadful than death. You will be rendered mute, unable to cultivate or move. You will require assistance for even the most basic needs. I believe that is sufficient to settle our scores. You cannot do this. I held you as a child, but you also sought to kill me when I was young. The figure fell silent, closing his eyes. Shin felt somewhat perplexed, for the voice transmission from Shogo felt akin to a monologue. Shogo began his actions, using his Byakugan to ascertain that the injuries were caused by a small ball of fire-type chakra, with the remaining marks being fabrications. With a sample in hand, it was not difficult to alter the appearance using his right eye. All that remained was to sustain a breath with healing chakra, leaving the rest to the slug. Chapter 89. A change of eyes. Senju Hashirama, under the influence of the slug and Senju Tobarama, managed to survive, yet apart from his eyes. The rest of his body could no longer move, rendering him a mere shell of a man. Consequently, Senju Tobarama convened a brief meeting to discuss how to present Hashirama's condition to the outside world. After multiple crises where Hashirama's absence was noted, many ninjas had started to anticipate the worst. To unify thoughts and provide clarity to the clan, Tobarama ultimately announced the news of Hashirama's death in battle. To the clan, it was preferable for their once mighty leader to die gloriously than to become a mere shadow of his former self. This decision was swiftly ratified. Though it sparked profound sorrow among the Senju, it also ignited a fierce resolve for vengeance. Shortly thereafter, several elite jonin and peak jonin jointly recommended Tobarama as the clan leader. With both Hashirama and Minato deceased, there was no one more fitting for the role than Tobarama. Tobarama did not decline, but instead initiated a meeting to strategize against the Uchiha. Most present were former leaders from the eastern battlefield, along with Hashirama and Loyalty. A few individuals sat on either side of the long table, with Tobarama positioned at the center. He cleared his throat and stated, "The Uchiha clan has suffered losses comparable to ours. Their current large-scale offensive is primarily a reaction to their failures on the eastern battlefield, as they desperately seek victory to stabilize their morale." Tobarama paused, directly addressing Hashirama, as he did not require titles for him in the eyes of most Senju. Hashirama's strategy was fundamentally sound. Kin, Taijima, and Aom exposed themselves fully, pushing their main forces forward to create an illusion of vulnerability in our territory. Theoretically, with his prowess, he could have retreated unscathed even if enemies lurked elsewhere. Senju Tobarama questioned, how did the former clan leader end up like this? Even if they returned immediately, it should not have led to such grievous injuries. Tobarama placed a blank sheet of paper on the table, inscribed with a name. Uchiha Madara, a mere boy in his teens, capable of wounding the clan leader? Senju Tobarama stood in disbelief. Tobarama's gaze remained calm. Tobarama, the old era has faded. A new era has begun, just like Hashirama, who, upon leaving, used would release to block the Uchiha's assault. Senju Tobarama shook his head vehemently. Leader Tobarama. Hashirama possessed the sage powers of the Wetbone Forest. The Uchiha do not share such abilities. The eyes, Madara's eyes have undergone a transformation. We must prepare for the worst. That blue skeletal giant is quite formidable. Senju Tobarama instinctively glanced at Shogo, realizing that a similar giant was nearby. He contemplated, yet refrained from voicing his thoughts, choosing instead to sit quietly. Shogo pondered before speaking. Aside from Madara, we must also keep an eye on another individual. Who? Senna. The ninja from the eastern battlefield paused momentarily before responding. After months of conflict, Shogo had established his authority, and even the most peculiar requests were met with understanding. Shogo had earned the clan leader's recognition, thought Hashirama, vowing silently to strive not to fall behind his brother. Tobarama nodded slightly. Speaking somberly, the Uchiha will not engage us recklessly. Thus, the most probable outcome is a confrontation. A confrontation, akin to the duel format seen in the historical novel Romance of the Three Kingdoms that Shogo once read, is rare yet effective, primarily relying on the integrity of both clans. Historically, the confrontations between the Senju and Uchiha have been few, but they did exist. Apart from their mutual animosity, other clans in the Land of Fire would often seize the opportunity to strike when both sides were at full strength. At that moment, a decisive outcome could be reached, allowing the clans to address these shameless interlopers. The confrontation would be limited to one day, with the stakes being the benefits of war. Each side would send one representative to compete. The victor could continue, while death or retreat would signify failure, leaving whichever side remained as the victor. This was not a competition. Thus, there were no judges or equal footing. Everything depended solely on one's own capabilities. Should one be indifferent to the loss of ninja life? They could exhaust their numbers, but typically, such confrontations necessitated a swift resolution, leading to restrictions on personnel. At the Uchiha encampment, discussions regarding subsequent actions were underway. Ken sighed softly. We have just received news that several clans in the north are becoming restless. We have eliminated Senju Minato, and now Tobarama has declared Hashirama deceased. Given his character, it is likely true. This presents an opportunity, yet these lower-tier clans remain unsettled. Taijima calmly shook his head. The Senju are the sole obstacle to us Uchiha. Even with Minato and Hashirama gone, they are not easily resolved. The Huga in the west and the Kagaya in the east have ceased their activities, allowing us to focus our full strength against them. Our clan members are weary. Some have just returned from the eastern battlefield, having endured intense battles and sustained injuries. While we may have breached the Senju stronghold, capturing Chiyu City would only lead to further unnecessary sacrifices among our wounded. Let us prepare for the confrontation. Will the Senju agree? They certainly will. After Taijima finished speaking, he exited the room, with Inyang Aom shadowing him closely. Your eyes appear unchanged, yet Madara and Senna. Silence. This power, these two children cannot wield it. As long as I possess this power, neither Senju Tobarama nor the Senju clan will pose a problem. Taijima's expression darkened. Inyang Aom's gaze grew colder. You previously acted against Hoka. Now you wish to harm your own children? You truly are despicable. I have stated that I will compensate for Hoka's matter, and it is not difficult to regenerate another with medicine. I will not kill them. I merely require one person to exchange eyes with me. Taijima spoke ambiguously. Senna is a good child, obedient. I believe he can comprehend my intentions. Inyang Aom's eyes flickered. I see. You wish for tomorrow's confrontation to unfold with a clash of Mangekyo against Mangekyo. The Senju lack substantial numbers, and Shogo will undoubtedly take the stage. Should he falter, acquiring his eyes would be optimal, and if it were Senna. Taijima smiled. Experiencing some discomfort from overuse of the eyes is normal. Once I adapt, no one shall seize my eyes from me. You should understand that relying on external forces is not a matter of shame, such as your spiritual beasts. Whatever the case, I shall pretend I did not see. If you were my father, I would undoubtedly eliminate you. Chapter 90. A single blow shatters the proud soul. Old Chun is no ordinary individual. The next day, Uchiha faced Senju, and after a while, both sides sent 5 individuals to stand outside the crowd. This was the lineup for both factions, and considering their rival status. When one side proposed a number, the other typically did not refuse. To deny a challenge in this regard would imply fear of the opponent. From Uchiha's side, Taijima, Ken, Inyang Qingming, Madara, and Izuna. From Senju's side, Genkan, Chun, Zhongyi, Hashirama, and Hiragi. Chun stepped forward first, performing some warm-up exercises. He had long desired to engage with the Uchiha clan, but had not found the opportunity until now. Taijima spoke indifferently. Who among you will take the field? Ken glanced at Chin's peculiar green attire, quickly recalling no similar figures, and declared, "Leader, I shall go." Taijima nodded in agreement, his three-tomo Sharingan fixated on a certain individual. Hiragi sensed the unusual gaze and silently raised his middle finger. This gesture was lost on the Warring States ninjas, yet they could still perceive the underlying emotions. Taijima snorted coldly, his eyes returning to their dark state. Ken, having received permission, paid no heed to these nuances and boldly advanced, his three-tomo manifesting as he mockingly stated, "Is there truly no one left in Senju to send? Even this lowly clan has been dispatched. It will take but a single strike to resolve you." Chin chuckled lightly. During his time in the Land of Fire, he had faced mockery due to his attire. But ultimately, he always received significant compensation and requests for discretion. The great clans of the Warring States held a degree of pride and discretion, refraining from disclosing certain information. Moreover, Chin understood that offending a clan while cultivating in the Land of Fire could lead to considerable trouble, resulting in a tarnished reputation. The reasoning was akin to the encounter between Hinata Kamizuki and Shun. Kamizuki recognized his strength, but would never divulge it, silently anticipating the next expert to be humbled. Ken drew his katana, confident that his selection was not without merit, and resolved to exert his full strength to eliminate Shun while conserving chakra for future adversaries. Body technique, Crimson Moon Slash. The katana transformed into a crimson hue, and Ken's figure vanished in an instant. It was at this moment that Shin's hair erupted in green steam, his complexion reddening, and he too disappeared from sight. The sound of armor being struck echoed forth. Ken, somewhat disheveled, rolled away, stabilizing himself with the hilt of his sword planted in the ground. His left shoulder armor began to shatter, fragments slowly cascading down. The Scarlet Three-Tomo revealed a grave expression. The moment they clashed, the opponent's speed matched his own. No, to be precise, it exceeded his. Had it not been for his Sharingan catching a fleeting trace, the opponent's hand strike would have targeted his neck. Impressive. Ken inhaled deeply, the Uchiha esteemed strength, and he had come to respect his adversary's prowess. Flames erupted around him, the fiery blades multiplying rapidly. In an instant, Uchiha Ken appeared as though he were dozens of warriors. Peacock-esque dance. Fireballs erupted like the display of a peacock's feathers, colliding violently with the flaming blades. "Ken is being overwhelmed," murmured Izuna. Taijima replied coolly, "It is the body technique that is being suppressed. Do not forget our Uchiha's mastery of fire release." Before his words could fade, the battlefield shifted. Fire release, dust concealment. Uchiha Ken puffed out a cloud of smoke, seizing the moment to retreat. His chakra depleting rapidly as a flaming divine sword formed above him. Fire release, ultimate art, radiant divine sword. The flaming divine sword descended upon the location where the smoke had shifted, and based on Ken's assessment, with the opponent's current speed. Evading this attack without prior prediction would be impossible. As the divine sword neared its target, a blue light emerged from the smoke. Seventh gate, the gate of shock, open. With a fierce shout, the green steam transformed into blue, and Chen's eyes became indistinguishable from their pupils. He left an imprint beneath his feet and leaped out from the smoke. Ken's eyes widened in disbelief. In a split second, a fist enveloped in blue flames appeared before him like a specter. This is bad. Ken had underestimated the situation. Believing that with the cover of dust concealment and the use of the radiant divine sword, he could eliminate his adversary. This mindset inevitably led to a lapse in vigilance. Just as Senju Butsukane did not comprehend the intricacies of Madara and Izuna's Mangekyo Sharingan, Ken too paid the price for his lack of information. Crack! A crisp sound resonated in Ken's ears. What is shattered? Oh, it seems to be my head. Realization dawned upon Ken as he gradually lost consciousness and collapsed, breathless. The three-tomo in his left eye dimming in the next moment. Izanagi. This was a confrontation with a formidable opponent, fraught with peril. Hence, Ken had prepared in advance. After rewriting his fate of death, he did not continue to fight, but swiftly returned to the crowd. The remaining four advanced to support him, and Shin chose not to press the attack further. Ken exhaled a sigh of relief. His battle with Chun was unlike that of ordinary ninjas. For losing the ability to observe with one eye would be fatal in the ensuing skirmish. However, he humbly offered an apology. "I am sorry, leader, it is my inadequacy." "No matter," Taijima replied, acknowledging that the opponent's sudden surge in speed and power would have posed a challenge even for him. It was better to observe Uchiha Ken's performance. Next, Jinken urged, not granting them a moment's respite. Taijima's expression darkened. It was clear they were sending someone up to take a beating. As the clan leader, his keen insight allowed him to discern that this enhanced body technique came with significant burdens, and delaying was preferable. Scanning the surroundings, Taijima was about to speak when Inyang Qingming stepped forward, a series of talismans floating around him, his aura gradually becoming enigmatic. Excellent. A spark of excitement flashed in Chen's eyes. Before reaching his limits, he could still contend with such a powerful adversary, whose strength appeared to surpass that of the previous ninja. Shattering Fist. Ninjutsu, mysterious stability of 4 directions. A talisman swiftly merged with Inyang Qingming, burrowing into the ground. He had no intention of engaging Chun in combat. As the leader of the Inyang clan, he had long since surpassed the age of reckless fervor. Had he been 20 years younger, he would have faced Chun head-on. However, circumstances had changed. Living under another's roof necessitated a show of strength, and he could not afford to fail like Ken. Chun realized the opponent's intentions after a missed strike, gritting his teeth, and was about to break through the ground when Hiragi called him back. Chun, enough. Return to rest. The rest is up to us, Senju. Chun contemplated briefly, but ultimately returned to Hiragi's side. Upon releasing his body technique, he appeared considerably drained. Senju Zhongi, witnessing this, said, "Leader, allow me to go. I shall exhaust some of his chakra." Jinkin regarded him intently. Going up would be akin to sending oneself to death. Inyang Qingming's strength is formidable, and given his current status, he will undoubtedly secure victory in this battle. Senju Zhongi replied earnestly, "You are the leader. Must you take the field for the second individual? What of the remaining 3? Hashirama and Hiragi are mere children. I am the most suitable to go." Jinkin sighed softly, recognizing his pride, and nodded slightly. Senju Zhongi moved forward, and Inyang Qingming emerged from the earth, a talisman in his hand dissolving into dust. He bore no intent to kill and casually remarked, "Your courage is commendable. Why not simply return? Once I finish with you, I shall take my leave." The chapter titled, "I have already reached the opposite shore" unfolds with Inyang Qingming's calm declaration that, in essence, one is already dead without realizing it. As individuals often grow complacent in their expertise, Senju Zhongi's pupils constrict as he attempts to escape, only to find his feet unexpectedly bound and sinking rapidly. In response, he swiftly forms hand signs for the technique Earth Release, Rising Rock, to which Inyang Qingming dismissively remarks that it is futile, as Xianding Si Fong is specifically designed to stabilize the ground, rendering most areas immovable. In ancient times, the Inyang clan utilized this technique to establish their territory, hoping for enduring peace and stability. Senju Zhongi throws a kunai, but due to an angle miscalculation, it misses its mark, leaving him to watch himself sink further, an illustration of the disparity in experience. Had it been the clan leader of the Buddhist sect, the outcome would likely have been different. Unlike others, Senju Zhongi has devoted his life solely to Senju Fujian, with no one, not even his brother Senju Shinkai, able to take his place. He longs to depart in a manner of significance, to help the clan leader build a place in the afterlife. Consequently, he had covered himself in explosive tags before the battle, yet he never anticipated such a complete defeat. With a resounding explosion, Inyang Qingming quickly summons a turtle to shield himself. Fortunately, the turtle's shell absorbs the impact, sustaining only minor damage, as the explosion proves less devastating than anticipated. Reflecting on the madness of the Uchiha clan, he muses that while they appear insane outwardly, the Senju clan harbors a profound madness within, explaining their mutual disdain. With this thought, he retreats into the crowd without hesitation. When Uchiha Taijima killed his own child for power, Inyang Qingming understood that no matter how hard he tried, it would be in vain. It is better to act according to one's desires. Taijima's dissatisfaction with Inyang Qingming's withdrawal is palpable, yet he refrains from voicing his concerns, recognizing the merits of his actions. With Inyang Qingming stepping back, both sides send forth their next ninja. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara emerge as if they had conspired, stepping forth as the third combatants. Hashirama, you have indeed chosen to avoid being the last to enter the fray, opting instead to support the fight like a pillar. Madara, do you not feel the same? One is your brother, the other your father. There is no point in further discussion. I have transformed, and now I can reach the opposite shore. With his new eyes, Madara's Sharingan morphs into a kaleidoscope as he charges at Hashirama with a drawn katana. I will not be defeated. Hashirama counters, wielding his weapon, dark streaks forming around his eyes, and a target-like pattern appearing on his forehead. He has entered Sage mode, perfectly integrating natural energy into his chakra for enhanced abilities. Their clash is fierce, with Madara's taijutsu taught by Taijima and Hashirama's skills honed by Fujian. In a fleeting moment, Taijima experiences a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of his youth alongside Fujian. However, he realizes they are not the same. Their strength is greater, their speed swifter, and their potential boundless. As Madara grows increasingly exhilarated, believing he could defeat Hashirama with his newly awakened Sharingan, he is taken aback by Hashirama's newfound power. Hashirama's enhanced perception allows him to keep pace with Madara's speed, and he can heal rapidly without hand signs, countering the influence of Yomi no Kawa. Hashirama, you never cease to surprise me. How will you resolve this? Madara retreats a few steps, unleashing a torrent of blue chakra, summoning a colossal blue double-faced giant, his mature Susanoo. Hashirama, with a serious expression, unleashes his full chakra. The malevolent aura of Susanoo is palpable. He senses it acutely. Massive wooden vines surge from the earth, ensnaring Susanoo's arms. Their power amplified by the infusion of natural energy, significantly enhancing their binding capabilities. Madara frowns, realizing that the blade of Susanoo cannot sever the vines in one strike. Each severed vine is quickly replaced by another, presenting a plethora of challenges. Casting a glance at Hashirama, Madara decides it is the perfect moment to disrupt his actions. He hurls several blue shuriken, but they are swiftly halted by the wooden vines. Techniques once effective against Senju Fujian now prove futile against his son. Give up, Madara. Once infused with Sage Chakra, my wood release is not so easily vanquished, Hashirama declares. Give up? I, Uchiha Madara, have never known such a word. He retorts fiercely, his mature Susanoo transforming under the pressure, a layer of blue Tengu armor enveloping the giant, further amplifying his strength. Hashirama narrows his eyes. The third form of Susanoo represents the pinnacle of the ordinary Sharingan. The path of Susanoo's evolution is not restricted. It is customary to surpass limitations through emotional resonance. Typically, Hashirama remains at the first form, as it suffices against most ninjutsu, and in conjunction with his sage abilities, he faces minimal issues, even against multiple opponents. The second form has been adequate, with no adversary thus far necessitating the third form. It is a pity, he thinks, for it is not eternal. The third form undoubtedly surpasses the second in power, yet it demands an immense expenditure of both eye power and chakra. Madara recognizes this necessity for a swift resolution. As the sword of Susanoo tears through the wood towards Hashirama, it ends here, Hashirama. Facing the incoming blade, Hashirama feels a flicker of admiration. Initially intending to conserve chakra to alleviate the burden on his allies, he now realizes he must fight with all his might. Sage art. Wood release. Flower tree world. Thicker wooden vines sprout, adorned with massive flower buds. Hashirama senses the overwhelming chakra and cannot help but smirk, murmuring, "You truly live up to your reputation, Hashirama." In their world, Hashirama's strength has always been a perfect counter to Madara's, maintaining an effortless demeanor throughout. When Madara awakened Izuna's eyes, Hashirama, too, activated the wood golem technique. Such coincidences are rare. They indicate Hashirama's strategy of fighting with just enough strength to win without overwhelming his opponent. The blade of Susanoo finally halts beneath layers of wooden vines, only to be pulled back and secured tightly. Madara grits his teeth, yearning to exert more force, when suddenly a sharp pain pierces his eyes, causing blood to flow as if triggered by a protective instinct, forcing him to close his eyes. The armor of the third form of Susanoo dissipates, reverting to its mature state. That's enough, Madara. Return, Taijima interjects, recognizing that Madara is at a disadvantage. And prolonging the battle would be detrimental, especially given the evident strain on his eyes. This is not a contest of points. The chakra Hashirama has unleashed is considerable, and although Madara may have gained a minor victory, it does not affect the overall outcome. After a moment of silence, Madara, begrudgingly, retracts his Susanoo and rejoins the crowd. Hashirama, too, is called back. Having executed numerous large-scale jutsu, his chakra reserves are insufficient to guarantee victory against the next opponent. And the Senju have yet to reach the point of desperation. As Hashirama returns to the crowd, his gaze meets that of Shugo, who steps forward deliberately. It is customary for the clan leader to maintain a commanding presence, There is no reason to enter the fray prematurely. The Uchiha share a similar sentiment, dispatching Izuna. Their enmity runs deep, and unbeknownst to Izuna, his power, known as Wang Su, was born from the activation of Hashirama's lightning release cells during their childhood confrontation, which forged a latent ability within him. Chapter 92. Growth as the process of self-improvement. True combat occurs in an instant. Izuna's right eye flickered, and his figure abruptly vanished. A cerulean skeletal frame materialized in the arena, condensing into an arm that clenched into a fist and fell, accelerating violently in midair to strike the black skeleton above. Unlike Madara and Hashirama, Izuna intended to deliver a lethal blow at the outset, aiming to claim his opponent's head before Hiragi could react. However, it was evident that he had failed. Did he foresee this? Izuna pondered, recalling Madara's words about his opponent possessing a similar ability. In a confrontation between foresight and foresight, speed offered a greater chance of victory, and this was his confidence. As long as he was faster, even if his opponent predicted his moves, it would be futile. The sole obstacle was Susanoo. So this is the nature of acceleration, Hiragi mused, realizing that the sudden surge of the cerulean Susanoo's fist was not a feat achievable by ordinary ninjutsu. While both grappled with their thoughts, the skeletal form enveloping them transformed into a colossal skeleton, with cerulean and black fists colliding, producing a cacophony of sound. After several exchanges, their chakra surged again, both Susanoo manifestations sprouting flesh and sinew, as chakra blades began to clash. Humph! Izuna exhaled a breath of flame, enhancing his Susanoo with the power of his left eye, utilizing the unique jutsu of the Uchiha clan to compress and amplify its potency. Visually, the cerulean giant, now surrounded by flames, appeared even more menacing. Having completed this, Izuna activated the ability of his right eye, accelerating. The movements of the blue flame giant quickened abruptly, its frequency overwhelming the black giant's actions, as several blades thrust forth, sparking and gradually turning crimson. Such an assault could indeed break through Susanoo. Impressive, Hiragi murmured, noting that by enhancing Susanoo's power with his ocular abilities, he held the upper hand against Susanoo devoid of enhancements. Hiragi contemplated as his right eye shifted, a drop of blood tear flowing forth, casting a peculiar sensation over the cerulean Susanoo, rapidly draining its ocular power. The power of the right eye possessed the potential to alter everything. Hiragi's previous chakra transformations had drawn upon this very force. However, while he could use it on himself without sight, to affect an enemy required direct observation. The movements of the blue flame's Susanoo abruptly ceased, its form beginning to dissolve, akin to melting into water. Unlike the previous embodiment of EAT release, Susanoo's manifestation would not remain in this state indefinitely. It would only be temporarily affected. Izuna's pupils constricted as he hastily dispelled Susanoo and accelerated away, his instincts warning him of imminent danger. Had it not been for Susanoo shielding him, death could very well have been a possibility. Hiragi's voice rang out, "Izuna, you have lost. No matter how hard you strive, you cannot breach my defenses with ordinary ninjutsu. Will you continue to flee? Neither of us can claim victory. We can either prolong this stalemate or you can employ a method akin to Hashirama's, utilizing area of effect ninjutsu." Izuna replied coldly, asserting that as long as he maintained distance and launched intermittent attacks, he was not breaking any rules. With his acceleration, he could evade Susanoo's strikes. If Hiragi resorted to wide-range ninjutsu, it would be akin to Hashirama's approach. A minor victory or a draw would make little difference, and ultimately, his father would surely defeat Senju Hashirama. A smirk crept onto Hiragi's face as he mused to himself. Do you understand what growth is? For me, growth is the continuous process of self-improvement. Izuna, you are formidable. You just showcased your ocular technique splendidly, and I too have made an effort to remember this power. In other words, the black giant dissipated, and Hiragi's eyes bore the same pattern as Izuna's. As he utilized the power of his right eye, his form began to fade from view. In a state of acceleration, Izuna exhibited a look of incredulity, sensing an entity matching his pace, akin to a shadow. A voice he despised emerged from behind him, lightly uttering, "We now possess the same abilities." Izuna could hardly believe this reality, exclaiming, "What kind of jest is this? Foresight? The ability to melt Susanoo and replicate ocular techniques? How can a single pair of eyes achieve such feats?" He desperately sought to escape Hiragi's entanglement, Yet their confrontation in the realm of acceleration was inseparable, akin to light and shadow. Their exchange consisted solely of strikes, neither drawing their blades, yet the force was substantial, shattering pieces of armor. Izuna gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept defeat at the hands of an impostor. As anticipated, Hiragi was the first to withdraw from acceleration. This was Hiragi's initial attempt to analyze with his left eye and subsequently alter a portion of his ocular power with his right. It was evident that he was somewhat unrefined, and thus could not maintain it for long, naturally falling to a disadvantage. However, Izuna too covered his eyes. Appearing from a distance, the intense acceleration placed a significant burden on his vision, yet it proved one undeniable fact: the counterfeit could not rival the authentic. Yet the remaining chakra. Izuna clenched his jaw, recognizing he still had the strength to fight, the power of his left eye, and the ability to unleash fire techniques. Just as he prepared to make a final stand, a voice echoed, "Stand down, I shall handle the rest." Uchiha Taijima materialized beside Izuna, his gaze burning with intensity as he regarded Hiragi. Following their recent clash, Izuna had become this way, leading Taijima to surmise that Hiragi would not fare much better. Now was the moment for Uchiha Taijima to acquire new eyes, marking the inception of his conquest over the land of fire. For this, he instinctively breached a few rules, yet promptly sought to rectify the situation. Izuna silently returned to the Uchiha ranks, greeted by Madara, and together they observed the unfolding battle. At present, you cannot summon Susanoo, can you? According to the rules, Hoshigaki cannot come to your aid. You must return on your own, or perhaps Senju may choose to break the rules, but in any case, the Uchiha shall not suffer loss, Taijima stated, regarding Hiragi as if he were a work of art. He felt an urgency, and, upon regaining composure, cast Izuna aside. Does the once great warrior dare not even meet my gaze? Hiragi's eyes streamed with blood tears, casting a rather pitiful sight, yet he was far from weakened. I merely seek to act prudently. Boasting is not a commendable habit. I am quite satisfied with your power, thus I shall accept it. Taijima sneered coldly. Do you not find it strange? Why is it that only youths like us awaken this power, while you scurry like a rat merely peering at these eyes? Hiragi retorted, his Byakugan flaring open. Taijima immediately drew his blade, questioning, why? He had personally slain his own child, only to discover that the hoped-for power did not exist. He could only gaze upon this strength, unable to possess it. Hiragi refrained from direct confrontation, instead responding, because your emotions are false. How can a hollow thing reflect the soul? Chapter 93, Self-Inflicted Vulnerability. False Emotions. Taijima smiled coldly,